On May 4th, 2003, in the United States, the first round of the NBA playoffs culminated in a decisive Game 7. The top-seeded Detroit Pistons hosted the 8th-seeded Orlando Magic at the Palace of Auburn Hills. With just 5 minutes remaining on the clock, the fervent fans of the Motor City erupted in a cacophony of cheers as the score stood at 95-75, reflecting the Pistons' commanding 20-point lead. This was the decisive seventh clash between the two teams, and a victory for the Pistons would signify a remarkable comeback after trailing the Series 13 against the Magic. On the sidelines, the Magic star player, Tracy McGrady, sat despondently with 5 fouls to his name. The enormous gap in score weighed heavily on his spirit, igniting within him a fierce sense of indignation and disappointment at the prospect of being overturned. Head coach Doc Rivers and his fellow teammates wore expressions of helplessness, for aside from McGrady, the team lacked any reliable scoring options. Amidst the jubilant uproar of the fans, a Chinese player named Suze, seated at the end of the bench, was suddenly jolted awake by a flood of memories. Could it be? Have I traveled through time? He pondered. Am I a rookie from the 2002 draft class, just like Yao Ming? The realization struck him that he was now a teammate of his idol, T-Mac. In his previous life, Suze had also been a professional basketball player, but a severe injury had cut his career short. Now, he found himself merging the memories of his past with the present, fully aware that the Magic would ultimately lose this game. McGrady's declaration of him already thinking about our next opponent would become a notorious moment in NBA history, marking the beginning of a dramatic series comeback. Most crucially, through his recollections, Suze understood that while he had the chance to join the NBA in this life, his physical prowess was mediocre at best. His agility and strength nearly non-existent, rendering him little more than a footnote in Yao Ming's draft class. Media outlets and scouts alike deemed him unfit for the NBA, lacking even the qualifications to serve as a mere water boy. Is it truly this tragic? Suze mused, feeling a wave of despondency. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The Basketball Emperor system has detected the host. The system proceeded to assess his attributes, revealing his height, wingspan, and weight. Ding! Host static talents have been fully evaluated. Suze gasped internally. A system, while the benefits of being a traveler may arrive tardily, they are never absent. He recognized that his static talents were comparable to Kevin Durant's. However, he also realized that the 2003 NBA still prioritized defense and dominance in the paint, making players like him versatile yet ambiguous less desirable. Suze believed that with such static talent, he could carve out a niche for himself in the competitive landscape of the NBA. What he lacked was merely an opportunity to prove himself. Ding! System binding complete. The host has received a beginner's gift package. Of course, I'll open it, he declared without hesitation. The system then congratulated him on acquiring maximum stamina, a Hall of Fame-level three-point shooter badge, and a Hall of Fame-level perimeter defense badge, all of which invigorated his physical abilities significantly. Ding! The host can earn points through completing system tasks, which can be used to unlock or upgrade badges. The system's voice painted a vivid picture of badges in Suze's mind, categorized into 4 sections: finishing, shooting, playmaking, and defense. Currently, only the three-point shooter and perimeter defense badges were illuminated, while the others remained grayed out, awaiting the requisite points for activation. Ding! In addition to badges, the system also offers signature moves obtainable through task completion. A task was promptly issued: win this game and assist the Orlando Magic in achieving their first playoff upset in a best-of-7 series. Just as the system finished speaking, Suze heard someone calling his name. Hey, Sue, it's your turn to play. Coach Doc Rivers, known for his notorious comebacks, beckoned him. The timeout had ended, and only 4 minutes remained on the clock, with the score at 1-0-0-8-0. Seeing the situation as a lost cause, Rivers decided to send Suze, who was at the end of the bench, into the game. However, he noticed a spark of excitement and determination in Suze's eyes. Perhaps this is the feeling of a rookie making his debut in the NBA, Rivers mused. With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the timeout, Suze donned the Magic's number 7 jersey, stepping onto the NBA court for the first time. His heart raced with fervor, having been granted a second chance at life. He was determined to establish his own legacy. Surveying the court, he realized that most of the players on the floor were either unfamiliar or would soon fade from the NBA scene. The only familiar face on the Magic side was the aging Rain Man, Shawn Kemp. In contrast, the Detroit Pistons had also substituted their bench players, featuring John Barry and Mehmet Okur. Second-round draft pick, how amusing. John Barry scoffed, mocking Suze. Unfazed, Suze replied coolly, "Don't be hasty, the game isn't over yet. Everything is still uncertain." Barry erupted in laughter at his retort. "Young man, do you even comprehend the words that escape your lips? Trailing by 20 points, do you dare to dream of a comeback? Such notions are utterly fanciful. Oh, by the way, can you even dribble the ball without faltering?" As Cheong Bali's words echoed, Suze received a pass from his teammate. However, this time, the reception came as a last-ditch effort with merely 2 seconds left on the shot clock. "Watch closely, I shall launch this shot right over your head." Suze bellowed with fervor as he leaped high into the air, resembling the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, and released the basketball with great force. Chapter 2. Let him run a meter first buzz. As Suze released the ball, the sound signifying the end of the 24-second shot clock resonated through the arena. Almost immediately, before the enthusiastic fans in Detroit, the basketball swished through the net. 3 points. Above Suze's head, the Hall of Fame three-point shooter badge illuminated brightly. With an exquisite three-pointer, the Chinese player Suze scored against the Pistons and Oppo's player, John Barry. This three-pointer arrived a bit too late, and it seemed unlikely to influence the outcome of the game. CTV5 commentator Yu Jia shook his head in frustration. Although witnessing a Chinese player score was a delightful sight, the significant point disparity made it clear that such scoring would not assist the team. "Oh, young Chinese lad, you managed to land one. But what does it matter?" John Barry scornfully taunted Suze. "Shut your filthy mouth. I will obliterate you." Suze retorted without hesitation, swiftly sprinting back towards his half of the court. Observing the Pistons players preparing to pass to their teammates, Suze, having returned from the front court, utilized his keen judgment and the court experience accumulated from his previous life to swiftly ascertain the direction of the pass. "This ball is mine." Suze's energy peaked. Now, he dashed forward like a cheetah. His figure flickered and precisely positioned itself in the path of the opponent's pass. Smack! Suze intercepted the pass. What a splendid steal. His speed was astonishing. Yu Jia from CTV5 gasped in admiration as he watched the broadcast. However, such a remarkable steal failed to astonish those on the court. To the others, it merely appeared to be a minor error from the Detroit Pistons and Oppo's player. Following the steal, Suze advanced quickly towards the opposing half. The Pistons players didn't even bother to chase. With a 17-point deficit, no matter how many steals Suze made, as long as time was managed properly, victory would still belong to the Pistons. Just as everyone anticipated a dunk from Suze, he suddenly halted at the three-point line. He did not rush to shoot. Instead, he casually tucked the ball under his arm and glanced back at the Pistons and Oppo's players. "You will pay for your carelessness," Suze shouted at the Pistons and Oppo's players. John Barry responded with a dismissive smirk. Unfortunately for him, Suze did not spare him a glance, turning calmly to release a three-pointer. Clad in the number 7 jersey, with height and long arms, Suze resembled the Grim Reaper swinging a scythe. Swish! Another three-pointer. With back-to-back three-pointers, Suze helped the Magic narrow the gap to 14 points. After making this shot, he did not rush to return on defense. Instead, he yelled toward the Pistons and Oppo's bench. "Watch closely, this game is mine to win. Not even Jesus can stop me, I swear." Suze's face radiated arrogance. However, the Pistons players regarded him as if he were a fool. The hot-headed Ben Wallace could not contain himself and stood up to retort. "Hey, young Chinese lad, you've only made 2 three-pointers. Are you really that thrilled? Look at the score. Look at the time. You're worthless." As Ben Wallace shouted, he gestured with his thumb pointed downward towards Suze. Unfazed, Suze shrugged and casually retreated to his half of the court. He intentionally sought to provoke the Pistons players, eager to have them play the role of his backdrop. As he retreated, Suze passed by John Barry. "Hey, weren't you just calling me a rookie? Since you're ahead by so much, how about you take me on one-on-one?" Suze winked at John Barry, adopting a provocative demeanor. John Barry sneered, "One-on-one isn't my forte. Just wait, I'll respond with an open three-pointer." The Pistons restructured their offense. Positioned at the corner, John Barry utilized the center screen. "Quick, young Chinese lad, go chase John. He's a three-point specialist. Don't let him shoot," shouted the Magic player Shawn Kemp. who was responsible for guarding the opposing center. The name Suze was unfamiliar to everyone. Compared to Suze, more people referred to him as the young Chinese lad. As John Barry maneuvered around the screen towards the 45-degree angle of the three-point line, Suze did not rush to move but stood still, seemingly in a daze. "Hey, young Chinese lad, I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf?" Although Shawn Kemp was nearing the end of his career, having endured many years in the NBA, he was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran. He was quite displeased with Suze's behavior. Suze merely shrugged. "Why the rush? Let him run a meter first." "Let him run a meter first?" Shawn Kemp nearly choked in disbelief. Who granted him the audacity? The audacity to let a three-point expert like John Barry run a meter? Even the slightest space would allow John Barry to punish you with a three-pointer. Shawn Kemp felt somewhat resigned. Regardless, the game was already in this state. With such a large deficit, what did it matter if John Barry scored a three-pointer? Just at that moment, Suze suddenly sprang into action. He burst forth like a ferocious predator, chasing after John Barry. Simultaneously, the Pistons players passed the basketball to John Barry. With an opportunity for an open shot, John Barry grinned smugly. I knew the young Chinese lad couldn't handle it. Look at his pathetic defense. John Barry thought to himself. He leaped. He shot. John Barry executed the jump shot he mechanically repeated in every game. Although the NBA of 2002 to 2003 did not prioritize three-point shooting, it was still a significant factor. John Barry was like a precise machine. Having achieved a 36 three-point shooting rate over the first 6 games of this series. In an era where three-pointers were not the primary offensive strategy, such a shooting percentage was already considered highly efficient. Just when everyone expected John Barry to effortlessly sink a precise three-pointer, a shadow darted in. It was Suze. Clad in number 7, Suze leaped high, his long arms blocking John Barry like a vast canopy. Bam! A stunning rejection. Suze ferociously swatted John Barry's shot from the air. The crowd erupted in astonishment, as no one anticipated that Suze, who had allowed John Barry to run a meter, would actually swat away the basketball he had just shot. Chapter 3. Jesus cannot stop me, I say. Look, my heavens. I can hardly believe this is real. Witnessing Suze, clad in the number 7 jersey of the Magic, execute a volleyball-style block that sent the basketball soaring. The commentators were left in shock. Is this truly the same player once deemed to possess zero dynamic talent, struggling even as a water cooler attendant in the second round? Such terrifying explosive power and speed are unparalleled in the NBA. Not only the commentators, but the fans in Motor City were equally astonished. This volleyball-like block had illuminated the arena. The Magic and Oppo's bench, too, was invigorated after a long absence of excitement. Nice. What a splendid block. Hee. That's our boy from Huaxia. Despite everyone recognizing it as garbage time, such a block stirred the blood of the spectators. Amidst the thrill, Suze once again dashed towards the basketball. As the ball was about to fly out of bounds, he stood at the edge, extending his long arm to snatch it back. With an impressive wingspan and such rapid speed, could it be that scouts truly underestimated him? Doug Rivers, the head coach of the Magic, silently contemplated Suze's performance from the sidelines. After successfully saving the ball, Suze charged towards the opponent's half. The Pistons players, having relaxed, offered only token resistance. Under everyone's gaze, Suze made a sudden stop at the top of the three-point arc. The three-pointer was launched. The boy from Huaxia has taken a shot. If this one goes in, the gap narrows to 11 points, and perhaps the game still holds suspense. As Suze released the three-pointer, the commentator erupted with excitement. The ball traced a perfect arc in the air, swiftly descending into the net. Swish! The ball brushed against the net, producing a crisp, melodious sound. Another three-pointer. 3 for 3. Every shot taken by the boy from Huaxia has been a three-pointer. All of them converted. This is simply insane. The original 20-point deficit had suddenly shrunk to 11. The commentator at the Palace of Auburn Hills shouted in frenzy. With 3 consecutive three-pointers, Suze dazzled everyone with his performance. Do you think the Pistons will call a timeout? One commentator asked. The other shook his head, responding, I think not. With 3 minutes remaining and an 11-point deficit, the Magic likely have no chance. As the commentators analyzed the game, Suze, after hitting the three-pointer, directed a bow and arrow gesture towards the Pistons bench. This act incensed the Pistons players. Ben Wallace jumped up, shouting at Suze, Don and Amp. Oppos, TB arrogant. You cannot win. Come on, guys, pull yourselves together. You just got lucky. Wallace and Amp, Oppos, roar galvanized the Pistons players. With 3 minutes left and an 11-point gap, As long as they maintained scoring parity in the next 3 minutes, the Pistons could confidently secure the victory. Oker shook his head, striving to regain his focus. He accepted the basketball from the referee, standing out of bounds to inbound. Oker passed the ball to a teammate. But at that precise moment, Suze, who had been lurking, pounced. "Watch out," Oker warned loudly to his teammates. Yet, before any Pistons player could react, Suze's long arms reached out and snatched the ball away. "Wow!" The crowd erupted in astonishment. "A steal! A steal!" The commentators shouted excitedly. The boy from Huaxia had completed yet another steal. In just about a minute on the court, he had contributed 2 steals and 3 three-pointers. What choice would he make next? As the commentators' voices filled with excitement, Suze dribbled directly beyond the 3-point line and launched another shot. He seemed like a harbinger of doom, releasing the basketball once more. Another 3-pointer. My heavens! Is the boy from Huaxia about to revive the suspense of the game? The ball glided from Suze's fingertips and swiftly found its way into the net. Swish. Another 3-pointer. Magnificent. My heavens. The 4th 3-pointer. Crazy. This is simply unbelievable. Doug Rivers, witnessing the remarkable turnaround, shouted in excitement from the sidelines. He leaped on the spot, fists clenched, yelling fervently. The Magic's bench erupted in cheers. The players, who had previously shown no fighting spirit and seemed to have given up, now wore expressions of renewed hope. In stark contrast, the Pistons bench fell silent. The players wore expressions of disbelief akin to the fans. Timeout. Pistons head coach Carlisle hastily called for a timeout. With 2 minutes and 57 seconds remaining, the score stood at 100-92. The once insurmountable 20-point lead had vanished in the blink of an eye, reduced to a mere 8 points. That boy from Huaxia, donning the Magic and Oppo's number 7 jersey, had dominated both offense and defense during this time. Guys, pull yourselves together. The boy from Huaxia. Oh, wait. What's your name? Doug Rivers asked apologetically, looking at Suze. He admitted he had not given Suze the respect he deserved. Suze replied briefly. He did not mind that the coach did not know his name. In the fiercely competitive NBA, only formidable talent earns respect. Everything hinges on performance. Yes, Suze, you are the team's hero. Stay on the court, Rivers commanded. T-Mac, bring the other 3 starters back onto the court. We still have time and a chance to reclaim victory. Doug Rivers directed his gaze toward McGrady. The fire of battle ignited in McGrady's sleepy eyes. No problem, coach. But I'm carrying 5 fouls, so I'll probably leave the heavy lifting to Suze. McGrady glanced at Suze, his eyes brimming with trust. The NBA is a realm that honors the strong. Even a superstar like McGrady, witnessing a teammate's stellar performance in a game, would place immense trust in them. Would he be battling alongside McGrady on the court? Suze instinctively looked at McGrady, their gazes colliding in the air. A surge of excitement coursed through Suze's veins, invigorating him. This was a game to turn the tide with McGrady, but he must not falter. Suze nodded resolutely. No problem. Thank you all for your trust. McGrady and Rivers exchanged glances. Neither had anticipated that the final game of this series would hinge on a second-round draft pick leading the team to victory. Chapter 4. Connecting with McGrady, a dazzling dunk. Both teams returned to the court. Suze and Oppo's brilliant performance momentarily hushed the previously raucous palace of Auburn Hills. The fervent fans of Motor City began to exhibit signs of tension. The Pistons had brought in all their key players: the clutch performer Chauncey Billups, the masked man Richard Hamilton, the Prince Tayshaun Prince, Clifford Robinson, and the defensive stalwart Ben Wallace. This lineup closely resembled that of their championship-winning year. With just the substitution of Clifford Robinson for the fierce Rasheed Wallace, it mirrored the legendary Pistons and Oppo's starting 5. As Suze gazed at the Pistons players, he couldn't help but recall the notoriously tough playing style of Motor City. Let the storm rage on. Observing the Pistons starting 5, Suze felt no fear. Rather, his eyes were filled with a fervent fighting spirit. Defeating their main players would be a testament to his prowess. On the other hand, the Magic appeared rather grim due to the injury of another star player, Grant Hill. The current roster looked quite dismal. At 2.03 meters, Drew Gooden was positioned as center, while the sharpshooting power forward Pat Garrity occupied the 4th spot. T-Mac partnered with Darrell Armstrong in the backcourt. Consequently, Suze naturally emerged as the sole, reliable, small forward. Wait, I shall crush you. As Suze contemplated the players, Ben Wallace approached him, bellowing in his ear. Suze shrugged nonchalantly. Let your impotent rage flow. Win against me first. His calm demeanor, laced with pride, thoroughly incensed Ben Wallace. "Just wait. Don't attempt to penetrate, or I shall shatter your bones." Ben Wallace roared at Suze. With the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of the game, the Pistons initiated their offensive play. As the engine of the backcourt, Chauncey Billups swiftly dribbled the ball past half court. The Pistons' key players rapidly executed their familiar strategies. Although they lacked a definitive superstar, their brand of team basketball and tenacious style were the foundation of their standing in the league. Over here, the masked man Hamilton used a screen to create an open opportunity in the elbow area. Billups quickly passed the ball, which soared to Hamilton like a precision-guided missile. Without hesitation, Hamilton took a mid-range jumper. As a player renowned for his shooting accuracy, Hamilton was a lethal weapon from the mid-range. In an era that did not heavily emphasize the three-pointer, Hamilton's dependable mid-range shooting was the team's primary scoring assurance. The shot was released. Hamilton's mid-range attempt was a golden opportunity. CTV5's commentator Ujia spoke in a calm and steady voice. As he narrated, the crowd erupted in cheers. For Hamilton's open mid-range shot had an impressive success rate. However, amidst the fans' excitement, they caught sight of a fleeting shadow on the court. From the left corner of the three-point line, Suze, clad in the Magic and Oppos' number 7 jersey, surged forth like a swift leopard. Boom. Have a taste of my rejection. Suze leapt high, emitting a fierce roar. His long arms extended, and with his extraordinary vertical leap, he snatched Hamilton's shot from the air. Incredible. A monumental block that overshadowed everything. Ujia from CTV5 expressed his astonishment. Not only him, but all fans in the Palace of Auburn Hills gasped in awe. The Magic and Oppos' bench erupted in jubilation, unable to contain their excitement as they leapt up, waving towels in support of Suze. "Well done, young man from Huaxia. Terrifying hops. Spectacular rejection." The Magic and Oppos' players exclaimed. As Suze descended, he swiftly advanced the ball for a counterattack. The Magic players quickly responded, vigorously launching their offense towards the front court. Tracy McGrady took the lead. His incredible athleticism came into play at that moment. McGrady shook off his defender, the Prince, and dashed forward. The Pistons scrambled back on defense. In an era characterized by gritty inside battles and minimal fast breaks, such a thrilling counterattack was always exhilarating to witness. Suze and McGrady, both quick on their feet, reached the front court before the Pistons could react. Here, McGrady pointed skyward with his right hand, and Suze instantly understood. He tossed the basketball high into the air, and McGrady leapt up to catch it with both hands, folding his body midair and, with his back to the hoop, emphatically slammed the ball through the net. Boom. The powerful dunk reverberated through the arena. The crowd fell silent, momentarily stunned. With a triumphant landing, McGrady excitedly high-fived Suze. "Suze, that pass was superb. Haha. Your dunk was even more magnificent." The thrill of sharing the court with his idol and experiencing their first high-five exhilarated Suze. The score was closing in. 100-94. There was still time. "We have a chance," McGrady said with unwavering determination in his gaze. Suze nodded vigorously, and the two returned to their half-court to defend. Following their recent setback, Pistons leader Chauncey Billups decided to take matters into his own hands. With time running low, he aimed to conclude the game with his personal prowess. Setting a screen, Billups dribbled to the three-point line and shouted to Ben Wallace. Wallace quickly moved to set the pick for Billups. In this era, switching on screens was not yet common, and the Magic player assigned to defend Billups strained to squeeze through the crowd. But at that moment, Billups had already launched himself toward the Magic and Oppos' paint. "Focus on collapsing back," shouted Magic center Gooden. The Magic players enveloped Billups, tightly guarding him like a tightly packed dumpling. Now, Billups seized the opportunity, passing the ball to the open Prince stationed at the corner of the three-point line. Tayshaun, a perfect opportunity, punished the opponent. Chapter 5, Fury. Big Ben. The Pistons seized a magnificent opportunity. Observe this play. Just as CTV5 and Oppos' Ujia was finishing his commentary, a shadow darted across Chauncey Billups and Oppos' passing lane. It and Oppos' Suze. "Once again, it's Suze," Ujia exclaimed in astonishment. Suze and Oppos' keen sense on the court and his extraordinary judgment are simply awe-inspiring. Is he about to make yet another steal? Amid Ujia's exclamations, the basketball grazed past Suze's fingertips. The Pistons players and fans breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing he had missed the steal, Suze swiftly halted, pivoted, and dashed toward Prince in the corner. Little Prince had already made 3 out of 5 three-point attempts in this game, boasting an impressive 60 shooting accuracy. Granting him an open opportunity is akin to gifting points to the Pistons. Suze exerted all his strength, extending his long arms in an attempt to block Prince's shot. Although Prince had already initiated his shooting motion, the sight of Suze lunging at him like a cheetah momentarily startled him. Due to Suze's previous powerful blocks, Prince hesitated, fearing another rejection. In that fleeting moment of indecision, Suze closed in on him. "Shoot. You have a 60 success rate in this game." Suze smirked at Prince. Instead of shooting, Prince instinctively dribbled with his left hand, choosing to drive past Suze as he momentarily halted. It was precisely because of Suze's consecutive blocks that Prince faltered. However, in that very moment of hesitation, McGrady, who was supposed to guard Billups, suddenly shifted to double-team Prince alongside Suze. Oh no! Faced with the double team, Prince became even more flustered. Seizing the opportunity, McGrady swiftly snatched the basketball from Prince's hands. Quick, fast break. After intercepting the ball, McGrady rapidly advanced toward the opponent's half-court. Suze was not far behind, sprinting with all his might to launch an offense. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We cannot allow them to succeed this time. As the defensive anchor for the Pistons, Ben Wallace shouted fervently to his teammates. Simultaneously, he sprinted with all his strength toward his own basket. The players surged forward like a tidal wave. McGrady did not slow down. He charged directly into the Pistons' paint. Undeterred by the dual pressure from the masked man Hamilton and Little Prince, McGrady pressed on, gritting his teeth and mustering his strength to penetrate the lane. In the 02-03 season, the officiating was relatively lenient regarding fouls. As long as Hamilton and Prince did not wrap their arms around McGrady, the referees would not blow the whistle. Meanwhile, Suze chose not to charge further into the fray. Instead, he positioned himself at the top of the arc, arms outstretched, calling for the ball. "T-Mac here. Open." Suze shouted towards McGrady. Hearing Suze's call, McGrady leaped high, executing a layup motion. However, his upper body twisted backward, both hands lifting the basketball high above his head before passing it to Suze. McGrady's intention was to draw the defense and then distribute the ball to the perimeter shooter. And Suze undoubtedly stood as the most reliable three-point shooter on the court at that moment. "It's yours." McGrady swayed gracefully, delivering the basketball to Suze on the perimeter. Suze, however, did not hastily attempt a shot. Instead, he deliberately glanced back. Ben Wallace, the Pistons and Oppo's captain, was barreling toward him. Suze calculated Wallace and Oppo's trajectory perfectly. With a right-hand dribble, he sidestepped slightly, causing Wallace to collide with him. Bang! At the moment of impact, Suze opted for a swift three-point shot. Beep! Simultaneously, the referee and Oppo's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul on Wallace. The basketball, launched by Suze, traced a flawless arc through the air. Would it find its mark? If it did, it would present a superb 3-1 opportunity. Ujia from CTV5 was visibly excited, his voice trembling with anticipation. The splendid display by Suze, the Dragon Kingdom player, had left Ujia in awe. He earnestly hoped that this shot would connect, culminating in a 3-1 score. All the fans in Motor City anxiously focused on the soaring basketball. Some clasped their hands tightly over their hearts, resembling fervent prayers, while others held their heads in disbelief. Whoosh! Amid the collective gaze, Suze's shot swished cleanly through the net. A perfect three-pointer. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The Motor City fans were left stunned and disheartened, grappling with the incredibility of Suze's feat with the three-pointer made. Suze landed and immediately knelt on one knee, mimicking an archer's pose in celebration. Yet, such a display of triumph only inflamed the Pistons' anger. Damn it! He scored again. How infuriating. If it were a half-court game, I would stick to him like glue. The Pistons glared at Suze and Oppo's brazen celebration, their fury palpable. Referee, he is deliberately drawing a foul. It should have been an offensive foul on him. Ben Wallace, witnessing the shot swish through, was incensed. Referee, open your eyes and look. Did you not see? That kid just ran into me on purpose. Ben Wallace yelled at the referee, but the official ignored him, awarding the 3-1. Suze rose from the floor, raising his right index finger and drawing circles by his temple. Intelligence. This is basketball IQ. As he gestured, he loudly taunted Ben Wallace. Suze knew them all too well. The Pistons, at their core, inherited the legacy of the bad boys. Iron-fisted tenacity and volatility were etched into their very being. Every player arriving in Motor City would inevitably be touched by this lineage. Moreover, Ben Wallace was inherently a hot-headed, impulsive player. You son of a. Ben Wallace was utterly infuriated. Not only had Suze erased a 20-point deficit single-handedly, but he also relentlessly mocked the Pistons. This provocation drove the already enraged Ben Wallace to his breaking point. He stormed up to Suze, exerting force with both hands, and shoved Suze forcefully away. I'll kill you. Chapter 6. Completing the Black Eight. Ben Wallace and Apos. S movements were swift and urgent, catching everyone off guard. Suze had anticipated this all along. He effortlessly flew backward, raising both hands high in a provocative gesture, gazing defiantly at Ben Wallace. I'm audacious. Care to challenge me? Suze continued to taunt Ben Wallace loudly. Enraged, Ben Wallace attempted to charge at Suze, but was firmly restrained by his own teammates as well as those from the Magic. The leader of the Magic, Tracy McGrady, unhesitatingly positioned himself at the forefront, roaring at Ben Wallace with an expression of fury. Do you wish to fight? This is not your playground. Try bullying my brother if you dare, though slender in physique. McGrady had never shied away from a confrontation, contributing several memorable moments of conflict on the court, including a notorious tackle of Bobby Jackson. Both teams desperately held Ben Wallace and McGrady back, urging them to remain calm. Suze stood at the center of the conflict. Come on. I relish your inability to stand me yet being unable to take me down. His blood surged with passion as he walked toward Ben Wallace, arms raised high, continuing to provoke him. Damn it. Ben Wallace was on the verge of exploding with fury. However, with so many blocking his path, he found it difficult to retaliate. To quell the turmoil, the referee swiftly issued a ruling, handing Ben Wallace consecutive technical fouls, leading to his ejection from the game. A chorus of boos erupted from the Motor City fans, with some even directing obscene gestures at the referee. Frustrated, Ben Wallace removed his headband and, after persuasion from the coaching staff and teammates, walked back to the locker room with his head bowed. Suze shrugged and waved farewell to Ben Wallace. The Motor City fans now harbored a deep-seated hatred for Suze, unleashing waves of boos in his direction. Sue, well done. Successful provocation. Magic head coach Doc Rivers approached the sideline and gave Suze a hearty slap on the back. He recognized that Suze had intentionally incited Ben Wallace. This resulted in a 3-point play, along with 2 free throws from the technical foul. Should he hit them all, the Magic would lead the Pistons by 3 points. The Magic players were filled with excitement. With the Pistons' defensive stalwart ejected, it felt as if the scales of victory were tipping in favor of the Orlando team. In contrast, Pistons leader Chauncey Billups shook his head in resignation. He too recognized that Suze had deliberately provoked Ben Wallace. Yet, given Wallace's volatile nature, he had fallen into Suze's trap. Standing at the free throw line, Suze first executed the 2 technical free throws, making both with precision. Subsequently, he completed an additional free throw, sending the basketball smoothly through the hoop. 103-100. The Magic had completed a 3-point turnaround. With just 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining in the game, time was running short for the Pistons. Guys, stay focused. There's still over a minute left. We can do this. Let's execute the strategy. Oker, you need to step up. As the team's leader, Chauncey Billups rallied his teammates. The Pistons launched their offense once more. This time, they displayed greater caution. They continually utilized tactical movements, seeking the optimal scoring opportunity. The basketball was passed around, and the Pistons players moved in sync. After Pistons center Oker set a screen for Hamilton, Hamilton charged toward the paint. However, Oker did not roll to the basket but instead flared out to the 3-point line. Here, open. Oker spread his arms wide, calling for the ball. Hamilton wasted no time, passing the ball to Oker beyond the arc. At that moment, Gowden attempted to close out on the 3-point line, but it was too late. Oker lifted his hand to shoot the 3-pointer, but just then, Suze, wearing the Magic and Apos, number 7 jersey, dashed in. This time, instead of confronting Oker directly, he maneuvered to Oker and Apos' rear. As Oker raised the ball above his head to shoot, Suze extended his long arm and swatted the ball away from behind. Another spectacular block. It was utterly unexpected. Suze and Apos' performance left spectators in awe. CTV5 and Apos' Jia, previously calm and composed, now erupted with excitement. This was one of the most remarkable displays he had ever witnessed. The Magic, trailing by 20 points, had managed to surge ahead under Suze's leadership at the end of the second quarter. The game was still ongoing, and Suze's showcase was far from over. Following his block on Oker, the latter appeared extremely frustrated. clapping his hands together in dismay, momentarily neglecting to transition back on defense. In truth, even if he had wished to recover, he could not match Suze's speed. Like a swift cheetah, Suze raced to the top of the three-point arc and launched a quick shot. At that moment, Suze resembled the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe. Swish. Without a hint of doubt, just as the Hall of Fame three-point sharpshooter badge illuminated above Suze's head, the basketball swooshed through the net. 3 points. Incredible. In the final moments, Suze single-handedly scored 24 points, hitting an astonishing 7 out of 7 from beyond the arc, alongside outstanding defensive efforts. This was nothing short of astonishing, Ujia exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The palace of Auburn Hills fell silent. The Motor City fans were stunned, utterly dismayed. They could never have imagined that the game-changing force would be a rookie from the Dragon Kingdom. And to think, he was only 18 years old. Suze and Oppo's shot had utterly shattered the Pistons and Oppo's morale. In the remaining time, the Pistons were devoid of spirit, completely dominated by the Magic. Over here, McGrady came out to receive the ball at the free-throw line, and Suze promptly passed it to him. McGrady rose up for a shot, and the basketball found its mark. 115-102. This score was hard for the Pistons to accept. Their once proud defense had crumbled in the face of Suze's prowess. This was also the game in which the Pistons conceded the most points in this series. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, Suze and Oppo's extraordinary performance helped the Magic stave off a comeback, achieving the first Black 8 miracle in the NBA playoffs after the playoff format was changed to a best-of-7 series. Chapter 7. My name is Suze. The miraculous Black 8. Under the leadership of Suze, the Orlando Magic has achieved the remarkable feat of becoming the third team in NBA history to accomplish a Black 8 upset during the second round. This also marks the first Black 8 miracle since the playoff format was modified. It was absolutely exhilarating. Young man from Huaxia, your performance in this game was nothing short of spectacular. What are your feelings at this moment? At the center of the Auburn Hills Palace, Suze, the hero of a stunning 20-point comeback, stood before the cameras of the American media. Contrary to expectations, he exhibited neither excitement nor elation. With a serious demeanor, he addressed the reporters, stating, I am not just a young man from Huaxia. I am Suze, from the Dragon Kingdom of Huaxia. With that, he turned and exited, abruptly ending the interview. OMG, this young man is so fiercely independent. Of course, we shall remember his name, Suze from the Dragon Kingdom of Huaxia. The journalists gasped in excitement. The NBA is a realm that honors the strong, and Suze's extraordinary performance in this match undoubtedly attests to his prowess. What did the second round showcase? He still managed to lead his team to a Black 8 upset. As Suze made his way through the players' tunnel back to the locker room, he was greeted by a cascade of champagne. Oh ho, Sue, our hero of the Black 8. Look, our champion has returned. The players of the Magic cheered enthusiastically, showering Suze with champagne, feeling the exhilaration of his teammates. Suze too was swept up in the excitement. Hey, listen to me. This victory does not belong to me alone. It belongs to all of us. Suze laughed heartily while shielding himself from the champagne. Let us not forget that our leader, T-Mac, scored 34 points against the Pistons before leaving the game. And there was Goudelock's tenacious defense, alongside Pat Garrity's three-pointers. Your relentless efforts provided me the opportunity to lead our team to this turnaround. Suze, who exhibited a stern demeanor towards the media, displayed remarkable humility towards his teammates. He understood that success and victory were collective achievements. All right. Coach Doc Rivers clapped his hands vigorously. Sue possesses the quality of humility. Now, let us count to 3 and celebrate together. Come on, everyone. Shout it out. We are aiming for the championship. Rivers was the first to raise his hand, followed by the Magic players who lifted their hands high, chanting in the locker room, Championship! Here we come. Suddenly, amidst the jubilant shouts, the door to the Magic locker room was kicked open. Sue, get out here, roared a furious Ben Wallace. Weren't you so cocky on the court? Come here. Let me show you what true power is. Despite being restrained by a few teammates, Wallace still forced his way into the Magic locker room, inciting the ire of the players, including Suze. Seriously? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Suze furrowed his brow, ready to confront Wallace. However, Doc Rivers remained calm. Stay composed, guys. Stay composed. Security. Security. Rivers shouted towards the exit. Soon, security personnel from Auburn Hills arrived and forcibly escorted Ben Wallace away. Remember, we are victors. Do not act impulsively. Only the impotent brutes resort to mindless shouting. Rivers said calmly. As a master of motivational speeches, Rivers had a remarkable ability to instill composure. The players of the Magic, including Suze, gradually regained their calm. Now, we must truly consider our next opponent. As the team's leader, McGrady stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Our next opponent is the Philadelphia 76ers. We must head to Philadelphia and prepare for the next battle. Let's go, team. Let us advance past the second round and into the Eastern Conference Finals." McGrady and Oppo's voice resonated powerfully, motivating his teammates. Rivers nodded in agreement. "Oh, and starting next game against Philadelphia, Sue will be entering our rotation. Young man, I have faith in you," Rivers added, winking at Suze. Suze smiled. "No problem, coach." He understood that although his performance was remarkable tonight, it would not instantly elevate him to a starting position. He would take it one step at a time, aiming to win over the coaching staff, his teammates, and the fans through his efforts. As he boarded the bus for the upcoming games, Suze and Oppo's mind was filled with the system and Oppo's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the Oppo's Black 8 and Oppo's Miracle. Ding. Task complete. Host receives a reward of 10 badge points. Ding. Completing the Oppo's Black 8 and Oppo's Miracle grants the host an exclusive package featuring Manu Ginobili and Oppo's Eurostep. The notion of Ginobili's Eurostep flashed through Suze's mind, envisioning the graceful figure clad in black and white, donning the number 20 jersey. Ding. System notification. The exclusive move package is stored in the system and Oppo's move repository and can be installed at any time. Suze examined the exclusive move package. Only the Eurostep package was illuminated, while the others, such as Nowitzki and Oppo's one-legged fadeaway, Kobe and Oppo's fadeaway jumper, and Iverson and Oppo's crossover, remained grayed out. Excellent. Let and Oppo's equip the Eurostep package from Manu Ginobili. Ding. System notification. Installation complete. Ding. The host will automatically trigger the Eurostep layup upon usage. Suze closed the move package with satisfaction and opened the badge system. He had earned commendable badges for shooting and defense, yet with only 10 points available, he could only activate one bronze badge. What should I choose? Suze pondered, perusing the badge system. Ultimately, he selected the ankle breaker badge. Ding. Host spends 10 points to activate the bronze ankle breaker badge. Ding. Bronze ankle breaker slightly enhances the host and Oppo's ability to perform evasive maneuvers while driving. Suze was quite pleased with this ability. Paired with Manu's Eurostep, it would yield impressive results on the court. After all, he had showcased notable three-point shooting during this match, and the next opponent would likely devise strategies to counter his shooting. Thus, the ability to drive was essential. Look, Sue, you have ascended to the top of the trending rankings. 30 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Such explosive and comprehensive stats, coupled with your post-game arrogance, have made you the media's new darling. Sue, you are about to become famous. T-Mac exclaimed excitedly, holding his phone close to Suze's ear. Chapter 8. Facing Iverson. Welcome everyone to TNT. Here we are at the Eastern Conference semifinals, located in Philadelphia. The enthusiastic commentator from TNT exclaimed. In the first round of the Eastern playoffs, the Orlando Magic triumphed in a thrilling Game 7, achieving a remarkable upset against the top-seeded Detroit Pistons. The performance of rookie Sue was truly impressive. The game is about to commence, and we eagerly anticipate the spectacular displays from both teams. Of course, most importantly, we must observe whether Sue from the Dragon Kingdom can replicate his previous extraordinary performance. As the commentator's voice faded, the starting players from both teams entered the court. Let us take a look at the starting lineup of the home team, the Philadelphia 76ers. Eric Snow, the superstar, the answer Allen Iverson, Kenny Thomas, Keith Van Horn. And at center, Derek Coleman. The TNT commentator paused momentarily before introducing the Orlando Magic's lineup. The Magic starters included Jacque Vaughn, the superstar Tracy McGrady, and Gordon Jurasek. Just as the commentator was about to continue, an exclamation escaped his lips. My goodness, it's unbelievable. The outstanding Sue, who's shown in the last game, is not in the starting lineup. The coaching staff of the Magic must have lost their minds. It is truly surprising that Sue is not starting. With the commentator's astonishment echoing, the game officially commenced. Inside the Wachovia Center in Philadelphia, the fans erupted into deafening cheers. The players of the 76ers, amidst the roars, initiated their first offensive play. Suze sat on the sidelines, intently observing the unfolding match. Although he had the support of the system, he still needed to learn and absorb invaluable court experience to fully integrate the system and maximize his potential. The 76 Airs and Amp Oppo's initial strategy was straightforward: to hand the ball over to the answer Iverson, utilizing his formidable individual prowess to relentlessly attack the opposition. Whether it was a one-on-one drive to the basket, a pull-up jumper just inside the three-point line following a screen, or a quick stop from beyond the arc. Within the first 3 minutes of the game, Iverson showcased the full extent of his arsenal. Whether matched against McGrady or other defenders, Iverson was utterly unfazed. Tracy McGrady of the Magic was equally formidable, fiercely countering Iverson, as if transforming the 5-on-5 team basketball into an exhibition of extreme individualism. 5 minutes into the game, Iverson remained unstoppable, scoring efficiently with 7 points, including a perfect three-point shot and a steal. At this moment, Suze rose from the bench and approached Coach Doc Rivers. "Coach, let me on the court. I can limit Iverson," Suze asserted confidently, his gaze unwavering. Doc Rivers turned around, astonished at Suze's boldness. "Suze, do you truly have that confidence? I've employed double teams, zone defenses, and one-on-one matchups, yet none have proven effective." Rivers was somewhat troubled by Iverson's all-around skills. Suze nodded resolutely. "Coach, I can do it. Allow me to play, and if I perform poorly, you can take me out." Suze spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with determination. He understood that opportunities must be seized. The score remained exceptionally tight, with the Magic struggling to counter Iverson's prowess beyond McGrady. However, McGrady's exhaustive efforts on both ends of the court would deplete his stamina. Meanwhile, the 76ers' defensive ace, Eric Snow, clung to McGrady like chewing gum. Beyond Iverson, Keith Van Horn was also a threat from the perimeter, hitting three-pointers. While the score might appear closely contested, the Magic were, in fact, at a disadvantage. Doc Rivers pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. "All right, Suze, you can give it a try, but don't let me down." Rivers patted Suze on the shoulder. He vaguely recalled Suze's stellar defensive performance in the previous game, which motivated Rivers to grant him this opportunity. With a whistle signaling the out-of-bounds play, Suze replaced Gordon Jurasek. Clad in the Magic's number 7 jersey, Suze stepped onto the playoff stage for the first time. Gazing at the court, he locked eyes with the answer Allen Iverson, who wore number 3, igniting a fierce competitive spirit within him. Ding. Task initiated. Prevent Iverson from scoring and force him into 3 turnovers. Ding. Hidden task triggered. Freeze Iverson, ensuring his total points remain below 25. Suze recognized the formidable nature of this task. Iverson was an exceptional ball handler, making it a daunting challenge to force him into mistakes. As for freezing Iverson, it is worth noting that this season, Iverson played 48 games, averaging 26.4 points per game. In the previous round against the New Orleans Hornets, he had demonstrated an incredibly efficient performance. One could say that Iverson was a born scorer. Taking a deep breath, Suze approached Iverson's side. Despite the daunting challenge ahead, Suze's determination remained unshakable. Suze, Iverson remarked with surprise upon noticing Suze and Oppo's approach. "You know my name?" Suze was equally astonished. Despite his remarkable performance in the last game, he and T expected Iverson to remember him. Iverson shrugged. "There's news about you everywhere. It's hard not to remember your name. You performed admirably last game, especially on defense. It seems Rivers has sent you to guard me. Do you think you can stop me?" As Iverson and Oppo's words faded, he darted away like a striking serpent. Although Iverson was not tall, his speed was astonishing. On the court, he moved like a stealthy assassin, appearing unexpectedly with a gleaming blade. The Philadelphia 76ers inbound the ball, delivering it securely into Iverson's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Iverson immediately launched an offensive attack. Score. Attack. This is the creed etched in Iverson's very being. "Come on, Suze. I can assure you, no one can stop me. The only one capable of restraining me is myself." Iverson roared as he accelerated towards the paint. Chapter 9. The Serpentine Motion, the European Layup. As a superstar, Allen Iverson did not fully regard Suze. Despite the overwhelming media coverage surrounding Suze, in the eyes of the veteran Iverson, he was merely a pitiful rookie. Like an assassin on the court, Iverson charged toward the Orlando Magic's paint area, facing Suze's defense head-on. Suze's lateral movement was incredibly swift, and almost the moment Iverson initiated his move, Suze sprang into action like a leopard. In an instant, his elusive figure blocked Iverson's path. Iverson was taken aback by Suze's speed. Quickly, he altered his rhythm, executing a sudden stop followed by a deft crossover to manipulate Suze's defense and create shooting space. However, at that moment, a Hall of Fame death grip badge illuminated above Suze's head. His suffocating defense coiled around Iverson like a ferocious python. Iverson attempted to advance with the ball in his right hand. Just then, Suze pivoted to the opposite side, providing Iverson with the opportunity to break through on the right. Now was the moment. Iverson summoned all his strength, accelerating to bypass Suze and Oppo's defense. The previous tight defense had made it difficult for Iverson to breathe. Yet, as Iverson surged forward, Suze swiftly extended his long arm. By positioning his body sideways, Suze wrapped his arm around Iverson's back, effortlessly knocking the ball away from him. What a beautiful steal! The TNT commentator erupted with excitement. Simultaneously, the 76ers fans in the Wachovia Center gasped in astonishment. The ball had been stolen. Suze successfully stripped Iverson of the basketball. Iverson was startled and lunged toward the ball. However, Suze was quicker. With his longer reach, he snatched the ball from midair. T-Mac, go! Suze soared, reclaiming the basketball and simultaneously passing it toward Tracy McGrady as he flew through the air. Upon receiving the ball, McGrady dashed towards the opposing half. Seeing the swift Tracy charging forward, Suze hastily got to his feet and sprinted after him. McGrady held the ball, and the other 76ers players immediately converged on him in an attempt to stifle his advance. 3 defenders blocked McGrady's path, completely obstructing his route to the basket. This was the strategy employed by the Pistons when defending against McGrady, a pack of wolves against a tiger. Despite McGrady and Oppo's scoring prowess, facing 3 defenders left him somewhat overwhelmed. Over here, Suze, who had raced from the backcourt like a cheetah, stretched out his arms and called for the ball. Hearing the call, McGrady exerted himself, leaping high to pass the basketball over the heads of the 3 76ers defenders. Sue, attack the rim! McGrady shouted as he passed. Upon receiving the ball, Suze charged directly toward the basket, with Allen Iverson hot on his heels. Derek, block him! Iverson bellowed, determined to prevent an easy score. Derek Coleman, a seasoned veteran, smirked as he observed the agile Suze barreling towards the paint. Coleman had already established his defensive position, hands poised, awaiting Suze and Oppo's full-speed collision. If Suze was a cheetah, then Coleman was the hunter laying a trap, waiting for the inevitable catch. Given Suze and Oppo's speed, he would be unable to stop in time, inevitably committing an offensive foul. Such is the price of youth. The naive second-round rookie was bound to face consequences. Coleman thought arrogantly. But just as everyone presumed Suze would incur an offensive foul, he abruptly clasped the ball with both hands, took a large step forward with his left foot, and slowed his pace. Following that, his right foot took a large step to the right, his body elegantly maneuvering in an almost S-shaped motion, perfectly evading Coleman's position. Suze flawlessly triggered the Ginobili European step package, and simultaneously, a bronze medal-dodging finisher badge glowed above his head. Having sidestepped Coleman, Suze executed a low scoop shot with his right hand, successfully scoring 2 points for the Magic. 13-12. The Magic momentarily led by 1 point. My goodness, a serpentine step? It is hard to fathom how Suze, with such height, possesses such agile, snake-like footwork. Nice. Sue, that footwork is simply exquisite. As Suze executed the nimble European layup, the Magic and Oppo's bench erupted in jubilation. Head coach Doc Rivers clenched his fist and vigorously pumped it downwards. Beautiful. You have not disappointed my trust. Rivers' confidence in Suze grew tremendously. After completing the European layup, Suze raised his hands, pretending to hold the ball, and began to celebrate with a series of bounces, jumping side to side. There's nothing to be proud of. Rookie, the game has just begun. Coleman scolded Suze, unable to tolerate his celebratory antics. What good is your pride now? Suze shrugged nonchalantly, retorting, other than your incessant chatter, how about you try to defend me? Otherwise, you have no right to speak to me. He gestured dismissively at Coleman. Angered, Coleman silently vowed to make Suze pay during the next defensive exchange. Well done, kid. Back on their side of the court. McGrady patted Suze on the back. Not bad. Your passing skills are impressive. Receiving the ball without needing to adjust your rhythm to attack the basket directly is remarkable. Hearing the praise from his idol, Suze smiled shyly. They're coming. Keep an eye on Iverson. You did well just now. McGrady encouraged Suze, giving him a firm push. Once again, Suze positioned himself before Iverson. He spread his arms wide, resembling an invisible net that completely enveloped Iverson. Despite being faced with Suze's defense once more, Iverson remained unfazed. Shall we continue? You were fortunate last time, but this time, I shall not grant you another opportunity. With that, Iverson, holding the ball in his right hand, initiated a crossover. He executed a drag step, followed by a series of rapid crossovers, suddenly launching into his first explosive step, swiftly maneuvering the ball past Suze's side. Chapter 10. Court Judgment. The initial burst of speed from the answer was astonishingly rapid, nearly breaking through in a single stride when fully accelerated. Suze's reaction was equally swift. He swiftly sidestepped, arms extended, to firmly block Allen Iverson's path. However, as Suze moved, Iverson executed a quick retreat into a classic praying stance. Suze was acutely aware of Iverson's scoring prowess and, upon witnessing the shooting motion, he instinctively lunged forward with fervor. Given Suze and Oppo's height and wingspan, he could completely overshadow Iverson, denying him any space to shoot. You're still too inexperienced. Iverson smirked. Then, with the ball in his right hand, he launched himself towards the paint once more. With exquisite footwork, Allen and Oppo's series of crossovers combined with a shooting feint left Suze momentarily bewildered. The commentators erupted in excitement as they observed Iverson employing his signature crossover, leaving Suze in the dust. At the very moment Iverson penetrated Suze's defense, the Magic's center, Gowden, who had been stationed beneath the basket to protect it, rushed towards Iverson. Yet, Iverson remained undeterred. Without waiting for Gowden to assist, he abruptly halted and took the shot. Iverson leapt high, illuminated by the spotlight, resembling a court assassin revealing his gleaming dagger. A lethal strike without bloodshed, effortlessly scoring. That is Iverson, a quintessential scorer. But wait. Just as everyone believed Iverson had secured the basket, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, clad in blue and white, with the number 7 emblazoned on his jersey. It was Suze. Upon landing, he had sprinted towards Iverson like a cheetah. Gowden's timely defensive threat forced Iverson to settle for a jump shot. This momentary pause granted Suze the opportunity to execute a brilliant defensive play. Thwack! Suze extended his long arm and emphatically swatted the ball down from behind Iverson's head. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. How was this possible? Suze had valiantly defended, successfully completing a behind-the-back block. Goodness, this second-round rookie seems intent on proving everyone wrong. The TNT commentators were in a frenzy. The Magic's bench erupted in jubilation, all standing and fervently waving their towels to rally for Suze. After the block, Suze swiftly transitioned into a fast break. With his involvement, the Magic's offense suddenly flowed with remarkable fluidity. Their suffocating defense consistently provided opportunities for rapid counters. The two figures, Suze in jersey number 7 and McGrady in number 1, surged forward like twin blades slicing through the opposing half. Of course, the 76ers were not to be underestimated. They quickly retreated, with 3 players firmly positioned to block McGrady, denying him any chance to receive the ball or cut to the basket. They were acutely aware of McGrady's scoring abilities and knew he must not be allowed to find his rhythm. In contrast, Suze found himself unguarded. Despite his impeccable three-point shooting percentage in the last game, no one believed a second-round rookie could maintain such extraordinary precision. Now was the moment. Suze advanced to a position at the 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. He chose not to pass, instead rising for a shot just a step away from the arc. At that moment, Suze resembled the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe, fervently swinging it towards his adversaries. The basketball arced through the air with sublime grace. Simultaneously, the Hall of Fame three-point sharpshooter badge illuminated above his head. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. 16-12. The Magic scored consecutively, extending their lead to 4 points. The accolades for this achievement belonged to Suze. Well done. Doug Rivers, standing on the sidelines, gave Suze a thumbs up. This young man had finally lived up to my expectations. I must say, I have an eye for talent, Doug Rivers mused to himself. The game continued. Despite the circumstances, 76ers coach Larry Brown opted not to call a timeout. He placed his faith in Iverson and the capabilities of a superstar. Just a 4-point deficit, it was not yet time for a pause. The 76ers initiated their offense once more. However, this time, as Iverson stood before Suze with the ball, he felt an unfamiliar pang of uncertainty. This was the first time Iverson had ever experienced such a sensation. Even against the most tenacious defenders. Steady yourself. He cannot possibly defend me, Iverson repeatedly encouraged himself internally. Suze spread his arms wide, standing resolutely before Iverson, clapping vigorously. Come on. AI, let us go. Don't hesitate. Continue your attack. Suze held immense respect for Iverson, having been a fan in his past life. Yet on the court, they were adversaries, and to regard Iverson as anything less than a rival was not an option. Excellent, young man. Your courage to defend me is admirable. Of course, you performed well just now, but this time I must score. With that, Iverson passed the ball and, utilizing a series of screens, sprinted furiously across the court. After 2 unsuccessful isolation attempts, Iverson opted for a movement without the ball, seeking an open shot opportunity. This was also one of the 76 airs and oppos standard tactics. Although Iverson was an exceptional ball handler, he possessed commendable off-ball skills. Under Larry Brown and oppos' guidance, his off-ball capabilities had significantly improved. Suze pursued Iverson closely, sticking to him like chewing gum. Just as Iverson reached Van Horn, he abruptly halted, setting a stationary screen for him. Suze furrowed his brow, immediately recognizing that the 76 airs and oppos strategy had shifted. Court experience informed Suze that Iverson and oppos' movement was intended to draw defensive attention, while the real scoring opportunity lay with Van Horn. As Suze processed this, Van Horn sprang into action. The Magic player assigned to guard Van Horn stood frozen, completely oblivious to the 76 airs' tactical intentions. Without hesitation, Suze shouted to the Magic player, "Iverson is yours." He then sprinted towards the direction of Van Horn, chasing after the unfolding play. Chapter 11. Frozen AI. The players of the 76ers passed the basketball to Van Horn, their trusted sharpshooter from beyond the arc. Just as Van Horn prepared to take his shot, the agile Suze pounced like a leopard. With his long arms outstretched, he obstructed Van Horn and oppos' line of sight, denying him the opportunity to shoot. Suze and oppos' speed was astonishing, creating an almost suffocating sense of defensive pressure. The TNT commentator could not help but exclaim in awe. Seeing no chance to shoot, Van Horn swiftly passed the ball to Iverson, who was sprinting back from the baseline to the arc. Iverson's speed was unparalleled, leaving the Magic players trailing behind. With Van Horn's well-timed screen successfully blocking Iverson's pursuers, Iverson received the ball with ease. "Suze, hurry and guard AI. I've lost my position." A Magic player shouted to Suze. "Good grief. It's like being both a father and a mother," Suze thought. Recognizing the importance of his role on the defensive end, he nodded and quickly pursued Iverson. However, the 76 airs and oppos center also emerged, setting a superb screen for Iverson. Utilizing the center's pick, Iverson charged toward the basket, poised to execute an effortless layup. Just as Iverson was about to score, McGrady dashed in from the corner, attempting to block Iverson's shot. "You think you can stop me, T-Mac? Not a chance." Iverson inhaled deeply, switching the ball from his left hand to his right midair. With a beautiful reverse layup, his remarkable hang time allowed him to place the ball into the basket. "Not so fast," came a furious shout in Iverson and oppos' ear. Suze, clad in the Magic and oppos' number 7 jersey, suddenly emerged. After being blocked by the 76ers center, Suze had quickly assessed the situation and retreated inward. His keen judgment, coupled with McGrady's help, granted Suze the opportunity to contest Iverson's shot once more. With a resounding thud, Suze extended his right hand, emphatically swatting Iverson's layup against the backboard. A monumental block. Oh my. The Magic's defense is like an invisible net, completely ensnaring Iverson. The TNT commentator shouted excitedly. The Wells Fargo Center fell silent as the 76 airs and oppos fans witnessed their hero, Iverson, being thoroughly thwarted over 3 consecutive possessions. Suze and oppos' suffocating defense had truly frozen Iverson. The answer from Philadelphia could no longer provide a satisfactory response. With the ball firmly in his grasp, Suze clamped it with his left hand, raising his right arm high, and swiftly began to sway his right index finger in celebration, mimicking the iconic gesture of the legendary defender, Dikembe Mutombo. "Good grief. A second-round rookie is actually taunting us," a disgruntled fan exclaimed. "What does this punk have to be so arrogant about? He's just lucky. A worthless second-round pick." Frustrated, the Philadelphia fans near Suze unleashed a torrent of insults. Unfazed, Suze chose to dribble the ball himself into the opposing half-court, holding the ball in his right hand. He gestured with his left for his teammates to spread out. Standing before him was none other than the indomitable Iverson. Suze could see the fierce determination in Iverson and oppos' eyes. The answer was a tenacious warrior. Having been subdued for 3 possessions had ignited Iverson's fighting spirit and rekindled his unyielding confidence. Suze, recognizing Iverson's challenge, yearned for a one-on-one confrontation. What could be more exhilarating than besting one and Oppo's idol in a test of strength? Sue, you don and Oppo's play like a second-round pick. You've caught my attention. You're quite impressive. Despite his reputation, even the formidable Iverson could not help but commend Suze's performance. But you should know, I'm about to unleash my full power, Iverson replied, his expression steely, embodying the essence of an unyielding fighter. Suze chuckled, opting for no flashy dribbling. AI, trust me, this shot will sail right over your head. You cannot stop me. His eyes sparkled with determination and excitement. As Suze prepared to shoot, Iverson dashed forward. Seizing the moment, with a swift motion, Iverson intercepted the ball from Suze's hands. Good grief. I knew Iverson was capable, but I didn't expect him to snatch my pass, Sue exclaimed, realizing his oversight. Iverson seized the ball and, like a bolt of lightning, raced toward the Magic and Oppo's half-court. Hey, second-rounder, watch closely, he shouted, sprinting at full speed to shake off the Magic defenders. But in an instant, Suze, quick on his feet, snatched the ball back from behind Iverson. A counter-steal. Sue, demonstrating his keen court awareness, swiftly redeemed himself. This time, UNT stopped me. Without hesitation, Sue launched a 3-point shot. The ball arched beautifully through the air, finding its target and swishing through the net. 3 points. Suze added another score for his team. Nice, exclaimed Doug Rivers, the human coach on the sidelines, pumping his fist in excitement. The crowd erupted in cheers, exhilarated by the impressive display of steals and counterplays. Following this thrilling sequence, 76ers head coach Larry Brown called for a timeout. Chapter 12, Death and Amp. Oppo's embraced the formidable defense exhibited by Suze, coupled with the counterattacks it provoked, momentarily stifled the Philadelphia 76ers. The previously boisterous atmosphere of their home court was now eerily silent. Their superstar, Allen Iverson, found himself completely immobilized by Suze, failing to score in 3 consecutive offensive possessions. This scene left the Philadelphia fans feeling suffocated and oppressed. Well done, Sue. During the timeout, Doug Rivers firmly patted Suze on the shoulder. Young man, I never imagined you could truly contain Iverson. His offensive prowess is well known to all, and you have performed excellently. Indeed, Doug, have an eye for talent. While praising Suze, Rivers also took the opportunity to inflate his own reputation. Suze rolled his eyes in exasperation, well aware that in the first round of the playoffs against the Pistons, he had not been afforded a single minute on the court. Were it not for the garbage time in Game 7, he might never have seen any action under Rivers and Oppo's guidance. However, witnessing the human highlight reel basking in self-admiration, Suze chose not to engage in petty squabbles. Hey, fellas, listen up. Tracy McGrady seized Rivers' tactical board. We have done well defensively. Let's maintain our man-to-man defense, staunchly guarding every position and denying them easy scoring opportunities. As long as we defend successfully, we will launch counterattacks through Sue and me. As McGrady spoke, he cast a glance at Suze, who had already provided him with ample surprises as a second-round draft pick. With a fierce defense, precise three-pointers, agile speed, and keen judgment, it was no exaggeration to say that Suze was accomplishing feats that McGrady could not during the same period, particularly in the intensity of playoff competition. Actually, I have an immature idea. Suze turned his gaze to McGrady. Given that McGrady was the leader of the Magic, any proposal would require his approval. Go on, McGrady and Doug Rivers replied in unison. We could implement a 1-on-4 defensive strategy. McGrady and Doug Rivers were both taken aback. You mean a mixed defense? Doug Rivers, resting his chin on his hand, wore a serious expression. Precisely. Suze reached out and took the tactical board from McGrady. I will focus on man-to-man defense, primarily on Iverson. The remaining 4 will form a diamond shape. As Suze explained, he diligently sketched on the board. The 76ers and Oppo's offensive core was AI. If he could effectively restrict AI, allowing others to handle the ball, then their defensive strategy would succeed. Regardless of whether their fast breaks or set plays were successful, they would at least limit the opponent's scoring. In the 2002-2003 NBA season, defense was still revered. Winning a championship through defense was far from an empty statement. All right, let Oppo's give it a shot for 2 possessions. Having witnessed Suze and Oppo's defensive prowess, Doug Rivers was willing to try the approach he proposed. Were it not for Suze and Oppo's impressive performance, Rivers would hardly have acknowledged him. Yes, I support this, but if it proves ineffective in 2 possessions, we must promptly revise our defensive plan. The team and Oppo's leader, McGrady, nodded in agreement. He was willing to adopt Suze and Oppo's suggestion, primarily because of Suze's successful defense against AI. Successfully defending against Iverson 3 times in a row was an unimaginable feat for anyone else. It was such remarkable performances that allowed Suze to earn his voice during the timeout. Had it been anyone else, they would have been mercilessly criticized. With the referee and Oppo's whistle signaling the end of the timeout, both teams returned to the court. Following the timeout, the Magic immediately deployed the 1-on-4 defensive strategy. Clad in the number 7 jersey of the Magic, Suze adhered to Iverson like a piece of gum, denying him even the slightest opportunity to receive the ball. In an era that encouraged defense and physical confrontation, Suze exerted every ounce of effort, clinging tightly to AI. As long as his movements remained within acceptable limits, the referees would refrain from calling any fouls. In a series of possessions, Suze and Oppo's tenacious defense frustrated Iverson. Under Suze and Oppo's relentless pressure, Iverson struggled to receive the ball. And even when he did, his shots were rushed. With Suze and Oppo's lengthy arms interfering, he repeatedly missed. With just a minute and a half remaining in the first quarter and the score widening to a 22-15 lead for the Magic, Iverson could no longer contain himself. "Youngster, you've really angered me," he shouted at Suze. "Just watch, I will shatter your defense." During the 76ers offensive possession, Iverson's arms were ensnared by Suze. In an attempt to shake off Suze's sticky defense, Iverson pushed and shoved relentlessly. Yet, Suze remained undeterred. The 2 muscular men engaged in a physical tussle in the elbow area, which escalated to the 3-point arc. The struggle appeared suffocating. Facing Suze's defense, Iverson felt like a fish ensnared in a net, unable to escape despite desperate efforts. "Stop struggling. There and Oppo's no escape for you." Suze exerted every effort to defend against Iverson while whispering in his ear, "I respect you as a man. Just give up." There and Oppo's no shame in being contained by a 2nd-round draft pick. "Soon enough, you will take pride in being held by me." Hearing these words, Iverson felt on the verge of a breakdown. As the team's offense stagnated and he remained tightly bound by Suze, the frustration mounted. The more he battled, the more agitated he became. He was eager to score for his team and desperate to break free from Suze and Oppo's grip. "Shut your mouth, rookie. Watch how I will defeat you with this shot." Iverson, embattled by Suze and mentally rattled, found himself in a state of agitation. He exerted tremendous force, violently pushing Suze away. Just moments ago, Suze had resisted Iverson and Oppo's every shove without faltering. Yet now he fell to the ground as if he were an Oscar-winning actor performing a dramatic scene. The referee, having observed this detail, immediately blew his whistle. "Offensive foul," the referee declared, signaling the foul against Iverson. "What?" Iverson was utterly astonished. "Referee, how could that be an offensive foul? This is clearly acting." Due to the excessive movement of Iverson and Oppo's upper body, he was caught red-handed by the referee. As Suze rose from the floor, he applauded vigorously. "Beautiful. Just like that." Not content with merely cheering, he wore a triumphant grin, reveling in his cunning success. Chapter 13. Achieving the first victory with a sly smile plastered across his face. Suze incited a wave of frustration in Iverson. The memory of Suze and Oppo's incessant chatter just moments ago only fueled Iverson and Oppo's ire further. How could he allow this young man to disrupt his mental state? Suze beamed with pride, yet the arena erupted with chants of corrupt referee. He shrugged nonchalantly. After all, who could blame him for embodying the essence of an Oscar-winning actor? His performance had been nothing short of convincing. The match continued, and as time progressed, the Magic and Oppo's offense flourished under McGrady and Oppo's leadership. Iverson, locked down in a 1-on-4 defensive scheme, found himself utterly exhausted from Suze and Oppo's relentless pursuit. Even when he managed to create opportunities to shoot, his efficiency and accuracy were dismal. Before long, the final buzzer of the 4th quarter echoed through the arena. The Magic triumphed over the Philadelphia 76ers in the first game of the Eastern Conference playoffs, with a score of 99-87. Suze delivered an impressive performance, tallying 27 points. 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. His 3-point shooting was flawless, finishing 5 for 5 with an astounding 100 success rate. Meanwhile, The superstar McGrady also shone brightly, accumulating 33 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. In stark contrast, the 76ers core player, Iverson, managed a mere 21 points under Suze and Oppo's tenacious defense, with a painfully low shooting percentage. Well done, lad. Did you see AI's dejected expression? Huh, honestly. This is the first time I've seen him like this in all these years. McGrady chuckled heartily as he returned to the locker room, playfully nudging Suze with his shoulder. He had grown fond of this young brother. Suze's aggressive defense was simply captivating, particularly the one-on-4 strategy he devised, perfectly tailored to counter Iverson. Since implementing this tactic, Iverson had been completely neutralized by Suze. Suze joined in the laughter, acknowledging that the victory was a collective effort. Your exceptional zone defense disrupted the 76ers and Oppo's strategy. Otherwise, even if I had focused on Iverson, I wouldn't have been able to contain the others. Suze was modest, understanding that maintaining harmony in the locker room is crucial to a team's success. Moreover, in the presence of these seasoned players, he recognized his status as a rookie, regardless of his capabilities. Even the illustrious LeBron James had once carried the shoes of veteran Ricky Davis. Thus, Suze remained unfazed by such dynamics. All right, everyone. Tonight's performance was outstanding. Special commendation goes to Sue. He played like a warrior on the court. His relentless defense, akin to a death grip, and the fouls he drew from AI were exceptional. Great job, young man. You'll be starting in the next game. Coach Doc Rivers praised Suze, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Starting? Really? Suze's heart soared with excitement. The bench-warming experience was far from pleasant. Thank you, coach. And thank you, teammates, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Let us head to the press conference. Coach Rivers announced, inviting T-Mac and Sue to join him. As they exited the locker room, Suze activated the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing both the regular and hidden tasks. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the regular task of limiting AI's score to below 25 points, earning 10 system points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task and receiving the Axe Dunk package. Listening to the system's notifications, Suze felt a surge of joy, his face alight with excitement. He promptly accessed his badge system. 3 highlighted badges appeared: Hall of Fame 3-point shooter, Hall of Fame death grip, and bronze elusive finisher. Considering the recently acquired Axe Dunk package, he selected the contact finisher badge. Ding. Would the host like to upgrade the contact finisher badge? Without hesitation, Suze confirmed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading the bronze contact finisher badge. Ding. The contact finisher badge enhances the host's ability to finish after contact. Without further ado, Suze equipped the badge. After completing these tasks, the trio arrived at the press conference venue. It was Suze and Oppo's first time attending such an event. Unlike the previous simple post-game interview, the sight of a room filled with reporters sent a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, he spotted a few fellow compatriots from Longwa, which alleviated his tension somewhat. Let the questioning commence, Rivers stated stiffly as they took their seats. As soon as he spoke, a camera zoomed in on McGrady, the star of the Magic, who was promptly asked the first question. The reporters posed simple inquiries, and McGrady, dressed sharply, responded effortlessly. When a reporter inquired about the key to their victory that night, McGrady instinctively glanced towards Suze on his right. Certainly, it was Sue. As the team leader, McGrady was gracious, attributing the win to Suze's efforts in neutralizing Iverson, preventing him from making an impact. McGrady nudged Suze, his face beaming with a blend of trust and admiration. All right, may I invite Sue to answer a few questions? McGrady shrugged. Of course. I can hardly wait for the spotlight to shine on my young brother. He truly deserves it. McGrady's words elicited laughter among the crowd. Hey, Sue. How does it feel to take the stage in the playoffs and turn the tide? You're already a recognized figure. What is it like to be in the limelight? A reporter queried. Suze shrugged nonchalantly. It doesn't feel any different. No one approaches me on the street asking for autographs, nor does anyone greet me. I merely help the team secure a victory, just like always. His response was calm, devoid of the aggression he had displayed during previous post-game interviews, leaving the reporters momentarily taken aback. Okay, Sue, I watched your previous post-game interview, and I expected you wouldn't handle this one well, a reporter jested. Indeed. If it's about equality and respect, I have no reason to refuse an interview. Just remember, I'm not just a kid from Huaxia. My name is Suze. Chapter 14. For in the morning, Watching and practicing basketball after a few interviews, the press conference for the Magic concluded. Thanks to a brilliant defense against the 76ers. Suze's name once again graced the front page of the country sports news. Upon returning to the hotel where the team was staying, Suze received a call from his mother, who was far away in long country. Seeing the familiar, yet distant number, memories of life outside the basketball court flooded his mind. In this life, Suze had been adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Sue, who treated him as their own son. Aside from him, they had a biological daughter, 3 years his junior, who was currently studying at a university in Orlando. "Hello, Mom," Suze answered the phone. Although the woman on the other end existed only in his memories, a wave of warmth surged within him. "Son, I watched your game, and I knew my son was the best," came Mrs. Sue and Oppo's excited voice. Suze couldn't and Oppo's help but smile bashfully, his lips curling into a slight grin. "Mom, it was just okay." "What do you mean just okay? It was absolutely amazing, wasn't it?" Mrs. Sue exclaimed, her pride evident. "Let me tell you, ever since you helped that Magic team turn the tide, your father has been strutting around, boasting about you to his old friends." Mrs. Sue continued, her excitement infectious. Listening to her, Suze's smile widened, envisioning his father's proud demeanor, despite never having met them. The feeling of being quietly observed and cared for by his adoptive parents endeared them to him profoundly. "Play well and make us proud, not just for Mom and Dad, but for yourself too. Let those so-called scouts see that my son deserves to be the first pick." Like most parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sue believed their son was the brightest star. "Haha, Mom, I will do my best. But it's getting late, and I need to rest for tomorrow's training." Suze chuckled, feeling the warmth of familial love. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. All right, you get some rest. I won't disturb you any longer." After a few more reminders from Mrs. Sue, she finally hung up. Early the next morning, there was a knock on Suze's door. Before he could react, he heard Tracy McGrady's voice from outside. "Sue, little brother, wake up. We're off to training." McGrady and Oppo's voice, though not loud, resonated sharply in the stillness of the morning. Suze glanced at the clock. It was only 4 a.m. Who said McGrady didn't work hard? He was training at this hour too. It was only Kobe who trained at dawn. McGrady did as well. Muttering to himself, Suze quickly dressed and exited his room. "Don't oversleep. Get up early to train and maintain your competitive edge," McGrady said, raising his right hand and playfully punching Suze's chest. "Let us go. Today my trainer has brought in some impressive players. I heard there are even some beautiful players among them," McGrady said, slinging his arm around Suze's shoulder. Suze rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Are we training or just going to gawk?" McGrady, an experienced veteran, immediately caught the double entendre. With a mischievous grin, he replied, "Only kids make choices. Adults want it all." Suze couldn't help but smile back, appreciating McGrady's playful nature. After a quick breakfast, they swiftly arrived at the training facility. Upon entering, Suze spotted Allen Iverson in training gear. "Huh? AI's here too?" Suze wondered, perplexed. "Aren't training sessions supposed to be separate for the teams?" McGrady chuckled, explaining, "It's not formal training time yet, so the gym is open for everyone. AI can join too." Suze nodded, understanding. "What about your trainer? The other talented players you mentioned? Look over there. My cousin Carter is right there. Did you see him? And the beautiful player standing beside him is the only female player I invited for training." McGrady pointed to the other half of the court. Suze's eyes widened in surprise. The legendary 4 shooting guards had already gathered 3, with one still in Los Angeles preparing for the second round of the playoffs. However, what astonished Suze even more was that the beautiful player McGrady mentioned was none other than his own sister, Sue. He never imagined that his adoptive parents and Oppo's biological daughter would also be a basketball talent. Even from a distance, Suze could see Sue in her fitted sports attire, perfectly accentuating her S-shaped curves. As if sensing his gaze, Sue looked over at Suze and McGrady. "Hey," McGrady waved enthusiastically. At just 24, McGrady was at an age where he relished interaction with beautiful women. Suze wasn't surprised by McGrady's reaction. "Come on, what are you waiting for? Let us go watch the practice, train," McGrady urged, maintaining his composure as the team leader. Suze followed McGrady over. "Sister, long time no see." Suze greeted Sue somewhat shyly, recalling how she used to bully him in their childhood. "Sister?" McGrady exclaimed, astonished. "Sue, she's your sister?" Suze simply nodded in acknowledgement. "Unbelievable. This is absolutely insane. McGrady exclaimed, still in shock. Suing smirked and beckoned Suze with her finger. Little Sue, come here. I have something to tell you. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked toward the sidelines. Sighing in resignation, Suze followed. He was well aware of his sister's domineering nature. She was decisive and authoritative. Any defiance would result in a swift reprimand. With the memories of his past intact, Suze knew well how formidable his sister could be, so he obediently trailed behind her. Chapter 15. Special Mission. The performance in the 2 playoff games was quite impressive. Look at you, moving across the court like a cheetah, quite unlike the poor athletic abilities I had imagined. Suing crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Suze chuckled with pride. Of course, despite being a late second-round pick, my skills are undoubtedly top-notch. He displayed no reluctance to show his pride. Suing rolled her eyes at him. I specifically flew over from Orlando and even invited Vince Carter through my teacher. So, are you interested in accepting my challenge? As Suze's sister, Suing was equally astonished by her brother's remarkable performance. In her memory, Suze had always been a basketball player with decent static talent. Yet when it came to athletic prowess, she couldn't and oppose, help but feel unimpressed. This was precisely why she had always had the upper hand over him since childhood. If you can't oppose, even compete with your older sister in basketball, you're bound to be bullied mercilessly. A challenge? Suze scratched the back of his head. Sis you. Before he could finish, Suing interrupted him. Who were you calling old? Su Ying's eyes widened, her expression a mix of feigned anger. Suze was taken aback. A familiar wave of dread washed over him, buried deep within his memories. He quickly flashed a conciliatory smile. I and oppose, am old, I and oppose, am old. My sister is youthful and radiant, forever young. He wiped away a bead of cold sweat, knowing well not to provoke women, especially beautiful ones. To suggest a woman was aging was akin to playing with fire. Suing rolled her eyes, muttering, that's more like it. The challenge I propose is for you to face Vince Carter in a one-on-one American-style duel. The rules are strict, no more than 3 dribbles. And you must complete your offense within 10 seconds. Such constraints test the individual abilities of the players. Suing invited Carter for this duel not only to see if her brother had truly experienced a qualitative leap in physicality, but also to help him elevate his basketball skills, ensuring he could better establish himself in the NBA. Unbeknownst to Suing, Suze possessed the basketball emperor system, which granted him extraordinary enhancements in both skills and physicality. All right, sis, what happens if I win? Suze asked with a beaming smile. Suing placed a hand on his shoulder. Simple. The usual rule. I'll be waiting for you in my hotel room. What? Suze was taken aback. This is too stimulating. Memories of Suing teasing him flooded his mind. Of course, he never dared to entertain any illicit thoughts. Each time she made such a remark, he would flee in embarrassment. Haha, look at you, all timid and frightened. What are you thinking? Don't forget, I'm a graduate student specializing in medicine. I could use medical means to help you with physical therapy. Suing wore a sly smile, reveling in her successful teasing. Suze finally relaxed, contemplating how exhilarating it might be to practice basketball with such a stunning beauty. Ahem, fine, sis, I accept your challenge. He quickly diverted the conversation back to basketball. Aren't you curious about your punishment if you lose? Suing looked at him with a grin. Suze shrugged. Don't worry, I won't lose. He glanced at Vince Carter, who was chatting amiably with Tracy McGrady, his gaze resolute. Hey, young man, boasting ISN and oppose, wise you know. Suing kindly reminded him. Vince's capabilities are well recognized. Do not underestimate him. Otherwise, don't come crying to me if you lose. Yet Suze replied confidently, rest assured. Just watch me handle Vince. His words were audacious, but such arrogance required backing. Clearly, Suze possessed that very confidence. All right, enough boasting. Let us head over to the court. The match will be decided by a score of 10 points. Suing beckoned him and then made her way towards the basketball court, with Suze following closely behind. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a special mission. As Suze walked towards the court, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Special mission? What could it entail? He instinctively inquired. Beep. Special mission. Win the one-on-one duel against Carter. So simple? Suze chuckled. It felt like a reward bestowed upon him. He held firm confidence in his ability to triumph over Carter. Facing a formidable opponent was not daunting. Losing the belief in victory was. Beep. Special mission condition 1. Allow Carter to score 5 points first. Beep. Special mission condition 2. Let Carter initiate the offense first. What? This is excessive. Suze was taken aback. The difficulty of the special mission had suddenly increased significantly. Although he was confident in defeating Carter, it was predicated on both players starting from the same point. But now, having to concede 5 points right from the beginning was akin to digging his own grave. Carter was one of the league and Oppos as top shooting guards, renowned for his scoring ability and commendable defensive skills. At this moment, he was in his prime, facing a peak Carter. Allowing him to score 5 points and initiate the offense meant deliberately setting a trap for himself. Beep. The host need not be alarmed. The rewards for the special mission are substantial. That's more like it. Otherwise, I might just strangle you. Suze rolled his eyes, clearly displeased. Beep. System prompt. Strangling the system is simple. The host merely needs to bang his head against a wall. Beep. However, the host would also suffer severe injury and potentially perish. Suze sighed, rolling his eyes again. You pesky system, you're really bound to me. Aren't you? Now tell me, what is the doubled reward? Beep. The host should refrain from speaking disrespectfully. Otherwise, the system will self-destruct. You insolent system. You dare threaten me? As a proud citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, how could I be intimidated by a mere system? Beep. The system is magnanimous and chooses to forgive the host. The system, startled by Suze's fervor, became notably more compliant. Beep. Reward announcement. If the host wins, he will receive 50 badge points, along with an exclusive action pack. Beep. Please proceed to the new match to claim your rewards. Chapter 16. Allow me 5 points. Suze approached the basketball court, where Carter and McGrady, the cousin duo, were engaged in lively conversation. Hey, did you see? I have a powerful new ally, McGrady exclaimed, pointing at the approaching Suze, his face alight with excitement. This year, I'm aiming for the championship. Don't be too envious, my friend, he added with a sense of pride. Suze's sudden emergence had significantly bolstered McGrady's confidence in clinching the title. Suze and Oppos' remarkable prowess on both offense and defense piqued McGrady and Oppos' interest in the 19-year-old, a second-round draft pick from the Dragon Country. This was precisely why McGrady had awakened Suze early to practice together. Honestly, I feel a bit envious, Carter admitted, casting a covetous glance at Suze as he approached. Hey, Vince, how and Oppos, is your preparation going? Are we ready for a friendly match? Suing cheerfully inquired of Carter. Her unique Eastern beauty compelled Carter to steal a few more glances at her. Of course, Coach Steven invited me to join you, Carter replied gallantly. Thank you. My younger brother is also ready, Suing said, glancing back at Suze, who appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any signs of nervousness. As Suze stood before Carter, he did not harbor the same fanatical admiration for him as he did for AI, McGrady, or Mamba. Nonetheless, Suze held great respect for Carter's dunking prowess and his humble demeanor. Hello, Vince, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you'll go easy on me. Suze greeted humbly. Carter chuckled heartily. I and Oppos, VE senior games. Your defense is fierce yet clean, and your three-point shooting is lethal, truly a cold-blooded scorer. Don't hold back. Suze's humility earned him Carter's goodwill. However, the next moment, Suze and Oppos' word sent shockwaves through the group. All right, let us get started. I'll give you 5 points and let you serve first, Suze said with a smile, a seemingly casual remark that ignited a storm of disbelief. What nonsense are you speaking? Carter frowned, incredulity etched on his face. Give me 5 points? Do you look down on me? As one of the league and Oppos' top stars. Carter was incensed by Suze and Oppos' statement. The slight goodwill he had felt moments ago evaporated in an instant. McGrady quickly seized Suze. Buddy, what are you saying? Giving my cousin 5 points means you've already lost half the game. McGrady grimaced at Suze. Just moments ago, he had been praising Suze in front of Carter. But he didn't want Suze to suffer a humiliating defeat. McGrady was well aware of his cousin's capabilities, and although Suze was impressive, conceding 5 points would undoubtedly hand Carter a significant advantage. Even Su-ing was taken aback. She reached out to touch Suze's forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? What are you talking about? Giving 5 points? Are you overly confident, little brother? She rolled her eyes, thinking her brother had lost his senses. I'm serious, Suze shrugged, maintaining his calm demeanor. It and Oppos' just 5 points. It's not much. To Carter. Suze and Oppos' nonchalance was the epitome of arrogance. A mere second-round pick, having played only 2 commendable games, dared to act so presumptuously. It was enough to infuriate anyone. Very well. You've successfully provoked me. Carter jabbed a finger at Suze. You're in for it now. I will make you lose embarrassingly. Although Carter was usually gentle and humble, he could not tolerate such provocation, especially from a second-round rookie. You truly know no balance. I will teach you a harsh lesson and give you a severe thrashing. Carter and Amp, Oppos' eyes glinted with ferocity, his demeanor menacing. Yet, Suze remained unfazed, laughing lightly. All right, let us see how you intend to kick my backside. But if you lose, don't claim I bullied you, he quipped mischievously. What? Carter erupted in fury. This kid clearly underestimated him. As the star player of his team and one of the league's premier scorers, how could he be disdained by a mere rookie? Carter fumed. Yelling at Suze, listen up. Let us make a bet. If I can't shut you out, you can dictate any terms you wish. But if I win, you must immediately apologize and run 100 laps around the court. Fueled by anger, Carter was determined to defeat Suze swiftly. Suze nodded with a smile. Sounds good. Can we start now? He asked cheerfully. Carter's thunderous voice had drawn the attention of Iverson, who had been training on the other side of the gym. Temporarily abandoning his practice, Iverson wandered over to witness the one-on-one duel between Carter and Suze. The game commenced, with Carter taking the first offensive move. In this American-style one-on-one, Carter had only 3 dribbles and 10 seconds to complete his attack. Carter pressed his lips together, his eyes ablaze with fury. He swiftly dribbled the ball, mustering all his strength, and attempted to break past Suze with a lightning-quick first step. Yet, at that moment, Suze's Hall of Fame death grip activated. He stretched his long arms, sticking closely to Carter like elastic. 1 dribble. 2 dribbles. Carter's plan to exploit his speed was thwarted by Suze's quick lateral movement and tenacious defense. On the 3rd dribble, Carter feigned a pause before swiftly retreating, hoping to create space for a shot by altering his rhythm. Suze, ever vigilant, quickly sensed Carter was about to shoot. He lunged forward, extending his arms high, aiming to block Carter's shot. You're still too inexperienced, Carter taunted. Although he had the ball, his pivot foot remained planted. With Suze leaping past him, Carter suddenly took a large step forward, maneuvering around Suze to gain a clear shooting lane. Utilizing a feint and exquisite footwork, Carter eluded Suze, and the hoop before him appeared as expansive as the ocean. This shot was a guaranteed score. A triumphant smile crept onto Carter's face as he confidently released the ball. Just then, a large hand surged towards the basketball, resolutely aiming to intercept it. Chapter 17, The Dragon Kingdom. The elusive step fence. Carter skillfully utilized feints and his adept footwork, sending Suze soaring into the air. As Suze hurled himself upward, Carter seized the opportunity to shoot. Yet, Carter underestimated the situation. Although Suze was airborne, he extended his long arm behind him, effectively blocking Carter's shot with an impressive rejection. Oh, what a beautiful block! Exclaimed Tracy McGrady from the sidelines, unable to contain his astonishment. Allen Iverson also expressed his surprise, envious of Suze and Amp, Oppos' innate physical gifts. With a resounding swat, Suze sent the basketball crashing down from Carter and Amp, Oppos' grasp, thwarting Carter and Amp, Oppos' offensive attempt and depriving him of a prime scoring opportunity. Damn, Carter muttered under his breath upon landing, his face etched with regret. He realized he had been too impatient. Perhaps if he had waited, the outcome might have been different. Vince, and Oppos, it's my turn now. You've missed your chance, Suze proclaimed with an air of confidence. The utmost respect for one's opponent is to exert every effort to secure victory. Don't celebrate too soon. I will show you what true ruthlessness is, Carter responded, passing the ball back to Suze as the game resumed. Instead of dribbling, Suze employed the triple threat position, deftly shifting to manipulate Carter's defensive stance. After a few feints, he executed a shooting fake. Aware of Suze's remarkable three-point shooting ability from having watched games featuring the Magic, Carter instinctively stepped forward, arms outstretched to disrupt the shot. Perfect. Now, Suze, with keen court awareness, swiftly transitioned from the shooting fake into a probing step with his right foot, creating the illusion of a drive. Noticing Suze abandon the shot for a drive, Carter instinctively retreated half a step. This minor concession granted Suze the space he needed to shoot. Swish. Suze released a three-point shot that arced gracefully through the air before settling into the net. Simultaneously, the badge of Hall of Fame three-point shooter illuminated above Suze and Oppos' head. Oh wow, that's impressive, McGrady remarked, clearly impressed. He didn't hesitate to remind Carter. Hey man, watch out. Suze's three-point shot is exceptionally strong. You need to be cautious. As Suze scored, Iverson squinted, re-evaluating this late second-round pick from the Dragon Kingdom. Draft position does not dictate everything. Prowess on the court ultimately prevails. There are many players who have defied expectations from the second round. Iverson silently considered that he may have underestimated Suze's capabilities. Not bad, but I want to allow you another opportunity like that. I'm on the offensive now. In American 1v1 play, the scoring player initiates the next possession, allowing the opponent to mount an attack. Carter received Suze and Oppo's pass and immediately sought to regain momentum. This time, however, Suze intercepted the ball, preventing any effective offensive play from materializing. It seems I must take charge of the offense after all. I won and amp. Oppo's hold back. Suze chuckled. Carter snorted in response, come on, give it your all. Carter passed the ball back to Suze, his eyes burning with competitive spirit. Clearly, Suze's relaxed demeanor only fueled Carter's determination. What do you think my next move will be, a shot or a drive? Without a moment's hesitation, Suze charged into the paint. Standing at 210 centimeters, he towered over Carter, who was 198 centimeters tall, a full 12 centimeters difference. If he could penetrate the interior, Suze could easily leverage his height to overpower Carter. With one dribble, then another, Suze positioned himself at the free throw line and began a Eurostep layup. His long limbs allowed him to elevate the ball high above his head, and with a substantial stride, he stepped right. Attempting to challenge the rim? You won't succeed. Carter braced himself, gathering his core strength to withstand Suze's advance. But unexpectedly, Suze feinted left, stepping across with his left leg to evade Carter entirely. This sudden defensive lapse left Carter astonished. In today's league, the Eurostep is not a common weapon in players' arsenals. The ability to maneuver such fluidly and effectively mislead a defender was rare. As Carter stood in disbelief, the badge of bronze dodging finisher appeared above Suze and Oppo's head, and he flawlessly triggered the exclusive Eurostep layup animation of Manu Ginobili. Sleek as a serpent and reminiscent of the elusive step, Suze effortlessly bypassed Carter's defense. Extending his long arms, he executed a low scoop shot, sending the basketball smoothly through the hoop. Look at that. My little brother is so agile. McGrady exclaimed, visibly excited. He had known from the start that Suze was exceptional. After just 2 games, McGrady was eager to befriend him. This kid is definitely someone I can get along with. As McGrady animatedly spoke, mimicking the act of dribbling and swaying from side to side, Suze glanced over. Her expression a mixture of surprise and admiration. Her previous impression of Suze had been that, while he possessed remarkable static talent, his athleticism and basketball skills were somewhat rudimentary. In this era, players like Suze, who exhibited such versatility and unpredictability, were often overlooked. Strength and speed seemed inadequate, and basketball skills were scarcely acknowledged. However, his recent plays, particularly the exquisite layup, had completely transformed Suze and Oppo's perception of him. What kind of footwork is that? Carter was equally astonished. Such fluidity and footwork was a rarity on the basketball court. Aside from Ginobili, Carter had never witnessed another player execute such techniques with such finesse. From the Dragon Kingdom, the elusive step, Suze declared without hesitation, winking at Carter. The elusive step? Carter mused, intrigued. Is it perhaps a form of Dragon Kingdom martial arts? Suze shrugged. Perhaps one could say that. After all, no one had officially named the Eurostep layup. Even Ginobili, who frequently employed it, had not designated a title for the move. Suze felt no hesitance in coining a name for this unique layup technique. Moreover, people from the United States and around the world held a profound admiration for Dragon Kingdom martial arts. Suze was more than willing to add a vibrant stroke to the legacy of Dragon Kingdom martial arts. All right, let us go again. Carter seized the basketball, launching into a new offensive round. Chapter 18. Take Me as Your Master. The clash between Suze and Carter was nothing short of spectacular. Especially with Suze's unwavering focus, his suffocating defense rendered Carter utterly unable to score. Conversely, Suze utilized his precise three-point shooting and astonishing hesitation dribble to repeatedly secure points. In just a few exchanges, Suze's score surged to 9 points, while Carter remained stagnant at 5. As Suze deftly thwarted yet another of Carter and Oppo's attacks with his height and wingspan, Allen Iverson on the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim in awe, crazy. Iverson, astonished, expressed his admiration for Suze. Although Suze's offensive repertoire was limited, his defensive prowess was truly remarkable. It seemed that Suze and Oppo's ability to remain composed during the first match of the second-round series was no mere coincidence. While Iverson marveled, Suze seized the ball, initiating the final offensive play of the game. What manner of attack should I employ to conclude this match? Rather than launching an immediate assault, Suze cradled the basketball in his right hand, casting a glance towards his sister, Suing. Sister, do you think a three-pointer would be more impressive, or should I drive for the finish? Suze asked, his demeanor relaxed, even his eyes brimming with mirth. Suing shook her head in resignation. I believe a three-pointer would be best. Suze and Amp, Oppo's precision from beyond the arc left Suing astounded. In an era that did not particularly celebrate the three-point shot, Suze and Amp, Oppo's accuracy was undeniably striking. Very well, I shall heed my sister and Amp, Oppo's advice. He winked at her before turning his attention back to Carter. My sister has decreed that I shall end the game with a three-pointer. Vince, I am about to shoot. As Suze's words hung in the air, he smoothly transitioned into a shooting motion. Aware of Suze's three-point capabilities, Carter felt an immediate surge of tension as he saw Suze prepare to shoot. With explosive force, Carter leapt towards Suze. Haha, did you think I was going for the three? In truth, I intend to drive. Suze feigned a shot, then deftly maneuvered around Carter, sprinting past him on the left side. Carter, striving to maintain his balance, pursued Suze, who remained composed. At the moment Carter lunged to recover, Suze executed a sudden stop coupled with a retreating step, creating ample space for his shot. However, contrary to expectations, Carter did not tumble to the ground. His body control was exceptional. As Suze stepped back to take his shot, Carter halted, leaping off both feet to contest Suze's attempt. Behold, I am still shooting the three. Suze and Amp, Oppo's gaze was resolute as he combined the retreat with a clean three-point attempt. Carter, too, soared through the air, attempting to use his jumping ability to disrupt Suze and Amp, Oppo's shot. Unfortunately, with the shooting space already established, Suze, armed with his height and reach, launched a step-back three-pointer effortlessly. The basketball soared from Suze's fingertips, gliding through the air toward the hoop. Swish. The sound of the ball brushing against the net echoed as it found its mark, nothing but net. With Carter and Amp, Oppo's defense in tow, Suze and Amp, Oppo's step-back three-pointer sealed the game. Carter turned in despair towards the basket. He had given his all in defense, yet it was ultimately no match for Suze's sharpshooting. The sheer innate talent allowed Suze to disregard any defensive effort. You are indeed formidable, I concede, Carter sighed in resignation. On the sidelines, Tracy McGrady rushed onto the court, exclaiming, Haha, brother, that was impressive. You let me have a 5-point lead and still triumphed over my cousin. Your skills are commendable. While speaking, McGrady playfully punched Suze on the chest. Haha, to be honest, Vince was being generous, Suze replied modestly. Having emerged victorious, Suze maintained his humility, ensuring Carter did not feel unduly embarrassed, for they had no animosity between them. Sue, you are truly remarkable. I need to reevaluate your defense, Iverson interjected, brandishing a camera he had procured from who knows where. You all continue. I shall return to study the footage, determined to prepare for the second playoff game. AI intended to analyze Suze and Amp, Oppo's defensive habits thoroughly in hopes of overcoming him in their next encounter. Now, it was time to fulfill the wager. Once AI departed, Suze grinned mischievously at Carter. Carter's cheeks twitched in disbelief. I keep my word. Feel free to propose any condition. Carter accepted his defeat without any signs of evasion. Suze pondered, his eyes darting around. How about you take me as your master? I can teach you the hesitation dribble. It wouldn't, and Amp, Oppo's, be a loss for you. Suze chuckled. What? Carter and Amp, Oppo's expression morphed into one of shock. T-Mac burst into laughter beside him. Oh, this is too thrilling. Cousin, you taking Sue as your mentor is absolutely hilarious. McGrady laughed uncontrollably, tears beginning to form at the corners of his eyes. Suing gazed at Suze in astonishment. Suze, are you serious? She asked, her disbelief palpable. It was important to note that Vince Carter was a highly coveted star in the current league, the reigning dunk champion. The idea of Carter taking Suze as his mentor was utterly outrageous. Without hesitation, Suze nodded. Of course, I am serious. A wager is a wager. Taking me as your master would not be a loss. The hesitation dribble, Vince, doesn't it pique your interest? Suze raised an eyebrow, nudging Carter playfully with his shoulder. You wouldn't dare back out now, would you? But it's all right. There are no outsiders here. If you refuse, I can do nothing. But as a true league superstar, how could you bear to deceive a second-round rookie like me? Carter's expression darkened. Clenching his teeth, he finally relented. Okay. I keep my word. I accept my defeat. Carter conceded, pinching his nose. Suze extended his hand, giving Carter and Amp, Oppos, S shoulder a hearty clap. You see, that's the spirit. Being my apprentice will not be a disadvantage. Isn't the hesitation dribble impressive? If you use it on the court, you could win over a whole new legion of admirers. Suze approached, draping an arm around Carter and Amp, Oppos, S shoulder, wearing a cheeky grin. Chapter 19. The second match commences according to the latest reports. NBA superstar Vince Carter has been defeated in a one-on-one training session by the Orlando Magic and Oppos' rookie, Suze. In a stunning revelation, Carter, starting with a 5-point disadvantage, was overwhelmed by Suze, who triumphed with a score of 10-0. Reliable sources indicate that Vince Carter has taken Suze, the Magic's late second-round draft pick, under his wing to learn the elusive Dragon Country Euro step. As the Philadelphia 76ers and the Orlando Magic prepare for the second game of their playoff series, the news surrounding Suze has taken the sports world by storm. Various media platforms have circulated video footage of the one-on-one match between Suze and Carter, showcasing Suze and Amp, Oppos' remarkable agility as he repeatedly dismantles Carter and Amp, Oppos' defense with his deft footwork. Dressed in his training attire, Suze casually smiled as he warmed up, amused by the buzz surrounding him, which was largely fueled by his older sister, Suing. In her quest to help him gain notoriety, she disseminated these sensational stories. After executing a 3-point shot, Suze activated his system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a special task and earning 50 badge points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a special task and acquiring Darren Williams and Amp, Oppos' signature double crossover move. Following his victory over Carter, Suze refrained from hastily redeeming his rewards in the system. Instead, he opted to wait until the second game commenced, intending to catch his opponents off guard. The double crossover move is exceptionally practical, unassuming yet devastatingly effective. Upon hearing about the system reward, Suze felt a surge of excitement. Recalling memories from his previous life, he recognized that Darren Williams was a formidable force, renowned for his straightforward yet highly effective double crossover that often left defenders in disarray. Dubbed the ankle breaker, it was a quintessential tool in his arsenal. Glancing at his badge points and current badges, Suze noted he possessed 50 badge points. The badges were categorized into 4 sections. In the finishing badge area, he held the bronze relentless finisher. In the shooting badge area, he boasted the Hall of Fame 3-point shooter. In the defensive badge area, he had the Hall of Fame clamps. In addition to these 3 badges, Suze also possessed the Ginobili Euro Step Move Pack, the Tomahawk Dunk Move Pack, and the Darren Williams Double Crossover Move Pack. After a brief review, he immediately examined the points required for upgrading each badge. Upgrading from bronze to silver required 30 points. Silver to gold demanded 80 points, and gold to Hall of Fame necessitated 160 points. Pondering these requirements, he was taken aback to discover a basketball emperor level above Hall of Fame, which required an astonishing 300 points. Despite his surprise at the upgrade costs, Suze was confident that with swift and efficient task completion, accumulating these points would be within his grasp. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to enhance the badge in his playmaking category to improve his dribbling skills. The ankle breaker badge was imperative. While he possessed 3-point shooting ability, he lacked the flamboyant dribbling skills needed to effortlessly penetrate defenses. With a decisive thought, he activated the ankle breaker badge. Ding! System notification. Does the host wish to spend 10 points to activate the ankle breaker badge? Activate. Suze promptly spent 10 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. You have obtained the bronze ankle breaker badge. Ding! The bronze ankle breaker badge slightly enhances the host and Amp, Oppos' ability to elude defenders. With 40 points remaining, he spent 30 to elevate the bronze ankle breaker badge to silver. Ding! Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Checking his remaining 10 points, he turned his attention to the finishing badge area. This is it. He selected a badge. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 10 points to activate the bronze dunk specialist badge. Ding! The dunk specialist badge slightly enhances the host and Amp, Oppos' dunking ability, especially when combined with certain basic dunk moves. Ding! The host's Tomahawk Dunk Move Pack can now be activated. Upon receiving the system notification, Suze noticed that the previously dim Tomahawk Dunk move had now brightened. Quite splendid, he chuckled to himself. Just then, the renowned coach Doc Rivers approached, playfully patting Suze on the shoulder. Startled, Suze quickly closed the system. Ah, coach, it's nothing. Just thrilled to be starting today. This is my first time on the starting lineup, and especially in the playoffs. Suze's response was entirely reasonable. As a late second-round pick, to ascend to the starting lineup in his rookie season, especially after not seeing any court time in the first 6 playoff games, was indeed exhilarating. Young man, maintaining excitement and determination is commendable. However, too much enthusiasm might hinder your focus during the game. Strive to remain composed. You've already proven yourself. So continue to press forward. Tonight, you bear the responsibility of defending against their star player, Allen Iverson. Doc Rivers, known for his motivational prowess, was quick to instill confidence in Suze. Although somewhat exasperated, Suze nodded with a smile. Rest assured, coach. I'll lock down AI just as I did in the last game. Despite Suze and Oppo's confidence, Doc Rivers remained somewhat apprehensive. You performed admirably last game, but do not underestimate your opponent, especially an MVP-caliber player. After imparting a few final words of wisdom, Doc Rivers moved on to motivate the other players with his signature encouragement. As warm-up time swiftly came to a close and the arena's DJ announced the players, both teams officially took the court. Look, there are no significant changes in the starting lineups. The only alteration is the inclusion of Suze, the late second-round pick from the Dragon Country, who has now been elevated to the starting position. The excitement in the commentator and Oppo's voice was palpable. For a second-round pick to captivate the coaching staff in such a short span on this grand stage was indeed a remarkable feat. On the court, wearing the Magic and Oppo's number 7 jersey, Suze seamlessly positioned himself beside AI. The second game of the playoff series was about to commence. Chapter 20. Embracing change. Are you once again taking the defensive lead against me? Allen Iverson's gaze fell upon the tall and athletic Suze beside him, his eyes brimming with expectation and competitive spirit. After yesterday and Oppo's training, Iverson had meticulously analyzed Suze and Oppo's defensive habits and techniques. He discovered that Suze and Oppo's defense was quite strategic. He would intentionally control his right-hand drive, thereby relinquishing his left-hand approach. Furthermore, his off-ball defense exerted considerable pressure. Hence, Iverson resolved to initiate more ball-handling attacks during this match, particularly from the left side. Suze smiled down at Iverson. The stark contrast in their heights produced a charming juxtaposition. Indeed, the coach designated me as the defensive specialist of our team, specifically tasked with guarding you. AI, are you ready? My objective for this game is to apply relentless pressure on you. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have secured a starting position. Ding. Task initiated. Freeze Iverson. Limit AI and Oppo's scoring to under 25 points. And maintain a shooting percentage below 35. As Suze communicated with the AI, a system task echoed in his mind. This mission posed a greater challenge than the previous one, as it included the additional stipulation of controlling shooting efficiency. While restricting AI and Oppo's scoring was relatively straightforward. If Iverson's efficiency soared, maintaining a shooting percentage below 35 would prove exceedingly difficult. Taking a deep breath, Suze concluded that the most effective strategy would be to minimize Iverson and Oppo's opportunities to handle the ball. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the basketball soared into the air. The centers from both teams leaped for the tip-off, with the 76ers securing possession and promptly passing the ball to Iverson. Everyone spread out. Iverson gestured for his teammates to clear the space as he dribbled past half-court, positioning himself at a 45-degree angle on the left side of the three-point line. Going for a one-on-one right from the start? This is clearly an aggressive offensive approach, Suze reminded himself. In their previous encounter, Iverson had struggled against Suze and Oppo's defense, primarily because he had not studied Suze's defensive style, and his teammates had helped tire him out before Suze took the floor. However, today, facing a fully energized Iverson right from the outset, Suze knew he must remain vigilant. As Suze contemplated this, Iverson commenced his offensive maneuver. With flashy dribbling, he deftly manipulated Suze's defensive positioning. Suddenly, with the ball in his right hand, Iverson took a powerful step, executing a hesitation move that caught Suze off guard. Instinctively, Suze leaned to his left, attempting to thwart Iverson and Oppo's right-hand drive. Watch closely, kid. Iverson smirked, swiftly shifting direction and transferring the ball to his left hand, propelling himself forward with explosive speed. With the ball in his left hand, Iverson darted past Suze on the opposite side, moving with lightning speed. Suze was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Iverson had outsmarted him this time. Nevertheless, he refused to concede defeat, pivoting and sprinting after Iverson. As his teammate approached to assist, Suze shouted urgently, "Back off. No need for help. The AI is mine." With the agility of a cheetah, Suze pursued Iverson closely. Iverson abruptly slowed down and executed a sudden stop, causing Suze to collide into him. Seizing the moment, Iverson leaped to shoot, releasing the ball mid-air while precariously balancing himself. Simultaneously, the referee and Oppo's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Suze. Despite the call, Suze leapt high and managed to swat the basketball away just as it slipped from Iverson's fingers. Iverson, displaying cunning, had clearly noticed Suze's pursuit and cleverly induced a foul during the shot. Now, Iverson would step to the free throw line for 2 shots. Observing the referee's signals, the commentator echoed the unfolding drama. "Young man, you and Oppo's VE already committed a foul. Be cautious next time." Iverson, with a playful wink at Suze, relished in his cleverness. Shrugging off the incident, Suze remained unfazed. It was merely the beginning. He admired Iverson's adaptability. It was clear that Iverson had thoroughly studied Suze's defensive tendencies. For a player as balanced as Iverson, launching an attack with his left hand was hardly a challenge. Reminding himself to adjust his strategy promptly during the next defensive engagement, Suze watched as Iverson sank both free throws, marking the start of the Magic's first defensive play of the match. Clad in the Orlando Magic's number 1 jersey, Tracy McGrady advanced the ball across half court and signaled for Suze to set a screen for him, a tactic designed by Coach Rivers. Utilizing the cover from McGrady, who posed a significant offensive threat, Suze aimed to create a favorable shooting opportunity should the defense collapse on McGrady. Understanding the plan, Suze swiftly positioned himself to provide a screen. "This is a fake screen. Follow me closely." Iverson was tasked with guarding McGrady, despite lacking height advantage. Iverson's defensive intensity was formidable. Recognizing the Magic strategy, he quickly alerted his teammates. The 76ers, responding to Iverson's command, shifted their focus to Suze without delay. In the brief moment it took to navigate through the screen, Suze found himself at the top of the three-point arc, momentarily open for a shot. "Sue, hit the 3. McGrady extended his arm and delivered the ball to Suze, who was now poised at the arc. As the player donned in the number 7 jersey received the ball, he seamlessly transitioned into a shooting motion. Suze's prowess from beyond the arc was well established. Within the 76ers, he was recognized as a credible three-point threat. This reputation stemmed from his impeccable 100 shooting accuracy from three-point range during the previous 2 playoff games. No one dared underestimate Suze and Oppo's ability to score from long distance. Consequently, upon seeing Suze prepare to shoot, the 76ers and Oppo's players instinctively extended their arms, rushing to contest his shot. Chapter 21. The aerial sprite on the court. The Philadelphia 76ers players were wary of Suze's three-point shooting prowess. As soon as they witnessed Suze preparing to shoot, they swiftly extended their arms and leaped, intending to block his shot. "Oh, what a fitting name for you. The one who dances in the air." Observing the 76ers and Oppo's players leap, Suze, with his keen court judgment, immediately adjusted his offensive strategy. Holding the ball in his right hand, he charged toward the paint with fervor. Seeing Suze barreling into the lane, 76ers center Derek Kelman rushed over to thwart his advance. With all his might, Suze accelerated, the hoop looming before him. He exerted every ounce of strength, leaping to execute a thunderous dunk over Kelman's head. However, Kelman, a seasoned veteran of the NBA, was not to be outdone. Fueled by competitive fire, he resolved to teach this late second-round rookie a lesson. "You think you can dunk on me? Go back to shooting your threes." Kelman, donning the 76ers number 44 jersey, saw Suze leap toward the basket and met him in midair, extending his long arms to swat the ball away fiercely. He was determined to put the rookie in his place. Suze, summoning all his strength, felt an unexpected fatigue as he faced Kelman in the air. "What is happening? I should be at full power." The thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Despite his prolonged hang time, he realized he could not complete the dunk. With no time to waste, Suze adapted his approach, originally intending a graceful axe-style dunk. He cradled the ball in his right hand and traced a circle outward with his right arm. In the midst of the aerial tussle, he executed a crafty pull-up move. Leveraging his remarkable hang time and exceptional wingspan, he deftly circumvented Kelman's defense and deposited the ball into the hoop with ease. Suze's elegant pull-up maneuver was breathtaking, akin to a sprite dancing in the air. The TNT commentator gasped in disbelief, his voice laced with excitement. "This move rivals that of Jordan." Simply picturesque. Not only the commentator, but even the visiting 76ers fans couldn't help but praise Suze's layup. Oh my, that was stunning. This move obliterates everything. Nice. Suze and Oppo's extension is simply extraordinary. Upon landing, Suze had no time to celebrate as the system and Oppo's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System notification. Host has not equipped the Dunk Master badge, unable to complete a dunk under physical contact. Suze rolled his eyes in exasperation. What is the point of the Dunk Master? Ding. The Dunk Master enhances the host and Oppo's ability to unlock superior dunking moves. Ding. The Dunk Master elevates the host's capacity to complete dunks amidst physical confrontation. Suze felt slightly frustrated, sensing that the system had let him down. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Despite not completing the dunk, the bronze medal dodger aided him in executing a splendid finish under the basket. Surely, that play would make the top 5 highlights. He mused as he retreated on defense. The 76ers initiated their offense once more. Iverson dribbled the ball across half-court. It seems AI is opting for a ball-handling approach today. Observing Iverson's direct attack, Suze quickly assessed the situation. In the previous game, Iverson conserved energy by moving without the ball before receiving a pass to initiate his offense. However, after being thwarted by Suze's tenacious defense last time, Iverson decided to take the ball himself. Nice play just now, kid. Watch me. Iverson, confronting Suze and Oppo's defense from the same spot as before, sought to break through using his left hand. Suze was prepared. As Iverson attempted to penetrate with his left, Suze lunged forward, effectively blocking Iverson's path. Iverson, unable to break through with his left hand after 2 attempts, swiftly altered his strategy, pivoting to his right hand and accelerating toward the paint. Suze matched Iverson's every move, denying him any chance to break free. With time running out on the shot clock and unable to bypass Suze's defense, Iverson resorted to a series of crossovers before stepping back to launch a three-pointer. Bang! Suze and Oppo's keen instincts allowed him to anticipate Iverson and Oppo's shot, and he leaped high, snatching the ball just as it slipped from Iverson and Oppo's fingertips. Nice. That and Oppo's it. Suze, initiate the fast break, shouted Magic head coach Doc Rivers from the sidelines, eager for Suze to capitalize on the opportunity. Suze, equipped with the Hall of Fame Death Grip badge, had effectively contained Iverson's offense. With the ball in hand, he sprinted toward the opposing half of the court. The 76ers players quickly pursued, but defensive stalwart Eric Snow positioned himself in front of Suze, attempting to obstruct his path. "You won't stop me," Suze exclaimed, undeterred. "I am the team's defensive ace. You won't get in my way." Snow spread his arms wide, eyes locked on Suze, adopting a defensive stance. Defensive ace? Let's see about that. Suze held the ball in his right hand, executed a drag step, and swiftly changed direction, activating the Darren Williams double crossover move. Bang! Bang! Suze and Oppo's rapid acceleration and dual crossovers left Eric Snow in the dust. The silver metal ankle breaker badge illuminated, and Snow found himself sprawled on the floor. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Who would have imagined that Suze, with such towering height, could perform such nimble moves? Even more astonishing was his ability to maintain speed while executing 2 consecutive crossovers. The TNT commentators roared with excitement. The audience was spellbound. No one had witnessed such a fluid double crossover at speed before. After leaving the 76ers and Oppo's defensive ace Eric Snow behind, Suze charged toward the basket, seizing the opportunity as his teammates were preoccupied with their own defensive assignments. This time, he would not let the chance slip away. With a powerful stride, he leaped, soaring through the air to execute a textbook axe-style dunk. Chapter 22. Indispensable in midair, Suze fully extended his movements. His body suspended gracefully as he spread his arms wide, resembling a battle axe poised to strike. With a resounding crash, he forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. The sound echoed like thunder. Suze's dunk was nothing short of sensational. If the other players' dunks could be likened to ordinary battle axes, then Suze's powerful, rim-rattling dunk was akin to an elongated, reinforced super axe. His level of extension was comparable to that of the legendary dunker Vince Carter. The TNT commentators, their voices trembling with excitement, shouted in disbelief. "Oh my God, is this really the rookie who had such a dismal draft report?" Meanwhile, Doug Rivers, the head coach of the Magic, covered his head in astonishment on the bench. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed this was the second-round pick from this year's draft. This rookie, selected 30th overall, had once again shattered the preconceived notions shaped by the draft report. After completing his spectacular dunk, Suze turned to the audience and let out a fierce roar. "Come on." He then raised his arms in a celebratory gesture reminiscent of revving a motorcycle, before swiftly returning to his own half to defend. The Philadelphia fans, who had been cheering at the start, fell silent as they watched Suze excel on both ends of the court. The 76ers continued their offensive, but Suze defended Allen Iverson tenaciously like a piece of rubber, leaving the Philadelphia hero struggling. Iverson played the entirety of the first quarter, but managed only 2 field goals from 9 attempts, alongside 2 free throws, totaling a mere 6 points. Such a performance was exceedingly rare for a top scorer of Iverson and Oppo's caliber. "Well done, Sue," Doug Rivers remarked during the quarter break, acknowledging Sue and Oppo's efforts. "With Iverson shooting 2 for 9, it seems your defense is effective. You did well. I suspect Iverson 1T play the early part of the second quarter, so you can rest for a bit. When he returns, I'll put you back in." However, Suze shook his head in disagreement. "Coach, let me stay on the court. I believe Iverson 1T take a break at the start of the second quarter. This is the playoffs." With his intense desire for victory, he 1T rest while the team is trailing. Thanks to Sue's exceptional defense, the 76ers managed only 15 points in the first quarter, while the Magic, propelled by the combined efforts of McGrady and Sue, had amassed 26 points, establishing an 11-point lead. Rivers furrowed his brows. "Sue, listen to me. If Iverson doesn't play and you enter early, it will unnecessarily deplete your energy and waste our defensive resources. It's simply not worthwhile. So, please sit out for now. I trust the opposing coach will give Iverson some rest." Rivers spoke with resolute authority, and Suze chose not to argue. Although he had been performing admirably, he was still a rookie, and the NBA emphasized respecting hierarchy, regardless of his individual abilities. He had to comply with the coach's decisions during his rookie season. Returning to his seat, T-Mac approached him. "Hey, you were fantastic in the first quarter. That layup and the rim-rattling dunk were simply breathtaking." McGrady beamed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Haha, you weren't too shabby yourself. Those crossovers and pull-ups left me in awe." Suze reciprocated the praise. Currently, the Magic's primary offensive focus was still McGrady, but Sue had swiftly become the second option, establishing himself as a significant contributor on the court in just 2 games. Meanwhile, the Magic's bench exuded harmony, contrasting sharply with the 76ers and Oppo's bench, where the players appeared somewhat dejected. As the team's leading figure and a top scorer in the league, Iverson clapped vigorously, rallying his teammates. "Come on, guys, we're only down by 11. This is our home court. We still have a chance. The game isn't over yet." After motivating his teammates, Iverson approached the 76ers head coach, Larry Brown. "Coach, let me stay on the court at the beginning of the second quarter." Seeing his team trailing by 11 points, Iverson's eyes burned with competitive fire. He understood the stakes. Losing 2 consecutive home games would not bode well for the series. "Are you sure?" Larry Brown turned to him, skepticism etched on his face. His guidance had transformed Iverson into a top scorer and the 76ers into one of the formidable teams in the Eastern Conference. Despite the limitations of the role players and the bench depth, Brown had managed to maintain the team's superior standing in the conference. "Absolutely," Iverson replied with unwavering determination, resolved to give his all for a full 48 minutes. "I anticipate the opponent will let Sue rest for a while, which aligns perfectly with my opportunity to make a comeback in the score." His gaze was resolute. Larry Brown nodded subtly in agreement. As the break came to an end with the sound of a whistle, both teams returned to the court. The Magic's stars, McGrady and Sue, were resting on the bench, while Iverson, donning the 76ers number 3 jersey, took the initiative to step onto the court. "What?" Doug Rivers instantly regretted seeing Iverson on the court, breaking the 76ers' usual rotation. It was astonishing. Rivers rubbed his chin but hesitated to bring Sue back in to guard Iverson. The second quarter commenced, and without Sue's tenacious defense, Iverson unleashed his offensive prowess like a tiger released from its cage. In a mere 2 minutes, Iverson scored and assisted, propelling the 76ers to close the gap to just 3 points. Conversely, the Magic, lacking McGrady and Oppo's offensive leadership and Sue and Oppo's support, faltered with missed shots and turnovers. In those 2 minutes, the 76ers, led by Iverson, unleashed an 8-0 scoring surge. "Timeout. Quick timeout." Doug Rivers could no longer sit idly by. He urgently called for a break. The first thing he did after the timeout was to turn and shout at Suze. "Sue, you're going in next. Clamp down on Iverson. We can't do without you." Chapter 23. Come on. Guard me. Allen Iverson led his team on an impressive 8-0 scoring spree. As the 11-point lead began to dwindle, Orlando Magic's head coach, Doc Rivers, could no longer sit idly by. He hastily called a timeout and substituted Suze into the game to take on the defensive challenge against Iverson. As the timeout concluded and players returned to the court, Suze approached Iverson with a cheerful demeanor. "Hey, feeling good today? Huh?" he remarked. Iverson casually shrugged, responding, "Of course. I'm unstoppable when I and Amp, Oppos, am on fire." The Magic and Amp, Oppos, player prepared to inbounds the ball, and upon crossing half-court, Suze swiftly moved in, arms outstretched, calling out to his teammates, "Over here. Pass the ball to me." The guard, glancing at Rivers for approval, passed the ball to Suze. "Spread out. Everyone spread out." Suze commanded from the top of the three-point arc, securing the basketball at his waist with his left hand while energetically signaling for space with his right. "Oh, is Suze planning to take Iverson one-on-one?" The TNT commentators chuckled, aware of Iverson and Amp, Oppos' reputation as a formidable defender despite his height disadvantage. Suze might be overly confident here. The odds of succeeding in a one-on-one against AI are slim. Not only the commentators, but also the teammates on the bench were skeptical of Suze's decision to take the lead. Wait, is he really trying to go one-on-one? His transition game is impressive, but taking AI one-on-one seems risky, they murmured among themselves. However, Tracy McGrady interjected, "Quiet. Just watch. Suze is going to surprise you all. Haven't you seen the video of him taking apart Vince?" Having witnessed Suze dismantle Vince Carter in a previous match, McGrady had no doubts about Suze's one-on-one capabilities. On the court, Suze made his move, utilizing his right hand to exhibit the ball and employing a hesitation dribble. He feigned a drive to the right to draw Iverson's defensive attention. As a perimeter defensive specialist, Iverson was exceptionally skilled despite his lack of height. Suze's hesitation failed to trick AI, who maintained his defensive stance. Recognizing that his feint did not shift Iverson's balance, Suze executed a quick change of direction, transferring the ball to his left hand as he accelerated towards the left side. Iverson promptly reacted, swiftly sliding to stay with Suze. "Huh, you think you can guard me?" "Not a chance," Suze taunted, using another change of direction to burst towards the right. This series of moves momentarily shifted Iverson and Amp, Oppos' defensive focus. Yet Suze's silver metal ankle terminator badge and Darren Williams' dual crossovers were rendered ineffective against Iverson's defense. With Iverson's defense holding firm, Suze opted for a pull-up jumper from beyond the arc. He pulled the ball back with his right hand, leaping high with his elongated frame, akin to a reaper swinging a scythe, releasing the three-pointer over Iverson's outstretched arm. Iverson's lack of height rendered him incapable of effectively contesting Suze's shot, and he could only watch as the basketball arced gracefully through the air. The Hall of Fame three-point specialist badge illuminated above Suze's head as the ball swished through the net. Remarkable pull-up three. Clean and precise. It appears we underestimated Suze. The TNT commentators quickly changed their tune. Following his successful shot, Suze raised his left hand to match Iverson and Oppos' height, bending slightly to place his hand on his left ankle. "You're too short." This gesture infuriated Iverson, igniting the crowd's fervor. What audacity! A late second-round pick daring to mock AI? Who does he think he is? Fans exclaimed. Anticipating that Iverson would retaliate fiercely, Iverson glared at Suze, his fury palpable. "Kid, don't get cocky. I'll make you pay for that," he warned, his anger unmistakable. Suze merely smiled. "Bring it on. Just don't end up with egg on your face." Suze held Iverson in high regard, but on the court, they were adversaries, particularly in the high-stakes playoff atmosphere where victory was paramount. Suze's antics were intended to provoke Iverson, knowing that his competitive spirit rivaled that of any great player. An enraged Iverson was bound to unleash his full potential, albeit with the risk of making impulsive decisions that could lead to mistakes, opportunities Suze could exploit to aid his team. With a fire in his belly, Iverson received the inbounds pass, eager to push the ball up court. Just then, Suze, who had initially retreated, sprinted towards Iverson. In a split second, as Iverson turned to dribble, Suze lunged, extending his arm to poke the ball free. "Whoa," Iverson exclaimed, caught off guard as he had been focused solely on how to counter Suze. Seizing the moment, Suze quickly retrieved the ball and positioned himself at the left corner, ready to shoot. "Guys, a wide-open three is no challenge for me. I'll wait for your defenders," Suze taunted, not immediately taking the shot, but instead turning to the 76ers bench, loudly proclaiming his confidence. The 76ers players were visibly irritated, muttering among themselves about Suze's audacity. As they expected him to shoot, Iverson and another teammate remained near the basket to secure a rebound. Unexpectedly, after his taunt, Suze shouted again at Iverson and his teammate, "Come on, guard me. I'm going to sink this three right in your faces." Chapter 24. The Mayor of Philadelphia. What a moment. The Philadelphia 76ers players were incensed. They had never encountered anyone like Suze, who boldly demanded defense. Suze refrained from taking the open three-pointer, leaving the Magic's bench utterly dumbfounded. What was he thinking? With such a prime opportunity, why would he wait for someone else to defend him? This was excessive on Suze and Oppo's part. It was a golden chance. Shoot, Suze. Release that basketball. On the court, Allen Iverson and the 76ers center, Derek Coleman, charged furiously towards Suze. How arrogant. That little brat. I'll sweat your shot into oblivion. Coleman bellowed at Suze, whose audacity infuriated him. As the two 76ers players lunged towards him, Suze immediately feigned a shot. With a sly smile playing on his lips, he readied himself. Seeing Suze lift his arm to shoot, Iverson and Coleman leapt into the air, intent on obstructing or even blocking his three-point attempt. But at the very moment both players jumped, Suze abandoned the shot, dribbled with his left hand, and drove towards the basket along the baseline. What? Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the arena. Wasn't he supposed to shoot over them? This boy was utterly unreliable. With a burst of speed, Suze effortlessly maneuvered past Iverson and Coleman, finding the lane completely unguarded. He leapt into the air, executing a powerful axe-handle dunk. Look, Suze is poised for another axe-handle dunk. Ahaha, brace yourselves, don't get shaken. Two TNT commentators exuberantly cried out. A badge indicating axe-handle dunk package appeared above Suze's head. Just as everyone anticipated an emphatic finish, Suze astoundingly utilized his exceptional hang time to pull back mid-air, executing a layup instead. Wow! A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Suze's choice was entirely unexpected. Positioned to the left of the hoop, his elongated right arm reached around the rim, completing a reverse layup. Not only the fans but even the system within Suze's body failed to register the moment. After this remarkable reverse layup, the badge bronze flashy finisher illuminated above his head. Ding! The system protested. Ding! Next time, please complete a continuous motion without opposition, or the system may crash. Suze heard the system and Oppo's complaints in his mind. Spare me the chatter. If you can't keep up, how can you call yourself a system? The system was left speechless. Upon landing, Suze placed his right hand over his left chest and bowed to the cheering fans. This kid is utterly audacious. Does he treat the playoffs as his personal stage? Damn it. Sue, you're trash. The 76ers fans were once again incensed by Suze's antics. Some even gestured with a downward thumb. However, Suze remained unfazed, cheerfully returning to his half of the court to defend. His dazzling performance elicited cheers from the Magic's bench, transforming the earlier skepticism into applause. The game continued, and with Suze's stellar defensive efforts, he effectively froze Iverson's shooting touch. Iverson's shots were forced. Even when assisted by screens, his mid-range attempts barely grazed the rim. In contrast, the Magic's offense flourished under Suze's relentless drive. Whenever Iverson defended against him, Suze would promptly execute a pull-up jumper, scoring effortlessly. Against other defenders, he would simply employ the unadorned Deron Williams double cross to shake off his opponent and penetrate the lane for a score. Although he occasionally missed, he stretched the lead to 11 points, maintaining it until Tracy McGrady entered the game. The entire 76ers home crowd erupted in chants of FK Sue. Yet, Suze remained unperturbed, continuing to score seamlessly. The Magic, united in purpose, centered their offensive strategy around McGrady, with Suze as a secondary scorer, decisively dominating the game in the third quarter. In fact, towards the end of the third, Suze and McGrady executed an aerial connection. With Suze's buzzer-beating three-pointer at the end of the third quarter, the outcome of the game was all but settled. FK Sue. Even when Suze was substituted out, the 76ers fans continued their chant. Unbothered, he approached the scorer's table and waved vigorously at the spectators. Farewell, I shan't return. 4-0. We shall carry this series home to Orlando. Suze smiled as he shouted to the fans. The 76ers supporters were infuriated by his brazen demeanor. Yet, Suze's performance was impeccable. In 29 minutes, he shot 10 for 15, including a perfect 5 for 5 from three-point range and 2 for 2 from the free throw line. His extraordinary efficiency yielded 27 points, alongside 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Such all-encompassing statistics left the 76ers fans with no choice but to hurl insults at Suze to vent their frustration. "Buddy, you're improving immensely. I always knew you could." McGrady joyfully nudged Suze's shoulder, his face alight with delight. The game had lost its suspense, and the series was poised at a 2-0 lead over their opponents, elevating McGrady and Oppo's spirits. "Haha, not bad at all. You outshine me. Come, let me see your stats." "Oh, my heavens, splendidly impressive." As a former fan of McGrady, Suze did not hide his admiration for his idol. 36 points, 5 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. This performance was simply flawless. Suze chuckled, and the two shared light-hearted banter, deepening their camaraderie. In stark contrast, the 76ers and Oppo's bench was shrouded in gloom. Their star player, Iverson, furiously hurled a towel to the ground in frustration. Soon after, the game concluded, and as one of the standout performers, Suze was invited for an interview by a TNT reporter. "Sue, may I have a moment for an interview?" The blonde reporter beamed as she playfully patted Suze's shoulder. Of course, Suze nodded, slightly bowing his head to better hear the reporter. "My first question for you is about your outstanding performance today. Especially that reverse layup after shaking off 2 defenders. It was a true showcase of talent. After that, you heard the boos and jeers from the crowd. How did you adjust your mindset?" Upon hearing the question, Suze burst into laughter. He deliberately gestured as if wearing a hat with both hands. "What does this mean?" The beautiful reporter gazed at Suze in confusion. Upon hearing them shout "Fuck Sue," I understood that I had donned the mayor and Oppo's hat of Philadelphia. I would reign over them, and all that remained for them was impotent rage. Chapter 25. A journey to Orlando after the conclusion of the match. The entire Magic team swiftly returned to Orlando to prepare for the third game of the second round of the playoffs. Suze and Oppo's remarkable performance on the court, along with various highlights, quickly made its way back to Long Country through media channels. The title of Philadelphia mayor spread rapidly within the basketball circles of both Long Country and Beautiful Country. Even CTV5 announced that they would focus on broadcasting the games of Suze and Oppo's Magic team in the upcoming matches. "Son, you did well." His parents specially flew from their homeland to Philadelphia to watch his game live. To avoid distracting him, his father had advised against calling. However, the excitement was too much to contain. His mother simply had to congratulate him. After the team's video review, Suze received a phone call from his mother. Hearing her excited and jubilant voice, he was taken aback. "Mom, did you say you came to Beautiful Country? Where are you? I'll come find you," Suze exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Previously, due to being a late second-round pick, he had not wanted his parents to travel to Beautiful Country to support him. Knowing they wouldn't and Oppo's see him play. Now, circumstances had changed. Suze and Oppo's strong performances in the playoffs had compelled his parents to come and cheer for him in person. No need. We're with your sister. Oh, and your girlfriend is here too," his mother mentioned casually, her tone laced with delight. "I heard you have a girlfriend in Beautiful Country. Why didn't you tell me?" "Girlfriend?" Suze was momentarily baffled. However, he quickly recalled that the original owner of his memories indeed had a pure-looking girlfriend. He had been so engrossed in his games lately that he had completely overlooked this memory of hers. "Is this some kind of joke? I cross over and get a girlfriend too? This feels like an arranged marriage," he lamented, trying to clarify the misunderstanding. Having never met this girlfriend from his memories, he felt no particular connection to her. How could it be a misunderstanding? "Your girlfriend is actually your sister and Oppo's Jr. I've met her, and I'm quite pleased." Suze sighed inwardly, resolute in his decision to meet his parents. If the opportunity arose, he would also find a way to manage this relationship that did not belong to him. "Mom, please tell me where you are. I've finished training for today. It's been a long time since I've seen you, and I miss you both." "Really? Of course, it's true, Mom. When have I ever lied to you?" Suze replied with a smile. "All right, Suze, we're at a hotel not far from your training facility. I'll take them downstairs to wait for you," his mother said before hanging up. Putting away his phone, Suze chuckled helplessly. He needed to understand the situation regarding this inexplicable girlfriend and, more importantly, to see his parents. Just as he ended the call, McGrady approached with a mischievous grin, displaying the typical demeanor of a playful friend. "Hey, was that your mom on the phone?" Suze felt as though McGrady was teasing him, though he had no tangible proof. Yeah, my parents are here in Orlando. They plan to support me at the next game. Suze shrugged. That's great. I'll cover their tickets, McGrady declared generously. As one of the league's top stars and the undisputed face of the Magic, McGrady's family did not need to worry about ticket costs. Clearly, this was a privilege that Suze, as a late second-round pick, did not possess. Isn't that a bit much? I'd be taking advantage of you. Suze laughed, playfully teasing. McGrady slung his arm around Suze and Apos' shoulder. What are you saying? We're good friends. It's just a few tickets. But you're not being very honest, hiding a girlfriend like that. Come on, since I have some free time today, let us go meet your family. All right. That sounds perfect. Suze accepted without hesitation. Being able to befriend his former idol was a dream come true. Let us hurry before the reporters arrive, McGrady urged, pulling Suze out through a side door of the training facility. Not long after, they arrived at the hotel mentioned by Suze's mother. From a distance, he spotted his parents, both beaming and waving at him. In contrast, his sister Suze maintained her usual cool demeanor, though a hint of a teasing smile played at her lips. Beside her stood a young girl dressed in a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, her long black hair swaying gently in the breeze. Upon seeing Suze, the girl broke into a shy smile. Mom, Dad, this is my teammate and star of the league, Tracy McGrady. He wanted to meet you since you're in Orlando and has graciously covered your tickets. Suze introduced McGrady as they met. McGrady greeted Suze's parents with a warm smile. Uncle, Auntie, and Amp, Apos, it's a pleasure to meet you. I don't have much to offer, but here and Apos, some tickets as a token of our first meeting. I hope you enjoy the game. McGrady remained courteous in the presence of elders. Thank you very much. Suze's father replied sincerely. McGrady shrugged, patting Suze's arm. Sue is my good friend. I admire his skills and his style. Just a few tickets, nothing more. As the adults chatted amiably, the youthful girl stepped forward to address Suze. Suze, why haven't you contacted me in the past few days? Are you still upset about what happened last time? Chapter 26, The Challenge of the Second Round. Lin Yu gazed at Suze with her large, watery eyes, her expression one of innocent charm. Honestly, I didn't intend to prank you last time. It was all my sister's idea, she admitted playfully, sticking out her tongue. She said that giving you a bit of a hard time would help improve your skills. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with an expression of genuine remorse. Suze felt a twinge of helplessness as memories of the original owner resurfaced. It turned out that shortly before the playoffs commenced, he had received an invitation from his sister Su Ying and girlfriend Lin Yu to participate in a friendly basketball match at Montfort Academy. This same academy was the alma mater of renowned players like Ben Simmons and D'Angelo Russell. As a late second-round pick in the NBA, Suze found himself utterly outclassed by high school players who hadn't even entered college yet. This experience had severely undermined the original owner's confidence, prompting a hasty departure. He had mistakenly believed that Lin Yu was intentionally humiliating him, unaware that it was actually his sister's scheme. Suze couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for the original owner. With such a sister, resembling a mischievous friend, it was hard to decide whether to laugh or cry. Hey, don't ignore me. Really. It was my sister's idea, Lin Yu said, her eyes slightly reddening with urgency as she glanced at Su Ying, her gaze pleading for support. Clearing her throat, Su Ying acknowledged Lin Yu's affection for Suze. They had been a couple since high school and continued their relationship at university, having grown up together. Yes, it was indeed my idea. However, your basketball skills were simply abysmal at the time. I merely wanted you to face reality and not cling to the path of basketball, she remarked, examining Suze with a critical eye. But based on these 3 games, you've shown some improvement. Suze rolled his eyes in exasperation. Sister, your method of education through criticism nearly shattered my confidence. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the original owner's despondent state. All right. Little Zay, your sister only wants what's best for you, Su's mother intervened, trying to mediate between the siblings. Look, your skills are quite remarkable now. It seems your sister's tough love has paid off. T-Mac, slinging his arm over Suze's shoulder, grinned mischievously. Indeed. That's why I've invited some NBA stars to help enhance your skills. What do you say? Are you interested in a challenge? Su Ying crossed her arms, accentuating her imposing presence. Wait, a competition? Suze exclaimed, having just completed a training session, feeling less than energetic. How about we grab a meal first? Lin Yu expressed her concern for him, not wanting to see his newly gained confidence shattered again. Inviting more stars? T-Mac raised an eyebrow, surprised. You're quite resourceful. I must say, who did you manage to get this time? He found it hard to believe that Su Ying could secure an NBA player. Su Ying shrugged. Thanks to my teacher, who used to be a famous agent and a college basketball coach, I have some solid connections. She then directed her attention back to Suze. If you're scared, you don't have to go. As Lin Yu said, you're not at your best physically right now. Losing could be another blow to your fragile confidence. Su Ying's bluntness was unyielding, showing no concern for Suze's pride. Yet, her intentions were to motivate him to improve on his journey to NBA success. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone through the trouble of finding a star to help him refine his skills. Each one-on-one match could significantly enhance Suze's ability to perform under pressure, as scoring opportunities often required such tactics. Sister, the provocation method doesn't work on me. Suze replied nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. But I am curious about who you invited, so I'll accept the challenge. He understood that his sister's actions were aimed at honing his skills, and he was eager to engage in this one-on-one encounter to trigger his tasks and unlock exclusive skill packages and points to bolster his abilities. Let us go. You'll find out when we arrive, Su Ying replied, feigning an air of mystery. Soon, the group drove to a private basketball training facility in downtown Orlando. Upon entering, Suze immediately spotted a familiar figure practicing his shots. Wait, that person looks somewhat familiar, he remarked, and T-Mac nodded in recognition. Oh, I remember now, it's Gilbert, T-Mac exclaimed, tapping his head in realization. You mean Gilbert Arenas? Suze asked, astonished. Yes, that's him. I recognize his shooting form. He just won the Most Improved Player award in the recently concluded regular season. He is definitely a rising star, T-Mac enthusiastically introduced Arenas to Suze. So, this was the same Arenas who would later be known as Agent Zero. Suze felt a surge of interest. Although Arenas had not yet reached his peak, his current prowess was formidable. Winning the NBA's Most Improved Player award showcased his undeniable skill. Furthermore, Arenas, like Suze, was also a late second-round pick. With such similarities in their journeys, Suze found himself genuinely looking forward to the impending duel. Hello, Su Ying greeted cheerfully as they approached the court, waving at Arenas. Standing beside Suze, Lin Yu gazed anxiously at Arenas before turning to Suze. He is really skilled, right? You have to give it your all. She encouraged, clenching her delicate fists in support. Hearing her words, Suze couldn't help but smile. It was evident that she was genuinely concerned for the original owner. However, at this moment, Suze felt no particular attachment to Lin Yu. Don't worry, he is no match for me, Suze asserted confidently. Beep. System task activated. Defeat Arenas. Chapter 27. Confidence at its pinnacle. A notification echoed in Suze's mind. Task. Engage in a 1v1 American-style showdown. Successfully score at least 3 three-pointers and execute 1 dunk over an opponent. Task accomplished. Host will receive rewards. Suze stroked his chin, considering the nature of the task. Scoring 3-pointers seemed manageable, yet the dunking aspect posed a challenge. System, in the last game, I rendered AI ineffective. He only managed to score 23 points with a shooting percentage of 35. Where and amp, Oppos, as my reward. Did you forget? Suze remarked with irritation. After the previous match, he had not immediately received his reward from the system. However, he wasn't overly concerned. Rewards from the system, though delayed, eventually arrived. System announces the reward for the last task. Congratulations, host, you have received 20 badge points. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Reggie Miller 3-point shooting package. The Reggie Miller 3-point shooting package? Suze felt little enthusiasm for such packages. Nevertheless, the 20 badge points could be put to good use. Learning from past experiences, Suze swiftly navigated to the badge system and discovered the Dunk Specialist badge under the conclusion section. Without hesitation, he spent 10 points to illuminate the Bronze Dunk Specialist badge and promptly equipped it. Congratulations, host, you have successfully upgraded to the Bronze Dunk Specialist. The Bronze Dunk Specialist badge allows the host to dunk over players shorter than 192 If the host wishes to dunk over taller players, further upgrades are necessary. Hearing the system's announcements, Suze felt a surge of excitement. Being able to dunk over players below 192 was perfect, as Gilbert Arenas stood at precisely 191 The threshold was impeccably set. Suze brimmed with confidence. Completing the task would be exceedingly simple. With 10 points remaining, he chose not to expend them further. There was no immediate need, and he preferred to conserve them for upgrading to a more advanced batch. Suze, stop standing there grinning. Come over here. At that moment, Su Ying, Having finished her conversation with Arenas, called out to Suze. He approached her and extended his hand toward Arenas in a gesture of goodwill. Arenas epitomized the inspirational story of a second-round draft pick, rising from obscurity to become a dazzling NBA star, only to face shadows after the infamous gun incident. His NBA career had been a tumultuous journey. "Hello, on the court, you are my senior. I look forward to your guidance," Suze said with a friendly smile. Arenas merely glanced at Suze, ignoring the handshake. "I and Amp, Oppos, V been paid to practice. Can we begin?" Arenas and Amp, Oppos. S demeanor was haughty, his gaze revealing disdain for Suze. Despite Suze's commendable performances in recent playoff games, he still struggled for broader respect and recognition. Although both were late second-round picks, Arenas had been in the league for 2 years, far from the rookie he once was. His accolade as the NBA and Amp, Oppos, S most improved player spoke volumes about his prowess. It was typical for a young player like Arenas to exhibit such bravado. T-Mac noticed the exchange and stepped in, visibly displeased. "Hey, it seems you lack respect for my brother. Do you need me to teach you a lesson?" Seeing his younger brother disrespected ignited T-Mac and Oppos' anger. Throughout the recent games, he had grown increasingly appreciative of Suze. More importantly, he felt immensely grateful for Suze and Oppos' outstanding performance in the final game of the first playoff round. Without Suze, his grand ambitions might have crumbled into a resounding slap in the face. Thus, witnessing Suze being belittled compelled T-Mac to defend him. Arenas smirked. "What? If you and Oppos re not satisfied, why don't and Oppos, do you both come at me?" His audacity was palpable. Even though T-Mac was a renowned star in the league, Arenas showed no sign of backing down. "Fine, you're bold enough. Come on, give me the ball, and let me teach you a lesson," T-Mac retorted, ready to engage in a 1v1 showdown with Arenas. T-Mac, there and Amp, Oppos, SA saying in our dragon country, "Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken?" "For a small fry like Arenas, let me handle this," Suze interjected with a smile. Though he appeared jovial, his eyes sparkled with fury and determination. Arenas and Oppos' contempt had successfully provoked him. "Brother, be cautious. His scoring ability rivals mine. His offensive skills are quite diverse," T-Mac whispered to Suze. "Don and Oppos, worry. I will thoroughly outplay him," Suze replied with an air of confidence. T-Mac patted Suze on the shoulder before stepping off the court. Turning to Arenas, Suze fixed his gaze intently. "Watch closely. I will decisively defeat you. In this match, I guarantee you won't score a single point." Arenas laughed, his expression dripping with scorn. He pretended not to hear, craning his neck and tilting his head exaggeratedly, placing his hand to his ear in a mocking gesture. "What did you say? Speak up. I can and Amp, Oppos, hear you. Did someone just fart?" Arenas and Amp, Oppos' arrogance was infuriating. Linyu you couldn't and Amp, Oppos, hold back any longer. "Hey, you and Amp, Oppos, quite rude. Suze will definitely defeat you. He won and Oppos, let you score a single point." She glared at Arenas, her fist clenched, shaking them at him. Arenas burst into laughter. "Little sister, go wash up and sleep. Do you really think after a few decent playoff games, you're invincible? You might handle AI, but you won and Oppos, stop me." He tilted his head back proudly, convinced of his superiority over AI. Confidence is at its peak. This phrase embodied Arenas perfectly. Suze, uninterested in further banter, adopted a serious expression as he entered the court. "Who serves first? Go ahead, it's yours." Following the rules of American one-on-one, the first to reach 10 points wins. "Don't say I'm bullying you." Arenas tossed the ball to Suze, but added a spin to it. The force was precisely calibrated, causing the basketball to bounce right in front of Suze. The ball hit the floor and, due to its spin, rebounded back toward Arenas. Chapter 28. Violent dunk. Arenas deliberately employed a spinning serve technique, intending to humiliate the Na'vi rookie before him. With a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, he prepared to receive the ball. However, in the split second the basketball rebounded, Suze deftly extended his hand, utilizing his long reach to snatch the ball effortlessly. "Remember, you will not have any scoring opportunities in this match," Suze declared with a serious expression and a chilling tone. Arenas shrugged, dismissing the need for further words. "Enough of the chatter, let your actions speak." He made a provocative gesture towards Suze, aiming to incite his ire. Yet, Suze remained unperturbed, his mind calm as he quickly immersed himself in the game. For Suze, this American-style one-on-one confrontation felt akin to a practice session. As Suze prepared to launch his offensive, the system and Oppos' voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The system has detected that the opponent is overly arrogant, and the host has made a bold claim. Ding. Therefore, the system thoughtfully presents a hidden task. If Arenas scores 0 points, the host will receive additional rewards. The system's attentiveness was appreciated. Observing Suze's audacious declaration, it promptly assigned him a hidden mission. Without responding to the system, Suze released the ball and charged towards the paint. He took a massive step, dribbled twice with vigor, and initiated a 3-step layup. Arenas stood resolutely in his path, blocking Suze's route with his body while raising his arms high to disrupt the shot. However, instead of opting for a straightforward layup, Suze executed a Euro step as he took his second stride. With a grand step to the left, he deftly circumvented Arenas' defense. Oh wow, the Dragon Nation's elusive step. On the sidelines, McGrady erupted with excitement at Suze's skillful maneuver. Suze's speed and stride left Arenas no time to react. His body twisted with the grace of a serpent as he effortlessly lifted the ball with his left hand to score. Almost simultaneously, the badge, bronze medal dodger, illuminated above Suze's head. You simply cannot guard me. You are far too short, he taunted, bending slightly to gesture mockingly at his ankle level. Don't get too cocky. I will make you aware of my true prowess. Arenas retorted, his expression darkening. It was now his turn to attack. He began with a triple threat stance, attempting to bait Suze into revealing a defensive weakness through feigned shooting motions. Suze spread his arms wide, his focus unwavering, denying Arenas any opportunity to exploit a lapse in his defense. Come on, attack. What are you waiting for, just spectating? Suze shouted at Arenas. Taking a step forward, Suze forcefully pressed his chest against Arenas, providing ample physical resistance. His formidable defense and impressive height imposed a palpable pressure on Arenas, who began to sweat nervously. As Suze lunged forward, he nearly achieved a steal during Arenas and Oppo's moment of urgency. Now and Oppo's, that's my chance. At that critical moment when Suze advanced, Arenas spotted a fleeting vulnerability in his defense. Seizing the opportunity, Arenas swiftly maneuvered to his left, escaping Suze's grasp with a rapid first step. Is that all you've got? Suze scoffed, a smirk on his face. Arenas sensed Suze closing in behind him, and, after dribbling twice, suddenly halted, attempting to catch Suze off guard with a change of rhythm. This was a tactic Arenas frequently employed in matches. Yet, his hopes were dashed. Suze remained steadfast, blocking Arenas' advance once more. You and Oppo's. VE stopped. Now make your choice and shoot, Suze said, unwavering. Had Arenas not underestimated him from the start, Suze wouldn't have felt the need to retaliate so fiercely. But since Arenas had looked down upon him, he was determined to strike back decisively. Left with no other option, Arenas was compelled to shoot over Suze's extended arms. Although he elevated the shot's arc to avoid a block, the ball merely hit the rim, failing to score. With a frustrated slap of his hands, Arenas expressed his dismay. I just had a stroke of bad luck, he lamented, feeling regretful about the near miss. Suze shrugged. If your skills are lacking, don't blame fortune. If one is inadequate, don't blame the path for being uneven. He retorted without hesitation, mocking Arenas. You little brat. Don't get too smug. I will ensure you can't score on this next shot. You think you're strong? I will obliterate you. Arenas fired back, eager to provoke Suze into making a mistake during his offensive play. Upon receiving a pass, Suze grinned at Arenas, saying, Rest assured, I will dunk over you. Dunk over me. Arenas laughed heartily, incredulous. You truly are delusional. Suze merely shrugged. We'll see about that. With that, he dribbled the ball fiercely towards the paint, standing tall with an impressive wingspan. Suze utilized his physical advantage to push Arenas back into the 3-second area with just 2 dribbles. As he gathered the ball with both hands and leaped, he soared high, positioning the ball behind his head. Arenas attempted to jump and interfere, but he found himself boxed out, lacking the space to leap. With a resounding thud, Suze slammed the ball forcefully through the hoop. Oh yeah, a violent dunk. I knew Suze was the best, Lin Yu exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she cheered for him. Oh ho ho, let me witness this. It and Oppo's, the dunk of the year, McGrady declared, framing Suze with his hands as if capturing a photograph. Upon landing, Suze turned to Arenas, saying, So what do you think? Did I not keep my word? Rest assured, I will dunk on you again with the next shot. Chapter 29. Unnecessary movements what? Upon hearing Suze's audacious words, Arenas expressed his skepticism. How dare you attempt to dunk over me again? Your previous success was merely a stroke of luck. As he spoke, Arenas received the ball passed to him by Suze. Watch closely and witness how I evade your defense. Instantly, Arenas dribbled with his right hand, aiming to exploit his lightning-fast first step to breach Suze's defense. Suze adapted his defensive stance in response to Arenas' advance. Noticing Suze retreating to counter his breakthrough, Arenas swiftly altered his offensive strategy. He pulled the basketball back with his right hand, executing a crossover dribble to complete his second dribble. With remarkable speed, Arenas caught Suze off guard with his swift pullback and crossover. What an idiotic defensive choice. With his left hand, Arenas surged towards the paint, determined to capitalize on his final dribble opportunity, extending his stride to maximize his breakthrough. Do you think that will suffice? Suze scoffed, darting after Arenas like a stealthy leopard. With his height and reach, Suze closely trailed Arenas, ready to leap and deliver a formidable block. Arenas realized the potential threat and accelerated, using his last dribble to initiate a three-step layup, aiming for a direct score. Behold, this is the prowess of a top scorer. With all his might, Arenas leaped off his right foot, lifting the ball with his left hand to evade Suze and Oppos's outstretched arms. As the basketball soared towards the hoop, Suze found himself unable to pursue Arenas for a block. Instead, he abandoned the chase and sprinted directly towards the basket. With his elongated frame, Suze resembled a swift cheetah on the court. Thanks to his fully developed athletic abilities, he swiftly arrived near the hoop. Gathering his strength, he leaped high, akin to a spring-loaded figure. Bang! Just as Arenas released the ball, still ascending, Suze forcefully pinned the basketball against the backboard, producing a resounding thud. Oh no! A chase-down block. You shall not score. Following the spectacular rejection, Suze, still airborne, celebrated his triumph before touching down. Arenas' expression darkened, clearly taken aback by Suze's exceptional athleticism. Despite having positioned himself behind Suze, the absence of other defenders allowed Suze to effortlessly maneuver and execute a dazzling block. FCK, Arenas lamented, clapping his hands in frustration, visibly displeased with his offensive failure. Despite having created shooting space, he still fell short against Suze and Oppos's defense. I told you. I won and Oppos's let you score. Stop wasting your energy, Suze declared, retrieving the basketball and addressing Arenas loudly. Arenas and Oppos's face reflected his displeasure. After receiving the ball back from Suze, he passed it to him again. As it was now Suze's turn to attack, he concealed the ball behind his back with both hands. What did I just say? Yes, I intend to dunk over you once more. Surely you haven't forgotten? Suze grinned, exuding an air of confidence. Faced with a player like Arenas, who struggled to balance offense and defense, Suze felt utterly assured in their one-on-one encounter. Give it a try. You want and Oppos's succeed. Arenas vigorously shook his head, not hesitating to clap his hands in a taunting manner. Without delay, Suze swiftly dribbled with his right hand, utilizing his rapid first step to breach the inner lane. Arenas pursued relentlessly. However, after just one dribble, Suze immediately gathered the ball and tossed it towards the backboard. Witnessing Suze's audacious maneuver, Arenas momentarily froze. In that fleeting second, Suze accelerated with full force, evading Arenas' defense and charging towards the paint. Damn it! Arenas shouted, swiftly pivoting to chase after Suze. Realizing the urgency, he positioned himself to obstruct Suze's leap. Yet, Suze soared high, his hands meeting the ball as it rebounded off the backboard, catching it securely. Arenas attempted to leap, but Suze's overwhelming presence left him with no space to jump. All he could do was raise his arms in an effort to intercept Suze in midair. However, this very action caused Suze, already grasping the basketball, to lose his balance significantly. Lin Yu and Sue's parents gasped in unison from the sidelines. Suze's body was precariously tilted in midair. If he persisted in dunking, he would undoubtedly crash to the floor. Yet, undeterred, Suze remained resolute, his gaze unwavering. He forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. Bang! With a powerful self-throw dunk, he completed yet another spectacular dunk over Arenas. Clang! After this emphatic finish, Suze lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yu was the first to rush over, her beautiful face adorned with worry and anger. She was concerned for Suze and Oppos's well-being and infuriated by Arenas and Oppos's unnecessary actions. Suze, Sue and Oppos's parents followed closely behind. Even McGrady lost his composure, charging directly at Arenas. Are you playing basketball or fighting? You didn't end Oppos's he need to make that unnecessary move? He exclaimed, infuriated. Do you realize that your actions could ruin Sue and Amp, Oppo's career? As a mentor who admired Suze, McGrady was seething. Arenas was equally defiant. I don't see it that way. I was merely attempting to defend. The two stood toe-to-toe, exchanging heated barbs. McGrady, unable to contain his fury, pushed Arenas aside. I swear, you're asking for a beating. Enraged, he prepared to throw a punch at Arenas, only to be forcefully restrained by Sue Ing. T-Mac, don't resort to violence. I've invited reporters. If you act out, they'll capture it. Sue Ing warned loudly. She had brought reporters to ensure Suze received the recognition he deserved. Given her brother's valiant performance, both on and off the court, it was crucial to enhance his visibility and popularity. If McGrady acted violently, it would undoubtedly be documented by the press. Upon hearing that reporters were present, Arenas spread his arms wide, adopting a provocative expression as he stared at McGrady. Come on, take your best shot. I'm eager to see how the league will respond to your actions and how the media will portray you. Chapter 30. A powerful confrontation. As McGrady observed Arenas' provocative demeanor, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger welling up within him, ready to erupt. He could no longer restrain himself. Do not hold me back. I am going to teach him a severe lesson on behalf of Sue. McGrady forcefully shoved Sue Ing aside, pushing her to the ground, and raised his arm, prepared to strike Arenas. In the realm of NBA stars, one-on-one practice sessions typically lack excessive foul play. These are merely routine drills, where winning or losing holds little significance. Both Suze and Arenas were initially driven by a fierce determination, particularly Arenas, whose mindset began to falter after facing a series of successful defenses from Suze. Wait. Just as McGrady was about to throw his punch, Suze's voice rang out. He swiftly dashed to McGrady and Amp, Oppo's side, gripping his arm firmly. T-Mac, my friend, I truly appreciate your willingness to stand up for me. However, we must keep our focus on the playoffs. The media's gossip could distract us. Remain calm. We must maintain our composure. Since it's one-on-one, let us let our skills do the talking. Suze, too, was itching to deliver a sound beating to Arenas. Yet, he understood the importance of composure, especially in front of the media. On the basketball court, one must let their performance speak for itself. True strength resolves all matters. If he could completely shut down Arenas, allowing the media to broadcast the footage, Suze would have vindicated himself. What could be more humiliating for an opponent than to score 0 points on the court? Damn it, I cannot swallow this anger. McGrady glared fiercely at Arenas. Indeed, I can. And Amp, Oppo's tell whether this is about fighting or playing ball. Lin Yu also glared at Arenas, her temper flaring. Thankfully, Suze was strong and unharmed. Otherwise, Lin Yu would have surely sought vengeance on Arenas. All right, brother, you are quite rational. Here. McGrady handed the basketball to Suze. He then raised his hand and patted Suze and Amp, Oppo's shoulder with force. Give him a thorough lesson, annihilate him, and make him lose face. Without hesitation, McGrady raised his middle finger at Arenas. Suze chuckled. No problem. Matters on the court shall be resolved on the court. Suze was not weak. Had it not been for the game, he would have certainly given Arenas a harsh lesson. But now, within the confines of the basketball court, Suze intended to decisively dominate Arenas. Suze also raised his middle finger at Arenas. Come on, let us continue. Arenas shrugged. A look of provocation plastered across his face. Kid, don't get cocky. I want to let you score easily. As he spoke, Arenas made a gesture as if to shove. Unfazed, Suze retorted mercilessly. You can certainly try and see if I don't shatter your ego. Suze passed the ball to Arenas, signaling him to initiate his attack. Arenas charged forward once more, but was swiftly thwarted by Suze. When it was Suze's turn to attack, he opted for a quick three-point shot. This unexpected move caught Arenas completely off guard, leaving him to watch as the basketball swished through the hoop. After sinking the three-pointer, Suze did not grant Arenas another opportunity. On both offense and defense, Suze completely dominated the game. In the blink of an eye, after successfully defending against Arenas, the score stood at 9-0. Suze had fulfilled his promise, not allowing Arenas to score a single point. Arenas appeared increasingly agitated. His eyes brimmed with madness and anxiety, his expression grave. With the media present, Arenas worried he might end up being humiliated by Suze. If he could not even best a rookie from the second round, how would he, the NBA's most improved player, avoid becoming a laughingstock? Last shot, Suze received the ball but did not rush to attack. Instead, he continued to toy with Arenas' psyche. To deal with someone like Arenas, one must dismantle him both mentally and technically. How shall I conclude this game? Should I break through for a score or shoot a three-pointer? Suze grinned at Arenas. Seeing Suze's smile, Arenas felt ridiculed. He glared fiercely at Suze. Enough with the chatter. No matter what, I won't let you score. Arenas' voice was raspy, his impatience leaving him parched, his entire being aflame with frustration. All right, a three-pointer it is. I believe I can shoot well from there, Suze remarked, glancing at the hoop with a grin. Out of the 9 points, Suze had made 5 three-pointers, boasting a terrifying 100 accuracy. Upon hearing this, Arenas grew cautious, his gaze fixated on Suze, resembling a leopard poised to pounce. Then, Suze made his move. He suddenly lifted his hand, feigning a shooting motion. Tensed, Arenas charged at him as soon as he perceived the shot. You are truly naive. Suze swiftly lowered the ball, driving past with his right hand. Arenas hurriedly landed and pursued Suze. Damn it! I cannot allow him to score. Arenas screamed internally. He summoned all his strength and dashed towards Suze. But at that moment, having completed a dribble, Suze abruptly halted, executing another shooting feint. Arenas leapt once more. Evidently tricked again by Suze. Suze remained unhurried, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. He dribbled again, driving towards the paint. As he dribbled for the second time, he paused, giving Arenas ample time to react, who lunged at him once more. Yet, Suze still did not shoot, manipulating Arenas into yet another misstep. Ha! McGrady erupted in laughter. Arenas had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Suze. With McGrady and Oppo's laughter echoing, Suze completed his third dribble. This time, he executed a jump step, closing in on the basket. As Suze prepared for an effortless dunk, Arenas charged recklessly, leaping high in an attempt to block him. However, Suze paused again, allowing Arenas to ascend first. As Arenas began to descend, Suze summoned all his strength, leaping into the air. Boom! Upon leaping, Suze collided violently with Arenas mid-air. Yet, this time, with all his might, Suze sent Arenas flying away, returning the favor. Suze, unperturbed by the physical confrontation, soared into a powerful two-handed dunk, sealing the final score. Chapter 31. Beautiful and capable. The scene of Suze's explosive dunk sent the media, armed with cameras and camcorders, into a frenzy. They screamed, capturing every moment of that violent slam, particularly the instant of the dunk where Suze's muscular tension contrasted starkly with Arenas' helplessness, vividly showcasing the ferocity of Suze's performance. You lost. 0 points. Suze bellowed as he landed, directing his shout at Arenas. The sheer force of Suze and Oppo's dunk had sent Arenas sprawling to the ground, leaving him momentarily dazed, his face a mask of disbelief. Here he was, the NBA and Oppo's most improved player, toppled by a rookie who had only played 3 commendable games. Most astonishingly, he hadn't scored a single point in their matchup against this newcomer. Oi, A's is the best, Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, rushing to Suze and enveloping him in a warm embrace. Suze and Oppo's parents beamed with pride, while McGrady approached, playfully thumping Suze and Oppo's shoulder. Brother, do you even realize what you've accomplished? You completely shut down Gilbert. That's just too cool. McGrady's face radiated excitement and thrill. He found Suze's remarkable performance incredible. Even he had never felt assured of being able to contain Arenas when facing him. Yet, Suze had succeeded, and McGrady's admiration for him grew. Convinced that Suze was destined to become a superstar in the league. Amidst the jubilant cheers, reporters quickly surrounded Suze. Despite his remarkable performance over 3 consecutive games, the attention he garnered remained moderate, as in the NBA, any player could experience a fleeting burst of brilliance. Even with his stunning displays and a decisive victory over Carter in one-on-one training, the media and Oppo's interest in Suze was still somewhat lukewarm. However, witnessing Suze and Oppo's impressive feat of completely shutting down the NBA and Oppo's most improved player captivated the attending journalists, who went wild. They closed in on Suze, thrusting microphones and recorders before him. Sue, share your feelings at this moment. Sue, shutting out your opponent. What an incredible match. Do you now believe you and Oppo's re stronger than Arenas? Faced with the barrage of questions, Suze chuckled helplessly. Truth be told, he was not particularly fond of dealing with the media. He spread his hands and declared, honestly, the only thing I feel right now is hunger. So, I refuse to answer any questions. I'm off to eat. With that, he squeezed through the crowd, aided by McGrady, swiftly escaping the scene alongside his parents and girlfriend, Lin Yu. Only Su Ying remained, having not yet managed to leave. Phew. These media people are truly exhausting, posing such nonsensical questions. Some inquiries are so perplexing that they could ignite conflicts. Suze sighed with relief upon exiting the training facility. McGrady wrapped an arm around Suze and Apos' shoulders. What is this? You need to learn to embrace the spotlight and handle the media. When you become the focus of the league, these encounters are unavoidable, he advised, his tone earnest as an older brother. Suze shrugged. Let us deal with future matters when they arise. Right now, I'm genuinely famished. Brother, take us to the finest restaurant. I need to fill my stomach. McGrady nodded without hesitation. No problem. This meal is on me, a welcome gesture for your parents. Suze nodded, preparing to leave with the group when Lin Yu tugged at his arm. Hey, A's sister is still inside. Suddenly, Suze slapped his forehead, remembering that Su Ying was left behind to handle the reporters. Never mind, I'll just text her our location and we can wait for her. After a simple meal, McGrady parted ways with Suze and his family. After dropping Lin Yu and his parents at their residence, Suze intended to return to his apartment. Just as he was about to leave, Su Ying called out to him. Xiaoze, wait. Dressed in a white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans and white sneakers. Her ponytail swaying with each step, she appeared radiant and capable. What's up, big sister? You're not planning another training session for me, are you? Suze teased, aware that her intentions were for his benefit. After all, training in one-on-one matchups with NBA stars would significantly elevate his skills. Unbeknownst to Su Ying, however, Suze had been enhancing his abilities through system rewards. Not at all. I have something serious to discuss with you. Come to my room. Su Ying flashed a smile at Suze, beckoning him with her finger. Gulp. Suze watched her sway away, and he swallowed hard. Ugh. Suze, you beast. That is your sister. He chastised himself internally, but then turned his thoughts around. Well, it doesn't and amp. Apos, necessarily have to be that way. Shaking his head to dispel the errant thoughts, he hurriedly followed Su Ying into her room. Once inside, Su Ying stated, Xiaoze, based on your performance, you will soon establish a firm foothold in the league. However, you currently lack an agent. I would like to offer my services. What do you think? Her expression turned serious as she looked at him earnestly. Having come to study in the United States, Suze had been selected by the Orlando Magic due to the Chinese market, yet he remained a late second-round pick, with no professional agent interested in representing him. Moreover, with the meager salary he received, he couldn't afford to hire a professional agent. Thus, he had handled the contract with the Orlando Magic all on his own. Sure, Suze readily agreed. Having you as my agent would be the best. You're not only beautiful but capable. Upon hearing this, Su Ying's expression shifted awkwardly, her beautiful eyes glinting with irritation. Oh, I meant your strong ability to get things done, Suze quickly clarified, realizing his misstep. Besides, today you handled the media with such finesse. There's no issue in being my agent. After all, we are family. Suze had little concept of what an agent entailed, and since he currently had none, allowing Su Ying to take on the role seemed inconsequential. Hearing Suze's words, Su Ying finally smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 32, The Third Battle Begins. Tonight marks the commencement of the third game in the Eastern Conference Playoff semifinals. Taking place at the Waterhouse Center in Orlando, renamed Amway Center in December 2006. The Magic have established a commanding lead of 2-0 and will strive to defend their home court this evening. On camera, Coach Zhang Weiping, donning a gray suit and exuding a warm smile, speaks cheerfully. To enhance the broadcast of player Suze's performance, Dragon Country has dispatched commentators and guests to the forefront. Today, we are privileged to have Suze's sister and agent, Su Ying, joining us for an interview. Standing between Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia, adorned with a headset, Su Ying greets the audience with a beaming smile and a wave. Hello to all viewers from Dragon Country. It is a pleasure to meet you here. Yu Jia, smiling, expresses, Su Ying, we have a few questions that the fans are eager to know. Please, feel free to ask, Su Ying replies, adjusting a stray hair behind her ear. Displaying an inviting demeanor. We have all witnessed Suze's remarkable performances on the court, as well as the 1v1 videos against Vince Carter and Arenas. We are keen to understand how Suze and Apos' athleticism has suddenly surged. The scouting report indicated that while Suze possesses exceptional static talent, his dynamic ability was deemed inadequate for the NBA. What is the secret behind this transformation? Yu Jia's inquiry resonates with Su Ying, who has personally witnessed Suze's struggles in high school matchups. She too is astonished by his newfound prowess. Yet, under the scrutiny of the media, Su Ying casts aside her thoughts and delivers a polished response. Indeed, Suze's athletic ability was once lacking, but due to the minimal attention he received previously, no one realized the amount of sweat he poured into training, patiently awaiting this moment to shine. At this moment, the camera captures Suze, engrossed in shooting practice on the court. Oblivious to the camera and Oppos's focus, he bounces the ball while listening to the system announcing his rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing both the ordinary and hidden tasks. Ding! Additionally, congratulations on defeating Arenas. Suze smirks. Congratulations are nice, but how about some tangible rewards? I completed 2 tasks. What do I get? As he speaks, he effortlessly sinks a three-pointer, showcasing his smooth shooting touch, leaving Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia in awe from afar. Ding! Ordinary task completed. Host earns 20 badge points. Ding! Hidden task completed. Host earns 20 badge points and a windmill dunk move package. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Suze feels a sense of satisfaction. Yet he is slightly disheartened by the modest amount of badge points earned. Hey, system, you are rather stingy. Just 40 badge points for 2 tasks? Can you be a bit more generous? If I had a choice, I'd definitely switch to a more generous system. Ding! System notification. If the host finds the badge points insufficient, the next distribution will be reduced to 10 points. Seriously, this stingy system. Suze mutters under his breath. Ding! System notification. Host, please refrain from cursing. This system can hear you. Suze rolls his eyes. If only the system were tangible, he would give it a stern talking to. Having accumulated 40 badge points this time, coupled with the previous 10 points, Suze now possesses a total of 50 badge points. He examines his badge section. In the finishing badge category, he holds the bronze badge, evasive finisher, and bronze badge, rim protector. In the shooting badge category, he boasts the Hall of Fame, three-point shooter. In the defensive badge category, he has the Hall of Fame, clamps. In the playmaking badge category, he owns the silver badge, ankle breaker, with the frequently utilized Ginobili Euro step move package, Tomahawk dunk move package, and Darren Williams double cross move package. Suze and Oppos's offensive repertoire is quite diverse. However, he finds his mid-range scoring ability lacking. Suze ponders mid-range, the ultimate weapon in the playoffs. Even the likes of Jordan and Kobe are masters of this area. While my three-point shooting is formidable, it is not my primary weapon. If opponents adjust their defensive strategies and grant me mid-range opportunities, I could find myself in a precarious position. With this thought in mind, Suze decides to explore the shooting badge section. He quickly locates the mid-range Maestro badge. Without hesitation, he expends 10 badge points to upgrade it to bronze. Subsequently, he invests 30 badge points to elevate the bronze mid-range Maestro badge to silver. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful upgrade. Ding! This badge will enhance the host's mid-range shooting percentage. After completing the upgrade, Suze nods in satisfaction. Although it may not be immediately applicable in the upcoming game against the 76ers, it is better to be prepared for any change in the opponent and Oppos's defensive approach. Suze glances at the other badge sections. Against a player like Iverson, who is significantly shorter, Suze often finds his dribbling disrupted, particularly by perimeter defenders who create difficulties for his ball handling. Currently, Suze resembles a shooter who struggles with dribbling yet manages to evade typical defenders. Eager to rectify this situation, he focuses on the playmaking badge area. This is it, he declares, activating the ball handling master badge. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful activation. Ding! This badge will slightly enhance the host's ball handling ability. Having expended all 50 badge points, Suze is just about to conclude his preparations when the warm-up session comes to an end. As both teams return to the bench amidst the raucous announcements from the DJ at the Waterhouse Center, the home team, the Magic, begins to introduce their starting lineup. When Suze and Oppos's name is called, a section of the crowd, comprising fans from Dragon Country and his parents, erupts in cheers for him. Under the spotlight, Suze officially takes the court, embarking on the third battle of the semifinals. Chapter 33, Mid-range attempt. With the sharp whistle of the referee, both centers leaped into action. The Orlando Magic center deftly tapped the basketball into the hands of Tracy McGrady, who donned the number 1 jersey. Thus commenced the first offensive play of the match. McGrady and Oppos's seemingly drowsy eyes now radiated fierce determination. He dribbled past half court, while Suze swiftly maneuvered to set a screen for him. This tactic had been meticulously crafted by the Magic and Oppos's head coach, Doc Rivers, specifically for McGrady and Suze. Unfortunately, Suze and Oppos's screen was not particularly effective, allowing McGrady's defender to slip past with ease. Nevertheless, McGrady surged forward, utilizing an explosive first step to penetrate the Philadelphia 76ers' interior defense. Iverson, tasked with guarding Suze, quickly circumvented the screen and pursued McGrady, aiming to disrupt his offensive momentum. This was the 76ers and Oppo's defensive strategy against McGrady to make his attempts at scoring far from straightforward. Iverson's lateral quickness enabled him to position himself directly in McGrady's path, while the player originally assigned to guard McGrady also rushed in, attempting to sandwich him and force a turnover. However, McGrady's reflexes were remarkably swift. As the two 76ers converged, he promptly passed the ball to Suze, who had drifted to the 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. "Brother, make that damned three-pointer," McGrady urged silently. The basketball landed firmly in Suze and Oppo's grasp. Yet, being a sharpshooter, Suze had drawn the keen attention of the 76ers head coach, Larry Brown, who had prepared his team for this very scenario. Pippen, who had been stationed in the corner, rapidly closed in on Suze. Meanwhile, the Magic and Oppo's power forward, Drew Gooden, lacked the ability to shoot from beyond the arc and was inconsistent with his mid-range game. As such, he was a player the 76ers could afford to leave unguarded. Suze vividly remembered Gooden's dismal shooting percentage of a mere 40 during the playoffs in his past life, with only 4 assists across 7 games. Even if he passed to Gooden for a drive to the basket, the latter would still contend with the 76ers center's defensive help. Gooden's inadequate ball-handling skills made passing to him a poor decision. These thoughts flitted through Suze's mind in an instant. With Van Horn closing in, he resolutely executed a shot fake. The threat of Suze's shooting caused Van Horn to leap in an attempt to contest. Seizing the moment, Suze sprang into action, darting past Van Horn with the agility of a cheetah. Derek Coleman, the 76ers center, anticipated Suze's drive into the paint and positioned himself to defend. Simultaneously, Iverson, having completed his double team, reappeared in Suze and Oppo's path. Analyzing footage from previous games, the 76ers had noted that Suze's scoring typically came from beyond the arc or within the key. This indicated a conspicuous void in his mid-range shooting capabilities, a fact that Coach Brown had meticulously prepared for, intensifying their defense against Suze's three-point shots and his drives to the basket. Thus, a foray into the paint seemed improbable, especially with Van Horn lurking behind, poised to assist. Thus, a mid-range shot appeared to be Suze's most prudent option, abruptly halting his forward momentum. Suze positioned himself 2 steps inside the three-point line. Wearing the Magic's number 7 jersey, he leaped high, akin to the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, and released the basketball with precision. What? Suze has opted for a mid-range shot? This is hardly an optimal offensive choice. The announcer shook his head in disbelief. Throughout prior games, Suze had never attempted a mid-range shot. This kid seems to be pushing it. Even Coach Doc Rivers privately believed that Suze's decision was far from ideal. In practice, Suze had seldom demonstrated any proficiency in mid-range shooting, with even occasional attempts often ending in missed opportunities. Thus, Rivers preferred to utilize Suze primarily as a three-point shooter. Amidst the skepticism, Suze's mid-range attempt found its mark, granting the Magic an initial 2 points. "Well done, mate. That shot felt great." McGrady gave Suze a thumbs up, vocally encouraging him. McGrady had faith in Suze. He had witnessed his capabilities in one-on-one scenarios. Even without a history of mid-range attempts, McGrady believed that Suze could indeed make that damned basketball swoosh through the net. Iverson approached Suze. "Kid, who would have thought you could shoot mid-range?" Quite the surprise. Suze shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of confidence. "Of course. I possess many skills." Suze was not boasting. As long as he could complete tasks and earn badge points, he would continuously grow stronger. Speaking of badge points, Suze felt as if something was amiss. Ding. Task issued. Score at least 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists in this game. Ding. Upon completion of the task, the host will receive a reward. Ah yes, the task was missing. Suze chuckled upon hearing the system's notification. Soon, Iverson, utilizing a screen, received a pass from his teammate. Task accomplished. Suze rapidly closed in on Iverson. Positioned at the arc, Iverson briefly gained a shooting window and instinctively prepared to shoot, aiming to shake off Suze and Oppo's pursuit. Yet Suze remained unfazed. Empowered by the Hall of Fame Clamps badge, his perimeter defense was formidable. Realizing Suze was not fooled, Iverson promptly called for another screen. "Kid, You won't be able to restrict me tonight. I'm taking home the victory, and not just one. As the center approached to set the screen, Iverson confidently declared to Suze. With a swift crossover and an explosive burst of speed, aided by the screen, Iverson left Suze trailing behind. The Magic center, Andrew de Klerk, failed to delay Iverson's advance. Watching in resignation, Suze pushed himself to sprint forward. As Iverson leaped for a shot, Suze exerted every ounce of effort to leap and contest the basketball in Iverson and Apos' hands. Chapter 34. Breaking free from defense, Suze exerted all his effort to defend against Allen Iverson. Despite managing to disrupt Iverson's shot to some extent, he failed to complete a single block. The basketball grazed Suze's fingertips as it soared toward the hoop. The sound of it striking the rim echoed sharply. The long rebound bounced out, and Suze, having already secured a prime position, effortlessly collected the ball. Counterattack! Counterattack! Suze dribbled swiftly, shouting encouragement to his teammates. Tracy McGrady was the first to respond, sprinting towards the opponent's half. After dribbling a couple of times, Suze passed the ball to the rushing McGrady. What a splendid pass! Upon receiving the ball, McGrady enthusiastically praised Suze. The 76ers players were quick to retreat, with two defenders closing in on McGrady, making it difficult for him to execute a fast break layup. McGrady pushed forward with the ball, glancing back to check his teammates' positions. At this moment, aside from the two 76ers defenders closely shadowing McGrady, there was no one in front of Suze. With a flash of inspiration, McGrady accelerated towards the basket, drawing the attention of the two defenders. Under the pressure of the double team, McGrady chose not to force a layup. Instead, he lofted the basketball high off the backboard. Quickly following in, Suze understood the play and leaped high to catch the ball midair. An impressive alley-oop. McGrady and Apos' pass was simply exquisite. Zhang Weiping, the commentator seated courtside, erupted in excitement. Suze, soaring high, held the ball with both hands, swinging his arms in a windmill motion. With a resounding thud, Suze executed a windmill dunk, completing the alley-oop. Oh yes, no one can stop us. Upon landing, McGrady joyfully shouted, extending his hand for a high-five with Suze. After their celebration, McGrady raised 4 fingers towards the 76ers bench, signaling magic in 4. The arena reverberated with deafening cheers at McGrady's gesture. In sync with McGrady, Suze waved his arms, stirring the atmosphere on the court. At this moment, Iverson and Apos' demeanor was remarkably calm, his eyes gleaming with determination. Have you decided? Where are you going for vacation? Suze retreated to Iverson's side, grinning as he spoke. On the court, defeating one's opponent is not solely about strategy and physical prowess. It is also essential to manipulate their mindset. Larry Bird, the king of mind games in the NBA, was a master in this regard, and Suze was equally adept. This remark nearly infuriated Iverson. He retorted coldly, "Do not think you can defeat us so easily. The game has just begun." With that, Iverson swiftly darted along the baseline, using a screen from the center to create an opportunity to receive the ball. Suze quickly glued himself to Iverson, offering no space for a comfortable catch. Iverson and Apos' speed was lightning fast, yet Suze matched him stride for stride. Even with Suze and Apos' tight defense, Iverson managed to find a window to receive the ball. Upon catching it, Iverson feigned a shot, attempting to use the triple threat position to draw Suze and Apos' defense. However, Suze remained unfazed, extending his arms and maintaining a firm body contact with Iverson, providing maximum interference without jumping prematurely. Seeing this, Iverson felt somewhat helpless, resorting to pushing Suze away with his left hand, attempting to create space. But just as Iverson extended his arm to shove Suze, the latter fell backward, leading to the referee and Apos' whistle. Beep. Offensive foul. The referee called Iverson for the foul. Iverson and Apos' eyes widened in shock as he stared incredulously at the referee, unable to contain his frustration as he approached to argue. How can that be an offensive foul? I was just making a normal move. He flopped. Iverson gestured animatedly, expressing his grievances. The referee shook his head, explaining that move was excessive. You definitely pushed him. I did not see a flop. Iverson, somewhat annoyed, nodded and replied, "Fine. No problem. I can easily draw an offensive foul on him." After 2 consecutive offensive possessions ended in a missed shot and a turnover for Iverson, Suze positioned himself in the corner, adhering to the team and Apos' strategy. To conserve Iverson and Apos' energy on defense, the 76ers and Apos' head coach Larry Brown assigned Iverson to guard Suze. After all, with McGrady on the court, Suze and Oppos's opportunities to attack were relatively limited. How did I do on that last flop? Suze leaned in close to Iverson's ear, whispering, I feel like I deserve an Oscar for that performance, don't you think? Suze's incessant chatter began to irritate Iverson, who was already feeling the pressure from his previous offensive failures. You certainly know how to act, but you must back it up with skill. You won't even dare to take me one-on-one. Iverson scoffed at Suze. In truth, due to Suze's previously limited dribbling skills, it had been challenging to execute a complete dribble move against Iverson. However, now equipped with the bronze badge ball handling master, Suze and Oppos's dribbling had significantly improved. I admit you're strong, but you're still a notch below me. Otherwise, you should be taking me one-on-one. Iverson continued as Suze remained silent. Suze chuckled. In an instant, Suze dashed out from his corner position. Noticing that the Magic's offense had stagnated, he moved to the top of the arc to receive the ball. The shot clock showed a mere 6 seconds remaining. I will break you with this shot. Just watch. Suze exclaimed with a grin as he caught the ball. Stop with the bravado. Let us see you try. I will intercept your dribble. Iverson shot back defiantly. With only 5 seconds left on the clock, Suze swiftly initiated his offensive play. He first faked a shot, then, with the ball in his right hand, performed a drag step. Iverson's eyes were locked onto Suze, and as he saw an opening, he lunged to steal the ball. Just as Iverson reached for the basketball, Suze skillfully pulled it back, executing a beautiful spin move that left Iverson behind. The arena erupted in gasps of astonishment. Amidst the cheers of the fans and the commentators' exhilarated shouts, Suze successfully broke free from the defense. Chapter 35. A resounding score of 3-0. What a splendid play by Suze. He deftly evaded Iverson's defense. The commentator Zhang Weiping from CTV5 exclaimed with palpable excitement. Yes, Suze, take the ball. Toy with him. On the court, Suze seemed to resonate with Zhang Weiping's fervent encouragement. With a swift pivot using his right hand, Suze shook off Iverson's challenge. Yet he did not immediately choose to drive forward. His keen observation revealed that although Iverson had momentarily lost his defensive stance due to a risky steal attempt, he quickly readjusted. This meant that Iverson had, with remarkable speed, re-established his defensive position. Standing at 183 meters, Iverson's selection to the all-defensive first team was well-deserved. His speed of adjustment and tenacity in defense were truly astonishing and commendable. Without hesitation, Suze executed a step back, combined with a deceptive feint. Such an elaborate display of dribbling, along with Suze's shooting threat, caused Iverson to rush back into contest. At that moment, a bronze badge labeled ball handling master illuminated above Suze's head. He felt a surge of delight. The badge indeed elevated his dribbling prowess. Previously, executing such moves felt somewhat clumsy, especially against a defender of Iverson's caliber, who would likely intercept the ball. Yet now, his movements appeared significantly smoother and more fluid. As Suze prepared to shoot, Iverson leaped swiftly, attempting to disrupt his rhythm. But you've been deceived. In the very instant Iverson took flight, Suze seamlessly altered his action, driving right towards the basket. Alarmed, Iverson shouted as he hastily adjusted his weight to descend. However, even with this quick adjustment, he could not reach Suze in time. After bypassing Iverson, Suze halted near the free throw line and executed a mid-range jumper. Clad in a blue and white number 7 jersey, Suze launched the basketball as though wielding the side of death. Swish. The ball swished through the net, adding 2 more points to the Magic's tally. Haha. What a beautiful shot by Suze. The excitement was palpable. Oh wow, such intricate dribbling, like flowing water. Absolutely fantastic. Upon this successful shot, the Magic's bench erupted in jubilation. Not just the bench, but the fans at the Waterhouse Center also cheered uproariously. McGrady rushed to Suze's side, giving him a hearty pat on the back. Well done, buddy. It feels like your dribbling has improved immensely. Suze shrugged nonchalantly. What can I say? Evading a defender is like crossing a road in the morning. McGrady paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. This kid really knows how to show off. The match continued, with the Magic's offense flowing seamlessly. Under the leadership of McGrady and Suze, they were dominating the offensive end. Although Suze had not yet garnered the recognition of a star in the league, he had become a crucial scoring asset for Coach Doc Rivers within the Magic. In stark contrast, the 76ers struggled offensively once Iverson was effectively contained by Suze. Although Iverson managed to score some difficult shots, he could not salvage the team from their predicament. As the fourth quarter progressed, with 6 minutes remaining, Suze successfully defended a 76ers player, executing a double team to secure a steal before rapidly advancing the ball up the court. He halted just 2 steps away from the three-point line. At that moment, the score stood at 89-69, with the Magic leading by a substantial 20 points. Just one more three-pointer would virtually seal the game. "Guys, this shot is for you," Suze declared, turning his head to shout at the 76ers bench. The players there glared at him with indignation. Yet, throughout this match, Suze and Oppos' continuous improvement on both ends of the court had exacted a heavy toll on the 76ers. "Goodbye. Sweet dreams." Suze clutched the basketball at his waist, gesturing farewell to the 76ers bench. As he was basking in the spotlight, the 76ers defenders had already returned, forming a barrier before him. However, they did not rush to smother Suze. Instead, they positioned themselves right at the three-point line. Faced with such ample space, Suze wasted no time. He confidently launched a three-point shot. Oh well, that shot is outrageous. How on earth could Suze make it from such a distance? It seemed that Suze and Oppos' shooting choice might lead to an embarrassing failure. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, he released the ball, which soared through the air in a perfect arc, landing squarely in the hoop. The Magic fans at the Waterhouse Center erupted in ecstatic cheers. Magic in 4. Magic in 4. The arena resonated with chants celebrating the Magic and Oppos' impending victory. After hitting that shot, Suze performed a bow and arrow gesture. To add to the drama, he aimed the imaginary arrow at the 76ers and Oppos' bench and released it with a flick of his wrist. Haha, Suze is having a blast out there. This gesture was undeniably heart-wrenching. A shot to the heart, indeed, exclaimed the commentator Yu Jiao with a chuckle. Indeed, it seems to convey that I've struck you down, Zhang Weiping added excitedly. The performance of this unheralded second-round pick from Longwa in the NBA was truly exhilarating. Indeed, if the previous offensive surge by the Magic was the final nail in the coffin for the 76ers, then Suze's recent three-pointer has firmly sealed it shut, Yu Jiao proclaimed passionately. Amidst the cheers from the Magic fans, 76ers coach Larry Brown resignedly called a timeout, opting to substitute and bench players once the break concluded. The Magic also fielded their bench players, both sides tacitly acknowledging the game's outcome. Before long, the final whistle blew, with Suze recording 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, completing his assigned task. Meanwhile, her superstar T-Mac tallied 35 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. Together, they propelled the Magic to a commanding 3-0 lead in the Eastern Conference semifinals. Chapter 36. The secret to success. First and foremost, congratulations on achieving a remarkable 3-0 lead. It is well known that a team with such an advantage in a playoff series has a significantly high probability of advancing. I wonder what emotions you are experiencing at this moment. After the match, CTV5 and Oppos' Zhang Weiping and Yu Jiao approached to interview Suze. As one of the most scrutinized players from Longwa, following in the footsteps of the legendary Yao Ming, this marked only the second interview for Suze. The previous occasion was during the NBA draft night, where the spotlight was also on the first overall pick, Yao Ming. With his hands on his hips and a relaxed demeanor, Suze remarked, well, borrowing a phrase from T-Mac, I've already begun contemplating my next opponent. His smile radiated confidence. Oh, the youth certainly exudes confidence. Zhang Weiping chuckled, his eyes gleaming with pride as he regarded Suze. Suze tilted his head slightly, asserting, ISN and Oppos, see it the nature of youth to be spirited? Indeed, Suze and Oppos' performance throughout the 4 playoff games has given him ample reason to embrace such youthful exuberance. In the first playoff game, he helped the team stave off a dire reversal, successfully advancing to the next round. The subsequent 3 matches showcased increasingly impressive displays, with each game highlighting his growth. Suze, how would you evaluate your performance in these games? Yu Jiao interjected at an opportune moment. After a moment and Oppos' contemplation, Suze replied, honestly, there's nothing particularly special. I believe there is still substantial room for improvement. The formidable badge system has yet to be fully unlocked. The potential for Suze and Oppos' development is indeed vast. What are your goals for this year? Or perhaps your personal aspirations? Zhang Weiping inquired once more. Without hesitation, Suze declared, now that we are in the playoffs, our sights are firmly set on the championship. The audacity of his ambition left Zhang Weiping and Yu Jiao momentarily stunned. It seemed a rather ambitious target, given the current configuration of the Magic. Merely breaking through in the East poses significant challenges. Even if they were to overcome the Philadelphia 76ers, they would still contend with the formidable New Jersey Nets, who finished the regular season ranked second in the East. Unlike the 76ers, the Nets possess a robust strength. Though both Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia felt Suze's aspirations were unattainable, they refrained from dampening the spirit of youth. Such ambition, Zhang Weiping said, giving Suze a thumbs up. We wish you success and hope you can hoist the coveted O and AMP, Oppos, Brian Trophy. Oh, by the way, Yu Jia suddenly recalled. Before the match began, a video circulated among the media in the beautiful country, showcasing your one-on-one against this season's most improved player, Gilbert Arenas, where you triumphed with a score of 10-0. Suze, this video has made quite an impact back home, despite the media landscape not being particularly advanced at present. A select few platforms in Longwa have seized the opportunity to disseminate the footage, albeit with less than stellar quality. Consequently, a dedicated subset of basketball enthusiasts has begun to witness Suze and Oppos' stunning performance, thereby elevating his name to a certain level of prominence domestically. We previously consulted your agent. Suing, what was it that enabled your basketball skills to undergo such a rapid transformation? Is there any wisdom you can share with us? Yu Jia asked earnestly, his gaze fixed on Suze. With a smile, Suze shrugged nonchalantly and replied, the secret to success is singular. Oh, pray enlighten us. Yu Jia eagerly awaited Suze's revelation. To transition from possessing nearly zero dynamic talent to becoming a player of such remarkable prowess on the court in such a short span intrigued Yu Jia profoundly. Suze responded earnestly, that is simply hard work. Anything can lie, but your effort will never deceive you. Furthermore, when everyone doubts you, always remind yourself that the hardest thing to accept is not being forgotten, but rather accepting your own mediocrity. Suze's words resonated with sincerity. Both Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Suze, countless aspiring rookies preparing for the upcoming draft, as well as players competing in high school and junior leagues, were profoundly moved by his declaration. Even though Suze's name may not yet carry great weight, his words have etched themselves into the minds of those who witnessed the broadcast. I will never accept my own mediocrity. The only one who can defeat me is myself. In front of the television, a moderately built white player with flowing golden hair silently vowed to himself. Hey, Korver, stop daydreaming. Let's go. We need to continue with the training camp. The golden-haired Korver gazed longingly at the screen showing Suze. Despite their similar ages, Suze and AMP, Oppos' words deeply inspired Korver. All right. LeBron, I and Oppos am on my way, Korver responded, heading towards the exit. Oh, by the way, Kyle, did you catch the live broadcast today? Longwa and Oppos' Sue delivered an extraordinary performance. A tall, muscular man in training attire inquired with a smile. Absolutely. I watched the entire thing. His performance was simply magnificent, Korver replied excitedly. LeBron. You should know that he is merely a late second-round pick. Yet, in these 4 brief games, he has showcased talent rivaling that of basketball superstars. He is my idol, Korver exclaimed, his fists clenched in enthusiasm. Standing beside Korver was none other than the prodigious LeBron James, known as the Chosen One. James wore an expression brimming with anticipation. Indeed, I can hardly contain my eagerness to enter the NBA. I am keen to face such an intriguing opponent on the court. While I may not yet be his fan, I am eager to defeat him in a game. The gleam of expectation shone in LeBron James's eyes as he envisioned the moment he could compete against Suze on the grand stage. Chapter 37. Team meeting. After the game concluded, Suze returned to his residence, oblivious to the fact that his recent interview would significantly impact a multitude of emerging players. Leaning back on the sofa, he had hoped for a moment of respite, only to receive a call from head coach Doc Rivers. Hello? Sue, what are you up to? I just sat down to relax. Is there something you need, coach? Suze inquired politely, puzzled as to why Rivers would call at such an hour instead of resting himself. Young man, you've performed remarkably well in these past few games. I would like to invite you to join the team meeting, Rivers replied cheerfully. As you know, we have gained the upper hand in the series. In the next game, we aim to conclude this round in Orlando. Therefore, I wish for you to participate in the meeting to discuss our game plan. Suze felt a surge of excitement. This was his first invitation to a core team meeting. While he had attended player meetings before, he had never had the opportunity to participate in such a pivotal gathering. Clearly, his steadily improving prowess had caught the attention of both the management and coaching staff of the Magic. They were willing to include this late second-round pick into their inner circle. That is fantastic. Coach, I'll head over right away. Suze exclaimed, hurriedly dressing and making his way to the arena. Upon arriving at the team meeting room, he found everyone already gathered, in addition to the coaching staff. Both Tracy McGrady and the injured All-Star Grant Hill were present. Even the Magic's general manager, John Gabriel, attended the meeting. My apologies for being late. The taxi encountered some traffic, Suze said with an apologetic smile. General Manager John Gabriel rose, clapping his hands and laughing. Oh, let's see. We have discovered a new star for our team. Young man, come, take a seat. We heeded McGrady's suggestion to include you in this meeting at the last minute. Gabriel gestured for Suze to sit beside him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. After taking his seat, Suze cast a grateful glance at McGrady. He had initially thought that his stellar performance over the last 4 games had earned him this opportunity, unaware that McGrady had also played a significant role behind the scenes. McGrady winked at Suze. Brother, relax. You need to learn to adapt. Seated across from Suze, McGrady smiled encouragingly. Suze nodded and greeted everyone in the room. However, when his gaze fell upon Grant Hill, he noticed a hint of something different. Besides the customary polite regard, there was a trace of envy in Hill's eyes. Suze felt a moment of confusion, but upon recalling Hill's severe injury, he understood the source of that envy. In the NBA, talent and extraordinary gifts are never in short supply. Every player who makes it to the league is, without a doubt, a Jordan in their personal lives. Yet, the prerequisite for these gifted players to become dazzling stars, aside from opportunity, is health. Only by maintaining good health can one realize their potential and shine as a star. Unfortunately, Grant Hill's injuries had caused him great suffering, while Suze, who remained healthy, had been granted the chance to showcase his talents. Now that Sue is here, we were just discussing how to limit the opponent and Oppo's offense, Doc Rivers stated, directing his attention to Suze. As the best defender against Iverson in recent games, I would love to hear your thoughts and suggestions. Suze scratched his head. Regarding defense, I actually have a suggestion. Let's stick with the old strategy, 1-on-4 containment. I will tightly guard Iverson, whether he has the ball or not, doing my utmost to exhaust him on the offensive end. Furthermore, we must also make his life difficult on defense. For example, the players facing Iverson should continuously tire him out during their offensive plays. If we can achieve both of these goals, Iverson and Oppo's stamina will plummet. As Suze shared his thoughts, McGrady was the first to raise his hand in agreement. I concur with Sue's suggestion. His defense against Iverson has been exemplary, making his advice quite reliable. As the team's star player, McGrady staunchly supported Suze. Over the past few games, McGrady had grown increasingly appreciative of Suze, particularly due to his continuous improvement and humble demeanor. He was fierce against opponents yet consistently kind to his teammates, a quality McGrady greatly admired. Indeed, I also agree. I followed Sue's advice on the court previously, even when he was still a rookie. Of course, he still is one. Doc Rivers chuckled, eliciting laughter from the others in the meeting room. Suze felt no discomfort. Instead, he shrugged nonchalantly. In the NBA, even if a rookie performs like a superstar in their debut season, they remain a rookie. This title is often a source of jest. Very well, but what if the 1-on-4 strategy fails to contain Iverson? For instance, he has many opportunities for mid-range shots off screens or penetrating the paint to draw fouls. How should we counter that? General Manager John Gabriel posed another question. Switching. Suze replied without hesitation. We can employ a switching strategy to force Iverson into 1-on-1 situations. And once the switch occurs, we should immediately pressure him with a double team, compelling him to pass the ball to others to complete the offense. Chapter 38. The fourth match commences. The individuals present were seasoned veterans of the NBA, yet they were hearing about such a defensive strategy for the first time. Sue, could you elaborate on this defensive approach? General Manager John Gabriel gazed at Suze with eager anticipation. It was evident that he was captivated by Suze's proposed switch defense strategy, a concept never before witnessed on the NBA court. Suze explained, in essence, when a screen is set, the defender immediately exchanges their defensive assignment with the player guarding the screener. This tactic will deny Iverson any easy shot opportunities. At the moment of the switch, we can apply a double team, leaving the screener open and trapping the ball handler, thus forcing them to pass. Given the scoring abilities of the 76ers and Oppo's other players, they simply cannot overcome us. One assistant coach opposed this idea, asserting, I disagree. Our team has never employed such a defensive strategy, and utilizing this novel tactic in a crucial game could lead to disastrous consequences. John Gabriel nodded in agreement. Displaying a hint of resignation, "Sue, your suggestion seems rather implausible," he remarked, his expression now devoid of the earlier excitement, replaced by disappointment. Clearly, although Suze and Apos' proposal was intriguing, it appeared unrealistic to the others. Indeed, Sue is a vital candidate for perimeter defense, but this proposal is undeniably risky. Head coach Doc Rivers concurred, shaking his head. "I'm afraid we cannot adopt your suggested switch defense. We will stick to our previous defensive strategy, employing a man-to-man approach." The general manager, head coach, and several assistant coaches unanimously rejected Suze's switch defense, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected. Yet, he understood that his suggestions were merely advisory. As a second-round pick with only 4 commendable performances, he held little sway within the team. His participation in such a team meeting was largely due to McGrady and Apos' influence. Undeterred, Suze stood up, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, let us give it a try. I am willing to bear the responsibility. If the switch defense fails, I accept any disciplinary action." At that moment, McGrady, who had been silent, raised his hand. "I support Sue's suggestion. Let us experiment, especially since we already hold the advantage. If it does not yield positive results in the first quarter, we can make adjustments in the following 3 quarters. McGrady held Suze in high esteem and was willing to back his proposal. Holding the advantage provided McGrady with the confidence to take a risk, especially considering that without Suze's remarkable performance in the final game of the first round of the playoffs, the Magic might have already been eliminated. Seeing the star player endorse Suze, those led by Doc Rivers exchanged glances of disbelief. "T-Mac, are you serious?" Doc Rivers gazed at McGrady, his expression one of incredulity. While Rivers acknowledged Suze's impressive performances, he remained skeptical about whether such success would translate into increased influence within the team. "Of course, I am serious. You all witnessed Sue dominate in one-on-one drills against Vincent Gilbert. Sue and Apos' abilities are continually improving, and I trust his judgment," McGrady asserted without hesitation. "Moreover, I propose we try this in the first quarter. If it fails, we can promptly adjust in the latter half." With McGrady's endorsement, the management team, led by Doc Rivers and Gabriel, huddled together for a quiet discussion. "Very well, after our deliberation, we are willing to give it a shot." Doc Rivers conceded with a shrug. With McGrady and Apos' support, Suze and Apos' switch defense proposal was accepted. In the following day and Apos' practice, the entire Magic team began targeted training based on the switch defense strategy. Doc Rivers specifically arranged for McGrady to lead the second unit in scrimmages against the first unit, continuously refining the switch technique and timing for double teaming. The overall effectiveness of the training proved satisfactory, alleviating some of Doc Rivers' concerns. As game day approached, Suze arrived early at the Waterhouse Center for warm-up exercises. After sinking several three-pointers, he activated the system. Isn't it time to distribute the rewards for the last task?" Suze lamented. The system was always eager to issue tasks but seemed sluggish when it came to dispensing rewards. If not for the system and Apos' utility, Suze would have considered dismantling it in frustration. "Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the previous task." "Beep. Congratulations, host, for receiving 20 badge points." "Beep. Badge points are to be allocated at the host's discretion." "System, could you be more punctual with the rewards next time?" Suze couldn't help but complain. "Beep. The system will be more attentive in the future." With a dismissive pout, Suze refrained from further dialogue with the system and directly accessed the badge system. Currently, he possessed 20 badge points. Gazing at the badges that had upgraded and those still dimmed, Suze hesitated. Activating other badges now would only yield bronze-level benefits, which were minimal. Ultimately, he decided to save the points for future tasks, allowing for a more substantial upgrade later. Just as Suze contemplated closing the system, a new notification chimed. "Beep. Task issued." The system and Apos' voice resonated, and Suze observed the ethereal screen displaying the task details. "Beep. Complete a sweep against the 76ers to receive rewards." "Beep. Hidden task triggered." "Beep. If the host restricts Iverson's scoring to below 20 points inclusive, while scoring over 35 points, a hidden reward will be granted." "What?" Suze was taken aback by the hidden task. Was this some sort of jest? Limiting Iverson's scoring would require rigorous defense, and on top of that, he needed to contribute significantly on offense. This presented a formidable challenge for Suze. Chapter 39. Unexpected situations. The warm-up training swiftly concluded. Following the introduction by the on-site DJ, both teams made their rapid entrance. The Waterhouse Center was filled with fans of the Magic, clad in blue t-shirts. transforming the venue into a vast ocean of blue. The supporters fervently waved banners proclaiming Magic in 4, continuously rallying for their team from the sidelines. This match was of paramount importance for the Magic. The live commentator from CTV5, Yu articulated with precision. Indeed, this marked the Magic and Oppos's first appearance in the Eastern Conference semifinals since the 95-96 season. Should the Magic secure victory in this game, they would advance to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 7 years. Let us anticipate the splendid performance of player Suze from the Dragon Nation. As the players took to the court, the referee tossed the basketball into the air, and the Magic seized possession right from the start. Tracy McGrady, donned in the Magic's number 1 jersey, was the first to acquire the ball, initiating the team's opening offense. Swiftly advancing the ball across half-court amidst the cheers of the crowd, McGrady faced the defensive ace of the 76ers, Eric Snow, signaling his teammates to spread out. Exuding confidence, McGrady employed an array of dazzling dribbles to manipulate Snow's defensive stance. With the ball in his right hand, he executed a deceptive step to the right, drawing Snow and Oppos's attention and prompting him to obstruct McGrady and Oppos's path. Seizing the moment, McGrady pulled the ball back and swiftly transitioned to a behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand. This seamless maneuver left Snow momentarily disoriented, eliciting gasps from the crowd, followed by thunderous applause for McGrady. "You cannot guard me," McGrady taunted Snow. With a behind-the-back dribble, he then retreated a half-step with his left foot, positioning himself beyond the three-point line. At this juncture, McGrady enjoyed ample space for a shot. He launched a jump shot from beyond the arc, his graceful form appearing utterly sublime. However, Snow was undeterred in his defense. As McGrady executed his three-point shot, Snow lunged at him with all his might. In a reckless attempt, Snow collided directly with McGrady mid-air, forcefully shoving him as he fell. The referee and Oppos's whistle pierced the air. McGrady crashed to the ground, landing hard on his back with a pained cry. Suze, lurking in the corner, witnessed the malicious foul and instantly lost his composure. McGrady and Oppos's back was notoriously fragile. He had experienced discomfort during the regular season. Now, being thrust from the air by Snow, the impact was visibly distressing. Suze rushed in, forcefully toppling Snow to the ground. "Do you even comprehend the severity of that foul?" Suze bellowed at Snow, unable to contain his fury. Even when confronted with a foul, Suze had never been this enraged. This was not merely a playoff game. Snow's actions could potentially jeopardize McGrady and Oppos's career. Suze was acutely aware of the back and knee ailments that plagued McGrady in the latter part of his career. Such a push could significantly heighten the risk of back injuries. Enraged, Suze not only toppled Snow but charged at him, raising his fists. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you intend to ruin McGrady, I shall first ruin you." Like a frenzied leopard, Suze's teammates hurriedly restrained him. "Sue, calm down. The game has just begun. Stay composed. Perhaps McGrady will be all right." The Magic players continually sought to quell Suze's wrath. Fixating on Snow, Suze pointed accusingly. The atmosphere was chaotic as the Magic's medical staff swiftly entered the court, kneeling beside McGrady to assess his condition. "I merely aimed to defend vigorously, not to commit a malicious foul," Snow shouted as he rose from the ground. "Rookie, if you don't understand, then refrain from talking." Suze's anger intensified upon hearing these words. Although his teammates held him back, he found no opportunity to confront Snow physically. "You scoundrel, if you remain on the court, I will break your legs. I will crush you and send you home to your mother," Suze retorted, glaring at Snow with unrestrained hostility. Amidst the turmoil, McGrady was assisted to his feet by the Magic's medical team. "How are you feeling, brother?" Suze inquired, concern etched on his face. McGrady shook his head. "I can't go on. My back hurts too much. I fear I cannot continue with the game." His expression was one of anguish, a flicker of anger in his eyes. "Sue, you must give it your all and sweep them away." Suze nodded vigorously. He patted McGrady on the shoulder. "Brother, do not worry. I will obliterate them." Fury blazed in Suze's eyes, akin to a lion roused from slumber, fixating on the 76ers bench. Following McGrady's exit due to injury, the referee penalized Snow for his unnecessary basketball action, ejecting him from the game. As Snow departed, he exhibited no remorse, wearing a relaxed expression. "Hey, rookie, see you later. Without McGrady, you are destined to lose." Snow waved mockingly at Suze. Suze responded with a cold smile. "Trash. Watch. As you depart, I will annihilate your teammates. This match shall be a bloodbath for the 76ers. Chapter 40. Ruthless madness. In a mere 10 seconds into the game, the Philadelphia 76ers and Oppos, defensive stalwart, Eric Snow, committed a flagrant foul against Tracy McGrady, resulting in McGrady sustaining a back injury and leaving the court. This incident cast a pall over the Amway Center, plunging the Magic fans into a profound silence. A cloud of despair enveloped the faces of the fans as the absence of their star player, McGrady, left the prospects of the game shrouded in uncertainty. The players of the Magic mirrored the fans and Oppos' dismay, their eyes reflecting a hollow, lost look. It was as if everyone recognized the dire predicament that awaited the team in the face of the 76ers without their leading scorer. "Come on, guys, let and Oppos' rally." At this crucial moment, Suze stepped forward. He gathered his teammates around, standing resolutely beside head coach Doc Rivers. "McGrady is injured, but we must summon our spirits and send our opponents packing to avenge him." Suze's gaze was unwavering, ignited with fierce determination. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike Eric Snow with a single blow. Yet, on the court, it was the game that ultimately spoke, and the results would serve to assuage their adversaries. Nothing could be more crushing than personally sending a rival to their demise on the court. "Suze, it's easy for you to say, we no longer have a scorer, and our offensive performance is bound to falter," someone lamented. Indeed, the significance of T-Mac was undeniable. Without him, their offense faced monumental challenges. If their attack faltered, even the strongest defense would prove futile. The Magic players appeared disheartened, as if the conclusion of the game had already been foreseen. "If you believe in me, I am willing to shoulder the burden on both ends of the court. Just pass the ball to me, and let me seal the game," Suze declared, his right fist clenched, his words firm and resonant. "Leave it to Suze?" The players exchanged glances, turning simultaneously towards Coach Doc Rivers. They acknowledged Suze and Oppos' impressive performances in previous games, yet all believed that those feats were facilitated by McGrady and Oppos' presence. With McGrady absent, few had faith that Suze could bear the weight of the team's offense. "Suze, how confident are you?" Doc Rivers sighed silently. The loss of McGrady had transformed their previously promising playoff journey into a haze of uncertainty, causing Rivers to worry about becoming the first coach to be overturned after leading 3-0. 100%. Suze replied resolutely. Doc Rivers placed a firm hand on Suze and Oppos' shoulder. "All right, let us see what you can do. I will entrust all of McGrady's possessions to you, and I hope you deliver a satisfactory performance." Considering Suze and Oppos' outstanding play in the first 4 playoff games, Rivers, faced with a lack of other reliable options, decided to place his hopes in Suze. After all, desperate times called for desperate measures. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the players from both teams returned to the court. Following the earlier chaos, the Amway Center was shrouded in an eerie silence. Suze stepped to the free throw line, executing 2 technical foul shots, both of which swished through the net. "From now on, it is my time to dominate," he declared to the 76ers players on the court. The 76ers players merely scoffed, believing that Suze and Oppos' prior highlights were merely a product of McGrady and Oppos' presence. With McGrady gone, they doubted Suze would shine. As the Magic prepared to inbound the ball, Suze, adorned in jersey number 7, swiftly received the pass and initiated the first offensive play of the game. He stood at the top of the three-point arc, ball in hand, gazing at his defender, none other than the league and Oppos' premier perimeter defender, Allen Iverson. Suze and Oppos' expression remained impassive, cold as a merciless assassin. "Suze, give it up, without McGrady. You cannot win this game," Iverson taunted, a smirk playing on his lips. Suze remained silent. He suddenly stepped forward, feigning a move, then retracted his foot and rose up for a jump shot over Iverson and Oppos' defense. "That is not a wise choice." CTV5 and Oppos' Gia shook his head. "Shooting against a defender like that." Swish. Before Gia could finish his thought, Suze and Oppos' three-point shot sailed through the air, finding nothing but net. The crowd erupted in a wave of exhilaration, breaking the silence of the Amway Center. "You were too short." Suze and Oppos' expression remained icy as he gestured dismissively, his hand hovering near his ankle, a clear mockery. With this score, he delivered a powerful rebuttal to his opponent, even if that opponent was one of his idols, Allen Iverson. On the court, Suze was a relentless predator, ready to tear apart anyone who stood in his way. Iverson's eyes darkened for a moment but quickly regained composure. When it was the 76ers' turn to inbound, Suze, who had already retreated to his half of the court, suddenly darted back like a swift cheetah. The two 76ers players were caught off guard by Suze's unexpected return. With outstretched arms, Suze intercepted the ball mid-inbound, claiming it for himself. The crowd erupted once more in astonishment. CTV5's commentator, Zhang Weiping, exclaimed in delight, "What a play! Suze's steal is truly unexpected." After securing the ball, Suze charged towards the basket, pursued closely by two 76ers players. Yet, rather than opting for a layup or a dunk, Suze deliberately waited for the defenders to close in. He paused momentarily, executed a shot fake, causing the defenders to leap prematurely. At that instant, Suze propelled himself upwards with explosive force. Beep. The referee's whistle blew. The ball sailed through the air and swished through the net. A 2-1 play completed. Suze had cleverly exploited the defender's eagerness, converting the play into a score. After completing the 2-1, Suze refrained from exuberant celebration. His expression remained frigid, his gaze sharp as a knife, exuding a calmness that was almost eerie. This demeanor radiated dominance. It appeared as if this moment had been anticipated all along. Yu Jia remarked in astonishment, "Suze's composure is remarkable." Suze confidently made the free throw, elevating the score to 8-0. In the absence of McGrady, Suze single-handedly accounted for all of the Magic's first 8 points, exceeding everyone's expectations. Chapter 41. Continuous scoring. A wave of exuberant cheers erupted within the Waterhouse Center arena. The score stood at 8-0. A commendable start that heralded promising tidings for the Magic team. On the sidelines, the 76ers head coach, Larry Brown, wore a grim expression, feigning composure. He refrained from calling a timeout, instead opting to vociferously rally his players on the court. "Stay alert. Do not let your guard down. Pass the ball to AI." Brown and Oppo's voice reignited the spirits of the 76ers. Following a meticulously executed sideline out-of-bounds play, Allen Iverson advanced the ball toward the opposing half. However, as soon as Iverson gained possession, the Magic's number 7, Suze, extended his long arms and closed in, determined to thwart any easy scoring opportunities. "Don't even think about an effortless basket. Should you attempt a shot, be prepared for significant exertion." Suze's voice was icy, his gaze radiating fierce determination. "Young man, do not speak too soon. In the absence of T-Mac, I shall lead my team to dismantle you." As Iverson attempted to accelerate past Suze's formidable defense, Suze adhered to him like glue, incessantly challenging him physically. More crucially, Suze's lengthy arms incessantly disrupted Iverson's dribbling. 6 seconds. 7 seconds. Iverson was exerting every ounce of energy. Yet he still failed to cross half-court. Amidst the relentless physical tussle, Iverson fumbled the ball multiple times, nearly conceding a steal to Suze. The emblem of the Hall of Fame death grip flickered above Suze's head. Time slipped away rapidly, just as Iverson, exerting all his strength, approached the midcourt line. The referee and Oppo's whistle pierced the air. 8-second violation. With his ferocious defense, Suze had directly forced Iverson into an 8-second violation. The crowd erupted, the Magic fans vociferously applauding Suze. That was a splendid defensive play. Suze's defense was truly remarkable, providing ample physical challenge. His long arms and speed were impeccable. Indeed, a beautiful display of defense, exclaimed Zhang Weiping from CTV5, excitement palpable in his voice. Clearly, the robust performance of a player from Longwa filled every citizen with exhilaration. Yet, after executing a formidable defense, Suze remained unperturbed, his expression as stoic as ever. "AI, how do you feel? I warned you that scoring would not come easily in this match," Suze remarked, fixing his gaze on Iverson, who merely curled his lip in response. "Young man, the game has just begun. Do not speak too confidently." The Magic executed an out-of-bounds play, directly handing the ball to Suze. Positioned at the apex of the three-point arc, Suze cradled the ball under his right arm, signaling his teammates to clear the area. "What? Still hoping for a one-on-one? I've deciphered your tactics," Iverson retorted confidently, locking his gaze onto Suze. A slight smirk graced Suze's lips. "You cannot defend me. Let someone else try. If I manage to overpower you, it would be quite embarrassing." Iverson clapped his hands at Suze. "Come on, let us see what you've got." "Very well, since you're so eager, I shall indeed overpower you." With that declaration, Suze launched his offensive. He initiated a shooting feint, hoping to leverage his three-point shooting threat to mislead Iverson. After all, Suze had previously made a three-pointer over Iverson's defense. However, this time, Iverson did not leap. Instead, he merely raised his arms high, closely shadowing Suze, denying him any shooting space or opportunity. Suze seized the moment, swiftly releasing the ball to his right side and cutting toward the paint. Iverson staunchly pressured Suze's right hand, denying him any chance to drive with his right, forcing Suze to switch to his left hand. Suze abruptly halted, then swiftly changed direction, transferring the ball to his left hand. Following this maneuver, Suze executed a left-handed floater, dragging his left foot forward in a deceptive step. This movement immediately altered Iverson's defensive posture. In quick succession, Suze employed the Deron Williams double crossover move. He first accelerated, shifting the ball back to his right hand. As Iverson adjusted his defense yet again, Suze swiftly altered his direction once more, transferring the ball back to his left hand while creating space between himself and Iverson. It was this slight distance that allowed Suze to grip the ball with his left hand, accelerating toward the basket with vigor. The nearby 76ers player, seeing Suze had successfully breached Iverson's initial defense, rushed to provide assistance. At that moment, Suze abruptly halted and executed a shooting motion. Even as he did so, the corner of his eye registered the approaching help defender. Just as the 76ers player leapt to contest Suze's shot, it became apparent that it was merely a feint. Suze did not take the shot. Instead, he deftly maneuvered to elude the defender. With keen judgment of the unfolding situation, Suze understood that, in the absence of McGrady, he must wield fierce defense and powerful scoring to swiftly dismantle his opponent. Thus, he deliberately awaited the defender and Oppo's leap to create an opportunity for a potential 2-1 play. Only by making such a basket could he psychologically shatter his adversary. The more such plays he executed, the more he could erode the opponent's confidence. Now that you've jumped, don't blame me for being ruthless, Suze silently proclaimed. As the defender leapt to block, Suze barreled into him. This unexpected physical confrontation caught everyone off guard. The whistle blew. The referee called a foul as the defender infringed upon Suze's vertical space. Yet, even amidst this chaos, Suze remained resolute. He was not merely seeking a foul, he intended to make the basket. With a resounding thud of bodies colliding, Suze's slender frame lost balance midair. "My goodness, Suze has chosen to shoot," exclaimed the commentator with fervor. Everyone had presumed Suze's intent was merely to draw a foul and earn free throws. Yet, even while losing balance and unable to execute a standard shooting motion, Suze launched the basketball with an extraordinarily awkward form. Chapter 42, Before the Sweat Dried. You called for a timeout. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc as it sped towards the hoop. Swish. A mid-range shot made it in, securing a 2-1 opportunity. Above Suze's head, the emblem of the silver medal mid-range master illuminated. Cheers erupted in the Waterhouse Arena, home of the Magic, in waves that grew ever louder. Remarkable. That shot was simply extraordinary. By deliberately creating contact, Suze achieved the 2-1 score. He was truly incredible. Oh, how splendid. The fans roared, filling the Waterhouse Center with an electric atmosphere. Following the 2-1, Suze did not conceal his emotions. He raised his arms high and shouted, "Come on, bring it on. Keep defending me. I will dismantle all of you. You simply cannot stop me." Suze bellowed at the players of the 76ers. The players of the 76ers appeared somewhat helpless. Who could have anticipated that Suze would accomplish such a difficult 2-1? "Don't get too cocky. It was merely a lucky shot," Allen Iverson retorted harshly. Yet Suze merely smirked and shook his head vigorously. "You cannot guard me. It's simply impossible." As he spoke, Suze wagged his finger at Iverson. The injury to Tracy McGrady had completely ignited Suze's fury. With his anger boiling, Suze was determined to deliver a resounding victory in honor of T-Mac. Amidst the shouts of the fans, Suze confidently made his free throws. 11-0. Suze and Oppo's dominant performance propelled the Magic to an explosive 11-0 lead in just over a minute of play. The head coach of the 76ers, Larry Brown, reluctantly called the first timeout of the game. With the formidable 11-0 start by the Magic in their home arena, Brown feared that without a timeout, it would be exceedingly difficult to regain momentum. As the timeout whistle blew, Suze called out to the 76ers and Oppo's bench, "I haven't and Oppo's even broke in a sweat. And I've already made you call a timeout." This statement infuriated the players of the 76ers, yet they found themselves unable to retaliate. Suze, with his individual prowess, had generated an 11-0 run, leaving the entire 76ers roster embarrassed. "Suze, well done. Unbelievable, scoring 11 points single-handedly. Your performance is nearly on par with McGrady's. Suze, you truly deserve our trust. We will do everything to help you win this game." Suze's powerful display in the opening moments instantly earned the trust of his teammates. Not only did Suze aspire to honor McGrady with a grand victory, but he also aimed to seize this opportunity to gain even more trust from his teammates. Only through mutual trust could Suze's standing within the team steadily rise. This is the result of our collective effort. Without everyone's assistance, I could not possibly overcome our opponents. In the face of praise, Suze remained humble, responding with modesty. To his adversaries, he was audacious, constantly playing with their psyche. Yet, to his comrades in arms, Suze exhibited humility, striving to unite his teammates. Doc Rivers cast an approving glance at Suze. As I have stated, the NBA is never short of exceptionally talented players. However, there are always some who, after achieving a measure of success, become arrogant and turn into a liability for their team. Yet, it is evident that Suze is not one of those players. His humility and lack of egotism have rapidly enhanced his favor among his teammates. Sue, you may soon face a more intense level of defense. If confronted with a double team, you must trust your teammates and share the ball. The speed of your passes must be swift. Do you understand? Doc Rivers instructed. And Suze nodded. Understood. Rivers nodded in satisfaction. He then addressed the other players on the court: stay focused, fight hard, and create offensive opportunities for Sue. On defense, we will first switch and then apply pressure on the ball handler, forcing Iverson to pass. Aside from Iverson, the opposing team had no other scoring threats. In the previous team meeting, it had been decided to experiment with this switching strategy. If it proved ineffective, Rivers would promptly adjust. As the timeout concluded, the 76ers launched their offense. Iverson's gaze was resolute. Despite trailing by 11 points, he remained unfazed. The game had only just begun, and the deficit would soon be erased. After crossing half-court, Iverson immediately called for a pick. The center of the 76ers stepped forward to set a screen for Iverson. However, at the moment the screen was set, the Magic's center switched to confront Iverson. What kind of defensive strategy is this? I've never seen such a method before. I recall other teams employing it, but it is exceedingly rare, remarked Ujia and Zhang Weiping of CTV5, expressing their confusion. Not only they, but even the TNT commentators voiced their skepticism. Was this a last-minute decision to switch defenders, or had it been meticulously planned? Wouldn't this defensive approach allow Suze to match up against a center? The center could easily use his weight to back down Suze. Amidst the chorus of doubt, Suze, upon switching, instantly abandoned his assignment and opted to double-team Iverson alongside his teammate. Faced with the suddenly altered defensive strategy, Iverson momentarily faltered. He instinctively attempted to drive and create space for a shot. Yet, he was met with a blockade. The Magic center and Suze were both towering players. They extended their long arms, directly disrupting Iverson's passing lane. Iverson aimed to make a flashy pass to his center, but he was utterly unable to get the ball through. Angling his body, he resorted to a bounce pass. However, the Magic players had long anticipated Iverson's pass, lying in wait along the trajectory. As Iverson released the ball, they effortlessly intercepted it. "Sue, fast break," shouted a Magic player after securing the steal. Like a swift leopard, Suze darted towards the opponent and Oppo's half of the court. Suze's long legs propelled him forward with the agility of a nimble predator, racing toward the front court. Simultaneously, his teammates swiftly passed the ball. It was a 1-on-0 opportunity at the front court. Suze had an ideal chance to attack the basket. Upon receiving the ball, he charged towards the hoop. Suze gathered the ball with both hands and leaped from the free throw line. His extraordinary hang time made him appear as if he were an astronaut, seemingly defying the pull of gravity. Chapter 43. Dunking Suze soared from the free throw line, akin to an astronaut in space, executing an extraordinarily graceful and powerful windmill dunk that sent the basketball crashing into the hoop. The resounding thud reverberated through the arena, causing even the backboard to vibrate. What an emphatic dunk! It was simply magnificent. Just observe Suze's leap, and the time he lingered in the air. He could easily rival the greatest dunkers in NBA history. Zhang Weiping from CTV5 exclaimed with fervor. Yu Jia, equally astonished, watched the spectacle before him, momentarily at a loss for words. The fans in attendance erupted with excitement, cheering fervently for Suze's flawless windmill dunk. The waves of applause surged, igniting the audience's passion. On the court, after executing such a thunderous dunk, Suze landed and immediately began to celebrate. He placed his right hand over his heart, while his left hand rested behind his back, bowing in acknowledgement to the spectators. Damn it, he's showing off again. Allen Iverson seethed at the sight. This is the playoffs. What does Suze think this is? A stage for a dunk contest? That scoundrel. Iverson's anger flared. After his celebration, Suze swiftly darted past Iverson. It's 13-0. When are you going to score? He taunted as he ran by. This remark nearly made Iverson choke with rage. Does he not want to score? Is it not that he has had the opportunity? Iverson struggled to maintain his composure, eager to push the ball up the court after receiving a pass from a teammate. However, just then, Suze, who had seemingly retreated, charged back, closely adhering to Iverson and constantly creating physical contact. Hey, come on, you're not seriously going to keep me from crossing half court, are you? Suze taunted while engaging Iverson physically, further unsettling his mindset. Even someone as mentally resilient as Iverson found his focus wavering under Suze's relentless pressure. Get out of my way. Iverson, fueled by irritation, attempted to retaliate against Suze. With a powerful swing of his left arm, he thrust his elbow forcefully into Suze's chest. Now's my chance. Suze, leveraging his experience, fell to the ground. The referee's whistle immediately pierced the air. Even in an era that encourages physical play, Iverson and Oppo's earlier movement was deemed excessive. Suze and Oppo's fallen geniusly manufactured an offensive foul on Iverson. Oh, what a flawless performance. I simply adore Suze. He has caused the opposing team's core player to commit an offensive foul. Goodness. During this initial phase of the game, it has been entirely Suze's showcase. An 8-second violation and an offensive foul. Suze has consecutively forced 2 errors from AI. The crowd in the Magic and Oppo's bench erupted in cheers. Iverson, exasperated, shouted at the referee. Ref, he flopped. He flopped. His frustration was palpable as he trailed behind the referee, incessantly protesting. The string of errors and the struggle to score had even Iverson, a formidable player, feeling anxious. It's already 13-0, and it's only been a little over 2 minutes since the game began. How on earth are we meant to play like this? Ujia from CTV5 chuckled. Iverson is getting desperate, trailing behind the referee with his complaints. Even his teammates can't rein him in. I wonder if the referee will issue a technical foul. Zhang Weiping shook his head. From the referee's demeanor, it seems unlikely they'll give him AT. After all, Iverson is a superstar in the league. They have to show him some respect. As they continued their commentary, Suze once again stirred the pot. Similar to Iverson, he trailed closely behind the referee, incessantly gesturing for a technical foul. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers once more, accompanied by Suze and Oppo's gesture. The fans collectively shouted for the referee to give Iverson AT. Did you hear the crowd's roar? You better be quiet now, or I will truly give you AT. The referee spoke sternly to Iverson. The 76ers players desperately tugged at Iverson, signaling him to remain calm. But at that moment, Suze relentlessly pursued the referee, signaling for a technical foul against Iverson. The referee turned and promptly issued Suze a technical foul instead. This unexpected turn left everyone in bewilderment. Wait, how did he end up with AT? Zhang Weiping said, his expression one of confusion. I don't know. I really didn't see that coming, Ujia replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Let us listen to what the crowd has to say. Standing on the sidelines with his hands on his hips, Suze laughed helplessly after being penalized. The referee spoke into the microphone at the scoring table, clarifying. Magic player number 7 has continuously interfered with the officiating through gestures, thus a technical foul has been called. Hushed murmurs cascaded through the arena as the Magic players expressed their discontent. Some fans even began chanting accusations of biased officiating. Suze chuckled wryly, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. But what could he do? He was merely a rookie in the NBA. If he were at the level of Kobe, McGrady, or Iverson, making a gesture for AT would barely raise an eyebrow. Even a few choice words directed at the referee would likely be overlooked. After Iverson executed the technical foul free throw for the 76ers, it was now the Magic's turn to initiate a new offensive play. Suze received an inbound pass from a teammate, positioning himself at the left 45-degree angle of the three-point line. The 76ers head coach, Larry Brown, adjusted the defensive strategy. He assigned the undersized Iverson to guard other players while bringing in another defensive specialist, the 196-meter-tall Aaron McKee, to defend Suze. Oh, a defensive substitution? Holding the ball, Suze wore a cheerful expression, appearing relaxed. Yet, within his gaze burned the fierce flames of battle. Enough talk. I want to let you score. Aaron McKee, a former 6th Man of the Year, possessed not only a consistent scoring ability, but also impressive individual defensive skills. Larry Brown's decision to bring McKee onto the court was aimed at limiting and exhausting Suze. Oh, is that so? Suze remained undaunted. He recognized McKee's prowess. Taller than Iverson, McGee was indeed capable of disrupting Suze's outside shooting. Moreover, his speed was adequate to keep pace with Suze. Amidst the cheers of longtime fans, Suze began to dribble, launching into yet another offensive endeavor. Chapter 44. Changing strategies in the face of Aaron McGee and Oppos' defense. Suze's offensive prowess remained utterly unfazed. With the ball in his right hand, Suze surged towards the basket. Just as he made his initial move, Aaron McGee swiftly shifted laterally, obstructing Suze's path. "To think you can break through my defense is nothing short of fanciful," Aaron McGee proclaimed loudly. A confident smile curled at the corners of Suze's mouth. "Remember your words. Soon, you shall taste defeat." With that, Suze executed a deft behind-the-back dribble, taking a half-step back to create space between himself and Aaron McGee, thereby gaining a moment of shooting opportunity. The emblem of the bronze ball handling master shone brightly above his head. This accolade enabled Suze to perform his dribbling maneuvers with greater finesse and swiftness, rendering his previous moves considerably smoother. Observing the space he had carved out, Suze swiftly feigned a shot. Aware of Suze's three-point capabilities, Aaron McGee sprang forward, his legs propelling him towards Suze. Effortlessly, Suze manipulated McGee's defensive balance, employing the threat of his lethal three-point shot to his advantage. The opponents, having witnessed Suze's prowess from beyond the arc, felt an incessant threat whenever he prepared to shoot from the three-point line. As Aaron McGee lunged towards him, Suze abandoned the shot and resumed dribbling with his right hand, driving towards the basket. This rhythmic shift allowed Suze to exploit a significant gap in the defense. Accelerating with all his might, he breached Aaron McGee and Oppos' initial line of defense. Yet, even so, Aaron McGee remained in hot pursuit. Don and Oppos, think that and Oppos' enough. The Philadelphia 76ers and Oppos' center, Derek Coleman, abandoned his assigned defender, swiftly converging for support. Just as everyone anticipated a deceleration from Suze, he showed no signs of slowing down. Executing a rapid double crossover, the Darren Williams double crossover package illuminated above him, and he left the 76ers center sprawled on the floor. Cheers erupted throughout the Waterhouse Center arena. Once again, the silver ankle breaker badge glimmered atop Suze and Oppos' head. "Your ankles are mine," he shouted, charging towards the basket while casting a glance back at Derek Coleman. With no means of recovery, Coleman could only watch helplessly as Suze approached the rim unchallenged. With the path ahead clear, Suze straightened his body and unleashed a ferocious tomahawk dunk. Thud. The sound resonated as he emphatically slammed the ball through the hoop. 15-2. Suze had once again rewritten the score. A series of dazzling dribbles reignited the fervor in the Waterhouse Center as fans rose to their feet, loudly cheering for Suze. Suze scored again. It and Oppos' simply marvelous. "Suze is the best," Lin Yu exclaimed, excitedly tugging at Sue and Oppos' mother's arm. Bouncing with exuberance, Sue's mother beamed with pride and joy. After enduring so long, Suze was finally shining on the grand stage of the NBA. Sue crossed her arms, a slight smile gracing her lips, her lovely face reflecting a hint of pride. Indeed, she felt immense pride for Suze. Amidst the cheers of the fans, the players of the 76ers appeared disoriented. Even Allen Iverson, faced with the magic and Oppos' innovative defensive switch and double teaming, could not devise an effective response. At halftime, the 76ers found themselves trailing the Magic by a staggering 18 points. Damn it. Upon returning to the locker room, Iverson could no longer contain his frustration. "What on earth is wrong with you all? Can't you see I'm being double-teamed? Why can't anyone step up and score? Is it really that difficult to put the damn ball in the basket?" Iverson, exasperated, yelled at his teammates. He felt utterly drained. Although he hadn't been the primary defender against Suze, the latter played like a ravenous lion, rendering any defense inadequate. The 76ers had attempted various defensive strategies, assigning Aaron McGee to guard Suze or having Derek Coleman take on the task, but each time, they found themselves unable to contain Suze's offensive onslaught. No one could match Suze's speed, and no one as tall as him could keep up. Those of comparable height could not match his quickness. Suze effortlessly adapted his offensive tactics against different defenders. It is no exaggeration to say that in the first half alone, Suze had dismantled the 76ers' defensive lineup. In contrast, Iverson struggled offensively, thwarted by the opponent's defensive schemes. Throughout the first half, Iverson attempted only 10 shots, making a mere 2. The sudden shift in the opponent and Oppos' defensive strategy caught him off guard. To make matters worse, Suze played relentless defense against Iverson, even nearly preventing him from crossing half-court on several occasions. The immense physical drain left Iverson feeling exhausted. The 76ers and Oppos players hung their heads, looking dejected. Witnessing their leader Iverson's outburst, head coach Larry Brown stepped forward. "All right, AI, no need to lose your temper. We still have half a quarter left. In the second half, we must alter our defensive and offensive strategies." Having navigated the basketball realm for many years, Coach Larry Brown, though unable to find a solution to counter the opponent and Oppos' switches and double teams in the first half, had gleaned some insights over the course of the game. "Coach, do you have any strategies to help the team out of this predicament?" Iverson eagerly inquired of his mentor. Now, aside from his teammates, Larry Brown was the only one capable of aiding him on the court, having once led the team to the finals. Once they switched defenses, immediately passed the ball out. The receiving player should not rush to shoot but instead return the ball to AI. Additionally, when selecting a pick and roll, always choose their center. The center's mobility is limited, and they cannot keep pace with AI. Larry Brown's proposed solution was to challenge Iverson's aggressive scoring ability, which was precisely what he excelled at. Moreover, on the defensive end, since they could not contain Suze with individual defense, they would adopt a zone defense strategy, employing a carding-style defense to continuously wear him down. Adjusting his glasses, Larry Brown acknowledged, "I can see that Suze and Oppos' performance has indeed been remarkable, surpassing my expectations. However, we can utilize this carding defense to make him pay a physical toll. I refuse to believe he is an Iron Man who can endure an entire half without a moment's rest and still dominate the second half." Chapter 45. He truly is not tired. As the second half of the game commenced, the players of the 76ers promptly executed the tactical arrangements made during halftime. In the very first defensive possession, they fell into a 2-3 zone defense. The 76ers exhibited a marked change in strategy for the second half, opting for the zone defense in place of their previous man-to-man coverage. The commentator Yu Jia from CTV5 remarked on the situation on the court, expressing his belief that the 2-3 zone might pose certain challenges for the Magic team. "Look at Suze's performance in the first half. Most of his plays were against man-to-man defense. I wonder how effective he will be against the zone defense, especially considering he didn't get a minute of rest in the first half, which must have taken a toll on his stamina," Zhang Weiping added. On the court, Suze, initiating the first defensive play, calmly assessed the opposing defense. He recognized the shift in defensive strategy that aimed to challenge his ability to penetrate. Without hesitation, as he faced the defensive stalwart, Aaron McKie, Suze made his move to break through. Indeed, under the 2-3 zone defense employed by the opponents, Suze was immediately met with a double team. Scoring would not come easily. Aaron McKie whispered taunts into Suze's ear. "You should know. We will win this game and secure our fourth consecutive victory." Ignoring McKie's distractions, Suze swiftly passed the ball to the open Magic player, Gordon Jirasek. Jirasek hesitated, lacking confidence in his three-point shot. Meanwhile, Suze sprinted like a cheetah, urging, "Pass me the ball." Receptively, Jirasek utilized a handoff to get the ball back to Suze. The two defenders who had just double-teamed Suze were now drawn away by his movement, trailing him to the three-point line. Seizing the moment, with Jirasek as a screen, Suze caught the ball and, from just half a step beyond the arc, launched a three-point shot. "Oh, this is not a wise choice." Zhang Weiping shook his head in disapproval as he observed the attempt. The crowd gasped, clearly caught off guard by Suze's decision to shoot from deep. Suze's elongated frame soared into the air, akin to the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, releasing the basketball. With no defensive interference, a badge of Hall of Fame three-point specialist lit up above his head. The ball arced through the air, eventually swishing through the net. 3 points scored. The arena erupted in cheers as Suze and Oppos' display of individual heroism was nothing short of spectacular. After completing the three-pointer, he struck a pose, drawing back an imaginary bow and aiming at the 76ers and Oppos' bench. "My apologies for being this precise," he shouted in exuberance. The 76ers and Oppos' head coach, Larry Brown, shook his head in disbelief, unable to contain Suze and Oppos' relentless offensive prowess. Suze and Oppos' audacious demeanor infuriated the 76ers players, but despite their frustration, they found themselves powerless to subdue him. "That kid is far too arrogant." One player grumbled, "This shot must have been pure luck. There's no way he could be that accurate." The 76ers glared at Suze, Their dreams of overturning the series in the wake of McGrady and Oppos's injury shattered by his commanding performance. Stay focused. Offense. Initiate the attack. Iverson bellowed to his teammates. This time, to avoid being shadowed by Suze, Iverson chose not to receive the ball in the backcourt. Instead, he maneuvered to the front, using screens to evade Suze and Oppos's defense. However, when Iverson was without the ball, the Magic employed a 1-on-4 defensive strategy, relying on Suze's formidable individual defense to make it exceedingly difficult for Iverson to receive the ball. After a strenuous effort, Iverson finally caught the ball. With only 10 seconds left on the shot clock. "You can run quite well," he remarked, calling for a screen from the center. "I can keep up with you." Suze shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor effortlessly casual, which only served to provoke Iverson further. It was well known that Iverson was famed for his speed within the league, and Suze and Oppos's words seemed to belittle his abilities. Yet, Suze and Oppos's intent was to rattle Iverson and Oppos's composure, enticing him to make impulsive decisions. At that moment, the 76ers and Oppos's center stepped up to provide a screen for Iverson. As the screen was set, the double team converged on Iverson, prompting him to release the ball quickly before attempting to slip away to the opposite side. Suze keenly observed this maneuver. He immediately shouted to his teammates, "Get back and guard their center. AI is mine." Suze's formidable performance had already yielded 38 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, establishing him as the undeniable core of the team. This extraordinary output had fostered trust among his teammates, who were willing to follow Suze's lead. Ultimately, the NBA is a league for the strong. With undeniable skill, no one would dare to question your capabilities. The Magic's center quickly retreated, allowing Suze to continue his pursuit of Iverson, catching the 76ers off guard. Their original strategy faltered, forcing their center to take a desperate shot that clanged off the rim. Under Suze's leadership, the Magic established a dominant edge on both ends of the court. Even against the opposing zone defense, Suze managed to convert three-pointers and mid-range jumpers with ease. As the game progressed, Suze once again played the entirety of the third quarter, leaving Larry Brown astonished. "My goodness, he truly is not tired." Brown marveled at Suze's stamina, only to discover that Suze's stats had soared to 50 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. Throughout the third quarter, Suze accounted for 12 of the Magic's 21 points. His commanding performance ignited the fans at the Waterhouse Center into a frenzy. "You cannot defeat me. This victory belongs to Orlando, to T-Mac," Suze exclaimed after sinking a buzzer beater to conclude the third quarter, directing his fervor towards the 76ers bench. Chapter 46. The arrogant young man in the fourth game of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Propelled by Suze's formidable performance, the Magic held a commanding lead of 21 points, 89-68, by the end of the third quarter. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the 76ers displayed a lack of competitive spirit, with 8 minutes remaining. The game had already descended into garbage time. John Waping expressed his admiration. "Suze is truly dazzling tonight. He not only embodies the hope of the Magic, but also represents the aspirations of basketball in Dragon Country." The excitement in John Waping's eyes was unmistakable. Having produced a #1 draft pick in Yao Ming, Dragon Country now witnessed the emergence of another star in Suze. This is undeniably splendid news for the national team. Indeed, tonight in Orlando belongs to Suze, and I am confident that the future will also belong to him. Yu Jia chimed in, equally exhilarated. As the game concluded, players from both teams met at center court to embrace one another in mutual respect. Suze approached AI with purpose, extending his hand and smiling warmly. AI graciously accepted the handshake, and the two shared a heartfelt embrace. "Brother, your performance was truly remarkable. You successfully contained me," AI remarked, his tone devoid of any tension now that the match was over. "I once thought no one in the league could truly limit me, but you did. Congratulations on advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals, young man." As the series progressed, AI increasingly admired Suze. He appreciated Suze's fighting spirit on the court, his indomitable will, and was impressed by his growth and progress. "Haha, my friend. Did you know that battling against you has been my fortune? I and Oppos's learned so much from you, resilience and a singular focus on victory." Suze responded sincerely, looking at AI with genuine respect. "Actually, you're my idol. Please don't take the trash talk on the court personally." Suze held AI in high regard and admired him. But on the court, one must give their all for victory, and even trash talk is part of the game. AI laughed heartily. "Honestly, Sue, you are a star of tomorrow. How about I give you an autograph?" Let's swap jerseys. AI proposed enthusiastically. Absolutely. I couldn't ask for anything more, Suze exclaimed, quickly removing his jersey to reveal his athletic physique. AI followed suit, requesting a pin from a staff member to inscribe a motivational message on Suze's jersey. Keep going. Create your own brilliance. With a flourish, AI handed the jersey to Suze. Little brother, I end Oppos. I'll be watching you from my television. If your performance doesn't end Oppos, shine. I might just fly to Orlando to give you a kick, AI said half-jokingly. Suze chuckled in response. The moment of jersey exchange was captured by the media. After the game, instead of immediately attending the press conference, Suze rushed to the medical room to check on McGrady's condition. How is it? Is T-Mac's injury serious? Suze asked with concern. Though he possessed a system, he felt powerless to assist McGrady, which frustrated him deeply. Dr. Ackland shook his head, his expression grave. Based on the MRI results, T-Mac's injury does not look optimistic. He will need time to recover, even if he wishes to return. He must wait until at least Game 6 of the finals, provided the team makes it there and plays enough games. Hearing this, Suze felt a pang of distress. Where is T-Mac now? Suze inquired. Dr. Ackland shrugged. He has been taken to a hospital in Orlando for treatment. Suze nodded in understanding, thanked Dr. Ackland, and then proceeded to the press conference. At the venue, head coach Doc Rivers awaited. Due to McGrady's injury, the Magic sent Rivers and Suze to the press conference. Upon seeing his protege approach the entrance, Rivers stood up to greet him. He could hardly have imagined that one day he would offer such courtesy to his second-round draft pick signed to a minimum salary contract. Come on, Sue. I've been waiting for you for ages. Where have you been? Rivers inquired with a smile. Suze responded, I went to check on T-Mac's condition. Oh, right. I remind you not to disclose T-Mac's injury to the media just yet. The team will relay the information at the appropriate time, Rivers advised. Suze nodded in acknowledgement. As they entered the press conference room, the cameras immediately focused on Suze. Sue, I can hardly wait to interview you. May I begin? A blonde reporter eagerly asked. Suze nodded, of course. Tonight, you delivered an astonishing performance, scoring 56 points, along with 7 rebounds and 8 assists. It's simply unbelievable. How did you manage such an extraordinary display after McGrady and Oppos' injury? Without hesitation, Suze replied, I was prepared at all times, ready to face every second on the court. Especially after the opponent injured T-Mac, they ignited my fury. Suze did not disguise his anger at the malicious foul by the 76ers. Moreover, I must add that, although I am but a humble player, I believe the league should suspend Eric Snow. Such dangerous actions could lead to more injuries for players. The reporters nodded in agreement, well aware that McGrady's injury cast a shadow over the Magic's playoff prospects. Sue, your next opponent is the New Jersey Nets, one of the strongest teams in the East. Will you feel pressured facing such a formidable rival? Another reporter inquired. Suze shrugged, shaking his head casually. Not at all. I believe the New Jersey Nets are hardly a stumbling block on our path to the championship. Suze's response elicited gasps from the journalists present. Arrogant. Utterly audacious. It should be noted that the current New Jersey Nets boast a trio of superstars, Jason Kidd, Kenyon Martin, and Richard Jefferson, forming one of the league's most coveted championship lineups. That Suze would view them with such disdain speaks volumes about this young man from Dragon Country's audacity. You need not be surprised, Suze said, his smile evaporating as he adopted a serious demeanor. Any adversary that stands in my way will ultimately be vanquished. Chapter 47. Hospital Visit FUCK. This young man is utterly audacious. The players of the New Jersey Nets, engrossed in the post-game interview following the Magic and Oppos' clash with the 76ers, erupted in collective outrage. Particularly, the hot-headed Kenyon Martin clenched his fists and slammed them on the table. Damn, is he mocking us? We were the second-best team in the East during the regular season. Where was he back then? Probably just managing the water cooler. Kenyon glared at the screen, wishing he could storm in and give Suze a proper thrashing. Kenyon, temper down. The best way to retaliate is to annihilate them on the court. Jason Kidd, the team's unequivocal leader, coldly remarked. His expression was equally strained, his eyes flickering with fury. It was evident that being looked down upon by a mere second-round rookie who had only played a handful of playoff games was disheartening for anyone. Jason. I want to crush him. He must be taught a harsh lesson. Kenyon Martin swung his fist vigorously. Richard Jefferson, one of the trio of star players, gestured to his teammate to remain composed. Guys, we are already leading 3-0. Let us focus on finishing off our current opponents before we contemplate the Magic. In the Eastern Conference semifinals, The New Jersey Nets also held a commanding 3-0 lead over the Boston Celtics. This series was devoid of suspense, with nearly all media outlets predicting the Nets would secure victory in 4 games. That's right. Team, let's rally. We need to train now. Jason Kidd switched off the television, rising to applaud vigorously. Go, 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 he bellowed, inspiring his teammates. They were determined to clinch the next game and, in the Eastern Conference Finals, deliver a severe lesson to those young upstarts who were oblivious to the stakes. After concluding his post-game interview, Suze reconvened with his parents. He instructed Suze to escort his father and mother back to the hotel while he headed to an Orlando hospital to visit Tracy McGrady. Lin Yu insisted on accompanying Suze, and despite his attempts to dissuade her, she would not be deterred. Reluctantly, he accepted her company on the way to the hospital. Unbeknownst to Suze, his post-game remarks had incited discontent among the entire New Jersey Nets team. As they traveled to the hospital, Suze activated the system. His relentless efforts on the court had finally earned him the reward he deserved, for otherwise, this unreliable system would concoct excuses to delay his recompense. This thought reminded Suze of unscrupulous bosses who delayed salaries. Damn it. Was it so difficult to earn a few badge points through hard work on the court? Beep. Congratulations, host, for an impeccable performance in this match. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully sweeping the 76ers, earning 20 badge points. Beep. Congratulations, host, for keeping AIS score under 20 points while achieving 35 points yourself, earning a hidden reward of 50 badge points. Suze was momentarily taken aback by the rewards. Huh. Why is there no action pack reward this time? Do you expect me to use the same move indefinitely? Surely, I should be granted some new creative options. He rolled his eyes, expressing his dissatisfaction with the system. Beep. System notification. My apologies for the oversight. Please do not take offense. Suze felt an impulse to lash out. Beep. Congratulations, host, for receiving a hidden reward, the Durant double crossover action pack. Ah. Upon seeing this action pack, Suze's eyes gleamed. Given his current height, weight, and wingspan, he was akin to a future version of Durant. Thus, acquiring the Durant double crossover action pack was indeed fitting. Though the crossover speed of the Durant double crossover pack was not as swift as that of the Deron Williams double crossover, its expansive movement combined with formidable shooting ability posed a significant threat to opponents. Suze gleefully accepted the 70 badge points along with a highly compatible action pack. He did not rush to allocate the 70 badge points, but instead closed the system. Suze, what were you just smiling about? Lin Yu tilted her head, her big eyes fixated on Suze, filled with curiosity. Suze, glancing at his inquisitive girlfriend, couldn't and Oppos, T help but chuckle. Don and Oppos, T ask, it and Oppos, S simply a mystery. Humph. Suze. You're so mischievous. Tell me quickly, what is so funny? Lin Yu clutched Suze's arm, shaking it insistently. Suze laughed and replied, I was just happy thinking about how smoothly our team advanced. Lin Yu regarded him with a mix of skepticism and trust, unable to discern any flaws in his story. Before long, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the Orlando hospital. After settling the fare, Suze led Lin Yu inside, where they quickly inquired about McGrady's room. They arrived swiftly at the ward, where McGrady's agent, Lauren, was waiting outside. Upon seeing Suze, Lauren greeted him politely. Just now, T-Mac mentioned you. Suze smiled. How's T-Mac doing? He asked with concern. The situation has stabilized. The doctors have opted for conservative treatment for now. If necessary, surgery may follow. Lauren shrugged. A worried expression directed toward the room. Suze pointed toward the ward. May I go in? Of course, but don't stay too long. It might disturb T-Mac's rest. Lauren replied. Suze nodded and entered the room. Hey, let me see who is here. It's our hero of the match. McGrady exclaimed excitedly. Wow, bro. Your performance was absolutely remarkable. His enthusiasm was so vigorous that it aggravated his back injury, causing him to grimace in pain, his expression a mix of joy and discomfort. Come on, man, you're injured. Don't get too worked up. Suze chuckled. The good news is we won the game. The bad news is we might face the New Jersey Nets in the next round. They're as tough as the Detroit Pistons. Besides visiting you, I wanted to ask if you have any strategies to counter them, Suze said. Although he had some thoughts based on his past experiences, he was eager to hear McGrady's advice for potentially better tactics against their opponents. Chapter 48. Were they paid? Regarding this question, McGrady had pondered it seriously before the conclusion of Game 4. Listen, I've thought it through carefully. We need to force Jason Kidd into isolation. McGrady's thoughts coincided with Suze's. Suze's eyes lit up, and he immediately excitedly grabbed McGrady's arm, unable to restrain himself from shaking it. Wow, are you an undercover from the opposing team? McGrady couldn't and Oppo's help but exclaim. The sudden movement aggravated McGrady and Oppo's back injury. Suze, looking embarrassed, quickly released his grip and appeared flustered. My apologies. I was just too excited, he said apologetically. McGrady rolled his eyes. Fortunately, I know you. Otherwise, I would have thought you were indeed an undercover agent. Suze cleared his throat a couple of times to alleviate his embarrassment. It's just a suggestion. Was it really necessary to get so worked up? McGrady looked at Suze with exasperation. If it weren't for his admiration for Suze, he would have insisted he leave immediately. Can I not be excited? I share the same thought. I just wasn't and Oppo's sure if it would work. Hearing you say it makes me feel much more at ease. Suze and Oppo's words surprised McGrady. Come on. Aren't you confident? For instance, that defensive switch strategy was quite successful. I received a call from Doug, and he mentioned that this defensive strategy will become one of our team and Oppo's regular tactics. Trusting your judgment has always been your strength. Suze smiled shyly. Well, this is my first time attending the Eastern Conference Finals, so I'm a bit nervous and wanted your affirmation. Even though I have the system backing me up, it's still just one person's strength. Suze was confident in himself but lacked faith in the overall strength of the team. More importantly, he was indeed a bit anxious, as this was the first time in his reborn life he was participating in such a crucial battle. It's important to note that in such games, if you lose, all the previous efforts would be in vain. Now I understand. However, your judgment is quite accurate. Rest assured, I will also provide some suggestions to the team via conference call. You need not worry that your proposal will be dismissed. McGrady understood that given Suze and Oppo's current position within the Magic, even if he had the qualifications to participate in high-level team meetings, it would be challenging for anyone to truly heed Suze and Oppo's advice, despite the effectiveness of the defensive switch strategy he proposed. As a rookie in his first season and a late second-round pick from Dragon Country, gaining absolute trust from the management would still require time. Hearing McGrady's words, Suze felt much more reassured. Brother, focus on your recovery. I'll be waiting for you in the finals, Suze said with unwavering determination. McGrady smiled in relief. Okay, it's settled then. You must not disappoint me. After Suze left the hospital, he received a call from his sister, Su Ying, while driving Lin Yu back to school. Suze, I just received an interview request. This is a great opportunity for exposure. Meet me at the apartment at 7:30 tonight. An interview. Upon hearing he had to deal with the media, Suze couldn't and Oppo's help but feel a headache coming on. Sister, I know you and Oppo's reworking hard as my agent. But can I skip dealing with the media? You know I'm not good at it. Suze looked utterly helpless. The thought of the ridiculous questions that reporters might ask made him dizzy. On the other end of the line, Su Ying shook her head. Of course not. This time it's an exclusive interview with ESPN. You should know that ESPN has a powerful user base. This exclusive will help elevate your popularity. Su Ying was already planning to mold Suze into a top-tier superstar. Strength and exposure were both indispensable. Hearing his sister's resolute tone, Suze could only helplessly nod in agreement. All right, sister. I'll drop you off at school and then head back to meet you. At 7:30 in the evening, Suze and Su Ying arrived at a high-end CAF. Suze donned a gray suit paired with brown leather shoes, giving him a particularly sharp and upright appearance. Sister, does the ESPN interview have any tricks? Like, do I need to memorize some lines in advance? Suze feigned ignorance. In truth, he understood ESPN's tactics, which were merely to use him to create a sensational headline. They might even utilize other materials, such as videos of his one-on-one matchups with Carter and Arenas. The so-called exposure and attention were garnered through eye-catching means. Stop pretending. Su Ying shot him a glance. Just then, a plump man with a brown beard entered the CAF's private room, accompanied by a cameraman. Hi, Miss Su, good evening. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is John Bonner. At the request of Professor Bergen, I've come to conduct an exclusive interview with Suze. The bearded man said with a cheerful smile. Professor Bergen was Su Ying's teacher and had extensive connections within various industries. The fact that he could arrange one-on-one training with Carter and Arenas for Suze was testament to this. Thank you. I can assure you that you will not regret this. And you will be pleased to have interviewed a top superstar in the future. Su Ying was neither modest nor polite, given Suze's current performance. Becoming a future star in the NBA was merely a matter of time. Haha, Miss Su, I truly admire your confidence. Shall we begin the interview now? John Bonner inquired with a smile. Of course, my client is ready, Suze replied, introducing Suze to John Bonner. Oh, he is even slimmer in person than on television. Nice to meet you. I hope our collaboration goes smoothly. Suze was indifferent to the bearded man, merely nodding as a formality. John Bonner was unbothered by this. He took a seat and immediately posed the first question directly. Suze, your performance has been quite remarkable. We also learned that you have had one-on-one training sessions with Vince Carter and Arenas. The videos clearly demonstrate that you dominated them. Is it possible that they were paid to allow you to perform so well? Chapter 49. The Challenge. The Gentleman's Sword. What the hell? Suze was almost driven to the brink of death by this question. Could it be that this guy was truly sent by Suze to help him forge a superstar persona? Such doubts fleetingly crossed Suze's mind. However, upon witnessing the barely concealed disdain and mockery in the other man's gaze, he quickly came to a realization. This John Bonner, with his bushy beard, fundamentally doubted that a player from the Dragon Kingdom, particularly one drafted at the end of the second round, could triumph over Vince Carter and Gilbert Arenas in a one-on-one American showdown. It appeared that, despite being sent on a mission, Bonner did not hold Suze and Apos' abilities in high regard. I think you might be a bit delusional, Suze smirked coldly, raising his right hand to point at his own head. What? Not only John Bonner, but even Suze and the cameraman were taken aback. Was this even a response from Suze, or merely a jab at Bonner? Nevertheless, Suze refrained from admonishing him. She too felt a twinge of irritation at Bonner's question. Young man, you are showing me a lack of respect. Bonner glared at Suze, visibly angry, shrugging nonchalantly. Suze replied, Is that so? I see no issue. Questioning my capabilities, what else could it be but a sign of mental deficiency? His words dripped with arrogance. Did he truly believe that anyone skeptical of his prowess was somehow unhinged? Suze, you are being excessively arrogant. Bonner's face darkened, his displeasure evident. I acknowledge that your performance in the game was commendable, he stated, but that does not prove you can consistently defeat Vince and Gilbert in one-on-one scenarios. Bonner's expression was one of frustration. Indeed, he looked down upon the second-round draft pick from the Dragon Kingdom, despite Suze's evident skills displayed on the court. Bonner believed that it was merely the result of teammates aiding him in containment. Thus, when Bonner first witnessed Suze's extraordinary duels against Carter and Arenas, he even questioned whether they had been compensated for their efforts. Ah, how ridiculous. If you doubt my abilities, why agree to interview me in the first place? You, sir, are quite hypocritical. All right, since your intentions are insincere, I can hardly be bothered with you any longer. Oh, before I leave, let me offer you a piece of advice. Suze stood up and stretched lazily, flashing a grin that revealed his perfect white teeth. Consider seeing a neurologist. You truly seem unwell. Suze regarded Bonner with utmost sincerity. That remark nearly sent Bonner into a fit of rage. I apologize, Suze. It was my failure to properly vet this situation. Suze approached Suze, her delicate features marred by an expression of regret. Suze, however, smiled graciously. How could this be your fault? Some individuals harbor ill intentions. You cannot always be aware from the beginning. Come, let us return to the hotel to find our parents for a late-night meal. I know a delightful French restaurant in Orlando. Tonight, my treat. To divert Suze's attention and alleviate her guilt, Suze eagerly suggested an outing for supper. Just as the siblings were about to depart, an infuriated John Bonner abruptly stood up. Wait, Suze, you cannot leave yet. Bonner glowered at Suze, turning back. Suze queried, Why not? I am not a doctor. This retort felt like a dagger to Bonner and Apos' heart, nearly pushing him to the brink of exasperation. I have arranged for a mysterious guest to join us, a star from the NBA. Are you brave enough to join me at a training facility? I want to witness your prowess firsthand. If you can defeat him as valiantly as in the videos, I shall apologize and become your devoted fan, reporting solely on you. Bonner was now serious, having prepared a true test for Suze's abilities. Oh, a match? I am indeed intrigued, but first I must know who you have invited. Suze inquired, his expression one of disdain as he tapped his ear. The one and only Ray Allen, the star player of the Seattle Supersonics. Often referred to as the Apos, Gentleman and Apos. Ray Allen? Upon hearing that name, Suze and Apos' interest peaked. The gentleman Ray Allen. During this period, Allen was not merely a sharpshooter with extraordinary three-point capabilities but also the leading star of his team. His remarkable shooting skills often overshadowed his ball-handling abilities. And he was also a player capable of soaring through the air for spectacular dunks. Emerging from the esteemed 1996 draft class, he was undoubtedly one of its finest. The prospect of engaging in a one-on-one duel with peak Ray Allen thrilled Suze immensely. "All right, I accept this challenge," Suze declared with enthusiasm. Bonner was instantly elated. "Excellent. You certainly possess courage. I am eager to witness whether you are as formidable as in the videos." The group departed the CAF and drove to a basketball training facility in Orlando. Ray Allen, having been invited, had already arrived early to conduct some shooting practice. His appearance fee was substantial, costing Bonner quite a sum to secure Allen's presence during his vacation. "Hey, Ray, sorry to keep you waiting." Bonner approached Allen with urgency. Allen smiled and shook his head. "No problem at all. I was just getting some shots in to find my rhythm after being off training for several days." Ray Allen embodied his title of gentleman, speaking with elegance and courtesy, leaving a pleasant impression. From a distance, Suze observed. At this age, Ray Allen appeared youthful and vibrant, his eyes sparkling with energy. "Allow me to introduce, this is our challenger for today, Suze from the Orlando Magic. And this is Ray Allen." Bonner facilitated the introductions. Upon hearing Suze and Apos' name, Allen displayed a look of surprise. "Oh my. Let me see, are you the hottest new star from the playoffs? You seem rather unassuming, yet you have certainly made an indelible impression, even when complimenting others." Ray Allen exuded a unique charm and grace. Chapter 50. The three-point contest. Ray Allen harbored no disdain for Suze, rather. He was astonished by Suze's formidable performance on the fiercely competitive stage of the playoffs at such a young age. "How about we engage in a different kind of contest today?" Ray Allen proposed, handing the ball to Suze. "A different contest?" Suze looked at Ray Allen with a degree of surprise. "Ray, what kind of contest do you have in mind?" Ray Allen gestured towards the basketball in Suze's hands. "Let's compete in three-point shooting. I've encountered many exceptional three-point shooters, but I have never seen one as precise as you. However, our competition will not involve standard three-point shooting. That would pose no challenge for either of us." Ray Allen's humility was evident as he refrained from boasting about his own three-point prowess, instead articulating the truth in a subtle manner. Suze chuckled. "Competing in three-pointers? I have never feared anyone in that regard." Equipped with the Hall of Fame three-point shooter badge, he managed to maintain a 45 shooting accuracy even amidst the high-intensity playoff clashes, for a player averaging over 5 three-point attempts per game. Such a shooting percentage was indeed optimistic. "What do you propose to raise the difficulty?" The prospect of competing against Ray Allen piqued Suze's interest immensely. "Look, I have already marked the court." Ray Allen turned to indicate the basketball court behind him. From the three-point line, he had placed a series of black cone-shaped markers at intervals, extending all the way to the mid-court line, totaling 3 markers. "We will take 5 shots from each of these spots, amounting to a total of 25 attempts. The one who scores more wins. What do you say?" Ray Allen pointed towards the court. Beside them, Suing frowned slightly. Ray Allen was renowned as one of the league and Apos' elite shooters, possessing outstanding three-point abilities that could overshadow his ball-handling skills. Competing in three-point shooting against such a formidable opponent felt akin to a mere novice challenging a master swordsman. "Suze, perhaps we should decline this challenge," Suing suggested, concerned that Suze's confidence might be undermined. However, Suze appeared eager to engage. "Decline? Why would we decline? Trust me, I can do this," he asserted confidently. Seeing his unwavering determination, Suing felt it unnecessary to press further. At that moment, a voice echoed in Suze's mind. Ding. Ordinary task issued. Win the three-point contest against Ray Allen. Ding. Hidden task issued. Maintain a shooting percentage above 50 while winning the contest. Maintaining that shooting percentage seemed more daunting than merely winning the contest. After all, shooting from such extended distances tested not only technique and touch but also mental fortitude. All right, let and amp. Oppos. Let's get started. Suze called out to Ray Allen as he walked towards the basketball court. Ray Allen regarded Suze with admiration. Young man, your courage is commendable. Your refusal to back down has already earned my respect. He appreciated Suze's bravery and held absolute confidence in his own shooting abilities. Suze made no changes to his attire nor did he engage in warm-up exercises. Shall you go first, or shall I? He inquired, eager to commence the three-point duel. Although this was not a formal match, the contest would undoubtedly showcase Suze's skills rather than mere luck, effectively silencing any skeptics. Ray Allen was taken aback. Don't you require a warm-up? Suze laughed lightly. Warm-up? That's far too cumbersome. Let's dive right in. Ray Allen's curiosity deepened regarding Suze's actions. He couldn't discern whether this was sheer confidence or blind arrogance. Very well, then, You may start first. I shall allow my own rhythm to cool down, ensuring fairness in our contest. Then I shall comply, Suze replied, stepping to the three-point line. Simultaneously, he accessed the badge system interface, noticing he had yet to utilize 70 badge points. Now was the opportune moment. Swiftly navigating the system's interface, Suze located the section for shooting badges. After a brief search, he found the long-range three-point shooter badge. Without hesitation, he activated it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the long-range three-point shooter badge. Ding! Congratulations, host. The bronze long-range three-point shooter badge will slightly enhance your three-point shooting ability. What is the range increase? Suze inquired. Ding! Range increase. 1 meter beyond the three-point line. Ding! Shooting accuracy will be heightened in an unguarded state. Accuracy will diminish under defensive pressure. Ding! Please use with caution. The system kindly reminded Suze of the implications. Assessing his remaining badge points, he noted he had 60 left. Without a moment's hesitation, he upgraded the bronze long-range three-point shooter badge. Ding! Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Ding! The silver long-range three-point shooter badge will enhance your three-point shooting range. Ding! Range increase. 1.5 meters beyond the three-point line. This modest enhancement represented a considerable breakthrough. Suze estimated that the 50-centimeter extension would place him nearly between the two cone markers. The remaining distance would test both his touch and fortune, for he lacked sufficient badge points for further upgrades. Completing his preparations, Suze approached the three-point line. Ordinary shooting lacked excitement. Allow me to dazzle you with a trick shot, he announced to those nearby. As soon as he spoke, Suze grasped the ball with both hands, leaping into the air and executing a 360 spin before releasing the ball. His soft touch and overwhelming self-assurance elicited gasps from the onlookers. Among the crowd, Su Ying's heart raced as she watched Suze's audacious maneuver. She felt her breath catch in her throat, her hands tightly clasped, fixated on the basketball soaring through the air. As Suze released the three-pointer, the Hall of Fame three-point shooter badge illuminated above his head, accompanied by the badge's activation. The ball swished through the net. One shot, one hit. Suze had made an impressive start. Chapter 51. Challenge the opponent, challenge oneself. Upon witnessing Suze's first three-point shot sail smoothly through the hoop, Su Ying finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It was not that she doubted Suze's prowess, but rather the tension of competing against a top-tier sharpshooter like Ray Allen made the atmosphere somewhat nerve-wracking. Ray Allen, astounded, acknowledged that even he might have faltered with Suze and Appo's recent 360-degree turn before executing a three-pointer. As Suze retrieved the basketball, he flashed a smile towards the sidelines. Changing his stance, he prepared for another attempt. The onlookers were left bewildered, unsure of what spectacle Suze was about to unveil. With his back to the basket, Suze left the spectators utterly perplexed. Was he truly attempting a reverse shot? John Bonner voiced his skepticism. Suze winked at Bonner, hinting that he was indeed planning a reverse shot. At this revelation, Su Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, her exquisite features reflecting a mix of astonishment and concern. Was he truly risking such a challenging maneuver? Why not simply secure the shot? As she pondered Suze's audacious choice, he pivoted away from the basket and hurled the ball. The basketball departed his hands, tracing a flawless arc through the air. Su Ying's anxiety intensified. Her hands clasped tightly over her heart, fixated on the soaring basketball, her pulse racing. In stark contrast, Suze exuded calmness, raising his hand in celebration even before the ball swished through the net. Swish! The ball descended gracefully into the hoop. With a sigh of relief, Su Ying felt as if she had just disembarked from a roller coaster ride. The spectators around her shared her astonishment, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and admiration. OMG! What an extraordinary shooting sensation. John Bonner's jaw dropped, capable of accommodating an egg. Ray Allen could not suppress a gasp, exclaiming, "Heavens, that was exhilarating." Even I wouldn't dare to claim absolute certainty on such a shot. Yet Suze celebrated beforehand, exuding such confidence. To spare the hearts of those watching, Suze opted for a more conservative approach in his subsequent 3 attempts, successfully sinking 5 three-pointers from the first position without fail. Transitioning to the second position, he nestled the basketball beneath his left arm, contemplating the distance. It's a bit farther, but not beyond my capabilities. Equipped with the silver medal long-range shooter badge, he assured himself that as long as he played it safe, success was within reach. Thus, he executed his shots with precision, netting 4 out of 5 attempts. Quite impressive. Your touch is remarkably soft, Ray Allen praised, visibly impressed. Suze grinned back, confident that this was merely the beginning. As he approached the next position, the distance had increased significantly, yet it remained within the reach of his badge. Nevertheless, he knew that accuracy might wane at this range. Taking a deep breath, he released his first shot. The badge illuminated above him as the ball flew true, hitting its target. Suze sighed in relief, realizing that he was now 5 meters beyond the three-point line. If he can make 3 shots here, I will be grateful. Suze continued to deliver steady shots, ultimately sinking 4 at this third location as well. Well, my admiration for Suze grows exponentially, Ray Allen mused, experiencing a sense of kinship. The league boasted numerous exceptional shooters, such as Pager from the Kings, Terry from the Hawks, and Pierce from the Celtics. However, only Suze had managed to capture Ray Allen's undivided attention. The softness of his touch left Ray feeling somewhat overshadowed. Truly remarkable. Suze's stellar performance opened John Bonner's eyes, and he began to regret his earlier skepticism regarding Suze's abilities. At that moment, Suze completed his third position with 3 successful shots out of 5, having surpassed the range of the silver medal long-range shooter badge. His success stemmed from the excellent rhythm he had built up earlier. Arriving at the final position, near the half-court line, he ventured beyond the average shooting range. Despite his impressive form, he only managed to sink 2 out of 5 shots. Ray, it's your turn now. I eagerly anticipate your display, Suze said, handing the ball to Ray Allen with a smile. Suze had recorded 14 successful shots out of 25 attempts, achieving an impressive shooting percentage of 56. Ray Allen marveled at such a feat. Honestly, I feel the competition may no longer be necessary. His statement surprised the audience. Had he conceded before even attempting a shot? Smiling, Ray Allen continued, my personal best in training is 13 out of 25, and it's clear that you have surpassed my usual performance. John Bonner's astonishment was palpable. Ray, are you joking? You only made 1 less than Sue? Ray Allen shrugged, conceding, though I'm reluctant to admit it. Facts are facts. I have no reason to deceive. Renowned for his integrity within the league, Ray Allen was a figure of honesty, and having been personally invited by John Bonner, there was no motive for duplicity. However, Ray's tone shifted, revealing a resolute competitive spirit. In the face of such a formidable opponent, I am still eager to give it a shot. To challenge an opponent is also to challenge oneself. Chapter 52. A resounding refusal. Despite Ray Allen and Oppo's usual training achievements not matching the exceptional performance exhibited by Suze today, he did not falter in the face of challenge. Instead, Suze's extraordinary display ignited Ray Allen's competitive spirit and fervor. Although Ray Allen harbored little hope of defeating Suze, he resolved to challenge himself and Suze nonetheless. Indeed, Ray Allen, a star within the league, approached the three-point line with a mindset of competition. Embarking on his three-point shooting exhibition. Swish, swish, swish. In stark contrast to Suze and Oppo's flamboyant three-point shooting style, each of Ray Allen and Oppo's shots was executed with textbook precision. His form was impeccable, his focus unwavering. It was as if the basketball in his hands were an instrument of exactitude, invariably finding its way through the hoop. The moment the ball left his hands, one could almost predict its success. In his initial 5 attempts, Ray Allen achieved a flawless 100 shooting percentage, mirroring Suze's prowess. As he continued to shoot from various spots, he poured every ounce of effort into each throw. Before long, Ray Allen concluded his shooting session with a commendable record of 13 out of 25, matching his personal best. Upon releasing his final shot, he could only shake his head in resignation. I concede defeat, he admitted graciously. Sue's shooting ability is indeed formidable. I bow to your excellence. Known as a gentleman, Ray Allen accepted his loss with dignity, a stark contrast to Arena's petulance. What a spectacular display, John Bonner exclaimed, applauding fervently. Sue, you have truly triumphed. Your skill leaves me in awe. I apologize for my previous behavior. The memory of having doubted Suze's integrity by insinuating he had bribed Carter and Arenas flushed John Bonner's face with embarrassment, an affront to any athlete's honor. Sue, I wish to conduct an exclusive interview with you. I aspire to be your sole reporter. Please grant me this opportunity. John Bonner implored, his excitement palpable. Ray Allen nodded in agreement. Indeed, I believe Sue deserves an exclusive journalist. He is destined to become a superstar in this league. Having witnessed Suze and Oppo's unique shooting ability, Ray Allen held him in high regard. Suing felt that this was a fortuitous moment. An exclusive reporter could significantly aid Suze's journey to stardom. However, Suze calmly shook his head at John Bonner's offer. I'm afraid I do not require the services of someone who has previously questioned my integrity. Suze and Apos' refusal astonished those present. Suze, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. John Bonner is a renowned journalist with exceptional skills. Perhaps you should reconsider? Suing whispered urgently in his ear. Even Ray Allen found it hard to comprehend. A young player, newly entered into the league, and already making waves in the playoffs. Surely needed a dedicated journalist to pave his path to stardom. Sue, this is indeed a golden opportunity. Will you let it slip away? Ray Allen gazed at Suze in disbelief. John Bonner's expression darkened, as he had never before experienced rejection in his esteemed career. Suze had deprived him of his first. Suze chuckled. I hold no fondness for those who have doubted me. I came here today to compete with Ray, not to secure an exclusive reporter. I wish to prove that my abilities should never be questioned. His words resonated with conviction. Though softly spoken, they carried an undeniable strength. Suze aimed to demonstrate that his prowess stemmed from authentic skill rather than monetary influence. Ray Allen admired Suze and Apos' strong character, exclaiming, Young man, you possess great fortitude. After exchanging contact information with Ray Allen, Suze departed with Suing. Suze, have you truly thought this through? Opportunities like this are rare. Suing lamented Suze and Apos' decision to turn down John Bonner. She yearned to assist him in crafting a path to stardom. Sister, have you ever heard the saying? Suze tilted his head, gazing at Suing with calm assurance. What saying? She asked, puzzled. Suze smiled and replied, When you bloom, the butterflies will come. This statement left Suing taken aback. Indeed, Suze spoke truthfully. When a flower shines brightly enough, there is no need to seek out butterflies. They will come of their own volition. The same held true for Suze, as long as he performed robustly on the court. An influx of journalists and resources would inevitably approach him. A single John Bonner was inconsequential in the grand scheme. Understanding this brought Suing some comfort. She looked at her half-brother, feeling a strange mix of familiarity and unfamiliarity. Sister, I'm a bit hungry. Let us go grab a late-night snack with Mom and Dad. Suze exclaimed cheerfully. Suing nodded initially, but then shook her head. No, you are a professional athlete. You must manage your physique. Eating indiscriminately can alter your body fat percentage and affect your performance. As both Suze and Apos' sister and agent, she felt responsible for his career. Suze laughed. Sister. It's all right. One meal, one tea hurt. He refrained from revealing that he possessed a system. One that would allow him to indulge without consequence, whether it be late-night snacks or daily fried chicken and soda. Relenting to Suze's insistence, Suing could only acquiesce. Suze then activated the system. System, what rewards do I receive for defeating Ray Allen? Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing both the ordinary and hidden tasks. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the ordinary task. You have earned 30 badge points. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. You have received an injury recovery card. An injury recovery card? Suze felt a surge of excitement. System, can the injury recovery card be used by others? He pondered. If it could be shared, then perhaps Tracy McGrady's ailments could be swiftly resolved. Beep. System notification. The injury recovery card can only be used by the system host. Beep. Please allocate the injury recovery card wisely. Chapter 53. Leave me alone. The days of rest swiftly passed by. On this day, Suze and his team boarded a plane to New Jersey, embarking on their journey for the first game of the Eastern Conference Finals. Boys, let us lift our spirits. Today marks the inaugural game of the Eastern Conference Finals, and I hope we can seize a triumphant start. Coach Doc Rivers of the Magic team fervently motivated his players during practice. The fact that the Magic had advanced to the Eastern Finals with their current roster surprised everyone. Even Coach Rivers lamented that they had been favored by fate. Who would have imagined that Suze, once merely the water boy on the bench, could rise to such astonishing heights? Observing Suze in the distance, who was engaged in a media interview, Coach Rivers couldn't help but smile with pride. Suze, at the edge of the training field, was wiping sweat from his forehead with a towel after practice. Since Suze led the team into the Eastern Finals, CTV5 had increased their interviews with him. Zhang Weiping watched Suze with a grin. The media, both American and domestic, held little faith in the Magic's prospects in this series. Almost everyone believed that the more formidable New Jersey Nets would eliminate the Magic in 5 games. Or even 4. What are your expectations for this series? Upon hearing this question, Suze couldn't help but chuckle. The court is ever-changing. But since I am here, I will strive to reach the finals magic in 4. This is not merely a slogan, but my resolve. Suze's gaze was sharp, and his words carried an undeniable confidence. Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping regarded Suze with admiration. They felt that while the young man's enthusiasm was commendable, blind self-assurance was misguided. Yet, despite their thoughts, they refrained from dampening Suze's spirit. Suze, we've noted reports regarding the New Jersey Nets. They expressed dissatisfaction with your post-game interview after defeating the 76ers in Game 4. They even plan to deploy significant defensive pressure against you. Do you feel any pressure from this? Yu Jia continued to inquire. Suze shook his head with a smile. Not at all. I welcome their defense. I relish the thrill of challenges and the joy of overcoming my opponents. Suze appeared remarkably at ease, showing no signs of deceit. Jokingly, he still had 60 badge points at his disposal, ready to upgrade or activate new badges to enhance his performance if necessary. After patiently answering several more questions from Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia, the interview concluded, and Suze returned to the training court. After a brief respite following the morning practice, Suze joined his team at precisely 7 o'clock in the evening, arriving at the Continental Airlines Arena, the home of the New Jersey Nets, to prepare for the first game of the Eastern Conference Finals. The Nets had enjoyed a commendable record in recent years, and with the addition of Jason Kidd, they had re-established themselves as a powerhouse in the East. The arena was packed to capacity, and the local fans brimmed with anticipation for their team's pursuit of the NBA championship. As the players from both sides warmed up briefly before the DJ's introduction, the Nets fans erupted with a deafening roar, creating immense psychological pressure on the visiting Magic players. Are you Suze? Before the game commenced, Kenyon Martin, donning the Nets number 6 jersey, approached Suze. Although their heights were comparable, Martin appeared significantly more robust. Yeah, Suze nodded simply. He recognized Kenyon Martin but harbored no particular fondness for the talented yet somewhat simplistic player. Without Jason Kidd, Martin's exceptional talent alone would not have propelled the team to the Eastern Finals. You're quite arrogant. Remember this. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Let you, a mere second-round pick, witness what true talent and strength are. As Martin spoke, he flexed his bicep towards Suze. Unfazed, Suze chuckled and offered no response. Martin's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Martin's irritation, feeling overlooked by a second-round draft pick. Hey, didn't you hear me talking to you? Are you intimidated? Martin's tone was brusque. Suze shot him a sidelong glance. Are you the team's star? If not, step aside. You're not worthy of speaking to me. I only converse with the team's star. Suze's words struck a painful chord with Martin, who had long grappled with the issue of being overshadowed. As the number 1 pick, he was expected to be the team's cornerstone. However, with Kidd's arrival, he had to settle for a secondary role. A fact that gnawed at him. Damn it. I am the star. I am the foundation of this team. Martin retorted angrily. Suze smirked, fully aware of Martin's sensitivity regarding the team's hierarchy. In the NBA of his previous life, Martin's desire for the leadership role had even led him to sign and trade to the Denver Nuggets. Unfortunately, he still failed to achieve his goal there. Thus, Suze intentionally brought up the sensitive topic of the team's star to provoke Martin. Do you see any cows flying in the sky? Suze derisively regarded Martin. The only star I recognize on the Nets is Jason Kidd. As for you, step aside. With that, Suze moved aside, leaving Martin in the lurch. Chapter 54. You are more obedient than my son. Suze's cold demeanor only served to intensify Kenyon Martin's fury. With a menacing glare fixed upon Suze, he silently vowed to unleash his wrath upon him. As the players positioned themselves at the center circle, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the game. The basketball was tossed high, and the centers of both teams engaged in a fierce battle for possession. The net center secured the first defensive opportunity, while the Magic players swiftly fell into their designated defensive assignments. Focus on the defensive plan, shouted Doug Rivers, the Magic and Oppo's head coach, urging his players from the sidelines. In the lead-up to the game, the entire Magic team had reviewed footage of the Nets' previous matches. Based on the analysis of the Nets' gameplay and discussions from the upper management, they resolved to implement the defensive switch strategy proposed by Suze against the Nets' offense. Although Jason Kidd possessed a certain scoring ability, his effectiveness in one-on-one situations was limited. In NBA circles, the phrase "Kidd doesn't attack, Nash doesn't defend" became a well-known adage. The essence of Kidd doesn't T attack stemmed from the fact that Kidd was an undeniable floor general but hardly a proficient scorer or offensive powerhouse. Therefore, employing a switching defense would stifle Kidd's ability to facilitate his teammates, thereby hindering the New Jersey Nets' offensive flow. On the court, the Nets players, under Kidd's guidance, commenced a series of tactical movements. Kenyon Martin set a screen for Jefferson along the baseline, creating an opportunity for a wide-open three-pointer. The Magic players executed their switching strategy resolutely, effectively disrupting the Nets' offensive scheme. Upon witnessing this shift, Kidd expressed surprise, quickly signaling for Kenyon Martin to set a pick. The combination of Kidd and Martin was a formidable offensive threat for the Nets. However, as Martin approached to set the screen, Suze, who was guarding Kidd, swiftly communicated with his teammate, executing a seamless switch. With this, Kidd found himself unable to initiate his offensive play post-screen but immediately identified a vulnerability in the Magic and Oppo's defense. Given the defensive strategy employed by the opponents, Kenyon Martin found himself in a favorable mismatch. Presently, the lean Suze was tasked with defending Martin, providing an enticing opportunity for the latter to exploit his size and strength in the low post. Low post. Kidd directed with his right hand while gesturing to Martin with his left. Martin understood immediately. As one of the epitomes of a power forward, Martin's low post skills, though somewhat rudimentary, became lethal against lighter opponents. As anticipated, other Nets players gravitated toward the weak side, allowing Martin to establish position in the opposite elbow, effectively boxing Suze out while extending his arms to signal for the ball. "Watch and see, I will crush you inside," Martin taunted as he positioned himself for the pass, simultaneously engaging in trash talk with Suze. In Martin and Oppo's eyes, although their heights were comparable, he held a distinct advantage in weight and strength. Thus, he believed that backing down Suze would be a walk in the park. "Look at you. A bull in the sky, while I am grounded," Suze retorted without hesitation. At that moment, Suze accessed the system interface, revealing a newly issued task. Ding. Task issued. Win the game at the Nets' home court. Ding. Hidden task issued. Win the game while achieving at least 5 blocks and 5 steals. The hidden task caused Suze some distress, as such statistics would necessitate a relentless effort on the defensive end. In a brief moment, he expended 20 badge points to upgrade the low-post lockdown defender and shot-blocking specialist badges to bronze. Ding. Congratulations, the low-post lockdown defender badge has been successfully upgraded, enhancing your low-post defensive capabilities. Ding. Congratulations, the shot-blocking specialist badge has been successfully upgraded, augmenting your shot-blocking abilities. With the system and Oppo's enhancements, Suze and Oppo's strength, speed, vertical leap, and stamina were all maximized. In terms of power, Suze was not at a disadvantage against Kenyon Martin. Equipped with the low-post lockdown defender badge, Suze was poised to utilize greater technique in his low-post defense. As he activated both badges, Kenyon Martin received a pass from Kidd. "Watch me as I crush you inside," Martin thought, fueled by the indignation of Suze's failure to acknowledge him as the team's primary player. With a thud, Kenyon Martin began to leverage his weight and strength to back down Suze. However, the moment he exerted force, he felt as though he had collided with an immovable wall. Despite Suze's slender frame, he exhibited remarkable strength. Martin strained with all his might, but could not budge Suze an inch. "Is that all you've got? Put some effort into it," Suze taunted, firmly resisting Martin and Oppo's advances. After several attempts, Martin felt both urgency and astonishment. How could Suze, despite his lack of bulk, be so immovable? "You can end Oppo's, be serious." Martin snapped back, incensed by Suze's mockery. In a fit of rage, he unleashed every ounce of strength, charging towards Suze. At that moment, Suze made a calm decision. Rather than continue to engage in a brute force contest, he needed to employ some finesse to nullify Martin's attack. Just as Martin exerted his full force, Suze executed a strategic retreat. Martin suddenly found himself devoid of leverage and stumbled sideways. As the bronze low-post lockdown defender badge lit up above Suze's head, he effortlessly secured possession of the basketball. Simple-minded and brawn over brain. "You follow orders better than my son," Suze exclaimed as he swiftly transitioned to a counterattack, casting a triumphant glance back at Kenyon Martin. Chapter 55. Malicious fouls. Upon seizing the basketball, Suze sprang into action. Clad in the azure jersey of the Orlando Magic, number 7, he darted across the court with the swiftness of a cheetah, launching a counterattack towards the opposing half. Behold, Suze's speed is extraordinary, akin to a flash of lightning. He has now crossed the half-court line and has reached the three-point arc. The two commentators from CTV5 hurriedly narrated the unfolding drama, struggling to match the rapid pace of Suze's movements. It was nothing short of astonishing. Within a mere 3 seconds, he advanced from his own backcourt to the three-point line of the rival team. The astonished voice of Coach Zhang Weiping echoed in Yujia's ears. On the court, Suze, a solitary figure in a league of his own, surged towards the Nets hoop. No member of the Nets squad could keep pace with his explosive assault. Such terrifying speed left the entire arena in a state of shock. This was the culmination of Suze and Oppo's intense effort and determination. At this moment, Suze confronted an unguarded interior from the Nets. He leaped high into the air, grasping the basketball with both hands, and executed a grand, sweeping windmill dunk. Thud. The resounding impact echoed as he forcefully thrust the ball through the hoop, akin to a hammer striking the very heart of the Continental Airlines arena. Upon landing, Suze let out a primal roar, akin to that of a wild beast. I will shatter you, right here. His bellow summoned the ire of the Nets fans, who responded with a chorus of boos directed at Suze. The Nets players resumed play from the baseline, with Jason Kidd orchestrating the offense. This time, Kidd calmly assessed the previous play's circumstances, preparing to advance the ball across half-court. However, as soon as he received the ball, Suze extended his arms, closing in on him with fervor. Suze's long limbs nearly swiped the basketball from Kidd's grasp, igniting a sense of caution within him. Having studied footage of the Magic's encounters with the 76ers, Kidd was well aware of Suze's tenacious half-court pressure. Even the illustrious Allen Iverson had found himself stymied by Suze and Oppo's defense on several occasions, unable to cross half-court within the allotted 8 seconds. Byron Scott, the head coach of the Nets, took note of this development. He promptly shouted instructions for his players to provide support for Kidd. Jefferson understood the directive and rushed to receive the pass from Kidd. This time, Suze and Oppo's pressure proved ineffective, as the Nets appeared well prepared. As Zhang Weiping observed the unfolding situation, he chuckled, while Yujia nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, both teams must have conducted thorough preparations prior to the match." Reviewing each other and Oppo's game footage, the Nets have effectively countered this time. Simultaneously, the Nets and Oppo's offense ground to a halt once more. With Kidd closely guarded by Suze and unable to initiate the attack, the Nets, who typically relied on Kidd, found themselves bereft of offensive options. Jefferson, with the ball at the top of the three-point arc, attempted to initiate a pick-and-roll, but the Magic's defensive switches thwarted his efforts. Although Jefferson was heralded as one of the Nets' key players, his ability to drive was limited. Faced with the Magic's relentless defensive adjustments, he hesitated. Pass it. Over here. There's an opening in the paint. Martin, who had failed to back down Suze previously, once again extended his arms, demanding the ball. This time, he was guarded by the Magic's perimeter player, Gordon Jirasek. In contrast to Suze's formidable low-post defense, Jirasek's capabilities in that regard were negligible. Noticing the defensive lapse, Suze, who had been trailing Kidd, immediately lunged forward as soon as the ball was passed, trapping Martin in a double team. Suze possessed extensive knowledge of Kenyon Martin's playing style. While Martin was athletically gifted, his playmaking skills left much to be desired. He was what one might call a finisher. Faced with the Magic and Oppo's double-team strategy, Martin found himself momentarily flustered. Lacking confidence in his ball-handling abilities, he opted to force his way through the two defenders. He executed a pivot, attempting to power through Suze and Oppo's encroaching defense. However, with a resounding thud, Martin felt as though he had collided with a wall, unable to budge Suze in the slightest. In that very moment, Suze swiftly extended his hand, knocking the basketball from Martin's possession. Once again, Martin had committed a turnover. Suze quickly seized the ball, ready to initiate a counterattack, but in a fit of frustration over his repeated blunders, Martin shoved Suze to the ground. Foul. Referee. That's a foul. Kenyon Martin bellowed angrily at the official after sending Suze sprawling. The referee, unfazed, promptly blew his whistle, issuing a technical foul against Martin. Rising from the floor, Suze refrained from recklessly confronting Martin, fully aware that his team needed him. If he received a technical foul or was ejected, victory would slip from their grasp. Maintaining his composure, he merely smirked disdainfully at Martin, gesturing a thumbs down to ridicule him. Hey, that player is despicable. What a dangerous move. I could just kick that scoundrel. In the stands, his girlfriend Lin Yu waved her fists, her face flushed with anger. Lin's parents mirrored her sentiments, their expressions filled with fury and concern. However, upon witnessing Suze remain unscathed and successfully sink both free throws, their anxiety eased. With both free throws converted, the Magic had surged to a 4-0 lead within less than a minute of the game's commencement. "You little brat, don't get cocky. I'll make you regret it." As Suze scored for consecutive points, Martin unleashed a torrent of trash talk in his direction, simultaneously flashing a pinky finger as a taunt. "Do you even deserve that?" Suze scoffed, looking at Martin with palpable disdain. "Watch closely. I'll ensure you foul out of this game. Oh, and you'll be thanking me later for the VIP experience of watching from the sidelines." Without hesitation, Suze retaliated against Martin, having resolved to penetrate the interior and force him out of the game, allowing the fans to rain down their boos upon him. As the Magic prepared to inbound the ball, Suze swiftly accepted it, initiating yet another offensive play. Chapter 56. Defeat them your way. Suze held the ball beyond the three-point line, defended by the Brooklyn Nets and Oppos, small forward, Richard Jefferson, clad in the number 24 jersey. Standing at 2.01 meters, Jefferson appeared shorter when facing Suze. Instead of launching a direct attack, Suze opted for a more conservative defense. He called for a pick-and-roll, intending to initiate an offense through the ball screen. Upon noticing Suze's signal, a Magic player swiftly moved to set the screen. However, in an unexpected turn of events, a Nets player began to switch defensive assignments. Kenyon Martin, originally tasked with guarding the paint, had now stepped in front of Suze. Suze voiced his skepticism, instinctively glancing at Jason Kidd, who stood at the baseline. He recalled that during his recent free throw attempt, Kidd had indeed engaged in some discussion with their head coach, Byron Scott. It turned out they were strategizing on how to counter the Magic using their own tactics. Interesting. A subtle smile crept across Suze and Oppos' lips, hinting at his amusement. It was undeniable that, as a tactical mastermind and court commander, Jason Kidd's ability to learn and adapt in real time was exceptional. Suze couldn't help but admire the Nets, a team that stood proudly in the Eastern Conference, showcasing remarkable adaptability and execution on the court. The players' ability to implement strategies so seamlessly was truly formidable. "Huh, kid? Didn't see this coming, did you? We've adopted your defensive style. Let us see how you handle this," Kenyon Martin proclaimed with an air of confidence, as if he had discovered the Magic's Achilles heel. "Have you ever heard the saying?" Suze retorted with a cold smirk. "What saying?" Kenyon Martin asked, slightly taken aback. "Learn from others, and you will grow old." Kenyon Martin, unable to comprehend the phrase's meaning, could sense the derision directed at him. "You want to test my ability to break through? Sorry, but I'll shatter your expectations." Suze dribbled while shrugging nonchalantly. With 14 seconds left on the shot clock, that time was more than sufficient for him. As he spoke, Suze held the ball with his right hand, executed a drag step, and feigned a drive. Kenyon Martin and Oppos' defensive focus shifted immediately, mirroring Suze and Oppos' movements. Suze astutely observed Martin lower his center of gravity, preparing to thwart his advance. A sly grin spread across Suze's face as he surged to the right, stepping into the paint. Like a puppet on strings, Kenyon Martin was led by Suze's deceptive maneuvers. Just as Martin retreated half a step to prevent Suze's drive, Suze suddenly executed a crossover dribble, performing the Darren Williams double hesitation move. The swift, unrelenting fakes left Kenyon Martin off balance, creating ample space for Suze to shoot. Fearful of being driven past, Kenyon Martin had withdrawn into a compact defensive stance. After Suze and Oppos' dazzling double hesitation, a considerable distance had emerged between him and Martin. Now was the moment. After creating space with his mesmerizing dribbling, Suze stepped back, positioned beyond the three-point line, and released the shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air and swished through the net. A splendid three-pointer. The fluidity of Suze's movements, culminating in that shot, was nothing short of mesmerizing. The defender had no time to react as Suze executed his flawless sequence. As the commentators, Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia, gasped in awe, Suze struck a pose, drawing an imaginary bow aimed at Kenyon Martin. "Look, I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already fallen." While celebrating, Suze couldn't and Oppos' resist taunting Martin. Frustrated by being outmaneuvered and then mocked, Martin and Oppos' expression darkened. "Just wait. I will make you pay," Kenyon Martin shouted at Suze. Unfazed, Suze shrugged dismissively. "Those who are cowardly talk too much. Sounds like you." He harshly ridiculed his opponent. Martin's face flushed with rage, and he contemplated charging at Suze, only to be restrained by Jason Kidd. "Calm down. Stay composed. I and Oppos VE spoken to AI and warned them about this kid and AMP, Oppos, S psychological tactics. Don and AMP, Oppos, T fall into his trap. As the team's leader, Kid did his utmost to prevent Martin from acting impulsively. With Kid's intervention, Martin managed to suppress his anger, albeit temporarily. The Nets found themselves in a challenging position, having conceded consecutive points, with the score already at 7-0. In these early exchanges, Kid had yet to devise a solution to turn the tide. It was evident that he needed to step up, dribbling past half-court. Jason Kidd signaled for his teammates to spread out, determined to confront Suze one-on-one. Although Kidd's attacking prowess and scoring ability were not particularly outstanding, he still posed a legitimate offensive threat. Are you planning to force your way through this time? Suze glanced around, noting that the Nets players had cleared space, leaving the center open for Kidd. Can you handle it? If not, why not pass it to Kenyon Martin? Suze began to play mind games with Kidd. Kidd remained indifferent, seemingly ignoring Suze's provocations. Yet Suze persisted. Your offensive skills are lacking. If you're not capable, just don't overexert yourself. If you fail, it will be quite embarrassing for you. Jason Kidd felt the sting of Suze and Oppos' blatant mockery. A prominent star in the league, he found himself humiliated by Suze's taunts, igniting a simmering frustration within him. Though he remained silent, his irritation grew. Kidd continued to dribble skillfully, but under Suze's relentless defense, he struggled to find any offensive openings. Even an offensive specialist like AI would see a significant drop in efficiency against Suze and AMP, Oppos' defense, let alone Kidd, who was already known for his limited scoring ability. As the clock ticked down, Kidd remained unable to uncover any vulnerabilities in Suze's defense. With the shot clock nearing expiration, he was left with no choice but to sidestep and take a three-point shot. Chapter 57. They have no chance. Bang. Jason Kidd's three-point attempt was swatted away by Suze with a resounding slap. A spectacular block, a veritable rejection, was laid upon Kidd. Immediately, the buzzer signifying the expiration of the 24-second shot clock echoed, rendering the Nets' offense null and void once more. With one block already to his name, Suze's bronze medal block specialist badge illuminated above him. He silently contemplated that with 4 more blocks and 5 steals, he would complete the hidden quest. Receiving the ball from a teammate, Suze swiftly initiated the offense, calling for a pick and roll with the power forward, thereby drawing Kenyon Martin onto himself once again. You again. You worthless fool. Do you not realize that getting past you is as easy as crossing a street in the morning? Suze unleashed a stream of trash talk without hesitation. Compared to Jason Kidd, Kenyon Martin was far more easily provoked and prone to irrationality. You bastard. Kenyon Martin felt a fiery rage building in his chest, ready to explode at any moment. If I were the coach of the Nets, I would never allow a bum like you to guard me. You simply cannot keep up. We are not on the same level as players. Suze continued to taunt Martin mercilessly. As a former NBA first overall pick with a respectable standing in the league, how could Martin endure such insults? His composure shattered under Suze's relentless verbal assault. With a furious roar, Kenyon Martin charged at Suze before he could even begin his offensive play, shoving him violently to the ground. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos, directed squarely at Martin for his loss of control. This season, Martin had committed numerous reckless acts, such as malicious fouls and tirades against referees. While these missteps might have been tolerated during the regular season, this was the playoffs, a battleground where every inch was fiercely contested. As Martin threw Suze to the ground, players from the Magic rushed in, pushing Martin away. Nets players also surged forward, transforming the sidelines into chaos. The referees worked diligently to separate the players, while the coaching staff scrambled onto the court to prevent a larger altercation from erupting. Suze, rising from the floor, was not angered at all. Instead, he made a mocking farewell gesture towards Kenyon Martin. Goodbye, see you in the next game, he shouted, while waving dismissively. Indeed, due to Martin and Oppos' malicious foul, the referees ejected him from the game. In a fit of rage, Martin ripped off his headband and hurled it to the ground. Suze had achieved his objective, successfully driving Martin out of the game through psychological warfare in the first match of the Eastern Conference Finals. The crowd continued to boo, but this time the jeers were directed at Suze. The Nets fans at the Continental Airlines Arena, witnessing Suze reveling in his cunning, were practically itching to rush the court and tear him apart. Yet, Suze remained unfazed, standing boldly at center court, vigorously waving his arms to amplify the boos. Suze was audacious and audibly defiant. If you wish to boo me, I shall incite your outrage further. The play-by-play commentator, Zhang Weiping, laughed exuberantly, increasingly admiring Suze and Apos' character. The more hostile the environment, the bolder Suze became. If he were a fan at the game, he would probably be seething with frustration at Suze's antics. Indeed, it was a masterstroke. Yu Jia chimed in with a chuckle, noting how Suze had not only orchestrated Martin's ejection but had also manipulated the crowd's mentality. Such fearlessness in the face of boos, such a tenacious demeanor in an away game. It indeed incited a mix of ire and admiration from the opposing fans. As the game resumed, the Nets executed their first inbound play, only for Suze's keen instincts to result in a brilliant steal. Following the steal, Suze swiftly drove to the basket, scoring and widening the gap to a 9-point lead. Byron Scott, the Nets head coach, could no longer remain seated. He urgently called a timeout to recalibrate his strategy. The Magic players were filled with exuberance, riding high on Suze and Apos' momentum. Rivers took a moment to commend Suze. He simply shook his head in humility, indicating that it was no big deal. With Kenyon Martin ejected, the Nets found themselves thoroughly dominated by the Magic on both ends of the court. By the end of the first quarter, Suze had led his team on an astonishing 11-0 run. As the second quarter drew to a close, the Magic held a commanding 16-point lead at 56-40. Suze was on fire, contributing 28 points of the total score. His extraordinary offensive prowess left the opponent utterly helpless. Under Suze's relentless efforts, the Magic maintained a comprehensive dominance over the Nets. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed with a resounding 101-83 victory, securing a remarkable 18-point advantage in their playoff opener. Suze delivered an all-around performance, tallying 48 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 steals, and 5 blocks. Oh yeah, we won. As the final buzzer sounded, Lin Yu in the stands waved her arms, hopping in delight for Suze. Such a resounding victory also thrilled Tracy McGrady, who watched from his hospital room. With Suze's performance, the Eastern Conference Finals seemed secured. Post-game, 2 commentators from CTV5 sought out Suze for an interview. Suze, tonight was yet another exhilarating victory, and you achieved quite remarkable statistics. How do you feel at this moment? Zhang Weiping inquired with a smile. Suze shrugged, stating nonchalantly, honestly, it's nothing special. I just want to affirm to everyone that my strength is beyond question. His words were undeniably bold. He was aware that many still doubted his abilities, but he was determined to silence them with his outstanding performances time and again. Suze, you and Apos' just secured your first victory. However, the series is not yet over. Do you believe your opponents will retaliate? Or do you think they have any chance left? Faced with this question, Suze wore a rather resigned expression. They have no chance. Magic in 4. Chapter 58. You are the third in command in the Brooklyn Nets locker room. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the space, with all players seated in silence. The head coach, Byron Scott, who had just finished a post-game interview, entered the room. Gentlemen, what's the matter? Cheer up. Byron clapped his hands vigorously. It's just our first loss. We have a long series ahead of us. He endeavored to uplift the spirits of his team. Today was merely a preliminary test. We grasped their offensive and defensive strategies. As a mature team, we must regroup swiftly. As the head coach, Byron Scott and Apos' role extended beyond tactics and training. He also provided essential psychological support. If I hadn't been ejected, we might have had a chance to win. At that moment, Kenyon Martin stepped forward to accept responsibility. Guys, I apologize for my impulsiveness today, he said, looking regretfully at his teammates. Jason Kidd approached and firmly patted Kenyon on the shoulder. Brother, lift your spirits. I told you, Sue is adept at mind games. We must do our utmost to avoid being distracted by his trash talk. Recalling Sue's taunts, Kidd felt a surge of anger. In the next game, give me the ball. I will show him what I'm truly capable of. Don't forget, I am the #1 pick. Kenyon flexed his right arm, his expression fierce. We must defeat our opponents with strategy. Kidd shook his head, dismissing Martin's plan for one-on-one play. Although Martin had only 2 chances to go solo in the game, both were thwarted by Sue's defense. Kenyon furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Jason, are you questioning my abilities? Have you forgotten that I am the primary scorer for this team? Martin recalled Sue and Apos' words about the team leader before the game. Fueling his anger, he was determined to prove to everyone that he was the true leader and an indispensable core player of the team. Kidd frowned slightly, observing Martin's agitation. He merely shrugged, opting for silence. He understood that arguing with a teammate at this juncture was decidedly unwise. Their goal was the championship. Only victory could obscure all issues. All right, everyone, you've all had a tiring night. Go rest well and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow we continue training for the next game. As Kenyon Martin seemed poised to ignite further conflict in the locker room, Coach Byron Scott stepped in to mediate. The Nets players left the arena in a huff. As they passed the Magic and Oppo's locker room, they heard jubilant cheers from within. Guys, we secured an away victory, a triumphant start. Now, let us keep up the momentum and finish this in 4 games. Magic's head coach, Doc Rivers, shouted with excitement. He had never imagined leading the 8th-seeded Magic to the Eastern Conference Finals, yet here they were, having won the first game against their opponents. Coach, the hero of today is undoubtedly Suze. Indeed, he is our champion. Suze is the brightest star of the night. The Magic players surrounded Suze, dousing him with water bottles in a wild celebration. Suze and Oppo's performance warranted the respect of his teammates. At that moment, he was akin to a surrounded by his teammates and coaches in joyous celebration. Suze managed to escape the circle, avoiding further soaking. Ha ha ha, it's truly a collective effort. In our country, we say, and Oppo's, one tree does not make a forest, and Oppo's, without everyone's South cooperation on the court, switching defenses, helping each other, and executing plays, my individual efforts alone could not have secured such a resounding victory. Suze's humility resonated with the other Magic players, who felt a sense of relief. Win without arrogance, lose without despair. Especially during outstanding performances, he never forgot to unite his teammates, earning him additional respect and admiration from them. Unlike other rising stars who might lose themselves in triumph, Suze prioritized his teammates and the collective above all else, which endeared him to the Magic players. Suze, your character impresses me. Absolutely. Suze, aside from T-Mac, you are now the leader of the Magic. Suze, we wish to orbit around you like planets, making you our sun. The Magic players gave Suze enthusiastic thumbs up. His character and skills on the court were enough to win over the seasoned veterans. Feeling the warmth of their admiration, Suze smiled with satisfaction and excitement. Thank you all for your trust. Suddenly, the locker room door was forcefully pushed open. Kenyon Martin and 2 other Nets players stood outside, visibly furious. Upon witnessing this, Suze immediately furrowed his brows. On the court, I may be reserved, but off the court, I will not hold back. Suze was not intimidated by Martin during the game, for he understood the team's need for his presence on the court. However, off the court, he would not coddle Martin. What's the matter? Do you want to start something? As the team's recognized leader, following McGrady, Suze stepped forward without hesitation. Martin clenched his fists, seething with anger. You all get out of here and celebrate elsewhere. This is the Continental Airlines Arena, our home. Martin was incensed. Losing at home while the opponent celebrated was an outright provocation. Suze smirked coldly. We enjoy celebrating here. It's our freedom. Furthermore, even if you try to expel us, it would require your leader kid and your coach to intervene. What are you, Kenyon Martin? The third in command? The third in command? Upon hearing those words, Kenyon was livid. Damn, Suze, how dare you place yourself behind Jefferson? With a slam, Martin struck the locker room door. Suze, I formally challenge you. Do you dare to face me in a one-on-one? I will demolish you. Chapter 59. Letting you score 4. Kenyon Martin was furious. The Magic celebrated their victory at the Continental Airlines Arena, but what infuriated him even more was that Suze had already disdained him more than once, even claiming to be the team's third in command. This was intolerable for Kenyon Martin. He felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess on the court by overwhelming Suze, making him aware of his true capabilities. Simultaneously, Kenyon Martin wished to dampen the Magic's post-victory jubilation through a one-on-one confrontation. Upon hearing Kenyon Martin's words, Suze couldn't help but smile even more brightly. Do you truly enjoy seeking out punishment? If that's the case, I shall oblige you. We can settle this right here in the arena. It was the first time Suze had encountered someone who actively sought such a challenge. Such a perverse request, if not met, might lead others to question Suze's capabilities. As a man, one must never be seen as inadequate. After changing into his jersey, Suze arrived at the Continental Airlines Arena, where Kenyon Martin was already on the court, a mocking expression plastered across his face. Suze and Oppo's father, mother, sister Suing, and Lin Yu were all present at the sidelines, watching intently. Be careful, Suze. This guy is quite devious. Lin Yu rushed over to quietly warn Suze. He has a history of injuring opponents during games, so please take care not to hurt yourself. Otherwise, I would be heartbroken. Lin Yu bit her pink lips, embodying the innocence of a girl next door. Suze chuckled, raising his hand to affectionately ruffle Lin Yu's hair. Don't worry, I'll be just fine. He approached the basketball court, where Magic's head coach, Doc Rivers, also arrived, his face betraying a sense of helplessness. Coach, Why don't you try to stop Suze? Suing furrowed her brow, questioning Rivers. Rivers shrugged, looking quite resigned. I have attempted to dissuade Sue, but he is adamant about facing Kenny. There is little I can do to prevent him. I even warned him that this could jeopardize his upcoming games. Doc Rivers appeared somewhat helpless. Engaging in such unsanctioned play against an opponent, without protection, could easily lead to injury. Moreover, Kenny Martin was certainly not a gentleman on the basketball court. It was possible that his intentions in this one-on-one match harbored ill will. Suze had his own considerations. He was well aware that, as an opponent, engaging in a one-on-one confrontation in this manner could lead to malicious fouls and potential injury. Yet, he aimed to dismantle Kenny Martin's confidence through this very duel. Undermining a man's confidence and what could render Kenny Martin hesitant in subsequent matches. Should he falter under Suze's defense, it could lead to mistakes born of panic. This strategy, too, was a means to assist his team on the court. Shall we engage in an unregulated one-on-one? Upon Suze's arrival, Kenny Martin proposed immediately. He understood that under American one-on-one rules, he would stand little chance against Suze. The limitation of 3 dribbles would be quite challenging for the relatively unrefined Kenny Martin's skills. Suze readily acquiesced. No problem, this is your domain, thus. The rules shall be yours to set. Kenny Martin continued, let us make it 5 shots. We shall determine the victor that way. He was keenly aware that fewer offensive opportunities would favor him. Defeating his opponent swiftly using his physical gifts was indeed a shrewd choice. All right, the winner will serve. And I'll allow you 4 points to start. How does that sound? Suze replied with a grin. How utterly arrogant. Kenny Martin felt his anger surge. He perceived this as an affront and mockery. You truly mean that? He scowled, glaring at Suze with hostility. Clearly, Suze and Oppos's audacity irked Kenny Martin deeply. Absolutely. Suze replied earnestly. Would I deceive you? He regarded Kenny Martin as if he were a fool. Others around them couldn't help but roll their eyes, sensing that Suze might be overstepping. Yet, matters on the basketball court were for Suze to decide. All right, you are indeed bold. Do you dare to let me serve first? Kenny Martin retorted angrily. Since you wish to show off, I will ensure you face the consequences. Kenny Martin thought to himself. Suze shrugged. Sure, no problem. He had granted Kenny Martin a chance to seize the advantage. However, should he defeat Kenny Martin, it would inflict a significant blow to his confidence. Beep. System task activated. Beep. Defeat Kenny Martin, and the host will receive system rewards. As Suze accepted Kenny Martin's challenge, the system task was announced. Without hesitation, Suze took his defensive position. Come on, let your performance begin. He passed the ball to his opponent and beckoned Kenny Martin with a finger, a gesture radiating contempt and provocation. Kenny Martin, seething with rage, immediately turned his back to the basket, seeking to back Suze down from beyond the three-point line. You think you can back me down from here? Are you joking? Have you forgotten how you failed to overpower me in our previous match? Suze chuckled lightly. Kenny Martin recalled his previous struggles in attempting to back Suze down. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Suze's long arm extended and deftly swiped the ball from Kenny Martin's grasp. Kenny Martin quickly regained his composure. Seizing the basketball with his right hand and shifting to drive towards the paint, Suze remained composed, extending his reach to follow Kenny Martin's trajectory, prepared to block his advance. Just as Kenny Martin approached the edge of the paint, he abruptly halted, pulling the ball back with his right hand, executing a pivot to exploit his footwork into the lane. Yet, equipped with the low-post defensive elite badge, Suze was unfazed, especially against an opponent with Kenny Martin's crude post skills. The bronze low-post defensive elite badge was more than sufficient for the task. Suze's badge illuminated above him as he sidestepped to the right, effectively obstructing Kenny Martin's offensive path. As Kenny Martin gathered the ball, he found himself out of options and could only attempt a desperate shot, which Suze emphatically swatted down. Chapter 60. The final assault. Suze executed a resounding block, effectively neutralizing Kenyon Martin's offensive attempt, as the emblem of the bronze medal hot pot expert illuminated above him. He playfully waggled a finger at Martin, proclaiming, "You cannot succeed here. This is the Sioux family's no-fly zone." The flippant tone and the derisive gesture stung Martin's cheeks, akin to an emphatic slap. Now it's my turn to attack. You had better be vigilant. Suze carried the ball beyond the three-point line, initiating his first offensive maneuver. Can you guess if I will go left or right? Employing a dazzling dribble, he sought to draw Martin's defensive focus away. Martin remained steadfast, concentrating intently on Suze, striving to resist the distraction of his feints. Yet, despite his best efforts, Suze continued to confound Martin with an array of intricate dribbles. suddenly holding the ball in his right hand. Suze made a decisive move towards the paint, prompting Martin to retreat a half-step, hoping to obstruct Suze's path. In that fleeting moment, Suze executed a dramatic change of direction, transferring the ball to his left hand. The emblem denoting the Durant's double direction change glowed above him. Suze astutely read Martin's defensive actions. As Martin shifted to counter, Suze followed up with another sweeping change of direction. Remarkably, he maintained his acceleration throughout the maneuver. Martin, momentarily thrown off balance, could not keep pace with the speed of Suze and Oppo's second feint and stumbled to the ground. Ankles Terminator. Suze and Oppo's emblem illuminated, having fully outmaneuvered Martin. I told you, passing you is as easy as crossing the street at dawn. Suze zipped past Martin, relishing the moment. Embarrassment washed over Martin's face, igniting a simmering anger within him. The sound of Suze completing his dunk reverberated through the arena. Again, Martin bellowed, scrambling to his feet. Suze tossed the ball to Martin, the player who had just been scored upon taking the throw-in. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Suze positioned himself proudly in defense, gazing down at Martin. The arrogance radiating from Suze only fueled Martin's fury. Don't be so cocky. I'll make you pay for the shot. As soon as he received the ball, Martin charged towards the paint, driven by a furious determination that clouded his judgment. He aimed to blend his speed and strength to swiftly breach Suze's defense and score. However, Suze remained composed, unaffected by Martin's emotional turmoil. As Martin forcefully drove towards the basket, Suze intentionally opened up a half-step, offering Martin a fleeting opportunity to penetrate. At that moment, leveraging his experience and instincts, Suze extended his long arm, snatching the ball from Martin's grip. Most of Suze's steals stemmed from such calculated gambles. With the wisdom gleaned from his past life alongside his current acumen, he consistently managed to seize opportunities against players with poor ball handling skills. Yet, against masters like Jason Kidd, such steals required a stroke of luck. With a swift movement, Suze secured the basketball, rapidly retreating to the three-point line. Before Martin could close the gap, he launched a three-point shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air, finding its mark with perfect precision. Oh yeah, Suze is incredible. The ball is in again, cheered Lin Yu from the sidelines, energetically waving her arms in support. Suze and Oppo's parents beamed with pride, their eyes filled with admiration for their son. Hearing Lin Yu and Oppo's applause, Martin's frustration boiled over. He turned sharply, shouting at her, "What are you cheering for? It's just 2 shots." His expression was twisted in rage, the muscles in his face twitching with agitation. Despite Suze and Oppo's modest scoring, Martin felt the weight of fear imposed by Suze's prowess. Why direct your anger at a girl? If you have the skill, prove it on the court, not by shouting at innocent bystanders, Suze retorted coldly, his disdain evident. Lin Yu echoed his sentiments, adding, "Exactly. If you can't compete, don't take your frustration out on the audience. If you truly have what it takes, defeat Suze on the court." Martin's face was a mask of fury, his brows knitted tightly. "Come on. Again," he shouted, his eyes ablaze with determination, infused with a hint of madness. He could not fathom that, even after conceding 4 points to Suze, he still remained inferior. "Good luck. May the goddess of fortune smile upon you. Otherwise, victory is beyond your reach," Suze replied nonchalantly. Martin felt insulted. When did winning require the favor of luck? He took possession of the ball and launched another attack. However, once again, Suze thwarted Martin's efforts. Almost immediately, Suze scored again, leveling the score at 4-4. This development unsettled Martin further. He appeared flustered, his expressions betraying his unease. "This is the last chance," Suze remarked with a grin as he passed the ball to Martin. "Think carefully. You can do it." He pointed at his temple. Martin and Oppo's cheeks flushed as he fought to regain his composure. The anxiety in his eyes did not escape Suze and Oppo's notice. Taking a deep breath, Martin felt his heart race, the pounding in his chest only adding to his agitation. He focused intently on the basket, vowing to himself that the shot must go in. "Are you ready yet? I and Oppo's been waiting so long. The flowers are about to wilt," Suze teased, tapping his ear. Martin remained silent, swiftly initiating his final offensive charge, summoning all his strength. Kenyon Martin accelerated towards the paint. This time, however, he was determined to differentiate himself from previous attempts. With every fiber of his being engaged, he raised his left arm to shield the ball, forcefully colliding with Suze and Oppo's chest. Chapter 61. Can I decline? Martin was agitated. In his desperate attempt to break through Suze's defense, he resorted to using his elbow as a battering ram, delivering a forceful blow to Suze's chest. The sound of impact echoed, a dull thud that evoked a wave of pain just by listening. Gasps erupted from the sidelines as Doc Rivers inhaled sharply. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "That and Amp. Oppos, S an offensive foul. Kenyon, you and Amp. Oppos, VE committed a foul." Rivers, filled with urgency, jumped up and down on the sidelines. However, in this one-on-one match, even a foul was unlikely to halt the game. Kenyon Martin disregarded Rivers and Oppos' furious protests and resolutely pushed toward the paint. Yet soon, Kenyon was astounded. He aimed to clear his path with his elbow, but Suze stood firm as an indomitable wall. Despite the elbow striking his chest, Suze did not yield an inch, steadfastly guarding against Kenyon and Amp. Oppos' offensive route. Kenyon exerted himself once more, violently charging at Suze. But Suze remained unyielding. Kenyon was unable to budge him even slightly. Not only that, but Kenyon also realized he had overexerted himself, losing his balance and altering his dribbling stance drastically. Seizing the opportunity, Suze extended his long arm and intercepted the basketball from Kenyon's grasp. What the hell? Kenyon Martin could not help but curse. He watched as Suze, now in possession of the ball, advanced beyond the three-point line, panic setting in. Compared to Kenyon, Suze and Amp, Oppos' offensive repertoire was astonishingly rich. Having already scored for consecutive points, Suze seemed poised to seal the game. In a frenzy, Kenyon rushed toward him, determined to thwart Suze and Oppos' impending attack. As Suze approached the three-point line, he began to exhibit signs of shooting. The thought of Suze and Amp, Oppos' deadly accuracy from beyond the arc spurred Kenyon to accelerate. "No, I must defend the shot," Kenyon shouted internally. Seeing Suze poised to shoot, Kenyon lunged forward, leaping high into the air, intending to deliver an overwhelming block. However, Kenyon miscalculated. Suze merely executed a simple shooting fake, causing Kenyon to soar past him in a futile attempt to block. A sly smile crept onto Suze's face as he taunted, "You've fallen for it again. Do you play without thinking?" Suspended in midair, Kenyon felt his blood pressure rise in frustration. Yet, he could do nothing but watch as Suze effortlessly maneuvered into the paint. Without hesitation, Suze executed a simple layup, concluding the game, 5-4. After allowing Kenyon to score 4 points, Suze had countered with 5 consecutive points, clinching victory. Kenyon turned away. Despair etched on his face as he gazed at the hoop. He clenched his teeth, his countenance darkened by a mix of resentment and disappointment. "You lost this match. It and Amp. Oppos' time to acknowledge your role as the third wheel." Suze approached Kenyon, delivering a well-timed jab. "Aye." Kenyon and Amp, Oppos' mouth was filled with bitterness, his eyes reflecting his unwillingness to accept defeat. Yet, a loss is a loss, especially one suffered after conceding 4 points. This reality was difficult for Kenyon to accept, and his gaze began to drift. He remained silent, dejectedly making his way toward the players and Oppos' tunnel. "Hooray! Suze wins." Lin Yu cheered, rushing towards Suze with exuberance. "Muma." She playfully embraced Suze, tiptoeing to plant a cool kiss on his cheek. Suze was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a resigned smile. It appeared that this casual girlfriend of his was not someone he could easily shake off. "Aze, does your chest hurt? Let me massage it for you." "Aze, your performance was so valiant just now." "Aze, that big bad Martin hurt you again, but thankfully you triumphed and crushed him." Lin Yu buzzed around Suze like a devoted fan, her chatter unceasing. Suze could only smile helplessly, while those nearby exchanged knowing smiles. At that moment, Doc Rivers approached, wiping the sweat from his brow, visibly shaken. "Sue, do you realize how dangerous that was?" "Fortunately, Martin and Amp, Oppos' elbow struck your chest. Had it been above the head, it could have jeopardized your future matches." Now, Suze was no longer merely a water cooler attendant. He had become a trump card in Doc Rivers and Oppos' hand. It would not be an exaggeration to say that without Suze and Oppos' emergence, the Magic would struggle even to reach the Eastern Conference Finals, let alone win the first round of the playoffs. Ugh, it's all Martin's fault. He can and Amp, Oppos' compete on the court, and his character is lacking as well. It and Amp, Oppos' infuriating. Lin Yu exclaimed, making a face at Kenyon and Amp, Oppos' retreating figure. Suze chuckled. "Such minor skirmishes cannot harm me. I am as resilient as iron, while my opponents come and go." As he spoke, he patted his chest firmly. Rivers sighed in relief. Phew, that's a relief. Knowing you're unharmed puts my mind at ease. The person most concerned about Suze's health was indeed Doc Rivers. With Tracy McGrady already injured, if Suze were to fall, the Magic's chances in the Eastern Conference Finals would be severely compromised. Just then, Suing approached with several reporters in tow. Suze, these are renowned sports journalists. They witnessed your match against Kenyon from the sidelines and would like to interview you. Upon hearing the prospect of facing reporters, Suze felt a wave of dread wash over him. Can I decline? At that moment, everyone was frozen in disbelief. To be in the spotlight with the media is a remarkable opportunity for publicity. Most would be eager for such attention. Yet Suze and Apos' immediate thought was to refuse. Truly astonishing. A tall, blonde journalist approached with a friendly smile. Dressed in a professional ensemble, she exuded a blend of allure and competence. Hello, Sue. I'm Maria. I have just a few simple questions, and I hope you won't decline. Chapter 62, brother. You and Apos, about to shine. Suze and Apos' refusal only deepened Maria and Apos' intrigue towards him. He was indeed an interesting player. While other athletes typically sought to leverage media attention following a resounding victory, Suze chose to decline, piquing Maria and Apos' curiosity about the kind of person he was and the rationale behind his refusal. With a resigned shrug, Suze said, Apologies, I and Apos am a bit weary today. Let my agent, Suing, handle the interviews. After speaking, he quickly took Lin Yu and her parents and hurriedly left, anxious to avoid being pursued by the media. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Suze finished his shower and lay down on his bed to rest, activating the system. After a night of diligently completing tasks, he anticipated a substantial reward. System, shouldn't you be distributing the rewards now? Suze felt that the system was being rather sluggish. It was quick to issue tasks, but always delayed when it came to settling rewards, which frustrated him greatly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of defeating the Nets and earned 30 badge points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden task of achieving 5 steals and 5 blocks, earning 50 badge points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of overcoming Kenyon Martin, earning 20 badge points. Upon hearing the system and Apos' announcements, Suze was momentarily taken aback, then became irked. What with all these badge points, you lazy system? Where in Apos' my exclusive move pack? The dunk package? The layup package? What gives? Are you incapable of anything else? If you can in Apos' manage it, I can teach you. Suze couldn't and Apos' help but vent his frustration at the system. It seemed the system was indeed shirking its responsibilities, merely tossing a handful of points to placate him. Ding. System notification. Suze, please refrain from using disrespectful language. Disrespectful? Is my classic trash talk too much for you? Before Suze could unleash his full tirade, the system hastily intervened. Ding. Wait. Host, please maintain civility. Civility? You dare lecture me? You throw a bunch of points my way, and you expect me to be civil. Suze responded angrily. While the points were decent, the exclusive move pack was immensely valuable. With the exclusive move pack, Suze could express himself more freely on the court. I'll ask you again, will you provide the move pack? If not, I'll unleash my fury and show you what it means to be the top trash talker of the Dragon Kingdom. The system seemed genuinely intimidated by Suze. It was indeed a challenge to be a system these days. Ding. Host, please hold on. The exclusive move pack is being dispatched. Ding. Congratulations, host. The exclusive move pack has been reissued. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the Jordan Fadeaway Shot exclusive move pack. The mere mention of the legendary fadeaway move was exhilarating. After acquiring this shooting exclusive move pack, Suze felt an overwhelming sense of joy, bubbling with excitement. The graceful fadeaway jumper was undoubtedly one of the most classic and elegant shots in basketball, having momentarily spared the system from his ire. Suze promptly accessed the badge interface. With the previous 10 points combined with the 80 points just earned, he now held a total of 90 badge points. He intended to invest all of these points into the fadeaway shooting badge. With the badge complementing the exclusive move pack, the visuals would be breathtaking. Suze could hardly contain his anticipation. Soon, he found the fadeaway master badge in the shooting badge section. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, he illuminated the fadeaway master badge. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully illuminated the fadeaway master badge, consuming 10 badge points. Current level, Bronze. A meager 10 points was no cause for regret. He immediately proceeded to upgrade, advancing the Bronze Fadeaway Master badge to Silver. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully upgraded the Bronze Fadeaway Master badge, consuming 30 badge points. Current level, Silver. Ding. The higher the level of the Fadeaway Master badge, the more advanced Fadeaway exclusive move packs the host can utilize. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Suze was instantly elated. He could hardly wait to equip the Jordan Fadeaway Shot move pack. However, when he navigated to the exclusive move section, he discovered that the Jordan Fadeaway Shot move pack was grayed out, rendering it unusable. Damn it. You deceived me again, you wretched system. Suze felt as though he had been duped, akin to a naive youth betrayed in love. The conditions for using the Jordan Fadeaway Shot move pack specified that one must possess the Hall of Fame Fadeaway Master badge to equip it. In other words, with only a silver badge, Suze was unable to utilize the coveted move pack. Just as Suze was feeling somewhat disheartened, his phone rang suddenly. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Tracy McGrady. Hey brother, I watched today and Oppo's game, and your performance was absolutely stellar. Ha ha ha, with a display like that, making a comeback is definitely within reach. Upon answering, McGrady and Oppo's exuberant voice filled the line. Clearly, he was thrilled with the team and Oppo's resounding victory. My good brother, you are truly remarkable. It seems your potential knows no bounds. McGrady couldn't help but praise Suze. Feeling a bit bashful, Suze chuckled. It was just an average performance, third in the world. I merely played casually. McGrady paused, momentarily bewildered. He was unfamiliar with the concept of humility, otherwise he would have unleashed a scathing retort at Suze. Haha, my good brother. Oh, by the way, I also saw the video of your one-on-one against Kenyon Martin. You were incredible, scoring 4 points while dominating your opponent in an unstructured setting. Kenyon must be feeling quite disheartened right now, McGrady exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and a hint of raucous laughter. The joy radiating from McGrady was palpable. Beyond the team's success, Suze had also outperformed a key player on the opposing team, granting him a psychological edge. Wow, news travels fast. Suze was taken aback. Of course, the internet is rapidly evolving. The media is heavily promoting these events. Even renowned journalists like John Bona and Maria are rallying for you. Brother, you are on the verge of stardom. You are about to become the hottest new star in the league. Chapter 63. Visiting the summer camp. This is not the first time that McGrady has declared that Suze is destined for greatness. Yet, McGrady's assertion rings true. Suze has indeed captured the spotlight. He started with 4 points and then seamlessly scored 5 consecutive baskets, completely overshadowing Kenyon Martin's video. In this era of rapid digital growth, he exploded into fame overnight. This surge in visibility has significantly elevated Suze and Oppo's profile, both in the United States and in the Dragon Country. Early the next morning, a well-rested Suze received a phone call from Su Ying. Hello? Sister, what's the matter? Why are you calling so early? Is something up? Suze inquired while munching on a slice of bread. On the other end of the line, Su Ying's voice emerged. Do you remember Maria? She asked. Of course, the female reporter from yesterday. Suze replied without hesitation. Her tall stature, golden hair, and striking features made her unforgettable, reminiscent of the glamorous Kardashian sisters. Exactly. Maria and John Bonner would like to invite you to visit a local high school in New Jersey. A group of high school students just arrived for a basketball summer camp, and they want you to be a special guest. Special guest? Suze pondered, stroking his chin. What are the benefits of that? Besides enhancing your visibility, you might also catch a glimpse of other NBA stars at the summer camp. To my knowledge, they have also invited Paul Pierce and Mike Bibby, 2 prominent figures in the league. Hearing those names piqued Suze's interest. Paul Pierce, known as the Truth, is renowned for his exceptional 3-point shooting and one-on-one skills, making him one of the top players in the league. The fact that this brother endured 11 knife wounds and still stands strong speaks volumes about his toughness. As for Mike Bibby, he requires no further introduction. His meticulous skills and outstanding mid-range game solidify his reputation as a formidable offensive player. Noticing Suze's silence, Su Ying worried that he might decline. She gently urged, Little Zay, listen to your sister. Participating in the summer camp not only increases your visibility, but also provides an opportunity to refine your skills by competing with Pierce and Bibby. I know your game is progressing rapidly, but facing off against these top-tier athletes would be a tremendous boost for you. Suze chuckled, fully aware that Su Ying genuinely cared for his well-being. Although he had traversed through time, Having such a beautiful and understanding sister warmed his heart. "All right, sister. What time should I be there?" he asked with a smile. Upon hearing Suze's agreement, Suing was immediately elated. 10:00 and Oppos. Clock this morning at the Denify training facility in New Jersey. Don and Oppos. TB late. I and Oppos. LLB waiting for you there. Her voice was tinged with excitement. With the time and place set, Suze quickly prepared himself. The prospect of competing with two current stars of the league thrilled him. At exactly 10 o'clock, Suze arrived punctually outside the Denify training facility. Suing was already waiting for him in the shade. He hurried over, extending his hand to fan her. Albeit with minimal effect, yet it was a gesture of goodwill. "Sister, you've worked hard," he said with a grin. Suing shot him a playful glare, one that exuded a myriad of expressions. "Enough of that. They will arrive shortly. Let us head inside. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. I just learned that Kenyon Martin, a local star from New Jersey, has also been invited to the summer camp." Suing and Oppos' revelation made Suze chuckle. "What is so funny?" Suing asked, puzzled by his reaction. Suze shrugged. "I'm just amused at the thought of Martin being so upset when he sees me that he loses his appetite for lunch today." As they entered the training facility, they spotted Kenyon Martin playing with a group of first-year students, teenagers around 15 or 16 years old. Not far away, Suze recognized several familiar faces among the youths: the tall and unique Kevin Durant, the robust yet endearingly simple Greg Oden, and the aloof and disdainful Michael Beasley. Suze raised an eyebrow. These individuals are all future luminaries of the NBA. Especially Oden, a prodigy whose career was tragically marred by injuries, he mused silently. He observed that, while Kenyon Martin mingled well with most of the youths, both Oden and Durant, as well as Beasley, displayed a palpable disdain towards him. It was understandable, after all. Martin had just been thoroughly outplayed by Suze the day before, and no one would relish the idea of sharing their skills with a player who had recently suffered such a defeat. "Attention, everyone. The league's hottest new star, Suze, has arrived." John Bonner, standing nearby, had noticed Suze and Suing entering the training facility. He clapped loudly, announcing Suze's arrival. Upon hearing Suze's name, the group of youths lit up as if they had discovered a new world, all eyes turning toward the entrance. "Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to join your summer camp." Suze greeted the eager young faces with a warm wave and a broad smile. Upon hearing Suze and Oppos' name, Kenyon Martin and Oppos' expression soured, as if he had just swallowed a mouthful of flies. Before he could react, the group of youths that had previously surrounded him swiftly flocked to Suze like a swarm of bees. "Sue, I've watched your games. Your three-point shooting is incredible. Sue, can you teach me that elusive layup from Dragon Country? Sue, you're my idol. May I have your autograph?" A chorus of enthusiastic voices enveloped Suze, their faces and eyes brimming with excitement. Even the typically reserved and introverted Durant could not conceal his exhilaration and joy at that moment. Suze chuckled helplessly. "I can certainly accommodate your requests, but let and Oppos' take turns. Let us start with you." He pointed towards Durant in the crowd, having just caught wind of Durant's desire to learn his three-point shooting technique. Chapter 64. Guiding Durant amidst the crowd. Durant was momentarily taken aback when Suze called his name. "You mean me?" Durant exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and excitement in his voice. "Yes, indeed. Didn't you just express a desire to learn about three-point shooting?" Suze smiled at Durant as he navigated through the throng and embraced him warmly. "Really? That's fantastic. I watched the playoffs, and your three-point shooting was utterly dominant, which left me quite envious." Durant beamed, his lean face alight with enthusiasm. Suze had made a striking impression. His extraordinary performance on the grand stage of the playoffs had heightened his popularity, especially among the younger generation, who now regarded him as a new idol. After all, not every late second-round draft pick could shine brilliantly in the playoffs. "Young man, I see you possess remarkable talent and a unique physique. You are undoubtedly a fine prospect for basketball. By the way, may I ask your name?" Suze inquired, still draping an arm around Durant and Oppos' shoulder with a cheerful demeanor. While Suze was well aware of Durant's identity, he refrained from directly addressing him by name, as Durant was merely an outstanding high school player at this point. Suze had not followed high school basketball as closely as other NBA stars. "Kevin Durant," Durant replied. "Oh, splendid. Just from your name, it and amp. Oppos' clear you are destined for greatness." Suze praised Durant with a warm smile. "Now let us commence. I will impart my three-point shooting techniques to you and see how much you can absorb." Suze led Durant to the three-point line on the court, where the staff promptly passed the ball to him. Come on, young Kevin. Take the basketball in your hands and let me observe your shooting form. Suze gestured for Durant to take his shot. Durant, without hesitation, positioned himself beyond the arc and attempted a shot. However, at this stage, Durant was not yet the unstoppable force he would later become in the league. His accuracy was still developing, and his attempts clanked off the rim. Recalling memories from his past life, Suze astutely noted that Durant's shooting form differed significantly from that of the superstar he would eventually become, which contributed to his current lack of precision. Here, give me the ball. When you shoot, elevate the ball to this position, ensuring your body is coordinated and your force is balanced, Suze patiently explained. Reminiscing about Durant's shooting technique and power application, each individual's shooting mechanics and form are unique. I believe this adjustment may suit you better, and your height may still increase in the future. This revised shooting technique will render your shot softer and more accurate, Suze elaborated, demonstrating the movements as he spoke. Durant listened intently, absorbing every detail. Many factors contribute to becoming a superstar, but diligence and hard work are undeniably among them. Now, you can give it a try. Utilizing the shooting form he had just demonstrated, Suze hit several three-pointers with remarkable precision, leaving Durant filled with admiration. When Suze encouraged him to try, Durant eagerly grasped the basketball, positioned himself at the three-point line, took a few deep breaths, and recalled the shooting techniques Suze had just taught him. I can do this. Durant silently motivated himself. His learning capacity proved impressive as he quickly adopted a refined shooting technique. The modified approach improved Durant's shooting form, making it smoother with a higher release point. Swish, swish, swish. Durant attempted several three-pointers, successfully sinking 3 or 4 in succession, which further ignited his excitement. Sue, I cannot thank you enough. Engaging with you has been immensely beneficial. Durant looked at Suze with gratitude, his eyes sparkling with admiration, resembling a devoted fan. My shots have become much smoother, no longer rigid like before. Truly, I am exceedingly grateful. Sue, may I have the opportunity to converse with you frequently in the future? Durant looked at Suze with hopeful eyes, filled with earnestness. For the reserved and sensitive Durant, expressing such a sentiment indicated that he had come to regard Suze as a mentor and friend. Suze smiled knowingly, once more placing an arm around Durant's shoulder. Of course, young Kevin. Furthermore, I can teach you some banter skills to become a proficient conversationalist. What do you think? Suze teased, winking at Durant. Banter? Durant's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He stammered, momentarily at a loss. He was unsure how Suze had discerned his penchant for such exchanges. Although the internet was not as developed as in Suze's previous life, it was still evolving, with various chat platforms and networks gradually emerging. As an avid internet user, Kevin Durant had showcased remarkable qualities online since childhood. Thus, when Suze mentioned banter, Durant felt as though his secret had been uncovered. Rest assured, my banter skills are as formidable as my basketball prowess, Suze chuckled. Durant eyed Suze with skepticism, and the two quickly exchanged contact information. Witnessing Durant's rapid improvement under Suze's guidance, the other campers eagerly sought to engage with him, creating a sense of unease for Kenyon Martin, who had previously been the center of attention. It was meant to be his moment, yet it seemed to shift towards Suze. Just as the young athletes clamored to learn from Suze, a commotion erupted outside the training facility. A throng of reporters surged in, surrounding two individuals as camera flashes illuminated the scene. They and Oppos. Here, Suing whispered, stepping closer to Suze. Suze glanced toward the entrance and quickly recognized two very familiar faces amidst the crowd. Chapter 65. The defeated shall depart despite the throng of spectators. Suze managed to spot two familiar figures amidst the crowd, the illustrious Paul Pierce and the enigmatic McGrady, clad in athletic attire. They were encircled by a swarm of reporters, basking in the limelight. The duo exchanged light-hearted banter, appearing to share a cordial camaraderie. Beyond the confines of NBA matches, many players cultivate friendships, while others maintain relationships fraught with tension, refusing to yield even off the court. Hello, young fellows. It's a pleasure to see you all here, Paul Pierce exclaimed, extending his right hand and waving enthusiastically at the summer camp attendees. McGrady also wore a subtle smile, his lips curling upwards. However, upon witnessing the arrival of the two NBA stars, the youths exhibited little excitement. Instead, they continued to cluster around Suze, eager to engage in basketball technique discussions with him. They had directly observed Durant's impressive shooting accuracy after Suze's guidance led him to alter his shooting form. In contrast, The later arrival of Pierce and Bibby had yet to impart any tangible benefits to them, resulting in their desire to converse solely with Suze. Only a handful of individuals ventured forth, seeking autographs from Pierce and Bibby. Who is that? Pierce frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Surely, he and Mike Bibby were the main attractions today. Yet, upon entering the training facility, they received far less enthusiasm than anticipated. Mike Bibby glanced towards Suze and the crowd, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to place him immediately. I recognize him, but I can't quite put my finger on it, he remarked, shrugging. Although Suze had recently shone brightly on the playoff stage, the majority of impressions about him lingered on the number 7 of the Magic. Dressed in ordinary athletic wear, he appeared unremarkable, making it difficult for anyone to associate him with the standout number 7 on the court. That and Oppo's Suze, the league and Oppo's hottest rising star. At that moment, the previously overlooked Kenyon Martin approached, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Suze. Upon recognizing the young man, Pierce and Bibby immediately connected him to the Magic number 7. So it is this kid, Pierce thought, feeling a twinge of irritation. Although Suze was indeed a breakout star, Pierce had carved out a long and illustrious career in the league, having been selected to multiple All-Star games. By all accounts, he should rightfully be regarded as a league superstar, with Suze falling short in terms of status and experience. Bibby shared a similar sentiment. Feeling disgruntled that the attention had shifted to the newcomer, Suze, who had stolen their thunder. Hey Sue, Pierce called out, attempting to draw his attention. However, Suze, surrounded by the eager youths, could not hear Pierce's call. He intended to approach them for a greeting, yet the summer camp attendees blocked his path. With a resigned smile, Suze noticed the unsavory expressions on Pierce and Bibby's faces. Everyone, please make way. I wish to greet Paul and Mike. Sue, teach me the Dragon Country's elusive footwork. One exclaimed. I'll just say hello in return, Suze replied, but the youths persisted, insisting he remained with them. Suze chuckled helplessly, realizing that he was effectively cornered by the enthusiastic campers. Did you see that? The new star ignores the league veterans, Kenyon Martin chimed in, fanning the flames. The already irked Pierce and Bibby felt their frustration intensify. How incredibly arrogant! Pierce could not contain his expletive-laden outburst. Doesn't he understand that the NBA values experience? No matter how talented he is still just a rookie in his first season. Bibby scoffed. Let us go teach him a lesson. He needs to be put in his place. Kenyon Martin grinned at this suggestion, eagerly anticipating Suze and Oppo's imminent downfall. Noticing Pierce, Bibby, and Martin advancing towards him, Suze greeted them with a smile. It's a pleasure to see you both. Ah, you truly are the center of attention, Bibby remarked, a hint of bitterness lacing his words. Hearing this, Suze and Oppo's brow furrowed momentarily, but he chose not to dwell on it. Acknowledging that NBA stars exhibiting a bit of attitude was not unexpected. Sue, I've watched your games, but I believe you lack the prowess to be a guest at this summer camp, Pierce declared, dismissing Suze's capabilities outright. Though your recent performances have been commendable, they are but fleeting moments. More importantly, you haven't faced genuine competition. His gaze was filled with disdain and condescension. At this, Suze felt a surge of indignation. While he acknowledged he was a newcomer, it did not warrant disdain from veterans. Are you suggesting you are superior to Allen Iverson? Suze inquired, arching an eyebrow. Absolutely. My physical attributes surpass those of AI. Let us not forget, my static athleticism is undeniably superior. My height alone gives me an advantage over you, Pierce asserted confidently. Suze shrugged, an expression of skepticism on his face. Really? But AI is an MVP. And what of you? His retort was akin to a sharp dagger, striking at the heart of Pierce's pride. Indeed, Iverson was an MVP, a superstar of the league who had led his team to the NBA Finals as the sole star. In contrast, Pierce's best playoff performance had only resulted in a second-round exit. This statement incensed Pierce. Are you mocking me? Young man, you will pay for your arrogance. He seethed. I merely speak the truth. I harbor no intention of mocking anyone. Whether my words hold merit, the public will decide, Suze replied nonchalantly. You, Pierce, known for his fiery temperament, shouted at Suze, you dare challenge me to a match? The loser must leave this training facility. Chapter 66, 1v2. Pierce was utterly enraged. First, he was disregarded by Suze, and then his sore spot was ruthlessly prodded. Pierce resolved to teach Suze a lesson he would not forget. After all, they were both NBA players, and the best way to communicate was through the game itself. Sue, you still have time to concede. If you suffer a humiliating defeat today, your future in the NBA may be jeopardized. The White Devil, Mike Bibby, mocked with a derisive smile. He harbored little fondness for Suze, the rising star from the Dragon Kingdom. More so, he felt envy and jealousy towards Suze and Apos, as talent and fortune. Why was fate so unfair? It bestowed such exceptional static and dynamic talents upon Suze. I have a bold proposal, Suze stated, recognizing that a misunderstanding had already taken root. The best way to resolve it was to conquer his opponents through sheer skill. What proposal? Pierce replied with a cold smile. You wouldn't and Apos, be too scared to compete with me, would you? If you and Apos, afraid, you can just leave the training facility right now. Observing the aggressive Pierce, Durant, who had just begun to forge a friendship with Suze, felt quite unsettled. Yet, in the presence of Pierce, he had no authority to speak. Indeed, Kenyon Martin, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but chime in. Sue, if I were you, I would take the hint and leave, lest you suffer an embarrassing defeat. Hearing Martin's taunt, a knowing smile crept onto Suze's lips. He retorted mercilessly, Oh? Just like how I completely overwhelmed you? This statement nearly infuriated Kenyon Martin. Yet it was undeniably true, leaving Martin without a counterargument. Those lacking in ability had no right to speak here, akin to a gambler stripped of everything, lacking the face to stand and boast. If I were someone, I wouldn't and Apos. TB here exposed and spinning in circles. Suze shot back, causing Martin's face to alternate between shades of green and white. Durant, observing from the sidelines, was exhilarated. Wow, Suze's verbal prowess is impressive. He doesn't even need to resort to foul language. This made Durant believe that Suze could indeed teach him the art of verbal sparring. With Martin left speechless, Suze continued, My proposal is simple. I will take on both you and Mike Bibby. He pointed at Paul Pierce and then at Mike Bibby. The young campers erupted in excitement. The reporters on the sidelines gasped in astonishment. Insane. Suze has to be out of his mind. Is this for real? 1 against 2? This is utterly ludicrous. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Oh, I adore Suze. This audacity is exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Such brazen confidence is precisely my type. The campers' admiration for Suze soared, as he became their solitary hero, daring to face 2 star players from the NBA. At that moment, Suing felt a surge of anxiety. She believed Suze must have lost his mind. While she acknowledged his previous victories over basketball luminaries like Vince Carter and Gilbert Arenas, those were mere one-on-one encounters. Now, however, he was challenging 2 opponents. This was madness. Unable to contain herself, she squeezed beside Suze and tugged at his arm. Suze, is this too reckless? There are many reporters here, and if you lose, your reputation will be in shambles. Suing looked at him with deep concern, feeling his decision was somewhat immature. Don't worry, I have confidence, Suze replied, turning to offer her a reassuring smile. Suing shook her head helplessly, well aware that no one could alter Suze's decision. She could only pray that he wouldn't suffer too humiliating a defeat. What do you say? Are you willing to accept? Suze turned back to Pierce and Bibby. Willing? Pierce and Bibby were both incredulous. What nonsense was this kid spouting? Sue, you are truly arrogant. What do we have to fear? Not only would we accept a 1v2, but we would also accept a 1v1. Pierce shot Suze a dismissive gesture. However, I must say, this is the first time I and Apos heard someone propose such a self-destructive challenge. Since you insist, we shall gladly expose your folly before the media. Pierce regarded Suze with disdain, convinced he could easily handle him, especially with the aid of Bibby. Surely, it would be a complete rout. Bibby added with a smirk. Sue, just so we and Apos, clear, if we win, you cannot claim we had an unfair advantage. This is entirely your own doing. Suze shrugged nonchalantly. Don and Apos, worry. You are no match for me. With a sneer that incited the ire of both Pierce and Bibby, he retorted, All right, you cocky brat. You may talk tough now, but soon you'll be weeping. Pierce seethed. The crowd parted, creating a space for the 3 to engage in their contest. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Suze's mind. Ding. Mission issued. Defeat Pierce and Bibby in a 1v2. The host will receive rewards. Ding. Hidden mission issued. Achieve a shutout against Pierce and Bibby for a hidden reward. Upon receiving the system's notification, Suze felt a rush of excitement. He turned to Pierce and Bibby and asked, What are the rules? How many baskets to win? Pierce and Bibby conferred briefly. The scoring team will serve, and the match will be settled at 10 baskets. Suze nodded in agreement. Since I'm at a disadvantage, how about I serve first? He grinned at the 2, confident they wouldn't refuse him in front of the multitude of media. After all, if they let him serve first. It would be a stain on their reputation if they won, and the media would surely criticize them for their lack of sportsmanship. Moreover, from Pierce and Bibby's perspective, Suze's 1v2 challenge appeared utterly futile. What did it matter if he served first? Fine, no problem. Pierce and Bibby readily consented. With the details of the game settled, Suze positioned himself beyond the three-point line, ball in hand, and commenced his first defensive move. Chapter 67, Continuous Scoring in the Spirit of Competition. Suze naturally opted for a 1v2 scenario. Positioned beyond the three-point line, he initiated his first defensive move. The double team rendered him incapable of maintaining control of the ball. Just as Suze was about to dribble, Pierce vocally instructed Bibby. Although they had never collaborated before, the synergy between stars often emerges effortlessly. With the pressure of the game absent, their cooperation became even more seamless. Pierce and Bibby, one on each side, advanced towards Suze in an attempt to encircle him. A subtle smile played upon Suze's lips. He remained unfazed by the sudden onslaught of dual defenders. With the ball in his right hand, he charged towards Bibby. In defensive prowess, Bibby was undoubtedly a weak link compared to Paul Pierce. Even on the NBA court, Bibby was not renowned for his defensive skills. Moreover, Bibby's height and weight paled in comparison to Suze's. Therefore, utilizing Bibby as a point of attack was the most strategic choice. Bibby, stand your ground. I'll assist you with the help defense. Don't back down. Hold him off. Use your speed to disrupt him, Pierce commanded incessantly. As the undisputed leader of the team, Pierce was accustomed to directing operations on the court, thus instinctively issuing orders to Bibby. Suze's smile widened. As he broke through towards Bibby, he discerned a flicker of displeasure on Bibby's face. Despite being a pivotal player for the Kings, Bibby felt somewhat irked at being bossed around by Pierce. Bibby, aren't you the core player of the Kings? Are you really going to take orders from Paul? Suze taunted, his lips curling in mockery. Hearing this, Bibby momentarily lost his focus. In that brief lapse, Suze accelerated like a cheetah, darting past Bibby with remarkable agility. What the hell are you doing? Pierce erupted in frustration. He swiftly maneuvered around Bibby, aiming to obstruct Suze's pathway. Yet, in the very next instant, Suze abruptly halted, pulling the ball back with his right hand, executing a seamless spin. Caught off guard, Pierce lunged forward just as Suze transitioned into a fadeaway jump shot. Lacking a shooting package, Suze's motion appeared slightly stiff. At the moment of the shot, a silver badge, master of the fadeaway, illuminated above his head. The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air before swishing through the net. Suze took an early lead, scoring the first point. Even if I can't equip Jordan's skills, I could certainly manage with those of Kobe or Nowitzki. Although he had executed a fadeaway, Suze was not entirely satisfied with his shooting form. System notification: fadeaway shooting packages for Jordan, Kobe, and Nowitzki require Hall of Fame-level mastery. Suze felt momentarily stunned. The legendary shooting techniques indeed demanded an exceptionally high standard. In comparison to dribbling or layup packages, the requirements for the fadeaway shot seemed excessively stringent. Shaking off the thought, Suze re-engaged in the game, leading by 1 point already. Suze grinned at Pierce and Bibby. If it weren't for your defensive blunder, would you have allowed this score? Pierce remarked with irritation. This statement did not sit well with Bibby, whose expression darkened. Both players had entered the NBA in the same draft year and were now established stars. Faced with Pierce's reprimand, Bibby chose to endure for the moment. Oh, you have a point. It is indeed challenging to play alongside someone so defensively deficient. Suze replied earnestly to Pierce. Hearing that made me want to spit blood, Bibby thought, feeling as though a knife had pierced his heart. Enough chatter. Let us go again. Bibby, focus. Don't let him score easily. Pierce unrelentingly admonished Bibby in front of everyone. Bibby's cheeks twitched, yet he remained silent. A sly smile flickered across Suze's face as he resumed dribbling and charged towards Bibby. This time, Bibby was alert and approached Suze head-on. Determined, Bibby vowed to thwart Suze's advance. Bibby, as fellow stars, why is there such a disparity? Why do you let him order you around like a subordinate? Suze accelerated beside Bibby, activating his taunting mode. My decisions are my own. Bibby, feeling humiliated, raised his hand to strike at Suze's dribbling hand. However, lacking the arm span to effectively reach Suze, Bibby found himself leaning forward. Seizing the opportunity, Suze swiftly pulled the ball back with his right hand, leaning against Bibby, and executed a smooth spin, effortlessly bypassing Bibby. At that moment, a bronze badge, master of ball control, illuminated above Suze's head, showcasing his deft maneuvering. This further incensed Pierce. What the hell, Bibby? Are you doing this on purpose? Originally intending to assist from the side. Pierce hurled a curse as he dashed to reposition himself to block Suze's path. Just as Pierce approached, Suze opted for a sudden stop once more. Drawing from his previous experience, Pierce charged without hesitation, determined to contest Suze's shot. Unfazed, Suze rose to meet Pierce's defense, leaping from the free throw line. His elongated, graceful form rendered him exceptionally agile. The shooting stance resembled a grim reaper wielding a scythe, cold and unyielding, due to his height and reach. Suze evaded any interference from Pierce, confidently launching the basketball. The sphere arced beautifully through the air before swishing into the net. The crisp sound resonated throughout the arena, igniting a wave of cheers and excitement from the crowd. Incredible. Sue is simply mesmerizing. That sequence of movements was ethereal. He could rival McGrady. My idol. Sue was my ultimate inspiration. Chapter 68. Shift in possession. After Suze scored 2 consecutive points, Paul Pierce was visibly agitated. Mike, could you possibly exert more effort on defense? Your lackluster defense is utterly ineffective. Pierce could no longer contain his frustration and shouted at Bibby once again. With so many spectators watching, Bibby had endured enough. That's enough. I was attempting to intercept the ball. Although I was outmaneuvered by Suze, he scored in your presence. Bibby glared at Pierce, his face darkened with anger. If you hadn't been beaten so easily, we would have already double-teamed him. Now I understand why the Kings exited in the second round. It's because of players like you with such poor defensive skills. Pierce retorted without reservation. And the two NBA stars engaged in a heated argument. Suze stood with his arms crossed, enjoying the spectacle. He understood why Pierce incessantly berated Bibby. It was not that Bibby's defense was particularly unacceptable, but from the very start of this one-on-two contest, Pierce was convinced of their impending victory. The notion that they could not defeat a single opponent was utterly inconceivable to him. Therefore, under such overwhelming confidence, even the slightest misstep was intolerable, leading Pierce to unleash a torrent of criticism at Bibby. Onlookers were taken aback, unable to fathom that merely 2 points could incite such a fierce dispute between Pierce and Bibby. Hey, have you two finished arguing? Can we commence the game? I'm eagerly waiting to win. Suze tapped his ear, appearing unfazed. Hearing his words, Pierce and Bibby momentarily paused their quarrel. You little brat. Don't think you can win. This time, I'll be guarding you, and let us see how you score. Pierce glared at Suze, his demeanor dark and threatening. Suze shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, who was it just now that I effortlessly scored over with a mid-range shot? Pierce nearly choked on his own frustration. Let's talk. Let us continue. Even if you scored those 2 points, victory is still far from assured. Suze's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he held the ball beyond the 3-point line, with Pierce positioned just a step away. Bibby opted not to double-team but remained behind Pierce, ready to provide support. This defensive strategy, rather than an aggressive double-team, allowed for greater flexibility in their defense. Seizing the moment, Suze made a tentative step to the right. Pierce instinctively shifted his weight, momentarily altering his defensive balance. Now was the time. Suze keenly recognized the opportunity to shoot. Without hesitation, he launched a 3-pointer from beyond the arc, like a reaper wielding a scythe. Suze and Oppos, as shot arced beautifully through the air before swishing through the net. Another point added to his tally. Following the basket, Suze mimicked drawing a bow, aiming not only at Pierce but also at Bibby behind him. Oh wow, that was incredible. It felt like a decisive strike. The precision of his 3-point shot was astonishing, hitting the mark with mere space to spare. Suze had indeed pulled off a double coup, leaving both Paul and Mike utterly stunned. The crowd erupted in cheers once again. In that moment, Suze seemed to embody the heroism of Captain America to the youths present at the summer camp. 1 against 2, not only did he hold his own, but he also dominated his opponents throughout. Apologies, but I've scored again. Can you ramp up your defensive intensity a bit? Suze spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Pierce was momentarily at a loss for words, not anticipating that Suze would opt for a direct 3-point attempt. Come on, let us go again. Pierce, refusing to believe in defeat, was convinced that 2 of them could surely overpower Suze. With a sly smile, Suze initiated another offensive drive. He maneuvered both inside and outside, exploiting every defensive flaw presented by Pierce and Bibby, continuously adding to his score. In no time, his total reached 9 points, while Pierce and Bibby remained scoreless. The urgency mounted as Pierce and Bibby exchanged anxious glances, their expressions darkening further. Yet, at that moment, neither had the luxury to blame the other. With only 1 point needed for victory, Suze was on the brink of triumph. Let us focus. We must prevent him from scoring. Otherwise, we will lose all dignity. Pierce commanded Bibby. I know that. Rest assured, even if I have to foul him fiercely, I won't let him score again. Bibby's face flushed with determination, his eyes glinting with intensity, clearly displaying his frustration over impending defeat. Pierce was no better off, his expression grim, eyes sharp with focus, as if he could devour Suze with his gaze. Suze regained possession of the ball. Instead of rushing to attack, he extended the ball toward Pierce, offering it like a challenge. Come on, I'm being generous here. Take a shot at offense. I wouldn't want anyone claiming I'm bullying you. Suze wore an innocuous grin. What? Even Pierce and Bibby were taken aback, alongside the others on the sidelines. Had Suze lost his mind? With just one more point, he could clinch the game. If possession shifted, given Pierce and Bibby's offensive capabilities, they could easily overpower Suze without a second thought. 1 against 2, their cooperation would leave Suze defenseless. Are you serious? Pierce, now standing upright in disbelief, gazed at Suze with astonishment. Suze flashed a mischievous grin. Of course, I never lie. Pierce looked at Suze as if he had uncovered a shocking truth, akin to gazing at a fool. Given Suze's current scoring prowess, even Pierce would find it difficult to contain him. Yet, Suze had willingly relinquished possession. What foolishness! So, what will it be? Do you want this opportunity? Suze inquired with a smile. Yes. How could we not? Pierce responded without hesitation, elated. After all this time, it turned out Suze was merely a fool. Pierce and Oppo's excitement bubbled over. If the ball was in their hands, it would be a simple task to subdue Suze. Chapter 69. An opportunity given, yet ineffectively utilized on the sidelines. Suing was furiously stamping her feet. Her teeth clenched tightly as she glared menacingly at Suze. Sensing the lethal gaze directed at him from the sidelines, Suze instinctively glanced in Su Ying's direction. He flashed his signature smile, only to be met with an eye roll from her. Victory was within reach, yet Suze seemed intent on flirting with danger. At this moment, Su Ying wished nothing more than to confront Suze and strangle him. The possession of the ball shifted, with Suze transitioning from offense to defense. Come on, let me witness your offense, he said nonchalantly. So you want to accuse me of an unworthy victory, denying you even a single chance to attack. Bibby and Pierce exchanged glances. You little rascal, you shall pay for your arrogance. Pierce announced loudly, we shall grant you no opportunities. He passed the ball to Bibby before swiftly moving to Suze and Oppo's side to provide a solid screen. Break through and teach him a lesson, Pierce yelled encouragingly. Bibby, undeterred, dribbled to the side of the screen, aiming for a direct penetration into the paint. In response, Suze swiftly converged toward the lane, blocking Bibby's path with remarkable speed. After setting the screen, Pierce opted not to cut inside but instead retreated to the three-point line to receive the ball. Here, pass it to me, Pierce called out, extending his arms as he noticed Bibby and Oppo's route was obstructed. Though Bibby was an attacking guard, he averaged 5.2 assists this season, showcasing his passing prowess. Responding to Pierce and Oppo's call, Bibby executed a behind-the-back pass, sending the ball to the perimeter. At the very moment Bibby decided to pass, Suze sprang into action, darting towards Paul Pierce with the agility of a cheetah. As the ball arrived, Suze was already in front of Pierce. Without hesitation, Pierce, with one hand, swiftly delivered the ball to the now wide-open Bibby beneath the basket. You can end Oppo's guard us, Pierce taunted as he passed. However, Suze remained unfazed, propelling himself toward Bibby with impressive speed. Due to the consecutive sprints, Suze and Oppo's velocity and explosiveness had slightly diminished. This time, Bibby secured the ball first. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted for a layup, sending the ball toward the hoop. Just as the basketball began its ascent, a figure surged from behind Bibby. It was Suze. Like a swift predator, he had returned to his defensive position, leaping high and extending his long arms to snatch the ball from midair. Block. A collective gasp of astonishment arose from the onlookers. With such formidable athleticism combined with extraordinary static talent, Suze, in that instant, resembled a warrior, utterly dismantling Pierce and Bibby and Oppo's offensive strategy. As he executed the block, a bronze badge labeled Shot Blocking Specialist illuminated above his head. While this badge might not have significant effects against others, it was more than sufficient when blocking a player like Bibby, who was considerably shorter than Suze. Upon gaining possession of the ball, Suze did not immediately retreat to the three-point line to initiate another offensive play. He lifted the ball to a secure position, then loudly addressed Pierce and Bibby. Look, I gave you an opportunity, yet you still faltered. This statement pierced through the hearts of Pierce and Bibi like a sharp blade, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment, akin to receiving a stinging slap. They had been thwarted 2-on-1, and it was Suze who had voluntarily granted them the chance to attack. At that moment, both Pierce and Bibi wished they could vanish into the ground. After his proclamation, Suze began dribbling towards the three-point line, with Pierce and Bibi aggressively pursuing him. Undeterred by their defense, Suze took a bold three-point shot. As the three-point shooter badge lit up above his head, the ball swished through the net. 10-0. Suze had utterly dominated two NBA stars. Not only had he triumphed over them, but he had also granted them an opportunity to attack, successfully defending against their efforts. Upon seeing the ball go through the hoop, a wave of despair washed over Pierce and Bibi. Their expressions turned dejected, their gazes vacant. "We lost," Pierce muttered, bowing his head, filled with reluctance. Bibi, too, stood with his hands on his hips, shaking his head in resignation. It wasn't Oppos, that they were incapable, but rather, Suze was simply superior. His keen judgment, unmatched speed, and extraordinary static talent allowed him to completely outclass Pierce and Bibi. "Paul, it's time for us to leave." Bibi sighed. Losing even in a 2-on-1 scenario stripped them of any dignity to remain. Pierce nodded in agreement, following Bibi toward the exit of the training facility. "Wait." Suze and Oppos' voice called out from behind them. "Huh, what more do you want?" "You and Oppos, VE1, and we shall honor our promise," Pierce replied. Turning to face the young Suze, his emotions a tumultuous mix, difficult to articulate. "Stay with us. We're all in the same league." "There's no need to be so serious," Suze said with a smile, seeking to ease any tension. He had no intention of fostering animosity with Pierce and Bibi, as it was merely a misunderstanding. Now that he had emerged victorious, he had no desire to hold grudges. After all, one should leave a line for future encounters, as they would inevitably cross paths again. There was no reason to crush someone when there was no enmity on the court. Pierce and Bibi exchanged grateful glances with Suze. "Thank you. We were indeed disrespectful earlier," Pierce sincerely apologized. Recognizing the misunderstanding, he now held a genuine admiration for Suze, not only for his skills, but also for his character. If the roles were reversed, Pierce doubted he could have displayed such magnanimity. "Sue, your skills and your character have won my respect. I wish to be your friend and hope you will not refuse," Bibi expressed, his face radiating gratitude. Had it not been for Suze and Oppos' intervention, Pierce and Bibi would have faced a significant blow to their reputations today. "Are we not already friends?" "The kind forged through competition," Suze replied with a warm smile, lightheartedly. Chapter 70. The second Hall of Fame badge. Suze not only conquered Mike Bibby and Paul Pierce with his exceptional skills on the court, but also won their admiration after the game with his gentlemanly demeanor. "Good brother, your skills are truly remarkable. Your physical attributes and athleticism are beyond comparison." Mike Bibby began to lavish praise on Suze. Paul Pierce, not to be outdone, joined in, exclaiming, "Suze, your ability to read the game is outstanding. If you ever have the chance, the North Shore Garden welcomes you." Pierce unabashedly began his recruitment of Suze, even though the current era did not favor superstar alliances. Yet, Suze was still a rising star in the league. Not quite a superstar yet. Pierce sought to recruit Suze to the Boston Celtics before he became a household name. Suze merely smiled and offered little response. On the sidelines, Sue, seeing Suze victorious, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She gazed at Suze's profile, her heart stirred by an unexpected flutter. The young campers in the gym, having witnessed Suze's triumph in a 1v2 scenario, grew even more enamored with him. The atmosphere in the gym reached a crescendo, with the media spotlight shifting from Pierce and Bibby to Suze, enhancing his visibility. After the summer camp event concluded, Pierce and Bibby, during their media interviews, praised Suze and Oppos' abilities and character, further elevating his popularity in the beautiful country. This newfound fame was a testament to Suze and Oppos' reconciliation with Pierce and Bibby. Upon returning to his apartment, Suze reclined on the sofa in a relaxed manner. What an exhilarating day, he thought, glancing at Su Ying's figure. Her alluring curves made him swallow hard. Just as she turned around, Suze quickly averted his gaze, fearing he might be discovered. "Exhilarating? You nearly scared me to death." Su Ying tossed a bottle of ice water to him, leading 9-0 and still playing with fire. "Did you know my heart was racing out of my chest?" She shot him a reproachful look, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Suze opened the bottle and drank thirstily, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Hey, it's all about the thrill. Suing rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her delight. She settled beside Suze, a sweet fragrance wafting from her. Suze inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. Having traversed time, Suze felt a muddled sense of brotherly affection towards Suing, compared to the youthful Lin Yuyu. Suing and Apos' mature and composed demeanor exuded a professional allure that captivated him even more. After today and Apos' game, your popularity will surely skyrocket. Do you know how many media outlets were present? Not just from the beautiful country, but also from Korea, Dragon Country, and even Japan and other regions. They were here to cover the young talents at the camp, but little did they know you would become the center of attention. Suing exclaimed excitedly. Suze shrugged. What can I say? Wherever I go, I'm the brightest star. Her laughter broke the seriousness of his statement. Little Zay, your boasting skills have certainly improved. By the way, how are you preparing for the next game? Suing tilted her head, noticing Suze and Apos' intense gaze fixed on her. His sharp, covetous look startled her, causing her to quickly turn away, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Could it be that he had feelings for her? The thought flitted through her mind, only to be dismissed with a firm no way. He is my brother. I must be mistaken. Suze sensed her discomfort and cleared his throat to ease the tension. Actually, there and Apos' no need for much preparation. Although I missed today and Apos' team practice, I can still handle the nets in the next game. Oh, and sister, please stay here for a moment. I'll just step into the restroom. To avoid the awkward atmosphere, Suze suggested leaving temporarily, which relieved Suing. Once in the restroom, Suze locked the door and quickly summoned the system in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Pierce and Bibby in a 1v2 match, earning system rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 60 badge points. Hearing the system's voice, Suze felt a sense of satisfaction. Those 60 badge points were not substantial. Combined with the remaining 50 points, he now possessed 110 badge points. This was sufficient to upgrade the fadeaway master badge from silver to gold. After all, the system and Apos' upgrade rules required 30 points to elevate from bronze to silver, 80 from silver to gold, and 160 to reach Hall of Fame status. Furthermore, advancing from Hall of Fame to Basketball Emperor status necessitated 300 badge points. However, Suze refrained from hastily upgrading the badge, opting instead to await the hidden task rewards from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, shutting out Pierce and Bibby. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a critical badge points reward. Ding. Host, listen carefully. This is a critical badge points reward, not an ordinary badge points reward. Ding. Therefore, the hidden task reward does not include an exclusive action pack. Ding. Please refrain from making reckless remarks. The system, wary of Suze's penchant for sarcasm, maintained transparency, ensuring all details were clearly communicated to avoid provoking him. I get it. Just announce the rewards. Suze responded with impatience, eagerly anticipating the total of the critical badge points reward. Ding. Host completes the hidden task, earning 130 badge points. 130 points. Suze felt a surge of excitement. This was the most generous reward from the system to date, a remarkable 130 badge points. Previously, the system had been quite frugal. Quickly calculating, he realized that with the earlier 110 points and the new 130, he could upgrade the fadeaway master badge to Hall of Fame level. Darn it. The system is truly meticulous, leaving me with no balance. Suze couldn't and Apos' help but grumble. Yet, he happily spent 240 badge points, upgrading the fadeaway master badge directly to Hall of Fame status. Chapter 71. Bring It On. The second game of the NBA Eastern Conference Finals is about to commence. What thrilling performances will both teams deliver today? Let us conduct an interview with the Brooklyn Nets star player, Jason Kidd, to hear his thoughts. Blonde beauty reporter Maria approaches Jason Kidd, who is dressed in athletic attire and appears to be in excellent spirits. Hi, it's a pleasure to interview you, Jason. Did the loss in the last game have any impact on your team? Maria, a seasoned journalist with a notable reputation in the NBA circle, is currently a fan of Suze but remains unimpeded in her pursuit of interviewing other stars. Well, not really. It was just the first game, and we were indeed caught off guard by our opponents, but we have already found our way to counter that. Our team is back on track, and I believe we can secure victory in this match. Jason Kidd exudes confidence. As the second-ranked team in the Eastern Conference, facing the underdog Magic, Kidd psychologically holds a significant advantage. Although the Magic managed to narrowly eliminate the Pistons and swept the 76ers in the second round, Kidd believes the Nets hold a considerable edge against a Magic team lacking Tracy McGrady. Jason, have you been surfing the web? Have you seen Suze's performance? He defeated your teammate Kenyon Martin one-on-one and triumphed over both Pierce and Bibby in a 1v2. Won't that adversely affect the Nets' morale? Maria's probing question causes Kidd to furrow his brow slightly. My teammate Kenyon hasn't shown his full potential yet. As for the events outside the court, I believe it's more of a show. Kidd scratches the back of his head. He has certainly seen the viral videos circulating online, which have garnered significant views and clicks. However, Kidd prefers to think of it as a media stunt involving Pierce and Bibby collaborating with Suze. I was there. It wasn't a spectacle, but something that genuinely occurred, Maria interjects with a smile, increasingly admiring Suze's basketball prowess. Thus, when Kidd casts doubt on the authenticity of the event, Maria does not hesitate to counter. Well, even if it was TA's show, it won't affect us at all. Kidd shrugs. Our team will maintain our winning streak and eliminate the Magic. He concludes, stating he must go warm up, and walks away towards the court for pre-game training. Meanwhile, in the TNT studio, Paul Pierce and Mike Bibby are invited as special guests. As recent hot topics, the duo finds themselves at the center of attention, with discussions surrounding their 1v2 defeat becoming one of the most talked about subjects in the nation. The TNT host promptly presents a sharp inquiry. It's an honor to have you both here today. How do you feel about Suze defeating you? Pierce and Bibby share knowing smiles, showing no signs of displeasure. Honestly, we did lose, and quite decisively, Bibby admits candidly. Despite the defeat, he respects Suze and Oppo's skills and character. In just one match, Bibby has recognized the gap between himself and Suze, especially admiring Suze's humility and sportsmanship, qualities that earn Bibby's admiration. Indeed, Suze's prowess should not be underestimated. I believe the Magic has a strong chance of reaching the finals this year. Pierce generously praises Suze, whose commendable actions on the court have garnered the respect of both NBA stars. With Pierce and Bibby and Oppo's accolades, Suze's popularity surges once more. The host cheerfully remarks, "It seems that even in defeat, you've made good friends." Pierce nods affirmatively. "Indeed, we've become good brothers through this rivalry. If you ask whom I support, it's undoubtedly my good friend Suze. Magic in 4. I have faith that my brother Suze possesses such talent," Pierce exclaims, raising his fist in support. Watching the TNT broadcast from the locker room, Suze smiles, realizing that his earlier decisions have borne fruit. In the NBA, one must have both enemies and friends. By showing respect to Pierce and Bibby, he has ensured their admiration in defeat. Such investments yield the most enduring returns. Suze shuts off his phone, changes into his training gear, and joins his team for warm-ups. Spectators gradually fill the arena as the second game of the Eastern Conference Finals is set to begin at the Continental Airlines Arena. After a brief warm-up, the starting players are introduced by the DJ. Near the center circle, Suze intentionally approaches Kenyon Martin. "Hey, the game is about to start. Are you ready to be schooled today?" As soon as he steps onto the court, Suze seizes every opportunity to unsettle his opponents. Kenyon, having been dominated by Suze before and witnessing his 1v2 victory, finds himself psychologically overwhelmed. Kenyon is infuriated but has no retort to Suze's taunt. To assert that he had bested Suze, that would only lead to merciless ridicule. Just then, Jason Kidd notices the exchange and strides over to separate them. "Kenyon, remember what I said. Do not engage with Sue any further." "Silence. Keep silent," Kidd commands loudly. He then turns to Suze. "Buddy, don't think you can rattle my teammates. If you have the guts, come at me and see if you can disrupt me." Chapter 72, Young Man. Give up observing Jason Kidd and Oppo's confident demeanor. Suze couldn't and Oppo's help but chuckle. Shaking his head, he remarked with utmost seriousness, "You are incapable. You are not my match. You are simply too short." As he spoke, he gestured to indicate the height near his ankles. Kidd remained silent, not even casting a glance in Suze's direction. In contrast to the easily provoked Kenyon Martin, Jason Kidd exhibited a far greater level of composure. Suze, however, chose not to rush into disrupting Kidd's mindset. When facing such an opponent, it was essential to first ensnare him in a predicament, prompting him to become impatient. With the referee and Oppo's whistle signaling the commencement of the match, the jump ball between the centers marked the official start of Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. The Magic center deftly tapped the ball to their half of the court, where the point guard initiated the offensive play, following the predetermined strategy. Magic's point guard Jacque Vaughn dribbled to the top of the three-point arc. Yet, instead of executing a screen, Suze remained stationary at the elbow near the three-point line, directing his teammates to spread out to the opposite side. Surprised, Vaughn glanced towards the half-court, realizing Suze had positioned himself to set up for a high-post isolation play. What is Suze attempting? This is not the strategy we devised, muttered the assistant coach from the Magic's bench, astonished. Head coach Doc Rivers furrowed his brow, uncertain of Suze's intentions. However, given that it was merely the first offensive play of the game, Rivers opted not to raise his voice and disrupt the player's judgment. Soon, on the side with the ball, only Vaughn and Suze remained, Vaughn with the ball and Suze posting up at the elbow. Defending Vaughn was Kidd, while Richard Jefferson was tightly guarding Suze. Jacque, over here. Pass me the ball, Suze called out, extending his arms wide. Without hesitation, Vaughn lofted a pass that found Suze waiting at the elbow. Upon receiving the ball, Vaughn swiftly cleared out to the weak side, leaving the strong side entirely open. Back to the basket? Don't be absurd. That's not your forte, Jefferson scoffed, having studied Suze and Apos' game footage. Throughout the previous series, Suze had never attempted a back-to-the-basket move, favoring face-up attacks instead. Thus, Jefferson paid little heed to Suze's intentions. Is that so? Just Don and Amp. Apos. Start crying when you get schooled, Suze retorted, pivoting and driving toward the lane. Jefferson quickly shifted his position, leveraging his speed to seal off Suze's driving lane. Just when Jefferson thought he had successfully contained Suze, the latter swiftly switched the ball to his left hand while pivoting to the left. You think such footwork in the post can deceive me? Jefferson smirked, his confidence unwavering. He again shifted, believing he could thwart Suze's drive this time. However, upon completing his turn, Suze did not charge into the lane, but instead connected his motion into a smooth fadeaway jumper. Suze's choice took Jefferson by surprise. As Suze fully extended his shooting motion, Jefferson realized that even at full stretch, he could not contest the shot. Dressed in the Magic's number 7 jersey, with his tall frame and impressive wingspan, Suze executed a textbook fadeaway reminiscent of the legendary Michael Jordan. This movement felt all too familiar. Jordan. He truly resembled that man. My word, the angle, the posture, and every minute detail. Suze appeared like a larger-than-life version of Jordan. Amidst gasps of astonishment, Suze concluded the play with a splendid mid-range fadeaway. The ball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before smoothly settling into the net. Nothing but net. Good heavens. What a silky touch, rivaling even Jordan. Oh, the signature move reemerges. Suze's execution is nothing short of a perfect recreation of Jordan's fadeaway. This single shot rekindled the nostalgia of a bygone era. The crowd erupted in awe. Even within the league, many players possess their unique fadeaway styles, such as Nowitzki and Apos' one-leg jumper or Kobe and Apos' signature fadeaway. Yet, only Suze could flawlessly replicate Jordan and Apos' fadeaway. Although this was merely the opening shot of the game, it ignited a fervor that swept across the arena. Even Nets fans couldn't resist cheering for Suze. After all, Jordan had just departed the league not long ago, and everyone was eager to discover who would emerge as the next Jordan. Who could have anticipated that a late second-round pick from Dragon Country could so perfectly echo Jordan's fadeaway? It was truly astonishing. After sinking the shot, Suze celebrated with Jordan's iconic shrug. See? You can't guard me, he taunted Jefferson. While Jefferson remembered Kidd's earlier admonition and felt a twinge of annoyance, he refrained from responding to Suze. Suze paused momentarily, sensing that Kidd had instilled a firm directive within the team today. As long as they did not provoke him, he would remain calm. It must be said, a composed leader can profoundly influence teammates with wisdom and rationality during critical moments. As the Nets prepared to mount their offense, Kidd, having just received the inbounds pass, was immediately met with Suze's relentless defense. Unfazed, Kidd had mentally prepared himself following their previous encounter. Turning his back to Suze, he securely protected the ball with both hands, denying Suze any opportunity to disrupt with his long reach. Meanwhile, Kidd called out for his teammates to come to his aid. Jefferson and Martin swiftly approached, effectively sandwiching Suze in between them while providing Kidd with solid screens. Young man, give up. I've already discovered the solution, Kidd declared, deftly maneuvering around the screen to launch his offensive assault. Chapter 73. Welfare Bureau give up? Nonsense. The notion of surrender has never graced Suze and Apos' lexicon, even in his past life, when he bid farewell to the basketball court due to a grave injury. He never relinquished hope. Moreover, in this life, with the support of the system and the wealth of experience amassed on the court. Suze is resolute in his determination to persevere. Jason Kidd advances the ball over half court. This time, unlike the previous game, he does not call for a pick, but swiftly hands the basketball to Jefferson. The Nets rely on Kidd to orchestrate their offense. And the only player capable of executing a steady ball-handling attack is Richard Jefferson. Even Kenyon Martin falls short in this regard, unless the interior players are distinctly inferior. Allowing Martin to thrive as a dominant force is merely wishful thinking. However, expecting Martin to be the offensive anchor is an unreasonable demand. After Kidd passes the ball to Jefferson, the Nets quickly clear one side of the court, providing Jefferson the opportunity to engage Suze in a one-on-one duel. Oh, your teammates have immense faith in you. They have granted you this opportunity for isolation. It seems they want you to be the go-to scorer. Do you possess the skill for that? Suze regards Jefferson with a skeptical expression. Skill may falter, but luck often intervenes. However, I sense your fortune has not been particularly favorable lately. In our Dragon Kingdom, we have always been adept at reading faces and palms. Shall I demonstrate? With arms outstretched, Suze adopts a defensive stance, persistently disrupting Jefferson's rhythm. Witnessing Suze's derisive demeanor and his skeptical gaze ignites a fire within Jefferson. Shut your mouth. Watch closely, I will obliterate you. With those words, Jefferson swiftly initiates his dribbling move. Yet, as he releases the ball, Suze promptly makes a keen judgment. Extending his long arm, he positions his hand directly in the path of Jefferson's dribble. In a show of respect, Jefferson directs the ball straight into Suze's grasp, disrupting the flow of his dribble. The basketball ricochets off Suze's hand, veering wildly. In a moment of chaos, Jefferson scrambles to regain control of the ball, only to find that 5 precious seconds have slipped away from the shot clock. With the time already consumed, a mere 13 seconds remain for their offensive play. Your time is running out. If you do not initiate an attack soon, a 24-second violation awaits. Suze glances at the timer on the opposite court, offering a well-meaning reminder to Jefferson. Damn. Upon hearing that only 13 seconds remain, a hint of panic overtakes Jefferson. He quickly gestures for Kidd to come over for the ball. With no other choice, Kidd rushes to receive the pass from Jefferson. Now, only 10 seconds are left on the shot clock. Receiving the ball, Kidd must resort to executing a pick-and-roll offense. Suze accurately anticipates that Kidd will utilize the screen to launch an attack. Therefore, he promptly communicates with his teammate assigned to guard Kidd. You take Jefferson, and I will handle Kidd. Trusting Suze, the Magic players immediately follow his directive. After all, Suze and Apos' dazzling performances in the earlier games have earned him their confidence. The Magic players trust Suze as they would trust McGrady. They are willing to heed his instructions based on the formidable prowess he has displayed. Suze's strategy aims not only to disrupt Kidd but also to take on the defensive responsibilities against the opposing interior players after the switch. Armed with his bronze badge as a low-post elite defender, coupled with his on-court experience, Suze feels assured in his ability to withstand the opposing big man's advances. As anticipated, Jason Kidd promptly calls for a pick. Kenyon Martin emerges from the paint to set a robust screen for Kidd. As per usual, we shall switch. Suze issues his command. The Magic players swiftly adjust their defense to confront Kidd. Due to Suze's defensive switch, Martin, who was originally cutting towards the basket, finds himself devoid of any opportunity to receive the ball for a direct assault on the rim. Left with no other option, Martin turns his back to receive Kidd's pass. Kenyon, do not be deterred. Showcase your skills. Kidd urges as he delivers the pass. However, as Kidd speaks, Martin also hears Suze and Apos' voice behind him. Oh, it's you again? Your skills are lacking. Even when I set you up to shoot, you fail to score. Have you forgotten the humiliation I inflicted upon you last time? If you wish to attack, I suggest you reconsider, lest you subject yourself to further embarrassment. Suze and Apos' words, though not loud, linger in Martin and Apos' mind like a haunting specter. He recalls the previous match, where he was ruthlessly outplayed by Suze, and suddenly, the courage to back him down evaporates. Observing Martin and Apos' stunned expression, Suze realizes his plan has succeeded. After their last one-on-one encounter, Suze has thoroughly shattered Kenyon Martin's confidence. Unsurprisingly, Martin opts not to force the back down but instead returns the ball to Kidd. No, I can't do it, a voice within Martin cries out. In this exchange, the shot clock dwindles to a mere 4 seconds. Kidd executes a simple drive, reaching a mid-range position before launching a desperate shot. His attempt at a jumper misses the rim entirely, failing to secure the Nets and Apos' first score of the game. Seizing the rebound. The Magic, under Suze and Oppos' leadership, swiftly counterattack. Fast break. Fast break. Suze urges, propelling the ball forward as he shouts to his teammates. The Magic players sprint towards the opponent's half with fervor. However, the Nets respond quickly in defense, thwarting any chance for a successful counterattack. With no alternative, Suze slows down, relinquishing the ball to the point guard to reorganize the offense. Jacques Vaughn positions himself at the top of the three-point arc, and Suze hastens to set a screen for Vaughn, simultaneously preparing to receive a pass beyond the arc. This tactic was specifically devised by Rivers to capitalize on Suze's ability to shoot from beyond the arc after a screen, thus creating opportunities for the ball handler. Yet this time, following the pick, the Nets unexpectedly adopt the same defensive strategy as the Magic, switching. The Nets and Oppos' star defender, Kidd, astonishingly switches onto Suze. Upon witnessing the Nets' defensive strategy, Suze feels as if he has stumbled upon a veritable windfall. Chapter 74, Bloodstained Arena, Eastern Conference Finals, Game 2. The New Jersey Nets made alterations to their defensive strategy. Instead of continuing their previous approach, they adopted tactics reminiscent of the Magic, executing switches to compel the Magic into one-on-one situations. However, this defensive adjustment played directly into Suze and Oppos' hands. Upon observing the Nets and Oppos' strategy, Suze beamed with delight. Was this not an opportunity to slice through their defense with ease? Without hesitation, he called out to his teammates, "Spread out and allow me to post up high." On the court, Suze had forged a solid rapport of trust with his teammates. Everyone understood that following McGrady's injury, it was this 19-year-old prodigy from Longwa who would lead the Magic to victory. He had captivated all with his remarkable skills and earned the trust of his comrades. The players of the Magic consciously cleared one side. Suze maneuvered to the spot where he could face off against Jefferson, turning his back to the hoop, arms outstretched, signaling for the ball. In this era, physicality was encouraged. Thus, even as Suze sought to position himself, he had to navigate through the Nets and Oppos' rigorous defensive efforts. In that brief distance, he was jostled by the Nets players a few times before finally reaching his designated spot. Yet, such physical confrontations did little to deter Suze. Leaning against Jason Kidd, he raised his arms and called for the ball. "Over here. Pass it to me." Responding to Suze and Oppos' call, his teammates delivered the basketball. With his back to Kidd, Suze relied on his instincts to gauge his opponent and Oppos' defense. Compared to Jefferson, Kidd and Oppos' defensive prowess was far more sophisticated. Despite Kidd and Oppos' lack of height, his basketball IQ eclipsed that of Jefferson. Kidd pressed his right arm firmly against Suze's lower back, denying him a solid pivot point, while his left arm incessantly reached forward to disrupt Suze's possession. Although Suze utilized his long limbs to keep the ball away from Kidd, he struggled to launch a comfortable offensive maneuver. In terms of positioning, Kidd and Oppos' tactical awareness was clear. He relinquished his hold as Suze attempted to turn and cut baseline, instead tightly guarding against Suze's movement towards the free throw line. This meant that even if Suze tried to penetrate through the baseline, the Nets' interior players, with their agile footwork, could assist Kidd in forming a double team. Suze silently marveled at Kidd's prowess. Jason Kidd was undoubtedly one of the sharpest minds on the court. His defensive positioning and acute judgment were unparalleled, overshadowing Jefferson and Oppos' capabilities. After a few feints, Suze began to dribble, symbolically backing down towards the paint. But just as Suze executed his third dribble, Kidd suddenly withdrew, vacating his defensive position. Much like Suze had countered Kenyon Martin and Oppos' advances, Kidd employed a similar tactic. As Suze exerted force, he lost his anchor point. Fortunately, Suze was quick-witted and alert, having anticipated Kidd's sudden retreat. Thus, at that very moment, Suze pivoted and executed a swift fadeaway jump shot. Clad in the Magic's number 7 jersey, Suze soared into the air, his elongated form appearing graceful and ethereal. He released the shot with poise, the emblem of the Jordan fadeaway illuminating above him. The basketball traced a perfect arc before swishing through the net. Another 2 points scored. What an exhilarating exchange it had been. Suze and Kidd engaged in a battle of wits. Kidd and Oppos' attempt to withdraw failed as Suze adeptly utilized the fadeaway to secure the basket. The commentary booth erupted in excitement as Zhang Weiping laughed heartily. Incredible. This play showcases Suze and Oppos' high basketball intelligence. Yu Jia and Oppos' eyes sparkled with admiration, offering Suze lofty praise. After scoring, Suze did not forget to shake his head at Kid, signaling, "Not today, you can and Appos, T stop me." Suze and Appos' defiance did not rattle Kid. His expression remained calm, devoid of any visible irritation. Quickly receiving a pass from a teammate, Kid surged forward. Having learned from his previous experience, Suze chose not to apply full-court pressure on Kid. The Nets players maintained heightened vigilance. Should Suze rush to pressure Kid, another Nets player would likely come to set a screen. This type of pressure had to be executed unexpectedly. The audience at the Continental Airlines Arena erupted in cheers, their voices rising to encourage the players on the court. As Kid crossed half-court, he opted not to allow Jefferson to continue his isolation. Instead, he initiated the Nets and Appos' familiar offensive plays, opting for a screen from a center rather than Martin. Expecting this pick-and-roll to exploit a weakness in the opposing defense, the Magic players, however, decisively abandoned the switch, opting to double-team Kid and force him to pass the ball. Kid, demonstrating his decisiveness, swiftly released the ball. But at that moment, a shadow darted into Kid's passing lane. It was Suze. The crowd gasped in unison, followed by a chorus of boos directed at Suze. Where had he come from? Confusion swept through the arena. With his keen court awareness, Suze intercepted Kid's pass and, like a swift cheetah, raced towards the opposing half. The Nets fans erupted in a cacophony of boos as Suze advanced on the counterattack. Undeterred, he pushed forward with all his might. Kid, filled with frustration, chased after Suze, his eyes blazing with determination, intent on thwarting Suze and Appos' advance. Yet, Suze and Appos' speed surpassed Kid and Appos'. He arrived at the paint first and launched himself towards the hoop. Kid leaped from behind, aiming to contest Suze's shot. Thud. Kid and Appos' height was insufficient to disrupt Suze, but his hand struck Suze and Appos' with brutal force. In an instant, as Suze remained airborne, blood erupted, painting a terrifying arc of crimson in the air. Chapter 75, The Bloodthirsty Cheetah. In merely a few minutes from the start, Suze found himself struck in the eye by the Brooklyn Nets and Appos' star, Jason Kidd, during a fast-paced counterattack. The blood that cascaded from his injury was a shocking sight, akin to a vivid rainbow. Yet, despite the blood obscuring his vision, it could not veil Suze and Appos' indomitable spirit. Even as excruciating pain throbbed in his eye, it failed to alter his resolve. Unfazed by the blood gushing from his eye socket, Suze executed a magnificent windmill dunk, forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop, adding 2 more points for the Magic. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They were moved by Suze's unwavering tenacity. It was truly astonishing that amidst the spurting blood, he could still accomplish such an elegant and athletic dunk. Watching from the sidelines were Suze and Appos' father and mother, alongside Lin Yuyu and Su Ying, whose hearts leapt to their throats at the sight of their son staining the court with blood. "Oh no, is Suze all right?" Lin Yuyu exclaimed, her face a mask of worry, anxiously observing every move on the court. The expressions of Suze's parents mirrored her concern, filled with both anger and apprehension. This was no mere game. It felt like a brutal fight. On the court, Suze did not collapse, but stood firm after his dunk. He displayed neither rage nor a roar, simply allowing the blood from his right eye to flow freely. Blood streamed down his right cheek, staining his vision with a hint of madness and a thirst for vengeance. Suze's unwavering gaze was fixed on Kid, devoid of the fury one might expect. Yet in this calm, everyone sensed the fury simmering within him. "You are destined to lose, for you have provoked the last person you should have angered." Suze and Appos' voice was icy, sharp as a blade. Even Kid, seasoned in high-stakes situations, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. At that moment, the Magic players surged forward, some confronting Kid directly. The team's physician, Dr. Acklin, rushed onto the scene to staunch Suze's bleeding. "How are you feeling? Do you need to rest for a while?" he inquired. "I'm fine. After stopping the bleeding, I can continue playing," Suze replied calmly. His tranquility surprised Dr. Acklin. "Young man, don't push yourself. Your eye socket is severely injured. You will likely need stitches. If not treated promptly, it could lead to infection." Dr. Acklin attempted to dissuade Suze from continuing. However, Suze shook his head resolutely. "Giving up is not in my nature. I will crush my opponent with my blood and willpower," he declared with conviction. Dr. Acklin, taken aback, felt a surge of admiration for Suze's determination. "I will perform a temporary stop to the bleeding, but it may not last long. If you cannot continue, you must leave the court for treatment. Even if it means returning to the game later, he warned while attending to Suze's wound. Meanwhile, head coach Doc Rivers could no longer contain himself. He shouted at the referee, "Referee, that was a flagrant foul. You saw it. My player is bleeding profusely. Eject Jason. He must be ejected." Doc Rivers yelled desperately. The head referee motioned for Rivers to remain calm. "Hey, Doc, you need to keep your composure. If you continue to shout, I may have to eject you first." Our officiating team reviewed the replay and deemed it a common foul. "What?" Doc Rivers' fury intensified. He lashed out at the referee. "Are your eyes blind? A common foul? His eye socket is open, and you call this a common foul? This is a biased call. I will file a complaint with the league to investigate you." The referee shrugged, continuing to warn Rivers. "I caution you. If you persist, I will immediately eject you." Several assistant coaches held on to Doc Rivers, urging him to maintain his composure. This was the Eastern Conference Finals, not a mere regular season game. Losing the head coach would be akin to losing a core player. The Magic needed to uphold their integrity. No one could be ejected. After a struggle, the assistant coaches managed to pull Doc Rivers away, and the enraged Magic players were also separated by the officials, restoring order to the court. Observing that Suze did not retreat to the locker room for treatment, commentators Zhang Weiping and Yu Jiao were deeply moved. "Incredible! Suze is truly remarkable. Despite the blood pouring from his eye, he persists in playing. It's truly impressive." Zhang Weiping couldn't and Oppos help but praise Suze. His admiration for the young player grew as he recognized not only his exceptional skills but also his admirable character. It and Oppos baffling that the referee did not eject Kid for this foul. Yu Jia questioned the decision. Zhang Weiping nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I also feel this officiating decision is questionable. Kid's foul was excessively dangerous." On the court, after a brief bandaging, Suze continued to play. His eye socket was noticeably swollen, indicating the severity of the injury. "You're doing well, but don't overexert yourself," Kid said softly as he approached Suze. Suze scoffed in response. "Rest assured, before I fall, I will send you all home for a fishing trip, providing you with an unforgettable and pleasant holiday." Rather than succumbing to rage, Suze transformed his fury into motivation on the court. "Kid, tonight will be a massacre. The Nets are merely lambs in my eyes." Suze and Oppos' tone was resolute, his expression grave. Coupled with the blood still staining his face, Suze appeared particularly fearsome, resembling the embodiment of death itself. Kid looked at Suze, feeling an unsettling tremor in his heart. For reasons unknown, he sensed an ominous premonition. Since it was deemed a common foul, Suze was only awarded a free throw. After successfully converting the free throw, the Magic temporarily led the Nets 5-0. The Nets resumed play. And the moment Kid received the inbounds pass, Suze lunged forward like a bloodthirsty cheetah, fiercely pressuring him. If earlier he had considered a strategic approach to catch his opponent off guard, the bloodstained Suze now intended to retaliate with utmost ferocity. Chapter 76. Shattering the backboard, Suze surged forward with remarkable speed. In this era that champions physical confrontation, he collided fiercely with Jason Kidd, causing the latter to lose his balance in an instant. With the basketball firmly in his hands, Kidd found himself helpless as Suze and Oppos' forceful impact disrupted his control. Without hesitation, Suze accelerated past Kidd, seizing the basketball with determination. Kidd, reeling from the collision, spread his arms wide and vociferously protested to the referee. "Ref, that's a foul. He infringed upon my cylinder." Yet, his complaints fell on deaf ears as the referee dismissed them, having only penalized Kidd for a minor infraction earlier. With the ball now in his possession, Suze dashed toward the basket with unparalleled speed. Meanwhile, a Nets player stationed at the baseline rushed toward him as Kidd continued his futile appeals to the official. "Come on, let me annihilate you." Suze faced the oncoming defender head-on, refusing to yield. He leapt into the air, executing a ferocious axe-handle dunk. With one hand raised high, he resembled a fierce battle axe, wreaking havoc in midair. Even against the defender, Suze showed no signs of retreat. His ball-protecting hand brushed aside the Nets player leaping to block him, and with a mighty thrust of his right hand, he slammed the basketball into the hoop. Boom. A bronze medal badge labeled Backboard Destroyer illuminated above Suze as he emphatically drove the ball through the hoop. The sheer force of his dunk shattered the backboard into fragments. With a thunderous crash, the backboard splintered, and Suze collided with the ground. The crowd at the Continental Airlines Arena erupted in a crescendo of astonished gasps. "My heavens, this cannot be real." Suze shattered the backboard with one hand. Exclaimed spectators in disbelief. Oh my God, this is a quintessential display of violent beauty. The power of anger, this is basketball. The magic and oppos. Bench players leapt up in excitement, unable to contain their exhilaration as they shouted in Suze's direction. The fans in attendance were equally astounded, gazing at Suze as if they were witnessing another incarnation of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. The Nets players stood frozen, their cheers and shouts forgotten, their expressions blank as they clutched their heads in disbelief, staring at Suze. This late second-round pick from Longhua had once again stunned everyone. In the commentary booth, Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping were beside themselves with excitement, their words tumbling over one another in a flurry of astonishment. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. We have witnessed a miracle. Suze has shattered the backboard. Yu Jia's face radiated elation, while Zhang Weiping nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, it is utterly astonishing. Who could have imagined Suze would shatter the backboard? Such immense strength. He rivals the great Shaquille O'Neal. Having witnessed O'Neal's own backboard-shattering feats, Zhang Weiping could only express his awe at Suze's performance. No player from Longhua had ever shattered a backboard in the NBA until now. As the crowd gasped, Suze stood up amidst the debris. Blood streamed from the reopened wound around his eye, staining it crimson once more. His expression remained stoic. There were no celebratory roars, only a piercing gaze directed at each Nets player. Suze's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination, radiating a warrior spirit. Each Nets player dared not meet his gaze, instinctively averting their eyes. Even Kidd, known for his calm demeanor, felt his heart race uncontrollably. The eyes of death. Someone gasped as the camera focused on Suze. His gaze, reminiscent of impending doom, seemed poised to shatter the confidence of every opponent. This look sent a clear message. Suze was ready to unleash his fury. The arena staff hurried to clean up the shattered backboard, and the game was temporarily halted due to the damage. Under the insistence of the team physician, Suze reluctantly returned to the locker room for treatment. "Sue, how are you feeling?" Dr. Acklin inquired, tending to the bleeding wound. "I'm fine," Suze replied succinctly. "However, your eye is swollen, which could impair your vision. Another collision could severely affect your eyesight." Dr. Acklin expressed concern. "I recommend you sit this one out, otherwise, you'll risk further injury." As the team doctor, Acklin aimed to safeguard the health of every player and was particularly wary of Suze's situation. The fast-paced nature of the game could lead to unforeseen incidents, and another impact could pose serious risks. Suze shook his head resolutely. "I'm fine. I can still play. I must sweep aside my opponents." His conviction was unwavering. The notion of surrender was foreign to him. "Very well," Acklin conceded, seeing Suze's determination. "If you insist on playing, you must accept the risks. I will stitch you up for now." Just then, a commotion was heard outside the door. "Let us in, please. My son's eye has been opened up. I need to see him," Suze's mother pleaded almost desperately. Before the staff could respond, Dr. Acklin interjected. "Let them in." With the doctor's word, no one dared to stop them. Suze's father, mother, Lin Yuyu, and Suing hurriedly entered the room. "Xiaoze, are you all right?" Suze's mother, leading the group, bore an expression of deep concern. Despite being his adoptive mother, she had long regarded Suze as her own flesh and blood. Seeing her child injured, any mother would feel heartache. She approached Suze, her eyes welling with tears as they cascaded down her cheeks upon seeing his ghastly wound. "Mom." Suze felt a pang in his heart at the sight of her tears. "I'm sorry for worrying you, but I'm fine. I can continue playing." He offered a reassuring smile. Suze's usually silent father wore an expression of anxiety. "Xiaoze, if you're not up to it, don't force yourself. There will be more opportunities to win future games," he spoke softly. Suze shook his head firmly. "As long as I can step onto the court, I will never back down." Chapter 77. Is he Iron Man? After a brief respite, the game resumed. With his stitches now completed, Suze's eyes were swollen, resembling a puffed-up bun. Standing once more on the basketball court, the fans erupted in cheers. The battle-hardened Suze had earned the respect of the Continental Airlines Arena crowd. However, despite the roaring applause, Suze remained composed, his expression serious and his gaze unwavering, locking onto each member of the Nets team. As the match recommenced, Suze immediately displayed remarkable aggression. On the defensive end, he relentlessly pressured Jason Kidd, tirelessly pursuing him even amid screens set by opposing players. Under Suze's formidable defensive pressure, Kidd's ball control appeared shaky, and each physical confrontation took a considerable toll on him. Meanwhile, the Nets amplified their defensive intensity. deploying the agile Kenyan Martin to double-team Suze before he could initiate plays. Yet, Suze and Apos' exceptional passing abilities shone through, exploiting Martin and Apos' poor positioning. He swiftly delivered the ball to his teammates, aiding the Magic in scoring. The match saw both teams exchanging momentum, rapidly concluding the first 3 quarters. Suze and Apos' powerful performance dominated both ends of the court. Despite the Nets and Apos' collective efforts, their offensive struggles left them trailing the Magic by a significant 12 points, at 65-77. After 3 quarters, take a break in the fourth quarter, the Magic's head coach, Doc Rivers, said. Concern etched on his face as he observed Suze's increasingly swollen injuries. Throughout the first 3 quarters, Suze had not rested for a single minute. Regardless of whether the opposing star was present, he had exerted himself to the fullest extent on the court. Against the high-pressure defense, Suze repeatedly utilized quick mid-range shots and Eurostep layups to score for the Magic. By the end of the third quarter, he had accumulated an impressive stat line of 40 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. Gulping down water, Suze recognized the necessity of hydration to maintain his physical capabilities. Even with the system's enhancements. "No, I am determined to win this game," he asserted firmly. His teammates looked on in admiration, fully aware that Suze was shouldering the entire team. The Magic had scored 77 points, with Suze contributing a staggering 40 of those, accounting for more than half of the team's total. Most impressively, he had achieved this remarkable performance while facing double and even triple teams from the opposition. Don't overexert yourself. The series is lengthy, and we have time to adjust and rest," Rivers advised, recognizing Suze's fatigue. Having played the previous game without a moment's rest, Suze had once again battled through 3 quarters without respite against an intensified defense. Such immense exertion would be a challenge even for an Iron Man. Suze smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I can still hold on. If I can't, I will willingly ask to come off the court." His steadfast gaze met Rivers and Apos, as he spoke, moved by Suze and Apos' determination. Rivers acknowledged his desire to propel the Magic into the finals. "All right, if you feel overwhelmed, be sure to come off. We cannot risk injury while fighting on the court," he said, giving Suze's shoulder a firm pat. Just then, a notification echoed in Suze's mind. "Ding. Task assigned." "Huh? After 3 quarters without a task? It arrives now?" Suze couldn't help but grumble. "Ding. Task details, win the game and achieve at least 50-10-10 statistics. What the hell?" Suze nearly exclaimed in frustration. Initially, he had intended to serve as a decoy in the fourth quarter, facilitating his teammates' scoring. With a methodical approach to offense, he aimed to wear down the Nets. However, the system and Apos' demand for at least 50-10-10 statistics felt utterly unreasonable. "System, do you not consider me human?" he complained, rolling his eyes. "Ding. The system task is also meant to hone the host's willpower." "Ding. Additionally, the host equipped with the system should embody the spirit of a workhorse." Suze felt a surge of exasperation. Nevertheless, his current statistics were commendable, already standing at 46-6, coming close to the required numbers. Yet, considering the Nets and Apos' relentless defense, achieving 10-4-4 in a single quarter would pose a significant challenge, especially given his waning energy. After taking a few deep breaths, Suze accepted the system and Apos' task. As the intermission concluded, both teams returned to the court. The commentators, Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia, were astonished to see Suze back in action. "Is he really not going to rest for even a minute?" Yu Jia gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. Zhang Weiping marveled. "Suze has and Apos' rested at all in the previous game, and it seems the same holds true for this one. Truly a man of iron." As the crowd in the Continental Airlines Arena shared their astonishment, the Nets players also wore expressions of disbelief. Seeing Suze donning the Magic's number 7 jersey once more, they felt a mix of apprehension and awe. They knew Suze was a physical phenomenon, yet they were taken aback that he still possessed energy after such an intense battle. With a smirk, Suze thought to himself, "Come on. Let me defeat you with sheer willpower." Magic in 4 is not merely a saying. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the Magic players inbound the ball, marking the commencement of the final quarter of Game 2 in the Eastern Conference Finals. Chapter 78, The Furious Fans as the fourth quarter commenced. Suze initiated play from the backcourt, clad in the Orlando Magic's number 7 jersey. The tall and agile Suze found himself immediately confronted by Jefferson of the Nets, who rushed to entangle him as tightly as possible. "Young man, you are too naive. Do you think you are an Iron Man, resting not even for a minute? Jefferson pressed against Suze's body, forcing him to dribble in an uncomfortable manner. A smirk graced Suze's lips. Of course, I'm an Iron Man. Let us see who falls first. With that, Suze surged forward, colliding fiercely with Jefferson. Despite the physical tussle, Suze managed to dribble past half-court within 8 seconds. The continuous physical exchanges only fueled Jefferson's competitive spirit. You're quite good, but can you still score under such pressure? Jefferson clung tightly to Suze, denying him any opportunity to maneuver. After crossing half-court, Suze refrained from launching an immediate attack, recognizing that such exertion would deplete his stamina and diminish his offensive efficiency. Instead, he decisively passed the ball to a teammate and swiftly positioned himself near the elbow inside the three-point line. As he passed the ball, Suze signaled to his teammate, who understood the cue and quickly vacated the other side of the court, clearing the space for Suze. However, Jefferson remained tightly attached to Suze, providing no room for him to receive the ball. Once in position, Suze's teammate promptly delivered the ball into his hands. Receiving the ball, Suze executed his signature post move without delay, swiftly performing a feint while advancing towards the basket. You can't guard me. Just give up, Suze taunted Jefferson. Focused and tense, Jefferson braced himself against Suze's advance. In the next moment, as Suze reached an optimal position, he abruptly pivoted and launched a fadeaway shot. Having achieved a remarkable shooting percentage of 8 out of 7 from this position earlier in the game, Jefferson could not afford to underestimate Suze. As he leaped to contest the shot, he realized too late that Suze had not taken the shot. Instead, he executed a stunning dream shake to create ample space for his shot. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Suze and Oppos's masterful footwork. Despite lacking the badge for inside scoring, Suze utilized his extensive experience from previous endeavors to showcase exquisite footwork at the opportune moment. Amidst the gasps of the audience, Kenyon Martin, the Nets' interior anchor, who was positioned for help defense, charged in to impede Suze's shot. First, you must get past me if you wish to score, Kenyon Martin roared as he dashed towards Suze. Unfazed by the impending double team, Suze smiled mockingly. You think you're worthy of defending me? You're just a defeated foe. Martin's anger flared at Suze's dismissive words. With a burst of energy, he leapt to block Suze's shot. But as both players ascended, it became apparent that while Martin began to descend, Suze remained airborne. My goodness, what extraordinary hang time does Suze possess? Exclaimed commentator Zhang Weiping, leaning forward in disbelief. Such impeccable hang time. Martin, one of the league's premier jumpers, found himself overshadowed by Suze's superior leaping ability. As the crowd watched in awe, Suze, soaring with extended hang time, released a smooth mid-range jumper. The ball traced a flawless arc before swishing through the net. The crisp sound of the basket echoed throughout the Continental Airlines arena, prompting the Nets fans to exclaim in dismay. They had anticipated stopping Suze, yet he had managed to score. Incredible. Suze's jumping ability allows him to soar while his opponents fall, Yujia remarked excitedly. Frustration mounted among the Nets fans, who, while respecting Suze's tenacity and skill, could not quell their fervor for their team. Gradually, a chant of "Fuck SU" resonated throughout the arena, ignited by an unknown instigator. Hey, you can't say that. Lin Yu, seated nearby, could no longer contain herself and confronted the Nets fans. Unbothered by her protests, they continued to chant fervently. Suze remained unperturbed. After sinking another three-pointer, he audaciously placed his right hand to his ear, gesturing for more noise from the crowd. Come on, louder. The more you shout, the more invigorated I become, Suze yelled, waving his arms in encouragement. His brazen antics only incited further outrage among the Nets fans, amplifying their chants. You're nothing but trash. You'll be overturned soon, shouted a nearby fan. Suze shrugged nonchalantly, retorting, just watch. I'll personally send your team fishing. Don't forget to bring bait for them. With that, he swiftly returned to his half of the court to defend. The Nets struggled offensively, as the Magic's defensive switches and double teams rendered their attempts laborious. Even the masterful playmaker Kid resorted to desperate shots that provided little efficiency. Conversely, Suze, undeterred by the cacophony of "Fuck SU" from the crowd, continued to score with remarkable consistency. Despite Jefferson's relentless interference, Suze delivered a powerful response. Soon, the game approached its climax, propelled by Suze's prowess. Chapter 79. Once again, he dominated the Continental Airlines arena. The second game of the Eastern Conference Finals was drawing to a close. with Suze and Apos' formidable performance. The Magic led the game by a significant 15-point margin, 89-73. Only about 3 minutes remained on the clock. Under suffocating defense, both teams and Apos' scoring efficiency plummeted. Had it not been for Suze's support, the Magic would likely have crumbled by now. As Jefferson approached him, Suze smiled knowingly. "You look utterly exhausted," he remarked. Jefferson panted heavily, a clear expression of fatigue etched on his face. To keep up with Suze, he had not dared to rest for a moment in the fourth quarter. More importantly, he had to contend with Suze and Apos' relentless movements and the intense physical confrontations that ensued. In contrast, although Suze also felt weary, he appeared to possess slightly more stamina than Jefferson. "You and Apos, you're not doing much better yourself," Jefferson retorted defiantly. As the Nets' primary defender against Suze, Jefferson felt as if his legs were weighed down with lead, each step heavy and burdensome. "Oh, then I shall break through first." Suze grinned at Jefferson, suddenly executing a swift change of direction and driving towards Jefferson's left side. Jefferson swiftly pursued him, but was a half-step slower. Fortunately, Kenyon Martin, in a position to provide help, quickly moved to obstruct Suze's path, buying Jefferson precious time to catch up. "Give it up, you won't score again," Kenyon Martin shouted at Suze. Although he didn't and Apos truly dare to face Suze one-on-one, he continuously motivated himself through his loud shouts. Defeated foes have no right to shout. Suze offered no mercy, entering full-on taunt mode. "Do you really think you can guard me? Have you forgotten the painful lesson of being thoroughly outplayed by me? Your help defense is futile, for I shall sink a game-ending three-pointer right here." Before Martin could react, Suze swiftly pulled up for a three-pointer from beyond the arc. "Kenyon, defend!" Jefferson yelled as he leaped, rushing towards Suze from the side. Kenyon Martin, realizing the situation, quickly raised his hands and lunged at Suze. The two of them converged on Suze, effectively trapping him between their defenses. Due to the force of their attempt, Martin and Jefferson collided with Suze, causing him to twist and lose balance in midair before releasing the ball. That and Apos' foul. Doug Rivers, the Magic and Apos' head coach, shouted vehemently at the referee. However, the referee remained oblivious, as if he had not witnessed the infringement upon the offensive player. Despite the imbalance, Suze refused to abandon his shot. He aimed for the hoop and, in one fluid motion, released the ball just before hitting the ground. The basketball arced beautifully through the air and swished through the net. The crisp sound of the shot echoed throughout the Continental Airlines arena, rendering the Nets and Apos fans momentarily silent. With that three-pointer, Suze achieved the remarkable feat of 50 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. This shot effectively extinguished any remaining suspense in the game. The 18-point gap prompted the Nets coach to shake his head in resignation, pulling all his starters from the game. The Nets fans, disheartened, began to leave the arena early, having lost hope for a miracle. The explosive scoring ability of the Nets simply could not match that of the Magic. Soon, the game concluded amidst the cheers of the Magic players, who secured a commanding 2-0 lead in the series. In 2 consecutive away games, Suze had delivered standout performances, clinching 2 victories. After the match, the media quickly sought out Suze for interviews. Maria, a devoted fan of Suze, was among the first to approach him. "Hey, Sue, tonight was an absolutely insane performance. At just 19 years of age, you achieved 50-10-10. That is simply extraordinary. Even the great Jordan didn't dominate the playoffs at 19. It's remarkable. I've seen countless fans and online commentators praising you. What are your thoughts on that?" Maria gazed up at Suze, her excitement palpable. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, as if she were captivated by his presence. Suze chuckled lightly, shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. "It and Apos' just basic operation, no need for flattery." Maria paused, perplexed by his response. "Sue, what does that mean?" she inquired. "It means it and Apos' just fundamental skills. No need for accolades," he replied with a grin. Maria was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into a delighted laugh. "You've got me again, Sue. If these stats are merely basic operations, what should the other players think? Tonight is undeniably your night. How do you view your opponents?" Maria continued her questioning. Suze took a deep breath, tilted his head thoughtfully, and then made a dismissive face. "You mean the Nets? They're too weak. They are no match for us." "That and Apos, quite bold," Maria exclaimed, wide-eyed, yet her admiration for him only grew. Suze and Apos' audacity was charming, and he had the talent to back it up. How could one not admire such a player? "This is a live interview. RN and Amp. Amp. Oppos. T, you worried your opponents will see this? Maria asked playfully. Suze shrugged, shaking his head without hesitation. Not at all. If they get angry, let them prove their strength and beat me on the court. Of course, if they had that capability, they wouldn't have lost 2 home games in a row. Maria gave Suze a thumbs up. Sue, even while battling through injury, you've inspired many Nets fans. Yet, at the critical moment, they chanted FSU. What are your thoughts on that? In response to Maria's question, Suze wore a calm smile. As opponents, it's perfectly fine for them to cheer for their team in that manner. I enjoy that atmosphere. I relish their fury, knowing they are powerless against me. Their insults and roars cannot break me. They only serve to make me stronger. Chapter 80. Put me down. The mayor of New Jersey, Suze, has outshined the Brooklyn Nets. Who truly reigns in New Jersey? The answer is Suze. He dominated the Continental Airlines Arena. And these headlines became the talk of the town following the second game of the Eastern Conference Finals. All media outlets, big and small, were inundated with such headlines. With a staggering performance of 50 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, Suze once again emerged as a sensation in the NBA. Some fervent fans even formed a group to celebrate him. Brother, this is utterly insane. Look at you. You have now become the hottest rising star in the league. Without question. In a hospital room in Orlando, McGrady lay on his bed, excitedly watching Suze on television. The first thing Suze did upon returning to Orlando was to visit McGrady at the hospital. McGrady laughed heartily at the news on the screen, so animated that it exacerbated his back injury, distorting his expression. Suze, somewhat helpless, spread his hands. Is it really that joyous? McGrady turned slightly, gingerly rubbing his back. Yes, I understand. Foundational skills, don't overdo it. Ever since Suze and Amp. Oppos' post-game interview, where he mentioned foundational skills and not overdoing it. That phrase had become a catchphrase among fans from both America and China. Even NBA stars like McGrady had adopted it. You're so full of yourself. You're the king of showing off. McGrady chuckled while grimacing in pain. Suze laughed, increasingly helpless. I don't and Oppos, teaming to show off. It's just that my abilities don't allow for anything less. Observing Suze's smug demeanor only made McGrady laugh harder, which intensified his back pain. Are you here to visit me, or to drain the rest of my life away? McGrady's face reflected both pain and joy. Oh, by the way, how's your eye? It still looks swollen. Will it affect the next game? McGrady's expression turned serious. Suze's eye injury was pivotal for the entire series. The Magic had already lost McGrady, and losing Suze would render them no match for the Nets. Despite the Nets suffering 2 consecutive defeats, everyone knew that, in terms of overall strength, the Nets were far superior to the Magic. The only reason the Magic managed to defeat the Nets was due to Suze's relentless 48-minute performance. Suze touched his swollen eye. It should be fine. Although it's a bit swollen and painful, it won't hinder my performance. After returning to Orlando, Dr. Ackland treated my injury again. Suze beamed. The swelling around his eye had, to some extent, begun to impair Suze and Amp Oppos' vision. Yet, he remained optimistic, undeterred by his injury. If it becomes unbearable, don't push yourself. I heard Dr. Ackland say that your eye injury is quite severe and could affect your vision. If we fail this year, we can always come back stronger next year. McGrady reassured Suze, unwilling to see a rising star crushed by injury. Rest assured, I'll be fine, Suze replied cheerfully. Just then, Suze's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Lin Yu calling. Hello Yu, what's up? His fondness for his girlfriend was gradually growing. She always attended his games, cheering him on, and as his girlfriend, she consistently made time to be by his side, which deeply touched Suze. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you have time. There's a basketball party at school today, and if you're free, I'd love to invite you to join. Many of my classmates want to meet this star of yours. Suze had become a sensation in the NBA, his exceptional performances earning him admiration from countless young fans. Before Suze could respond, Lin Yu continued, could you please not refuse? It's been so long since you've accompanied me to such a party. Just consider it a chance to spend time with me, okay? Her sweet, pleading tone made it hard for Suze to decline. He nodded, saying, all right, what time? I'll head over shortly. Upon hearing Suze and Oppos' agreement, Lin Yu erupted with excitement on the other end of the line. Oh yay, A's agreed. I knew you loved me the most, A's. Her exuberant cheer was so loud that Suze had to pull the phone away from his ear. Yu, calm down. Calm down. Suze chuckled helplessly. Did you know it's been 208 days since you last accompanied me? 208 days. Suze was taken aback. Has it really been that long? He murmured. Yes, came Lin Yu's slightly melancholic voice. Last time, my sister asked me to help her find a few high school players to play with you. After we lost the game, you never accompanied me again. Lin Yu and Appo's tone was laced with regret. Suze could sense her remorse over that incident. If it hadn't been for Su Ying, Lin Yu would never have done anything to hurt him. The mere thought of the domineering Su Ying made Suze shake his head. That's just how my sister is. She has a penchant for tough love. Soon, Lin Yu brightened up. The party starts at 10 in the morning at our school's gymnasium. Please don't be late. After saying that, she quickly hung up. Suze put down his phone and noticed McGrady grinning at him mischievously. What's with that look? Suze felt a chill run down his spine under McGrady's gaze. Little brother, with such a beautiful girlfriend, you should cherish her. I envy you for getting to attend a college basketball party. How wonderful it must be to see so many youthful and beautiful girls. Suze raised an eyebrow, a playful grin spreading across his face as he pulled McGrady along. Come on, let us go together. Who knows, you might impress some girls with a 360 dunk. McGrady looked unsettled. Let go of me. I can't show off my dunks. My back hasn't healed yet. Hey, Suze, let go of me. Don't lift me up. Chapter 81. Campus event at the University of Central Florida, one of the renowned optical centers in the beautiful nation. Su Ying and Lin Yu are both students at this university and are, without a doubt, true sisters. At this moment, the basketball arena is already teeming with people. Suze is pushing the wheelchair of McGrady through the players and Appo's tunnel into the basketball court. Sue, is this really all right? How do I look? Am I still handsome? Will sitting in a wheelchair affect my image in the eyes of the younger girls? Despite McGrady's lamentations, Suze insisted on bringing him out of the hospital. Even McGrady's protests could not deter Suze's determination. Helplessly, McGrady could only endure as Suze wheeled him to the basketball arena at the University of Central Florida. Along the way, McGrady incessantly fretted over whether his appearance was impeccable. As a young star in the NBA known for his striking looks, McGrady is quite conscious of his image. Though he may not be a typical pretty boy, he certainly possesses an undeniable charm. Sitting in a wheelchair, he feels somewhat awkward. Fear not. Even if you were lying on a stretcher, you would still be striking, Suze reassured him with a grin. Who would have thought that the illustrious star McGrady would have such an image consciousness? However, it makes sense. NBA players are known for their fashion sense. For example, AI, with his cornrow hairstyle and hip-hop attire, has led a trend. Haha, you really know how to flatter, McGrady chuckled. As they conversed, they had already entered the basketball arena. Lin Yu had been waiting just outside the players and Appo's tunnel, and upon seeing Suze pushing McGrady, her beautiful face displayed an expression of surprise. Wow, Ace, you actually brought T-Mac along. Many of our classmates are loyal fans of T-Mac. They and Amp, Appo's, LL surely be thrilled. Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. Come on, let us hurry inside. You're the special guest today. She linked her arm with Suze's, accompanying him as they wheeled McGrady into the basketball arena. As soon as they entered, their presence immediately attracted the attention and cheers of everyone present. Wow, it and Appo's, Suze and T-Mac. Look, McGrady in a wheelchair is still so handsome. Upon hearing the cheers from the female fans, McGrady couldn't and Appo's helped but waved back. Suze leaned closer to McGrady, whispering, be careful. If your wife finds out, you might end up in trouble. McGrady stiffened at the remark, his smile freezing. As long as you don't spill the beans, how would she ever know? McGrady rolled his eyes in annoyance. Inside the basketball arena, a friendly match was underway among the university teams, divided into two groups engaging in offense and defense. Under Lin Yu's guidance, Suze and McGrady took their seats in the front row near the court. As a special guest, Suze would soon make an appearance, making the front row position quite advantageous. Let me let you in on a secret. Jason Williams is also here today. Lin Yu leaned closer to Suze, a delightful fragrance wafting from her. Suze couldn't resist inhaling deeply. You mean white chocolate? His eyelids fluttered. Jason Williams, the NBA, and Appo's passing virtuoso. Renowned for his signature elbow pass, which many revere as classic, has captivated countless young fans with his astonishingly imaginative passes. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded vigorously. I just learned that Jason Williams studied here at the University of Central Florida before transferring for a better basketball career. Not many know this. I only found out because Senior Su Ying mentioned it. Suze furrowed his brow. Is my sister here too? He asked with surprise. If Su Ying was present, why hadn't she come to meet him? Lin Yu nodded without hesitation. Yes, she is. This basketball event was actually suggested by her to the school. Moreover, Senior Suing specifically instructed me to call you to attend this event. Upon hearing this, Suze felt a surge of gratitude. Suing's intentions were to ensure he had ample opportunities to interact with more NBA players. Her thoughtful gestures truly reflected her care for him. Suze couldn't and oppose. He helped but marvel at his good fortune in having such a sister. He understood that Su Ying's decision to refrain from directly calling him was likely to prevent him from feeling overwhelmed and resistant. Instead, she opted for a gentler approach to ensure his attendance at this basketball event. And look at the player wearing number 10 on the court, Lin Yu pointed out, indicating a young man with the physique of a prototypical point guard. What about him? Suze inquired, puzzled. Lin Yu replied with a grin. His name is Larmakin. He is this year's most promising player from the University of Central Florida to enter the NBA. No player from here has ever made it to the NBA. But Larmakin has a real chance of being the first. She added, oh, and here's a secret. McKin is also a prot-G of white chocolate. A disciple of Jason Williams? Suze was somewhat taken aback. The connection was intriguing. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you. Besides the warm-up match with the school team, there's another highlight today. Players from the 2003 draft class will also be here. 5 of them will play a friendly match against our school team, and it will be a short game lasting only 10 minutes. Lin Yu said cheerfully. The 2003 draft class? Suze thought to himself, realizing that he might get to see LeBron, Wade, Anthony, and Bosch among others. Is there a list of participants? Suze asked, excitement bubbling within him. The 2003 draft class players are undoubtedly the new generation stars of this era. However, as someone who has traversed time, Suze holds an inexplicable fondness for them. Besides, these players are still quite young, and there might be a chance to forge deep friendships. I think there is. Wait a moment, let me call and find out. Chapter 82, The Challengers Soon. Lin Yu hung up the phone and turned to Suze with a bright smile. I have already inquired. The group of 5 from the 03 draft is led by Chris Bosch, along with M.O. Williams, Kyle Korver, Chris Kaman, and DeAndre Jordan. Suze listened intently to the names, feeling somewhat disheartened at the absence of the Banana Boat brothers. However, he quickly reassured himself that meeting LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Carmelo Anthony later was also a splendid opportunity. If they could encounter each other on the NBA court, competing with all their might would yield the best outcome. Among the 5, Chris Bosch is currently projected to be the highest draft pick and is recognized as the most formidable among them. Lin Yu thoughtfully remarked to Suze. With a cheerful grin, Suze replied, well, I'm not particularly interested in those 5. My main focus is on white chocolate. I hope there will be an opportunity to challenge him. Since LeBron, Wade, and Anthony were absent, Suze naturally set his sights on Jason Williams, known as White Chocolate. Of course, if Bosch is interested, I wouldn't mind competing with him as well. Suze's primary target was not Chris Bosch, but he remained open to the possibility of a match with him. Rest assured, the school will arrange for you to play against Jason Williams. I'm just not sure in what format, Lin Yu said with a playful smile. As they conversed, the ongoing game neared its conclusion. Both school teams delivered a commendable performance, entertaining the audience in the gymnasium. Meanwhile, Tracy McGrady, observing from the sidelines, appeared utterly bored. He nudged Suze's shoulder and lamented, Sue, this match lacks any appeal. For professional basketball players like us, their level of competition and skill fails to capture my interest. Moreover, I haven't and Oppos, spotted any extraordinary talents. Seeing McGrady and Oppos' expression of helplessness and boredom, Suze couldn't and Oppos' helped but chuckle. Although the players on the court lacked exceptional talent, their effort was undeniably commendable. If talent is lacking, hard work will suffice. This group of young individuals is putting in a great effort, which is admirable. McGrady nodded thoughtfully at Suze's words. You're right. Effort is always commendable. But speaking of which, you are still a young man too, aren't you? McGrady tilted his head, wearing a mischievous grin as he looked at Suze. At merely 19 years old, Suze was of the same age as the freshman players. Yet he had already stepped into the NBA as a water boy during the regular season. It was only on the playoff stage that Suze truly began to shine. We are all quite young, are we not? Suze replied earnestly, looking at McGrady. At this moment, McGrady was only a few years older than Suze. While they were conversing, the announcer in the gymnasium called out Suze and Oppos' name. Now, let us welcome our special guest today from the Orlando Magic. The league's hottest new star, Suze. The announcement was met with waves of applause and cheers from the audience. Oh wow, Suze is here. What a lucky day to see Suze. Make some room. I don't want to miss my idol. Despite being the same age as the students, Suze was undeniably a rising star in the NBA. Many female college students screamed passionately for him. The atmosphere in the arena reached a new peak. Standing amidst the audience's cheers, Suze smiled as he walked to the center of the court, standing beside the announcer. Next, let us welcome another special guest. Jason Williams from the Memphis Grizzlies. White Chocolate, Jason Williams, was also a popular player. Though he had his defensive shortcomings and was not among the league and Oppos's elite superstars, his imaginative passing and the entertainment value of his game ensured that he commanded a substantial fan base. Let us welcome our two distinguished guests. As the announcer and Oppos's voice echoed, the cheers and excitement in the gym intensified. Suze and Jason Williams took the microphones, greeting the audience warmly. The announcer, taking the microphone once more, cheerfully asked, "Both of you are professional NBA athletes and highly popular at present. I wonder if you can treat us to an exciting 1v1 match today?" Suze shrugged. "I have no objections. I would be delighted to compete with Jason and am honored to challenge a basketball expert like him." Suze maintained a calm demeanor, yet inside, he was brimming with excitement at the prospect of witnessing Jason Williams' flashy dribbling and unthinkable fakes. "I have no issues either. Jason Williams began. But his words were abruptly interrupted by a loud and discordant voice. "Wait, I disagree. Suze is just a 19-year-old rookie. He is not qualified to compete against my mentor. If you wish to challenge my mentor, you must first defeat me." The voice resonated throughout the expansive gym, drawing everyone's gaze toward the source, Lar McKinn, the captain of the school team, and Jason Williams' prodigy. This young man was also one of the most promising players at the University of Central Florida, with hopes of entering the NBA. Though Lar McKinn was the same age as Suze, their paths had diverged significantly. Suze had already entered the NBA and was shining on the playoff stage, while Lar McKinn had yet to enter the draft. This disparity left Lar McKinn, who held a sense of superiority, feeling quite displeased. He believed his skills were on par with Suze's and sought to showcase his abilities to all the scouts by defeating him, paving his own way to the NBA. Suze looked at Lar McKinn and couldn't help but chuckle. He had little patience for this young man. "You are not capable." Chapter 83. Effortlessly defeated. You cannot. Suze uttered these three words, delivering a profound blow to Lar McKinn, especially in front of so many spectators in the basketball arena. Suze and Oppos's unwavering declaration that Laurel was incapable severely wounded Laurel and Oppos's pride. How could a man be deemed incapable? Laurel felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Sue, whether I am capable or not will be determined after the game. If you cannot defeat me, how can you hope to best my master?" Lar McKinn, standing at approximately 1.9 meters, possessed a robust physique, epitomizing the archetype of a tall guard. He was confident in his ability to overpower Suze. Believing that their skills were nearly on par, Suze gazed at him, amused by his stubbornness. However, since Laurel was so eager to be humbled, Suze was more than willing to use him as a warm-up. "Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me," Suze stated with utmost seriousness. Laurel and Oppos's discontent deepened upon hearing this. He did not wish to confront Suze as a mere challenger. "You are not worthy of my challenge, for our strengths are nearly identical. I am confident I can defeat you," Laurel insisted obstinately. Suze could only chuckle in disbelief. He shrugged and said, "All right, as you wish, I shall grant you 3 chances. You may initiate the play." Without hesitation, Laurel nodded in agreement. Soon, the two began their match. Laurel positioned himself beyond the 3-point line, eyeing Suze with fierce determination. He had to win decisively, aiming for a 3-0 victory to showcase his talents and skills. "Watch closely. I will prove that I am stronger than you," Laurel proclaimed as he initiated his attack. Yet, just as he began to dribble, Suze extended his long arms and effortlessly intercepted the ball from Laurel and Oppos's grasp. Suze did not even need to activate any badges. His accumulated basketball experience from both this life and his past was sufficient to easily outmaneuver Laurel. This was the sheer dominance of skill and experience. Stunned, Laurel stood aghast. Before he could regain his composure, Suze had already maneuvered around him and sunk a 3-pointer. The crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net jolted Laurel from his stupor. "Focus. How careless can you be?" Suze admonished as he passed the ball back to Laurel. "Continue your offense. You still have 2 opportunities." Suze appeared effortlessly relaxed, a demeanor that further pricked Laurel and Oppos's pride. "Damn it. This time, I will not let you succeed." Laurel shouted at Suze. Suze merely shrugged. Come on. Show me your strength. His seemingly insatiable desire to challenge Laurel only fueled the latter and amp Oppo's frustration. This time, Laurel refrained from dribbling. The prior lesson had been humbling. Instead, he opted for a sudden leap, attempting a three-pointer from beyond the arc. However, as Laurel released the ball, Suze also leaped high into the air. His lithe figure appeared almost ethereal as he extended his arm, firmly pressing down on the basketball in Laurel's possession. A gasp swept through the arena. Suze's quick reflexes astonished everyone. On the sidelines, McGrady laughed heartily. This is too amusing. This kid challenging Sue is utterly overestimating his abilities. Yet, I admire his courage. Understanding Suze and Oppo's prowess, McGrady recognized that Laurel was no match for him. On the court, Suze and Oppo's fierce block left Laurel utterly bewildered. Physically, Laurel stood no chance against Suze, who asserted his dominance with ease. The ball was once again in Suze and amp Oppo's hands. Without hesitation, he positioned himself beyond the three-point line and launched another shot. This time, Laurel was resolute. He would not hesitate or falter. He exerted every ounce of effort, stretching his body to its limits in an attempt to block Suze. Yet, Suze and amp Oppo's height and wingspan were insurmountable for Laurel. Undeterred by Laurel and amp Oppo's defense, Suze confidently sank another three-pointer. This shot made Laurel acutely aware of the vast chasm separating their abilities, both in physical attributes and basketball intelligence. Suze was leagues ahead. You have one final chance. Make it count, Suze advised, extending a finger to emphasize his point. Yet Laurel shook his head, refraining from continuing the offense. I lost. I cannot possibly win against you. Acknowledging the stark disparity between them, Laurel understood that he could not compete with Suze. Rather than prolonging the inevitable, he chose to concede gracefully. Suze was somewhat surprised by Laurel's decision to surrender. After all, considering Laurel's previous obstinacy, it was a miracle he chose to admit defeat. Suze approached and firmly patted Laurel on the shoulder. Young man, you have great potential. At just 19 years old. Suze spoke with a tone of profound wisdom. With more practice, you still have a chance. I hear you and Oppo's re-aiming for the NBA draft. I hope to meet you on the court someday. Keep striving, and striving. Suze and Oppo's encouraging words resonated with Laurel, who looked back at him with unwavering determination. Yes, I will. Thank you. Laurel sincerely bowed in gratitude, acknowledging Suze and amp Oppo's role in revealing the significant gap between him and NBA players. I will continue to work hard until I catch up to your level. Flames of ambition sparkled in Laurel's eyes. Haha, I look forward to it, Suze replied, his smile warm and genuine. Chapter 84. Skills challenge. Though Suze and Mike Jean share the same age, the maturity and star quality exhibited by Suze are unmistakable. On the court, Suze's prowess is undeniably superior, leading Mike Jean, as the challenger, to accept his defeat with grace. We have witnessed the thrilling contest between a rising star and a campus prodigy. Now, let us welcome our esteemed guest, Jason Williams. As the host called out loudly, Jason Williams approached with a smile. Sue, it's truly exhilarating to see you here, he remarked, his gaze towards Suze filled not with provocation, but with genuine admiration. For a late second-round pick from Dragon Nation, who had yet to see any playing time during the regular season, to make a name for himself on the grand stage of the NBA playoffs and earn the trust and respect of his entire team is indeed commendable and worthy of Jason Williams' reverence. The NBA is a league of the strong, where every player has their own story and is a standout among their peers. In such an esteemed company, Suze shines brightly, and while Jason Williams feels envy, it is overshadowed by deep respect. Ha, I am equally thrilled to see you, Suze replied sincerely. White Chocolate, you are indeed a master of passing. Since the organizers have arranged for us to compete, why not engage in a unique challenge? I know that in a one-on-one match, I would not stand a chance against you, Jason Williams stated earnestly. His honesty only deepened Suze and amp Oppo's respect for him, as such candor is not common among players. For instance, the somewhat temperamental Gilbert Arenas had resorted to malicious fouling after a loss to Suze. Even the usually genteel Jason Kidd had recently displayed unsportsmanlike conduct against him. With a smile, Suze responded, your skills are quite formidable as well. Your passing is something I cannot match. The flair and fluidity of your passes are beyond my capability. Acknowledging the humility of his opponent, Suze refrained from adopting an arrogant demeanor, knowing it would only breed disdain. Sue, how about we engage in a skills competition? Jason Williams proposed. The notion sparked interest in Suze. He was aware that since the 2003 All-Star Game, the NBA had introduced the All-Star Skills Challenge. Having never participated in an All-Star event, experiencing the charm of the Skills Challenge in advance was an appealing prospect. Sounds great, I'm in. Suze readily agreed. The Skills Challenge was indeed one of Jason Williams and Oppo's strengths, as his passing ability and exceptional ball handling skills are renowned throughout the league. Having the opportunity to compete against such a master was a valuable experience for Suze. Upon Suze and Oppo's agreement, Jason Williams signaled to the host to bring forth the equipment for the Skills Challenge. As the various apparatuses were unveiled, Suze realized that his opponent had come prepared. He couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing that Jason Williams, aware of his superiority in one-on-one play, had opted for a different challenge to avoid defeat. However, the Skills Challenge posed a certain level of difficulty for Suze, despite his extensive basketball experience from 2 lifetimes. His passing skills did not compare to those of more seasoned point guards. As the staff set up the equipment, Suze instinctively opened the system interface. After successfully completing his last task, he had yet to claim his rewards. He could only blame the unreliable system for its untimely distribution of rewards, which left him feeling quite irked, especially after his last upgrade to the Hall of Fame Badge Master of the Fadeaway, leaving him with 0 badge points. I am in need of badge points to activate my badges and enhance my abilities, he thought. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the last task, achieving 50-10-10 stats, and leading the team to victory. Suze pursed his lips at the system's tardiness. Spare me the pleasantries and tell me what the rewards are. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 50 badge points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Jelly Layup Move package. Hearing this news lifted Suze's spirits significantly. Well done, system. You've finally shown some sense. With badge points and a new layup move package at his disposal, Suze decided against further venting his frustration towards the system, which wisely chose to remain silent. Suze navigated to the badge interface and found the Master Passer badge. After briefly reviewing its description, he learned that this badge enhances the precision of his passes, improving both accuracy and flair. The higher the badge level, the more powerful passing move packages he could equip. Without hesitation, he activated the badge. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 10 badge points to light up the Master Passer badge. Ding. The Master Passer badge slightly enhances the host's passing accuracy, especially when double-teamed. Suze felt a surge of joy at the system's announcement. He hadn't anticipated such beneficial effects from the Master Passer badge. Without hesitation, he continued to expend badge points to upgrade the bronze-level Master Passer badge. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 30 badge points, and the upgrade is successful. Eager to equip his newly upgraded badge, Suze completed the process just as the court was fully set up, and all necessary equipment arrived. Sue, the rules are the same as the All-Star Skills Challenge. Is that acceptable? Jason Williams asked, playfully dribbling the basketball as if it were a lively sprite in his hands. Suze nodded with a smile. Of course. The one with the shortest time wins. Jason, I want to go easy on you, and I hope you bring your best to defeat me. The two positioned themselves at the starting line, and as they surveyed the equipment spanning the court, Suze felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, the man serving as both host and referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the competition. Chapter 85. This is too fast. As the whistle blew, Suze, fully prepared, surged forward like a swift cheetah. Dribbling with his right hand, he swiftly approached the basket, executing a jump step before leaping into the air. Simultaneously, Suze cradled the ball in his right hand and, while airborne, performed a spectacular rearward pull, completing an aesthetically pleasing jelly layup before effortlessly depositing the ball into the hoop. His movements flowed seamlessly, showcasing a remarkable elegance. This layup technique was none other than the newly acquired jelly layup. Such a splendid wrist rotation layup elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. What a breathtaking layup. It's simply exquisite and ethereal. OMG, that move looks incredibly graceful. I'm in love. The spectators were swept away by Suze's mesmerizing jelly layup. Just as everyone was still captivated by his ethereal performance, Suze darted through several obstacles with the swiftness of a cheetah. His incredible speed and superior ball handling skills allowed him to navigate the hurdles with remarkable ease. For Suze, everything seemed effortless. His velocity was akin to a lightning bolt, with movements that were remarkably fluid. After maneuvering around 4 obstacles, he did not halt, but executed a beautiful chest pass while in motion. The basketball, as if guided by a GPS, sailed smoothly into the net. At that moment, a silver badge, passing master, illuminated above Suze and Oppo's head. In contrast, Jason Williams also demonstrated smooth layups and dribbling through obstacles, albeit at a slightly slower pace. By the time Suze completed his chest pass to the next challenge, Jason Williams was just beginning his own. Jason and Oppo's pass was equally precise. A chest pass posed no challenge for him, as he too accomplished a splendid running pass. At this juncture, Suze had already reached the bounce pass station. Without hesitation, he sent the basketball flying, yet the bounce pass proved more challenging than the chest pass. Even with the silver badge of passing master, Suze could not succeed on his first attempt, but accurately delivered the ball to the net on his second try. After completing this task, he swiftly moved on to the next location. Meanwhile, Jason Williams required 3 attempts to send the basketball into the net. At this moment, Suze had already attempted a shot from a distance of 763 meters. His shooting was remarkably stable, landing the basket with certainty. As he made the shot, his timer came to a halt. Wow, Suze is astonishingly fast. It feels like he took no time at all. How can he be this swift? Hearing the audience and Oppo's exclamations, Suze felt somewhat helpless. A man should not merely be fast. Endurance is paramount. Yet, in this challenge, speed was of the essence. While the crowd gasped in awe, Jason Williams also managed to sink the basketball after 4 attempts. Both timers came to a stop simultaneously. The host approached, lifting Jason Williams and Oppo's timer first. Jason Williams took 33.8 seconds. Although he had encountered some delays during the final shooting segment, his speed during the earlier passing and obstacle navigation was exceptional. Thus, his total time was still commendably short, suggesting he could very well clinch victory in a genuine all-star skills challenge. The host then raised Suze and Oppo's timer. However, upon his initial glance, an expression of disbelief graced his features. My goodness, this speed is nothing short of perfection. Suze and Oppo's time was. The host deliberately prolonged the moment, heightening the audience and Oppo's anticipation. Everyone eagerly awaited to learn how much time Suze, who had completed his tasks first, had taken. The crowd leaned in, eyes wide with expectation, straining to hear every word. Suze and Oppo's final time was 23.3 seconds. The moment this figure was revealed, astonishment swept through the audience. Even Jason Williams displayed a look of incredulity. That is incredibly fast. 23.3 seconds. What does that even mean? This is a whopping 10.5 seconds faster than Jason Williams. The staggering disparity left everyone agape, their expressions a mix of disbelief and admiration. Suze and Oppo's achievement was nothing short of remarkable. It is noteworthy that the record for the All-Star Skills Challenge, established by Darren Williams in 2008, was merely 25.5 seconds. Though no one in this era was aware of this fact, Suze knew well that his time surpassed Darren Williams by 2 seconds. As the audience erupted in applause, each wave of cheers grew ever more fervent. The sound of clapping reverberated throughout the gymnasium, akin to crashing waves. Jason Williams turned to admire Suze, acknowledging, "You are indeed stronger, I concede, and I accept my defeat." Jason graciously admitted his loss, recognizing the vast gap between them. A 10.5-second difference was not merely a reflection of effort, but rather an embodiment of innate talent and sheer skill. Suze chuckled, appreciating his opponent and Oppo's humility. Upholding the principle of celebrating victory without causing discord, he praised Jason. "You performed admirably. I merely exceeded expectations." Suze and Oppo's modesty endeared him to Jason Williams. The two shared a mutual respect, and in a corner of the stands, Suze watched the unfolding events with palpable excitement. "Mr. Porter, perhaps it's time for you to consider signing Suze?" She refocused her gaze on a middle-aged man beside her, an executive from Adidas. Mr. Porter adjusted his glasses, his face etched with uncertainty. "I appreciate your efforts in showcasing various videos of Suze and his game footage, including today and Oppo's match. However, I cannot commit to signing him just yet. There are too many meteoric rises in the league. I cannot assure you that Suze won't be the next." Mr. Porter spoke with utmost seriousness. Adidas has always been cautious about spending unnecessarily, particularly concerning emerging stars. Chapter 86. Chris and Oppo's challenge on the basketball court. Suze remained blissfully unaware that Su Ying was tirelessly pursuing her first endorsement contract, having just triumphed over White Chocolate Jason Williams in the Skills Challenge. Suze found himself facing a new challenge. "I want to challenge you," declared the young and inexperienced Chris Bosh, stepping forward from the crowd. Gazing at the radiant Suze on the court, a fierce competitive spirit ignited within him. To challenge the strong and confront the formidable is a rite of passage for every aspiring player eager to step onto the NBA stage. Much like Allen Iverson facing Michael Jordan's defense in his prime, though this was not an official NBA match. The desire to compete against a powerhouse prompted Chris Bosh to boldly step forward. Both players were of similar age. Yet Suze had already shone brightly on the playoff stage, establishing himself as one of the few superstars in the NBA. Despite some reluctance to acknowledge it in the media and Oppos' attempts to tarnish his reputation, Suze remained the most luminous star among the new generation of NBA talent. Observing Bosh, whose slender frame belied a steely determination, Suze smiled. Even if Bosh had not initiated the challenge, Suze would have sought an opportunity to spar with him. "All right," Suze replied with a grin. "You are Chris Bosh, correct?" Feigning ignorance in a playful tone, Bosh nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I challenge you." Bosh's intent was straightforward. He aimed to defeat Suze, the NBA superstar, to further assert his own prowess. While he may not ascend to the top pick on draft night, improving his draft position to second or third would suffice. These fiery young players often claim not to care about their draft standing, yet in reality, it is of utmost importance, as it determines the level of respect they command within the league. "Shall we play a 1v1 match, or shall it be a skills challenge?" Suze inquired earnestly, his gaze fixed on Bosh. As the renowned Dragon King from a previous lifetime, Bosh's talent was indisputable. He possessed a smooth mid-range shooting touch and the ability to extend his range to the three-point line. His preference for finesse over physicality had led to early labels of being soft, especially in an era not yet defined by small ball. However, Suze recognized Bosh as an undeniable warrior. His aversion to brawling in the post did not equate to a deficiency in low-post skills, nor did it imply an inability to execute post moves. "Definitely a 1v1. Let us decide it with 5 baskets," Bosh declared with an air of confidence. His talent served as the foundation for his pride. Just as Suze was about to agree, he heard a notification from the system in his mind. Ding. Task issued. When the match against Bosh, but scoring must exclusively come from within the three-point line. Surprised at first, Suze soon chuckled at the stipulation. "So, I can initiate my offense from beyond the arc, but must score within it? Ding. Not allowed. Ding. System reiterates. Scoring must occur through methods within the three-point line. Ding. This means the host must utilize low-post footwork, back-to-basket shots, or mid-range jumpers to score." Suze stroked his chin, finding the system and Oppos' constraints rather amusing. However, defeating Bosh, an adept player capable of interweaving inside and outside game, through means other than three-pointers and drives would indeed be a delightful challenge. "I accept the task," he declared. Turning to Bosh. "All right, let us settle this with 5 baskets. This time, I will not drive to the hoop, nor will I shoot three-pointers. And I want to step into the paint." Suze, on top of the system and Oppos' limitations, imposed an additional restriction on himself. He would not enter the key. This meant he could only score from mid-range. With the microphone positioned at his lips, Suze's words were audible to all. Lin Yu, watching from the sidelines, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "Isn't this too difficult? Relying solely on mid-range scoring? That means Bosh only needs to defend Suze and Oppos' mid-range shots." She was both worried and frustrated, fearing Suze might lose. Beside her, Tracy McGrady chuckled. "Don't fret, Su has the skill. If he needs to use every trick against a rookie, how will he survive in the league later? I believe in Su." McGrady flashed a mischievous grin at Suze. Confident in his abilities, a player who could navigate the playoff stage with such ease would surely not falter against this minor obstacle. He gave Suze a thumbs up, shouting, "Su, my good brother, go for it. Don't let your arrogance backfire." Hearing the encouragement, Suze instinctively glanced in McGrady and Oppos' direction, returning the thumbs up. Meanwhile, Chris Bosh's expression darkened. "I don't need your leniency. You must bring your full strength." With a smile, Suze shrugged. "But to defeat you, I don't require any additional scoring methods. Relying solely on mid-range will suffice." Bosh felt a surge of irritation. He perceived Suze's words as a dismissal of his capabilities. "Very well. You will pay for your arrogance." Bosh's eyes sparkled with fury. He was determined to exert every ounce of effort to make Suze rue his hubris. Suze chuckled. I certainly hope you can best me, but that depends on your strength. His audacity only fueled Bosch's anger further. As similarly aged players, how could Bosch tolerate Suze's audacious demeanor? Enough talk. Let us begin. Will you attack first, or shall I? Bosch gripped the ball, glaring at Suze with palpable intensity, as if he were about to devour him whole. Suze smiled. You go ahead. Remember to give it your all, otherwise, you will face a dismal defeat. Taking his defensive stance, Suze wiped the smile from his face, focusing intently on Bosch. The intensity of Suze's gaze bore down on Bosch, evoking the sensation of being hunted. The coolness and depth of Suze's eyes unsettled Bosch, instilling a fleeting thought of retreat. However, Bosch quickly steadied himself, holding the ball beyond the arc as he initiated the first wave of his offense. Chapter 87. Come here. The impetuous Chris Bosch held the ball beyond the three-point line, initiating the first offensive play. Suze did not employ a tight defense. Instead, he maintained a distance of about half a meter from Bosch. This defensive posture afforded Bosch ample room to either penetrate or shoot at will. Why aren't you defending? Bosch felt slighted by Suze and Oppo's lack of aggression. Suze lightly tapped his ear and casually replied, This is my form of defense. Anger simmered within Bosch, who believed Suze failed to acknowledge his prowess. Clenching his jaw, Bosch opted not to drive into the paint, but instead launched a three-point shot from beyond the arc. As Bosch released the ball, Suze stood still, offering no attempt to contest or interfere, as if immobilized by an unseen force, allowing Bosch to shoot unimpeded. With no interference from Suze, Bosch and Oppo's shot unfolded like a practice drill. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net. Swish. With that three-pointer, Bosch broke the equilibrium of the game. What is wrong with AZ? Why isn't he defending? Lin Yu felt anxious, worried that Suze and Oppo's arrogance could lead to defeat, a situation that would be utterly embarrassing. Nearby, McGrady chuckled lightly. No need to worry. Sue must have a plan. Just watch, he will surely win. McGrady had unwavering faith in Suze's abilities. After all, how could a player shining in the intense atmosphere of the playoffs possibly lose to a rookie yet to enter the NBA draft? On the court, witnessing Bosch's successful shot, Suze applauded him. Very impressive. Your three-point shooting seems quite precise. Bosch's expression grew increasingly awkward. He felt Suze's applause was laced with mockery. You underestimate me too much. I will make you pay. Bosch and Oppo's demeanor turned icy, his fury palpable. However, Suze calmly extended a finger and gently shook it at Bosch. You've already lost your chance. This will be your only score in this game. Suze and Oppo's words, delivered lightly, struck Bosch as the height of arrogance. You are insufferably arrogant. I will teach you a lesson. Bosch, unable to tolerate Suze and Oppo's hubris, resolved to unleash his full strength against him. With the ball once more in hand, Bosch initiated his second offensive. This time, Suze appeared transformed. The previous lethargy had vanished, replaced by a sharp focus, his gaze locked onto Bosch with predatory intensity. Bosch felt an unsettling similarity to being stalked by a leopard. Swallowing hard, Bosch quickly began his dribble. In an instant, as Bosch moved, Suze lunged at him, arms outstretched to disrupt his dribble. The Hall of Fame death grip insignia seemed to illuminate above Suze and Oppo's head. His defense was fiercely aggressive as he employed his long arms to hinder Bosch and Oppo's movements. Faced with this sudden surge in defensive intensity, Bosch faltered, his ball control wavering under Suze's relentless pressure. How could this happen? Bosch thought, astonished. Despite playing the power forward position and possessing refined skills and dribbling ability, he struggled to maintain control of the ball, nearly losing possession several times. Approaching mid-range, Bosch turned his back, attempting to use his body to create an offensive opportunity. However, as soon as he did, he regretted the decision. Despite his efforts, Suze remained immovable as a rock behind him. Suze's core strength instilled a sense of dread in Bosch. No matter how hard he pushed, Suze remained unaffected, rendering any attempt to advance futile. Come on, use some strength. Haven and Oppo's. You eaten? Suze and Oppo's taunting laughter only served to infuriate Bosch, his face flushing with rage. Watch as I obliterate you. Bosch exerted all his might, forcefully leaning against Suze. Yet, Suze stood firm against Bosch's back attack. After leaning in, Bosch swiftly pulled the ball back, executing a beautifully fluid pivot. Bosch and Oppo's footwork was delicate as he aimed to bypass Suze, but with a quick lateral shift, Suze intercepted Bosch's position, rendering the attack ineffective. You cannot penetrate. Give it up. Suze's voice pierced through Bosch's concentration once more. Gritting his teeth, Bosch attempted to reposition, pushing off with his left foot while stepping back with his right to create some shooting space. With remarkable instinct, Suze lunged forward. And at the moment Bosch attempted to shoot, Suze extended his long arm, swiping the ball from Bosch's grasp. Panic surged in Bosch as he scrambled to reclaim the ball. But Suze had already secured it. Instead of turning to the basket, Suze dribbled out to the three-point line, ready to initiate another offensive maneuver. Suze, moving with greater speed, arrived at the three-point arc ahead of Bosch. He did not launch an immediate attack, but instead dribbled while beckoning Bosch with a finger. Come on, come here. Suze called out. Bosch and Oppo's face twitched, his expression darkening. I will guard you fiercely this time. He resolved silently, sprinting towards Suze. Seeing Bosch charge at him, Suze smiled enigmatically, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Come, young man, allow me to impart a valuable lesson. Suze mused inwardly. Chapter 88. I am like the sun. Crisp. Bosch charged towards Suze with all his might, arms outstretched, positioning himself perfectly for defense. Are you ready? Suze inquired, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he locked eyes with Bosch, sensing the anger simmering within. Taken aback by the question, Bosch retorted, enough chatter. Of course, I and Oppo's am ready. Dribbling the ball, Suze chuckled and nodded. That's splendid. I wouldn't want you to claim I'm bullying you before you and Oppo's reset. Since you and Oppo's re-prepared. Brace yourself for the onslaught. Bosch, nearly incensed to the point of collapse, muttered under his breath, what a show-off. Suze shrugged. I'd rather not flaunt. But my prowess simply won't allow it. If only there were a block of tofu nearby, Bosch would have loved to smash his head against it. As Suze finished speaking, he launched his attack. With the ball in his right hand, he executed a floating shot combined with a drag step, creating an immediate threat of penetration. Bosch, fully focused, shifted his defensive weight to follow Suze and Oppo's movements. Without hesitation, Suze made a significant change of direction, transferring the ball to his left hand while accelerating towards the left. Bosch, unwilling to lag behind, matched Suze and Oppo's pace. However, as Bosch adjusted his defensive stance, Suze performed an anticipatory change of direction without losing speed. The consecutive sweeping moves triggered a Durant-like double shift action, effectively shaking Bosch off balance. Bosch stumbled and fell to the ground, while above Suze, the silver badge of ankles Terminator illuminated. The audience erupted in a collective gasp, awestruck by Suze's dazzling maneuver. Such a masterful display of dual shifts was remarkable. The rhythm and speed were impeccable, executed without a hint of deceleration. Nice. Suze and Oppo's skill set is truly extensive. As the crowd marveled, Suze successfully breached Bosch and Oppo's defense. Yet, at that moment, an alert chimed in Suze's mind. Ding. System notification. The host is initiating an attack outside of the agreed parameters. Ding. Please cease immediately, or the scoring task will be automatically cancelled. Suze rolled his eyes. I'm well aware. Thanks for the reminder. With a clear path ahead, he could easily score 2 points with a layup. Yet, unexpectedly, Suze pivoted and dashed toward the right side of the 3-second zone. Positioned near the elbow, he refrained from shooting immediately and turned to shout at Bosch. Hey, come defend. I'm about to score. His actions puzzled the audience. What was Suze thinking? Why not just finish the play? This was sheer humiliation. Suze was intent on utterly dominating Bosch. As the spectators gasped in disbelief, Bosch scrambled to his feet, furious, charging at Suze. Damn it. You dare to mock me by not scoring? You will pay for this. With Bosch barreling toward him like an enraged bull, Suze remained unfazed. Just as Bosch reached him, Suze executed a mid-range shot that found its mark. Yet, even as Suze released the ball, Bosch showed no signs of slowing down. He was still simmering with rage. Unable to tolerate the series of humiliations, Bosch crashed into Suze, who had just landed. However, Suze was prepared. He absorbed the impact and, as he landed, propelled himself forcefully toward Bosch. The two collided with considerable force. Though both were slender, Suze and Oppo's strength prevailed, sending Bosch sprawling while Suze stood firm and scathed. Youngster, if you wish to engage in a battle of strength, you have much to learn, Suze remarked, wagging a finger playfully at the fallen Bosch. Rising in fury, Bosch shouted. You bastard. I'll make you pay. Come on. I will not let you succeed. Outmatched in strength and skill, Bosch and Oppo's composure shattered. Were it not for his draft prospects, he would have charged at Suze in a fit of rage. Suze chuckled, picking up the basketball to continue his assault. He showed no mercy this time, employing his deft back-to-basket techniques, scoring effortlessly against Bosch's defense. Soon, Suze had made 3 consecutive baskets, bringing the score to 4-1. How about that? Are you convinced yet? Suze grinned, glancing at Bosch. Bosch's face flushed with embarrassment as he glared at Suze. He had given his all defensively, yet Suze's dominance was undeniable. Regardless of his efforts, he simply could not thwart Suze's shots. The back-to-basket shooting was a nightmare. Every angle and every position resulted in a certain score. This was truly terrifying. Bosch felt his confidence wane, yet he refused to concede. He shook his head vigorously. No way. I will surpass you one day. Suze beamed brighter at this proclamation. Unfortunately for you, it's midday. You cannot surpass me now. Bosch paused, then grasped Suze and Oppos's implication. If one day referred to time, then midday was also a temporal marker. In this moment, he stood no chance against Suze. Indeed, I shine like the sun, forever keeping time at noon, Suze added. Bosch was left both amused and frustrated. This guy was insufferably arrogant. Without further ado, Suze initiated another offensive charge. Once again, he executed his skilled back-to-basket footwork, cleanly sealing the final point. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Suze basked in the glory of victory. Chapter 89: The Sole Tactic in the Wake of Campus Event Invitations. Suze triumphed successively over Jason Williams and rising star Chris Bosch. Consequently, Suze once again became the darling of the media. A media team led by female journalist Maria and the bearded reporter John Bonner began to lavish praise and coverage on Suze. After all, Suze had captivated these 2 reporters with his outstanding performances, compelling them to willingly report on him. As for the recent fervent displays of Suze, both on and off the court, how did the team react to their opponent? Prior to the 3rd game of the Eastern Conference Finals, reporters surrounded Doug Rivers, the head coach of the Magic, by the court. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Rivers, with his round head reminiscent of a watermelon, became the focal point of attention. He grinned broadly, his face betraying an unmistakable excitement. Amazing was the only term he could conjure to describe Suze. His performance, both on and off the court, is truly astonishing and undeniably eye-catching. Rivers could not help but sing Suze and Oppos's praises. Who could resist adoring such a young, talented, and exceptionally humble superstar who unites his teammates? The only consideration was how to retain Suze, whose contract was set to expire this summer. Mr. Rivers. At this juncture in the series, regardless of where the Magic may stand, the issue of renewing Suze and Oppos's contract this summer looms large. Is the management contemplating a maximum salary extension for him? The reporters seemed to be mind readers, posing such pointed inquiries as if they were privy to Rivers' thoughts. We are solely focused on the present. Future matters will be addressed in due course, Rivers replied in a manner that was decidedly official, leaving no room for the reporters to exploit. Given Suze and Oppos's current standout performance, is he not the undisputed leader of the team? Another reporter seized the moment, throwing a more incisive question into the fray. Rivers felt a twinge of discomfort. This could easily put him in a precarious position, potentially offending both Suze and McGrady. As the head coach, alienating players could lead to discord within the locker room, spiraling the team into chaos. Rivers pursed his lips, preparing to respond, when Suze and Oppos's voice unexpectedly chimed in. Allow me to answer that question on behalf of the coach. Suze flashed a broad smile, revealing a perfect set of white teeth. Having just finished his warm-up routine, he had intended to sit on the sidelines to collect his reward for a previous task. But instead, he found himself addressing the unethical inquiry from the reporter. Upon hearing Suze and Oppos's voice, all reporters swiftly turned their attention towards him. Rivers watched nervously, aware that Suze was no longer the mere water cooler attendant or an insignificant figure. He had transformed into a scorching superstar within the NBA. Meanwhile, McGrady remained recuperating in a hospital in Orlando. As the newly crowned sensation, Suze possessed both the capability and the stature to assert himself as the team's unequivocal leader. However, such a declaration could easily ruffle McGrady's feathers. Rivers, appearing hesitant, contemplated dissuading Suze from adopting too ostentatious a stance, seemingly attuned to Rivers' thoughts. Suze offered him a reassuring smile. Recognizing this gesture, Rivers felt a wave of relief wash over him, recalling Suze's typical humility and modesty in the locker room. Sue, please provide your perspective on this matter. Indeed, Sue, the reporters pressed, do you believe you have become the leader of the team? With his characteristic smile, Suze responded, We are a team, and our goal is to win. Therefore, anyone can assume a leadership role as long as it is in the interest of the team. Of course, if you are referring to our undeniable leader, that title belongs to T-Mac, as his prowess is evident to all. In emphasizing team basketball, Suze simultaneously championed McGrady as the unquestioned leader of the Magic. Despite his own remarkable performances, he acknowledged that his tenure in the league had been too brief to claim absolute leadership. Experience was essential. Even someone as formidable as LeBron James, the chosen one in the NBA, had to defer to the veteran Ricky Davis. The NBA is a league that rewards strength, as well as experience. As a rookie, Suze was fully aware of this reality. Upon hearing Suze's answer, Rivers finally exhaled, relieved that he had maintained the interests of all Magic players. Suze had lauded each individual while deliberately elevating McGrady, ensuring that no one else felt slighted. With a smile, Suze shrugged. I think this interview should conclude here. I need to discuss today and Oppo's strategy with the coach, so I apologize for taking my leave. In high spirits, Suze did not lash out at the media. He and Rivers quickly departed the throng. Sue well answered. Once they were away from the crowd, Rivers gave Suze a thumbs up. Just SOSO, really? I always feel a headache coming on when faced with these reporters. They tend to pose such sharp questions. Suze lamented, shaking his head in resignation. These journalists will go to any lengths for clicks. Let's set the interview aside for now. The game is about to commence. Do you have any valuable suggestions? Rivers inquired cheerfully. Suze's tactics of infinite switches into one-on-four defense had yielded commendable results in the previous 2 games. Coupled with man-to-man defensive strategies, these various defensive schemes had kept the Nets on their toes. In the last game, the Nets had attempted to counter the Magic strategy with their own infinite switches. Had it not been for Suze's tireless performance, the Magic might have faced dire consequences. At this point, there is little we can adjust. Everyone knows the playbook. The only tactic is, I won't take a break, Suze said with a casual shrug. His refusal to rest signified a relentless battle for every second on the court, a demand that would profoundly test his resolve in the high-stakes environment of the playoffs. Chapter 90. A lesson for you. The exhilarating 3rd game of the Eastern Conference Finals is about to commence. I wonder if everyone is prepared. My heart, however, is already racing with anticipation. Sitting in the commentary booth, the ever-smiling Zhang Weiping remarked, his hand resting on his chest. Indeed, I too feel a twinge of nervousness. This is the 3rd game of the Eastern Conference Finals, a grand stage where players from the Dragon Nation have showcased their prowess as absolute key players. Not only are the eyes of the beautiful nation fixed on this match, but I am confident that millions of fans from the Dragon Nation are also eagerly watching. They are all waiting for the outcome of today's game, keenly observing whether player Suze can deliver another spectacular performance. With a steady tone, Yu-Jia continued. As the voices of the 2 commentators rise alongside the cheers from the fans in the Waterhouse Center, the players from both teams have gathered near the center circle. Clad in the blue and white jersey of the Magic, adorned with the number 7, Suze has undoubtedly become the center of attention, whether on or off the court. He has been the talk of the town these past few days, the most dazzling rising star in the NBA. Everyone is watching to see if Suze can shine today. This system still hasn't dispensed the rewards. It's truly slacking off. While everyone focuses on Suze, he can't help but lament about his system. This lazy system has always been notorious for its lethargy. Suze opened the system, and a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the previous task and earned 80 badge points. Ding. As there was no hidden task last time, you will not receive an action pack as a reward. Upon hearing this, Suze pouted, his expression reflecting his displeasure. You lazy and stingy system, I really wonder how you managed to become a system at all. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. Ding. System notification. The host should feel fortunate. The system next door has self-destructed due to emotional distress. Ding. Please take good care of yourself, host. What the hell? Suze's irritation escalated. You dare to threaten me? Go ahead and self-destruct. I'd like to see it. The system fell silent, petrified by Suze's fierce demeanor. With a snort, Suze thought to himself that if it weren't for the imminent start of the match, he would have given the system a piece of his mind. Glancing at the remaining 80 badge points in the upper right corner, he suddenly remembered that the rewards from the 2nd game of the Eastern Conference Finals had yet to be dispensed. Don't play dead, you system. You still haven't issued the rewards from the 2nd game. Ding. Thank you for the reminder, host. I have forgotten. Are you kidding me? If it weren't for the fact that the system is intangible, I would have pulled it out and given it a good beating to vent my frustration. How could you forget this? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the tasks for the second game of the Eastern Conference Finals and earned 80 badge points. Upon hearing this, Suze's mood lifted considerably. Now that's more like it. With a sudden total of 160 badge points, Suze felt an overwhelming sense of wealth. He didn't rush to click on the respective badges, as he knew he had to use them wisely. Ding. Task issued. In the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals, do not shoot three-pointers, do not enter the 3-second zone, and achieve at least 30 points, 5 assists, and 5 rebounds. Upon hearing the system's task, Suze couldn't help but roll his eyes. This isn't a one-on-one match against Chris Bosh. This is the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals. Achieving 35-5 stats solely through mid-range shots without attempting three-pointers or entering the 3-second zone is indeed a considerable challenge. Ding. Hidden task issued. Achieve the stats while winning the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals. Winning solely through mid-range shots? The difficulty is no small feat. Taking a deep breath, Suze accepted both tasks. The more challenging, the more exciting it becomes. He closed the system and cast a cold smile at his opponents on the court. Hey, are you not taking a break today? Just then, Jason Kidd approached Suze with a mischievous grin. Don't forget, you're not invincible. 2 consecutive games without rest. And you've been participating in activities during your leisure time. TSK, your body is under immense strain. It's easy to get injured. Understanding that Suze excels in psychological warfare on the court, Kidd aimed to undermine Suze's confidence with his preemptive remarks. He was well aware of Suze's activities over the past few days, hence his attempt to shake Suze and amp Oppo's resolve. Despite Suze being equipped with a system that surpasses ordinary individuals in physical ability, the toll of consecutive games had indeed left him fatigued, especially after 2 high-intensity playoff matches. Aside from brief breaks during timeouts, Suze had not had a moment to catch his breath. Furthermore, he needed to carry the offensive load for his team, which meant expending considerable energy against the aggressive defensive pressure of the opponents. No worries, Suze shrugged. Once I eliminate you, I'll have plenty of time to rest. Of course, the same goes for you. When it comes to trash talk, Suze has never backed down. We're already 2-0 ahead. A break is just around the corner. He flashed a bright smile at Kidd, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Kidd, taken aback by Suze's words, felt his face flush with anger. Despite his usually calm demeanor, the current deficit was beginning to weigh on him. Hearing Suze's taunts only added to his frustration. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. Tonight, I want to enter your 3-second zone, nor will I shoot three-pointers. In the Waterhouse Center, I intend to honor Jordan by taking a 3-0 lead, Suze said with a beaming smile. Kidd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hey guys, did you hear that? This kid has lost it. He claims he won shoot three-pointers or enter the 3-second zone. He defeat us with only mid-range shots. Haha. The other players from the Nets joined in the laughter. Standing near the center circle, they all heard Suze's declaration. While they acknowledged Suze's talent, the idea of defeating the Nets solely with mid-range shots seemed utterly absurd. The Magic players were equally astonished, yet they unconditionally believed in Suze. Suze shrugged, glancing at the Nets players who were laughing heartily. With a casual demeanor, he merely stated, "Don't laugh. I'll give you a lesson shortly." Chapter 91, Come on. Keep defending. With the sound of the whistle, the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals commenced. The referee tossed the basketball high into the air, and the centers from both teams leapt to contest it. The center for the Magic swiftly redirected the ball towards their half of the court. The Magic seized the ball first, initiating the game's opening offense. Defend. Do not be swayed by Sue's deceptive words. Jason Kidd, the Nets core player, urged his teammates as the opposing players advanced. They had already witnessed Sue's terrifying prowess in the previous match. At this stage of the series, no one dared to underestimate Sue any longer. They needed to double-team him and impose greater physicality. Rest assured, I will tightly bind him. Jefferson, responsible for closely guarding Sue, responded loudly from behind Kidd. He wrapped one arm around Sue while using the other to intertwine with Sue's side, their limbs entangled. It was all about physical confrontation. Jefferson exerted himself to deplete Sue and amp Oppo's stamina using every method available. Sue, give it up. From now on, scoring will not come easy for you, and the Magic will lose, Jefferson declared, determined to exhaust Sue. But Sue and Oppo's expression remained stoic as he retorted, "You are no match for me." With that, he summoned his strength. Breaking free from Jefferson and Oppo's grasp and, utilizing a screen from his center, maneuvered from the left three-point line towards the elbow area on the right. The Nets adhered to a strategy of tight defense. On Suze and Apos' path, one or two defenders always shadowed him. No matter who he passed, a Nets defender would tug at him or position themselves to obstruct his movement. Yet, even under such pressure, Suze managed to reach the designated spot. This defensive strategy allowed Jefferson to keep pace with Suze, ensuring he maintained his defensive position. This time, the Nets refrained from their reckless switching defense strategy. Their previous attempts had been dismantled by Suze's unanswerable isolation plays. Hence, Coach Byron Scott implemented a localized switching strategy, focusing on closely guarding Suze. Over here, as Suze positioned himself with his back to the basket, extending his arms to receive the ball, Kidd, who had been guarding the Magic and Apos as point guard, suddenly rushed in to double-team Suze. Kidd and Jefferson trapped Suze between them, akin to wrapping dumplings. Look, the Nets have altered their defense. They are not switching, but preemptively double-teaming Suze off the ball. How intriguing, exclaimed commentator Zhang Weiping upon witnessing this play. On the court, with Kidd leaving his assignment to assist in trapping Suze, Magic's point guard Jacques Vaughn found himself wide open. What should I do now? He pondered, momentarily at a loss. After all, Vaughn and Apos' role on the Magic was to bring the ball across half-court and then pass to the star player. His three-point shooting ability was nearly non-existent. During the regular season, he had a dismal shooting percentage of just 23.5, with a meager average of 0.4 attempts per game. For Vaughn, shooting a three-pointer was akin to relinquishing possession. Drive. Breakthrough. Suze shouted to Vaughn from his trapped position. Suze understood that Vaughn's three-point shooting was negligible, but his mid-range and driving capabilities were decent enough to draw defensive attention and create opportunities for his teammates. Vaughn, suddenly awakened, realized that throughout the preceding games, he had primarily focused on passing to Suze, watching him execute plays. He would only shoot if the opportunity was exceptional or if he was adequately prepared. This situation, where Suze was being double-teamed immediately, was unprecedented in the series. Upon hearing Suze and Apos' call, Vaughn quickly gripped the ball with his left hand and drove towards the center. As expected, Vaughn's penetration drew the Nets' defense as Kidd's absence left a gap that needed filling. Seizing the opportunity, Vaughn passed the ball to a teammate stationed beyond the arc, who was wide open. Simultaneously, Suze exerted his strength, breaking free from the entrapment of Jefferson and Kidd, swiftly moving out about a meter beyond the three-point line. Jefferson pursued closely from behind, while Kidd abandoned his double team to chase after Vaughn. The Nets achieved their objective. They prevented Suze from receiving the ball comfortably. However, despite the detour, Suze emerged unchallenged at a position just beyond the three-point line. He successfully circled out and joined his teammate at the top of the arc. "Pass me the ball. I will initiate the offense," Suze called out to his teammates. Gordon Jirasek, understanding the cue, executed a handoff, delivering the basketball into Suze's hands. Just then, the Nets decisively switched their defense. Corey Kittles, guarding Jirasek, swiftly moved to intercept Suze. As Suze caught the ball, he planted his feet and lifted his hands to make a shooting motion. Kittles, fully focused, was caught off guard by Suze's action and leaped, deceived by Suze's formidable three-point threat. Seeing Kittles fly past him, Suze quickly transitioned to the next move, holding the ball in his left hand, driving towards the basket. Kenny Martin, originally stationed in the paint, abandoned his assignment to assist in defending against Suze's drive. But just as Suze approached, he abruptly halted at the free throw line. He leaped high, donning the number 7 jersey, resembling the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, and released the basketball with precision. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air before swishing through the net. "Come on, keep defending me. I will crush you all," Suze exclaimed, spreading his arms wide in a relaxed gesture, while simultaneously taunting the Nets players. Chapter 92. Darn it. He has outsmarted me again. Under the high-pressure defensive strategy of the Nets, Suze nonetheless assisted the Magic in scoring first. After making the basket, Suze audaciously taunted the Nets players. Kenyon Martin, who had been thoroughly outplayed by Suze, could only glare at him in silent fury. Observing Suze's brazen demeanor, the Magic fans in the arena erupted in thunderous cheers. The game had only just begun. It was essential to maintain composure. In the backcourt, Jason Kidd, possessing the ball, shouted to his teammates. Drawing upon the experiences from the previous 2 games, Kidd faced away from the front court, flanked by 2 teammates for support, determined to prevent Suze from pressuring him as he crossed half-court. However, this time Suze opted not to apply immediate pressure on Kidd. He intended to conserve his energy for offense, only choosing to engage defensively at the opportune moment. as Kidd crossed half court and began orchestrating the Nets and Oppo's offense. His teammates continuously moved to create space, while the Magic players abandoned their switch defense in favor of a man-to-man strategy, with Suze closely shadowing Kidd, leaving the latter with no breathing room. Zone defense? Too simple for me, Kidd retorted, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Well, let us see you break it. Should you fail, we will counterattack, Suze replied with a relaxed demeanor. Although Suze appeared at ease, internally, he felt anything but. Aware of Kidd's tactical prowess and his adeptness at dismantling defenses, Suze remained glued to Kidd, denying him any opportunity to handle the ball easily. Kidd dribbled with his right hand while signaling towards the free throw line with his left. His keen judgment aimed to exploit the gaps in the zone defense, with the area near the free throw line being the prime target. Understanding the cue, Martin swiftly moved from the elbow area toward the free throw line. Meanwhile, Jefferson, lurking on the weak side, cut sharply through the baseline, preparing to receive the ball. The Nets' offensive players were fully engaged, with Kidd now pressed near the three-point line, meticulously scanning for opportunities. Now, seizing the moment, Kidd aimed to pass the ball, but just as he was about to release it, the Magic players abandoned their zone alignment, opting instead for a double team, flanking Kidd on either side. With the Magic players obstructing Kidd and Oppo's passing lane, he decisively retracted his pass. At that instant, Suze collided forcefully with Kidd, disrupting his ability to maintain control of the ball, forcing him to halt his dribble and clutch the basketball tightly. Support! Support! Kidd yelled at his teammates. Switch defense! Suze echoed to those behind him. This was evidently a tactic the Magic had rehearsed. As Kidd was pressured into a stop and faced with intense physical confrontation, the Magic players swiftly transitioned from a man-to-4 strategy to a strict man-to-man defense, each locating their respective opponents. The Magic players relentlessly pursued the Nets, denying them any opportunity to regain possession easily. Damn it, Kidd cursed internally, realizing that his orchestrations had been in vain. In desperation, he leaped high and forcefully hurled the basketball at Suze's legs, hoping that it would bounce out of bounds due to proximity to the sideline. However, Kidd underestimated Suze and Oppo's reflexes in a split second. Suze deftly evaded the ball and snatched it into his grasp. Thanks for the pass. Consider it an assist. Suze grinned mischievously at Kidd. The Magic and Oppo's defensive strategy had evidently succeeded. Kidd felt as though he might choke on his own frustration. After all his efforts, he had inadvertently become a pawn. With the ball in hand, Suze surged towards the opponent's half of the court. Clad in the number 7 jersey, he resembled a nimble cheetah, racing with astonishing speed. The Nets players strained to keep up, but Suze was simply too swift. He reached the three-point line, and just as everyone anticipated a powerful dunk to conclude the offensive play, Suze unexpectedly halted near the free throw line. What on earth? Magic head coach Doc Rivers was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. Go for the layup. Charge the basket. Why halt at such an easy scoring opportunity? Not only Rivers, but everyone present was astonished by Suze and Oppo's enigmatic maneuver. Darn it, this kid is showing off again. A player from the Nets and Oppo's bench couldn't and Oppo's help but exclaim. Indeed. Step aside a bit. He is about to flaunt his skills. Suze deliberately paused at the free throw line, not rushing to shoot but instead cradling the basketball under his right arm, turning to face the Nets players who had given up the chase. Come on. Don't give up. I'm easy to defend against, Suze called out with a smirk. Damn it. The Nets players, previously prepared to abandon their defense, were ignited with rage by Suze's taunts. They sprinted toward him with all their might. Seeing them accelerate, Suze's smile widened. Regrettably, you cannot defend against me. Isn't that infuriating? Facing the basket once more, as the Nets players bore down on him, he casually released the basketball, not even jumping, resembling a free throw practice. Huh. Suze is toying with the Nets players, exclaimed commentator Zhang Weiping, unable to contain his laughter. This is truly a psychological game. They are rushing to defend, yet they cannot succeed. Zhang praised Suze profusely. Simultaneously, Suze's nearly practice-like shots swished through the net, once again securing 2 points for the Magic. You see, I offered you an opportunity, yet you remained ineffective. After completing his shot, Suze spread his arms wide toward the Nets players, feigning a look of exasperation. Chapter 93. The no-ball double-team. Suze's formidable performance and relentless provocations towards the Nets players have ignited their frustration and urgency. Trailing significantly with a score of 0-2, The Nets continuously launched attacks through pick-and-roll plays in the ensuing game. However, when faced with the Magic's relentless switching defense, the Nets, lacking a sharp offensive edge, often found themselves in scoring predicaments. With Kidd and Martin's connection faltering and Jefferson's limited one-on-one capabilities, the Nets' offense became increasingly arduous. On the contrary, despite the Nets and Oppo's stringent defense aimed at him, Suze consistently found ways to score for the Magic through his adept movement and shooting fakes, often stopping on a dime for mid-range shots. By the end of the third quarter, buoyed by Suze's dominant display, the Magic led with a score of 69-55, enjoying a 14-point advantage. Witnessing such a substantial lead, Magic head coach Doc Rivers finally exhaled in relief. Had it not been for Suze's defensive insights, it would have been quite challenging for the Magic's current roster to contain the opponent's offense one-on-one. The same could be said for their offensive efforts. Without Suze and Oppo's stellar performance, the Magic would not be enjoying such a lead. Well done. Rivers praised Suze with a thumbs up during the break. You and Oppo's VE already secured a 14-point lead. Should you take a rest? Rivers inquired, seeking Suze's opinion. His teammates looked on in admiration. Suze's Ironman attributes and robust display had earned him increasing respect from the Magic players. This second-round rookie from the Dragon Kingdom had undoubtedly become one of the team's cornerstones. No need. Suze stubbornly shook his head. Coach, I can still play. I want to battle alongside my teammates. His tone was resolute. Suze understood that the Nets, facing a substantial deficit, would not concede in the fourth quarter. With Kidd, Martin, and Jefferson forming a formidable trio, a fierce comeback was likely in the final period. Losing this game would mean the end of the season for the Nets, historically. No team has ever overcome a 0-3 deficit. Suze was acutely aware of the Magic's capabilities. Resting could easily allow the 14-point margin to evaporate, rendering the effort of the previous 3 quarters futile. All right, I respect your decision, Rivers nodded in agreement. As the whistle blew, the fourth quarter commenced. This final period not only determined the outcome of the game but also the fate of the entire series. Securing victory would mean the Magic had advanced to the finals. Conversely, if the Nets clinched a win, it would keep their hopes alive in the series. Suze would not grant his opponents such an opportunity. Look, Suze hasn't taken a break, exclaimed commentator Zhang Weiping as Suze re-entered the game. His astonishment was echoed by the Magic fans at the Waterhouse Center, who gasped in disbelief. Goodness, Suze is still on the court. It's simply incredible. Indeed, it is quite admirable. Suze's perseverance is remarkable. He truly is an Iron Man. The fans erupted in applause, genuinely respecting the second-round rookie from the Dragon Kingdom. I thought you would take a break, Kidd whispered as he approached Suze on the court. Suze chuckled. I'm here to help you all go fishing. As an opponent, Suze never made it easy for the other side. Huh, that's amusing. Trust me. Soon you'll be too exhausted to score against our defense, Kidd replied with a casual laugh, though his eyes glinted with intensity. This seasoned veteran, well-versed in the league and Oppo's nuances, was prepared to intensify his efforts in the fourth quarter, fully aware that the current scenario was not favorable for the Nets. Is that so? But let us not forget, I've already racked up 32 points, all from mid-range. Suze shrugged nonchalantly. My promises are always kept. I hope you won't let me down. After finishing his statement, Suze disregarded Kidd and moved to his half of the court. He positioned himself near the midline, loudly calling out to the Nets players, "Come on, let me shatter you." As Suze initiated the first offensive play of the fourth quarter, 2 Nets players swiftly approached, opting to double-team him in the backcourt. Unfazed by the aggressive defense, Suze quickly passed the ball to a teammate who had just inbound from the baseline. Yet, the Nets players did not relent. They continued to tightly shadow Suze, though the intensity of their double team slightly lessened. One defender positioned himself strategically along Suze and Oppo's passing lane, ready to disrupt any potential assists to him, while remaining poised to assist in containing the ball handler. Look, the Nets have changed tactics right from the start of the fourth, exclaimed commentator Yujiya. The Nets and Oppo's decision to double-team Suze off the ball was unexpected. They aimed to prevent him from scoring easily in the fourth quarter. Even if Suze managed to receive the ball through his movement, he would likely expend significant energy. As Suze faced this unanticipated pressure, the Magic's offense found itself stymied once more. Throughout the first 3 quarters, although Suze had endured intense defensive pressure, he had leveraged his relentless movement to draw defenders, creating opportunities for both himself and his teammates. However, with the Nets now directly double-teaming him off the ball, the Magic players were caught off guard. Offense. Initiate the attack. Suze shouted to his teammates. Be decisive. His encouragement spurred them into action. Upon hearing Suze and Oppo's rallying cry, his teammates shed their hesitation and surged toward the net's interior. The Nets players responsible for the double team made only a token effort to disrupt the Magic's ball handler before quickly reverting to their focus on Suze. Instantly, other Nets players joined in, using 3 to defend against the remaining 4 Magic players. The Magic's other players found it challenging to convert their aggressive attempts, which was the primary reason the Nets felt confident in employing such a defensive strategy. Chapter 94, the final showdown. As the fourth quarter of Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals commenced, Suze, the unequivocal core of offense and defense for the Magic, donned his number 7 jersey and immediately faced a double team from the Nets. Despite Suze and Oppo's relentless off-ball movement, he was perpetually shadowed by 2 defenders, making it exceedingly challenging for him to receive the ball. With Suze's assistance absent on the offensive end, the Magic struggled to capitalize on their opportunities. Even in a 3-on-4 scenario, they failed to convert, leaving the basket untouched. The Nets, employing this defensive strategy for several consecutive possessions, effectively stifled the Magic's offensive efforts. Conversely, under the leadership of Kidd, the Nets orchestrated their offense to draw Suze's defender into the corner. Regardless of whom Suze was defending, that player would inevitably find themselves relegated to the weak side corner, allowing the ball to be swiftly transferred to the strong side, denying Suze any chance to assist or guard effectively. This tactical approach enabled the Nets to score 8 points within 4 possessions, narrowing the gap to a mere 6 points. On the sidelines, Magic head coach Doc Rivers could no longer remain composed. Witnessing the Nets execute a stellar defensive play followed by a brilliant offensive maneuver, he promptly called a timeout. Rivers shook his head repeatedly, his expression a portrait of urgency. It was evident that the Nets had discovered a method to dismantle their strategy. I must alter the course of this game. The current situation is far too passive. Rivers silently resolved. The Magic players, demoralized by their offensive struggles and unable to establish a targeted defense, hung their heads in despair. However, as a master of motivation, Doc Rivers' first order of business was to uplift his team's spirits. Gentlemen, you have performed admirably. We simply need to refine a few details. While they are closing the gap, we still hold a 6-point lead, which remains advantageous for us. Instead of reprimanding his players, Rivers chose to encourage them. In a high-pressure, tense environment, criticism would only weigh heavier on their minds. From this moment forth, we must leverage off-ball screens more effectively. Remember, exhaust those 24 seconds. No matter who takes the final shot, we must abandon the pursuit of offensive rebounds and swiftly transition to defense. Rivers initiated a shift in their offensive strategy. The Magic and Oppo's previous offensive efforts had been hasty, granting the Nets opportunities for fast breaks due to careless long rebounds. By consuming the full 24 seconds, they could not only drain time, but also utilize off-ball movement and screens to wear down their opponents physically. And above all, we must ensure the ball finds Suze and Oppo's hands. Remember, screens, and more screens. Rivers exclaimed passionately. The Magic players nodded in agreement, fully aware that without Suze's offensive contributions, their current performance was nothing short of a disaster. On the defensive end, Rivers gazed helplessly at the players seated on the bench. Apart from the defensive stalwart Suze, their defensive capabilities were limited. Against the seasoned and cohesive Nets, they appeared utterly defenseless. Utilize physicality on defense. Relentlessly wear them down. Before Rivers could finish, Suze interjected, "Brothers, do not fear fouling. Even if we commit fouls, we must never allow them a comfortable shot." His gaze was resolute, radiating fierce determination. "But do not harm our opponents. Play tough, but clean. Remember, we are playing basketball, not boxing. By judiciously employing our physicality, I believe we can elevate our defensive intensity." Rivers nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, Suze is right. Our defense must be formidable. Let them know that the Magic's front line is not easily breached." As Rivers concluded his statement, the sound signaling the end of the timeout resonated. As a master of motivation, Rivers had limited tactical options. His strength lay in providing psychological support to his players and adjusting their overarching strategies while maintaining the execution of their game plan. As both teams returned to the court, Rivers briefly detained Suze. "If it becomes overwhelming, do not hesitate to step back. I will substitute you to conserve your energy for Game 4. Rivers had mentally prepared for the worst. Suze flashed a confident smile. "Coach, the word give up does not exist in my vocabulary. The court is a battlefield, even in death. I will charge forward. His eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve, ready to sacrifice everything. Securing a commanding 3-0 lead would effectively ensure the Magic's triumph in the series. Rejoining the court, Suze positioned himself near the sideline, awaiting his teammates to inbound the ball. The Nets and Oppos, defenders immediately converged upon him, flanking him like a sandwich, trapping him in between. Still not giving up? Let me tell you, not only in this game but throughout this series, your defeat is inevitable, Jefferson proclaimed with utmost confidence. Suze calmly chuckled. Is that so? Why not put it to the test? You can say that after you've defeated me. He dismissed Jefferson's taunts. Knowing that futile struggle would only lead to disappointment, Jefferson smirked, wearing a mocking grin, emboldened by the Nets' recent 8-point surge that had shrunk the deficit to 6. A tremendous morale boost for his team. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled the start of play. 2 Magic players, previously stationed at the front, sprinted towards Suze, executing screens on either side. The Nets, caught off guard by this sudden maneuver, could not respond in time. Utilizing the screens, Suze swiftly evaded his defender, positioning himself near the midcourt line. The Magic players on the sideline, understanding the cue, promptly passed the ball to him. Chapter 95. Witness my performance through his teammates and Oppos, screens. Suze swiftly maneuvered to the midcourt position, successfully receiving the sideline ball from his ally. Upon catching the ball, he immediately accelerated towards the front court to initiate an offense. At that moment, there were 3 players from the Magic in the backcourt and 2 players from the Nets, leaving only 1 other Magic player alongside Suze in the front court, while the Nets still had 3 players remaining. As Suze advanced with the ball, Jason Kidd, the Nets core player, shouted to the other 2 teammates positioned ahead. Get up there, double-team Suze. The 2 remaining Nets players, upon hearing Kidd's call, rushed towards Suze. Kenyon Martin and Jason Collins swiftly approached him from either side. Martin, being slightly faster, positioned himself in front of Suze, who had already dribbled to the 3-point line. Seeing Kenyon Martin closing in, Suze remained calm, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh. ISN and Oppos, this a familiar face? Looking to be toyed with again? He taunted Martin. Martin and Oppos' face flushed with embarrassment, recalling the humiliating past encounters with Suze, causing his body to stiffen momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Suze executed a swift change of direction, lowering his center of gravity to effortlessly glide past Martin. Your defense is feeble. Getting past you is as easy as crossing the road in the morning. Suze scoffed as he slipped by Martin, relishing the moment. After bypassing Martin, Nets center Jason Collins surged forward. However, due to his slower pace, he lagged half a step behind Martin. Collins stretched out his arms and roared as he charged at Suze, attempting to intimidate him into making a mistake. Yet, Suze showed no signs of fear. Upon spotting Collins, he continued his advance without hesitation, effortlessly faking him out with a deft maneuver. At that moment, the icons for Deron Williams' double crossover moves in the silver badge ankle terminator illuminated above Suze's head. With both icons activated, an open path lay ahead of him. He had broken through. This marked Suze and Oppos' first significant offensive threat since the start of the 4th quarter. Zhang Weiping, the commentator, was more exhilarated than anyone else. His excitement palpable as he shouted, his cheeks slightly flushed. A player from Dragon Country demonstrating such formidable prowess on the NBA playoff stage was unprecedented. Having witnessed Suze and Oppos' struggle to find his rhythm, Zhang Weiping had felt anxious for him. Drive in and dunk one to boost morale, he urged enthusiastically. Not only Zhang Weiping, but the fans in the arena and every Dragon Country supporter watching from home eagerly anticipated Suze finishing this hard-earned offensive play with a powerful dunk. However, Suze did not charge towards the paint. Instead, he swiftly positioned himself near the free throw line and executed a sudden mid-range jump shot. The basketball soared gracefully through the air, arching beautifully before swishing through the net. 2 points. The deficit was once again reduced to 8. After scoring, Suze refrained from excessive celebration, his expression stoic as he quickly retreated on defense. His eyes reflected a wild, cold intensity. On the defensive end, rather than marking his assigned opponent, Suze loudly alerted his teammates, zone defense. 1-on-4 zone. He then sprinted towards Jason Kidd, who had just brought the ball to midcourt. Suze's approach was fierce and unexpectedly sudden. It had been a long time since he had pressured Kidd this aggressively. Consequently, not only did the Nets players fail to react in time, but even Kidd himself was caught off guard. Suze's sudden advance positioned him perfectly. He applied pressure with his upper body while securing his lower body. Kid was jolted by the forceful contact, nearly losing his balance. In that instant, Suze surged forward and intercepted the ball from Kid's hands. Although Suze lacked any badges related to steals, his keen judgment allowed him to successfully execute the theft during Kid and Oppo's moment of instability. Opportunities may be scarce, but when they arise, Suze was always ready to seize them. He has stolen it. Suze has stolen the ball. Lin Yu in the stands erupted with excitement upon witnessing Suze's steal. Go, son. Help the team secure victory. Suze's mother, typically poised and graceful, now fervently cheered for her son. Suze seemed to hear the supportive shouts from his family and friends as he bolted towards the front court. The Nets players, witnessing Kid and Oppo's ball being stolen, appeared utterly disheartened. Suze reached the front court but chose not to dunk. Instead, he paused near the free throw line. He did not immediately take a shot but instead cradled the basketball in his arm and turned to face the Nets players. Weren't we supposed to finish this game? Is this all you and Oppo's got? Come on. Upon hearing Suze and Oppo's taunts, the Nets players grew even more infuriated. I was ready to give up, but alas, your skills are lacking. Even when given a chance, you still falter. Suze feigned a look of exasperation while mockingly ridiculing the Nets players. Frustrated, the Nets players rushed to defend Suze. However, just as they began their charge, Suze effortlessly released a shot, executing a move reminiscent of a free throw practice. Now, witness my performance, Suze declared after completing his shot, turning to shout at the Nets players. Arrogant, utterly audacious. Scoring in the same manner twice in one game sent the Nets players and Oppo's tempers skyrocketing. This was a blatant provocation, dismissing the Nets and Oppo's defense entirely. Team, let Oppo's get physical. Make them pay. Jefferson, one of the trio of stars, bellowed to his teammates. The Nets players nodded in unison, their eyes filled with primal ferocity as they glared at Suze. As the game clock ticked down, the Eastern Conference Finals' third match was poised for an intense finale. Both teams were determined to deliver their utmost performance in the remaining time, shaping the ultimate outcome of the series. Suze, hands on his hips, stood unwaveringly at midcourt, meeting the gaze of the 5 Nets players with resolute defiance. The decisive battle had come early. Chapter 96, the pinnacle of offense and defense. What a spectacular play. Suze has once again thwarted the Nets and Oppo's offensive attempt. His interference was executed flawlessly, sending the ball soaring out of bounds. The commentator, Yu Jia, exclaimed with fervor. With only 3 minutes remaining on the clock, the score stood at 88-80 in favor of the Magic, who maintained an 8-point lead. Suze had just disrupted a threatening advance from the opponents by knocking the ball out of bounds. At this moment, the Nets had a mere 3 seconds left on the shot clock. Man-to-man defense. Position quickly, Suze shouted, standing beside the Nets key player, Jason Kidd, commanding his teammates with authority. Trusting in Suze and Oppo's judgment, his teammates followed his directives without hesitation. Switch on the pick and roll immediately. Do not give them any easy shots. As Suze directed his teammates, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The Nets were set to inbound the ball from the baseline, needing to execute a successful play within the remaining 3 seconds. This task proved to be quite challenging for the Nets. Jefferson stood just outside the baseline, raising the basketball high above his head, scanning for his teammates' movements. The Magic players were tightly guarding their assignments, exerting every effort to closely follow each Nets player, complicating Jefferson's inbounding process. With the shot clock ticking down, Jason Kidd sprinted to a position close to the midcourt, vigorously waving his arms to signal for the ball. Left with no choice, Jefferson launched a long pass. Kidd leapt high, securing the ball with ease. However, the moment Kidd caught the basketball, Suze sprang forward like a ferocious beast. He extended his arms, tightly guarding Kidd, who stood near the center circle, presenting no threat of a shot. To break through, Kidd would have to confront Suze and Oppo's impenetrable defense. Give it up. This offensive attempt will yield nothing. As the clock dwindled, Suze remained relentless. Until the time is up, I shall not relent. Undeterred, Kidd clutched the ball in his right hand, attempting to force his way past Suze's defense. In response, Suze activated the Hall of Fame Death Grip badge. The instant Kidd attempted to break right, Suze adhered to him like a piece of gum. 2 seconds. 1 second. Buzz. The 24-second shot clock expired, and under Suze's intense pressure, Kidd had not even managed to take a shot. Resigned, Kidd tucked the basketball under his right arm. Yet, in that moment, Suze swiftly poked the ball away from beneath Kid's arm, reaching out to snatch it for himself. Even with the 24-second violation looming, Kid refused to relinquish control of the ball. As Suze lunged for the ball, Kid also quickly attempted to regain possession. However, Suze and Oppo's speed and reflexes outmatched Kid and Oppo's. He secured the ball before Kid could make contact. "This ball is mine. You can end Oppo's. Touch it." Suze wrapped the basketball around his back, distancing himself from Kid while flashing a teasing smile. Kid seethed with frustration, yet reason prevailed, reminding him that Suze was merely provoking him, attempting to get under his skin. Losing his composure could lead to ejection from the game. Don and Oppo's get cocky. "The game isn't and amp. Oppo's over yet." Kid glared fiercely at Suze. "Talk is cheap when you and amp. Oppo's afraid." Suze shrugged, embodying an expression of invincibility. Enraged, Kid fell silent, retreating to his half of the court to defend. The Magic launched another offensive. This time, Suze chose not to receive the ball but instead sprinted to the front court, initiating a movement without the ball. The Nets continued their high-pressure defense against him, with two players double-teaming him, leaving no opportunity for Suze to receive the ball. Yet, undeterred, he tirelessly ran, weaving and searching for the optimal scoring position. "Here, pass me the ball." After navigating through a series of screens set by his teammates, Suze finally found an opportunity to receive the ball near the left elbow. The Magic's point guard wasted no time, delivering the ball to Suze in the elbow area. The moment Suze caught the ball, Jefferson, who had been defending him, and Kid, who was guarding the Magic's point guard, were poised to double-team Suze. Faced with the impending double-team, Suze remained composed. Holding the ball high with his right hand, he feigned a pass to the open Magic point guard beyond the arc. This deception momentarily slowed Kid's advance, as he instinctively took a step back to cover the Magic player. This slight distance provided Suze with the opportunity to initiate his offensive move. With a swift motion, Suze dribbled to the right, executing a half-spin feint towards the baseline. Jefferson, captivated by Suze's maneuver, shifted half a step to the right, attempting to cut off Suze's path. However, Suze quickly assessed Jefferson's movement and altered his approach, feigning a drive toward the free-throw line. Realizing he had been faked out, Jefferson scrambled to reposition himself, shifting his defensive weight in accordance with Suze and Oppo's movement, aiming to intercept his route. At that moment, Suze abruptly exploded with the dribble, pulling the ball back while executing another spin move. Jefferson became flustered. Suze's feints were too intricate for him to decipher. Rather than hesitating, Jefferson returned to his original defensive stance. However, by now, Suze had completely manipulated Jefferson and Oppo's defensive focus. After the explosive dribble, Suze gathered the ball, his feet planted, shoulders swaying side to side, employing deceptive movements to confound Jefferson. As Jefferson remained uncertain on how to defend, Suze executed a shoulder fake, then launched a fadeaway jumper. The Hall of Fame master of the fadeaway badge illuminated above him as he delivered a flawless, Jordan-esque fadeaway shot, sinking it effortlessly. Jefferson could only watch helplessly, unable to even attempt a block as Suze sent the basketball through the hoop. Chapter 97. The underdog champion. Under the formidable performance of Suze, the Magic team withstood the immense pressure from their opponents in the final 3 minutes. Suze continuously aided his team in scoring with a series of mid-range jumpers and fadeaway shots. The Nets, employing both off-ball traps and aggressive on-ball pressure, were unable to effectively contain Suze. Ultimately, with Suze amassing an impressive 45 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists, the Magic triumphed over the New Jersey Nets at the Waterhouse Center with a score of 98-89, securing victory in the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals. Notably, Suze became the first player in NBA history to achieve over 45 points without a single three-pointer, interior score, or free throw, relying solely on his mid-range shooting. Such an extraordinary display of talent made Suze the focal point of post-game media interviews. In the Players and Oppo's tunnel, Magic team members celebrated their victory while Suze was besieged by reporters eager for his thoughts. Maria, with a gleam of excitement in her eyes, asked Sue, "You have made history today as the first player to score over 45 points solely through mid-range shots. What are your reflections on this achievement?" "Nothing particularly profound," Suze replied with a smile. "If I must say something, I would like to thank my opponents." "Why thank them? This showcases your strength," Maria questioned, puzzled. Suze's smile turned more mischievous. "Of course I must thank them. They served as the backdrop for my historic performance. Maria couldn't help but chuckle at his playful remark. Suze and Apos' blend of humor and confidence was disarming, as he not only celebrated his victory, but also playfully jabbed at his opponents. Sue, today marks a historic moment. With your victory in the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals, how do you perceive the upcoming fourth game? Journalist John Bonner, hidden behind his bushy beard, inquired. Suze casually shrugged. I will simply watch with my eyes. I can already envision the Nets going fishing. His unexpected responses always left others in surprise. John Bonner chuckled awkwardly. Sue, what are your thoughts on tonight's opponents? Do you have any words for the Nets as you prepare to face them again? Suze pondered for a moment before responding. There is not much to say, but if I had to offer advice, I'd suggest they prepare their fishing gear to avoid a frantic scramble after being eliminated. His humor elicited laughter from the gathered reporters. This night belonged to Suze and the Magic. As the victor, with hopes of advancing to the finals, his remarks were received with amusement rather than discomfort. Once the reporters dispersed, Suing approached. Suze, you played remarkably tonight. She winked at him. Dressed in a white professional suit with her hair in a neat ponytail, she exuded an air of competence akin to a seasoned manager. Of course. After all, I am Suze, a rising star from the Dragon Kingdom. He struck a pose, feigning arrogance. Stop being so conceited. Suing rolled her eyes. Just because you received a bit of praise doesn't mean you can bask in it endlessly. Suddenly, Suze froze. Ahem. Sister, what brings you to the players' tunnel? He stammered, eager to shift the focus. With a crescent moon-like smile, Suing replied. I've arranged a special interview for you. An interview? Again. Suze waved his hands in refusal. No. You know I get weak in the knees at the sight of a camera. I feel faint and dizzy. Enough with the theatrics. Suing retorted sharply. You're going to this interview, whether you like it or not. Sister, what is so significant about this interview? Suze looked helplessly at her. He understood that once Suing made a decision, it was nearly impossible to refuse. It and Apos' an interview with Coach Zhang Weiping and teacher Yu Jia from the Dragon Kingdom. I'm doing this for your own good. Remember, you are always a player from the Dragon Kingdom. Suing's expression turned serious. The phrase Dragon Kingdom player sent a shiver down Suze and Apos' spine. Indeed, he was a player from the Dragon Kingdom. While he could refuse other interviews, he could never decline one from his homeland, for it represented his roots. In the Nets and Apos' locker room, the players appeared dejected after a hard-fought yet unsuccessful game. FCK, how could we not stop Sue? Kenyon Martin, filled with frustration, confronted Richard Jefferson. You were supposed to defend him. Shut up. You were obliterated by Suze off the court, and you didn't dare to guard him on the court. We had a couple of switches. But your defense was atrocious. Richard shot back without hesitation. What did you say? Repeat that. Kenyon leaped up, clearly incensed. I'm the leader of this team. How dare you speak to me like that? Kenyon glared at Richard, his anger palpable. The leader? Is that based on a stat line of 10-5-0? You rely on others to score? You think you're worthy of that title? How laughable. You are merely a mediocre player elevated by Jason Kidd's passes, with a crude technique and unstable mid-range shooting. Kenyon, already brimming with frustration from the loss, could no longer contain his rage at Richard's mockery. He swung his fist toward Jefferson in a fit of fury. Chapter 98. The challenge from young James according to informed sources. After the conclusion of the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals, news of internal strife within the Brooklyn Nets locker room has emerged. The shocking revelation of the Nets' defeat has thrown their locker room into disarray. It has been reported that a fierce altercation erupted between the team's core players, Kenyon Martin and Richard Jefferson. Following the third game of the Eastern Conference Finals, the chaos within the Nets and Apos' locker room has become the focal point of media attention. Having just returned home and settled onto his couch after practice, Suze glanced at the news on his phone, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he couldn't suppress a sardonic smile. It appears their confidence has taken quite a hit. Suze reclined with his legs crossed, exuding an air of leisure. With the team in disarray, it must be a challenge for Coach Byron Scott to manage them. He felt a momentary pang of sympathy for the Brooklyn coach. Suze continued to enjoy the news on his phone, his eyes sparkling with delight. For him, the downfall of a single player from the Nets was not enough to elicit excitement. However, witnessing the collapse of the entire team invigorated him. Such fragile camaraderie among teammates. He decided to turn off his phone, simultaneously activating the system in his mind. System, have you forgotten something? Suze raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with annoyance. This infernal system always seemed sluggish. While it was efficient in issuing tasks, it required a firm nudge to dispense rewards. Ahem, system. Stop playing dead and get to work. Suze shouted in frustration. Ding. The system is present. However, the host's loud voice has caused discomfort to its auditory membranes. What? The system has auditory membranes? This is absurd. Suze was taken aback. Have you overlooked some matters? It and Oppos. S time for rewards to be issued. Don and Oppos. Team make me remind you every time. If they're and amp, Oppos. S a complaint mechanism, I will certainly lodge one against you. Suze pouted in discontent. The system and amp, Oppos. S lackadaisical attitude left him feeling quite dissatisfied. Ding. Thank you for the reminder, host. Rewards are now being issued. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning a reward of 50 badge points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving a stat line of 35-5 while leading your team to victory. The system rewards you with a skill package. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Kevin Durant style pull-up jump shot skill package. Oh, upon hearing this title, Suze and Oppos' excitement surged. His current pull-up jump shot lacked fluidity. Although he could score, it appeared somewhat stiff. Equipping the Kevin Durant style pull-up jump shot package would undoubtedly enhance his technique and make it smoother. Regrettably, no one had approached him for a challenge today. What a missed opportunity to test out the new skill package. There was also the jelly layup, which he had only tried once. He was itching to use it again. Suze turned off the system, feeling a hint of melancholy. How lonely it is to be invincible. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the call to find it was his sister. Su-ing. Hello, sis. What is up? He asked lazily after answering. On the other end, Su-ing and Oppos' pleasant voice chimed in, the agent of this year and Oppos' draft sensation. LeBron James reached out to me. He expressed interest in a friendly 1v1 match with you. Are you interested? This time, Su-ing did not make the decision for him, but instead called to gauge his interest. Suze noted this subtle shift. It was evident that his growth had softened Su-ying's attitude towards him, from her initial disappointment in him to her current joy and respect. This gradual transformation brought him a sense of ease. Of course I'm in. Suze replied eagerly. LeBron James. He is destined to be a prominent figure in the league. The moniker King carries significant weight, and his prowess is undeniably formidable, even in his youth. Although his skills were not fully refined, his sheer athleticism made him a daunting opponent. The prospect of facing a superstar he admired in his previous life thrilled Suze immensely. Though young James and Oppos' technical abilities might not match those of the fully realized LeBron, the opportunity to compete against him was still exhilarating. They were of similar ages, with James even being a year younger. Now, Suze could proudly consider himself an elder brother figure to young James. Wow, you're quite decisive today, Su-ing remarked, somewhat surprised by his quick agreement. You used to hesitate so much. I didn't expect this response. Previously, Suze's lack of confidence made him averse to competing against other skilled players, fearing that a loss would significantly impact his self-esteem. However, the situation was entirely different now. With the system and Oppos' support and the wealth of basketball experience he accumulated in his past life, he felt at ease on the court, his confidence bolstered. Sis, there's plenty more that will surprise you. Now tell me the time and place. I'm on my way. Suze seized the opportunity to engage with an NBA talent. Regardless of their identity or status within the league, he relished the chance to compete, as it would allow him to complete system tasks and enhance his abilities while gaining invaluable experience. At the Magic and Amp, Oppos' training facility. Just come over. James will be there shortly. Su-ing informed him. Suze promptly hung up the phone. Though this was not a formal match, the chance to face young James was undoubtedly exhilarating. As he tidied his attire and prepared to leave, his phone rang again. It was Carter. Master, do you have a moment? I'd like to seek your guidance on the Dragon Country mysterious step. After practicing a few times since I returned, I still feel less agile than you. Carter's sincere voice resonated through the phone. Ever since Suze had defeated him, Carter had become his disciple. And Suze naturally passed on the technique of the Dragon Country mysterious step, akin to the Eurostep layup. Without hesitation, Suze replied, Sure. Have you already arrived in Orlando? Yes, master. I'm right downstairs at your apartment, Carter responded. Perfect timing. Wait for me. I'll take you somewhere. Chapter 99. Reverse Recruitment Orlando Magic Training Facility. Master, did you bring me here merely to compete against a rookie who is about to enter the draft? This seems somewhat beneath your stature. Vince Carter, one of the league's star players, couldn't help but scoff at the entrance of the training facility. Carter, a hotshot player in the league, had been the top vote-getter for the All-Star game for 3 consecutive years and had led his team to the Eastern Conference Finals single-handedly. The proud Carter felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing that his mentor, Suze, was to face off against a rookie. Suze chuckled, placing a hand on Carter's shoulder. Vince, you simply do not understand. How many can truly capture the attention of your master? This LeBron James is destined to become a pillar of the league, a supernova revered by all. Trust me, you shall see. As he spoke, Suze winked at Carter. Carter, however, shook his head nonchalantly. Master, the future is unpredictable, but right now, he is merely a novice. Your match against him will yield little in terms of insight. Though Carter had not closely followed LeBron James's games, he had seen some videos of this year's rookies. He conceded that James possessed remarkable talent, both in static and dynamic abilities. Yet, in Carter's eyes, James was no match for Suze. Rest assured, Suze said, giving Carter a firm pat on the shoulder. Perhaps his performance will surprise you. Now, come on, let us hasten inside. I can hardly wait to face James. With that, Suze led Carter into the training facility. Inside, media reporters awaited their arrival. Familiar faces, including Maria and the bearded John Bonner, were among them. As soon as the 2 league stars appeared, reporters swarmed them. Mr. Carter, I've heard you are a disciple of Suze. Is it true? Mr. Carter, can you confirm that Suze is indeed your mentor? Mr. Carter, if the rumors are true, how could someone of your stature in the league choose Suze as your master? Having finally encountered Carter, the reporters were relentless in their inquiries. With no hint of embarrassment, Carter responded, Indeed, Suze is my master. His confirmation sent shockwaves of excitement and astonishment through the crowd. Who would have imagined that the proud half-god had truly chosen Suze as his mentor? The reason I chose Suze is twofold. His Dragon Kingdom's elusive footwork is undeniably impressive, and we had a wager. I lost, so I must accept my defeat. Carter spoke candidly to the reporters. Suze glanced at Carter, admiration evident in his eyes. Honest and gracious, he was indeed a person of both style and substance. After obtaining the answers they sought from Carter, the reporters turned their attention to Suze. However, when they shifted their gaze, Suze had already changed into his athletic attire and was standing on the basketball court, leaving the reporters unable to continue their interview. Go, Sue. You must defeat your opponent. As Suze warmed up with some shots, he heard Lin Yuyu and Appo's voice from the sidelines. Turning towards her, he saw her beaming at him. Suze smiled back, finding this young girl quite amusing. It seemed she was a constant presence at his games, perhaps his most devoted little fan. This moment stirred memories deep within Suze, remnants of the original owner's past. Regardless of Suze's performance, Lin Yuyu had never wavered in her support, cheering him on fervently even when she knew he might lose. Having such a girlfriend might not be so bad after all. As Suze reminisced, a foreign voice interrupted his thoughts. Sue, it's a pleasure to meet you. Emerging from his reverie, Suze turned to see a familiar yet slightly unfamiliar face. It was LeBron James. At this moment, the youthful James exuded an air of naivety. Yet his chiseled features bore an undeniable pride and a gaze that seemed to conquer all. Even at a young age, he radiated an innate confidence. LeBron. It's great to see you, Suze replied, momentarily overwhelmed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The opportunity to converse face-to-face with the young prodigy left him exhilarated. Ever since I witnessed your stunning performances, I have longed to exchange insights on basketball with you. You are indeed remarkable, and if the opportunity arises, I look forward to us becoming teammates. James's lips curled into a proud smile. Suze was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, extending his right hand. Orlando welcomes you. Suze held no particular affection for the Orlando Magic, but the presence of Tracy McGrady was his reason to remain. As long as McGrady stayed, Suze would never leave Orlando. A man and his city were indeed commendable, but without a brotherhood, what joy would basketball bring? James was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated recruiting Suze, yet found himself being recruited in return. Well, who can predict the future? He chuckled. However, for now, let us engage in a match. We'll play to 5 points, not in the American 1v1 style, but with a shot clock of 14 seconds. What do you say? James shifted the conversation back to the match rules. Suze grinned widely, nodding eagerly. Of course, that sounds perfect. You set the rules, and I'll play freely. James, pleased with Suze's agreement, returned the smile. You appear quite confident. I relish competing against someone so self-assured, for you shall witness my true prowess. As an undeniable prodigy, James brimmed with pride, particularly since he was a year younger than Suze. This age difference led him to believe that, had he been on the NBA playoff stage at this age, he could achieve comparable results to Suze. Thus, James was eager to find an opportunity to demonstrate that, if placed in Suze's position, he could lead the Magic to similar success. This was one of the reasons he had gathered so many reporters today, to further his own renown.